Chapter 166. These benefits were not something that could be obtained by meditating in his own cave. Yang Kai was glad that he had decided to come out. "How many days have I been gone?" Yang Kai asked. 35 days, the old demon replied. It had been so long, but Yang Kai did not feel the passage of time at all. He did not expect that his enlightenment would take so long. Fortunately, Dantian had a lot of yang liquid stored in it, all of which were condensed from the pills Xia Ningchang had given him. Otherwise, it would not have been enough to support him for such a long time. 35 days, I wonder how Su Yan is doing now. However, Yang Kai had confidence in her. Su Yan was not an ordinary woman. The reason why she could not control herself last time was probably because he was still in High Heaven Pavilion, causing her heart to waver. But this time he was already far away. Under such circumstances, she could only use all her strength to resist the throbbing that came with her cultivation. She would definitely succeed. He believed that the next time they met, Su Yan's strength would have improved a lot. Ice Heart's secret art not only cultivated the body, but also the mind. Where is this? Yang Kai looked around, not knowing where he was. After more than 30 days of running, Yang Kai estimated that he was now very far away from High Heaven Pavilion. Confused, Yang Kai's ears twitched and he looked behind him. There was some movement coming from that direction. Quietly standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai saw a fleet of carriages in the distance. Moving to the side of the road, Yang Kai stared at the approaching fleet. There were a total of 3 carriages in this fleet. Next to the carriages were a few cultivators armed with swords, riding on tall horses. Standing on the side of the road, Yang Kai obviously attracted the attention of these cultivators. He could feel many vigilant eyes looking at him, but Yang Kai's expression was calm and he did not react, just standing there quietly. After more than a month of enlightenment, he had almost completely restrained the Yuan Qi in his body. Not to mention standing here, even when he moved, he did not necessarily release much Yuan Qi fluctuations. These cultivator did not seem to be very strong, so how could they know the depth of Yang Kai? Therefore, she only glanced at him for a moment and then let her guard down. On the first horse, a middle-aged man shouted at Yang Kai, "Little beggar, get out of the way. Don't block the road." Yang Kai frowned. He didn't want to be a busybody, so he took a few steps back to avoid eating the dust. Yang Kai originally wanted to stop them and ask where this place was, but when he saw the vigilant look of the cultivator, he dismissed the idea. It would be bad if there was any misunderstanding. A few horses whizzed past, followed by a procession of carriages. Looking carefully, Kai Yang noticed that among the 3 carriages, the one in the middle had left a deep mark on the ground. It should be some kind of valuable object that had been planted there. As the last carriage passed by, a faint fragrance wafted from it. From the window of that carriage, a pair of bright eyes met Yang Kai's for a brief moment. This carriage was obviously filled with women. After the procession of carriages passed by, Yang Kai walked on the road and looked in the direction they were heading. He didn't know where this place was, but since the procession of carriages was going this way, it must be going to a place with people. He might as well follow. But after a few steps, Yang Kai's face darkened. He found that a person in the procession of carriages turned around and rushed towards him. This person was the middle-aged man who shouted at him just now. What is he going to do? Bruh? Kai Yang couldn't help but sneer. Since he was so daring, he stood there motionless. Not long after, the middle-aged man rode his horse to Yang Kai and pulled the reins. The tall horse raised its front hooves and neighed. Yang Kai looked at him quietly. The middle-aged man looked a little impatient and said, "Little beggar, you are lucky. My lady is kind-hearted. She said that there might be bandits and wild beasts in this wilderness. She asked us to give you a ride." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he bent down and reached out to grab Yang Kai's collar. Yang Kai wanted to resist, but he quickly restrained himself. Although the other party's attitude was not good, he did not have any malicious intentions. Anyway, he was going to chase them to a place with people. This approach was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. The middle-aged man lifted Yang Kai and placed him on the horse's back. He patted the horse's belly with his feet and shouted, turned the horse's head and chased after the procession of carriages. Yang Kai was confused. While he was hesitating, the middle-aged man had returned to the procession of carriages. He lifted his collar again and threw him into the air. He smiled and said, "Old Wu, catch." On the first carriage, the old coachman didn't even bat an eyelid. The whip in his hand swept through the air, wrapping around Kai Yang's waist. With a gentle tug, he pulled Kai Yang to his side and sat him down. The procession of carriages didn't stop for a moment from beginning to end. This old man was a master. Yang Kai looked at old Wu in surprise. He estimated that he was at least in Yuan Qi state. Although in a sect like High Heaven Pavilion, Yuan Qi state was nothing. The younger generation, Su Yen and Xia Hongchen, had already cultivated to Yuan Qi state. But for those small forces and families, Yuan Qi state was already in existence they looked up to. There were even some who could dominate a small place even if they were in separation and reunion state. Old Wu was motionless. His eyelids were drooping, and the wrinkles on his face were crisscrossing. He looked like he was about to die. Noticing Yang Kai's gaze, he picked up a water bottle beside him and handed it to Yang Kai. "Thank you, old mister." Yang Kai took a sip and immediately spat it out. The cultivator on the horses in front laughed. Someone said, "Old Wu, how can you give him such a strong drink? Isn't this the same as asking for his life? Your wine, we don't dare to touch it." Yang Kai felt as if there was a fire in his throat. He was secretly speechless. It wasn't that he hadn't drunk wine before, but this was the first time he had drunk such a strong drink. "I'll return it to you." Yang Kai felt that he didn't have the fortune to enjoy it, so he handed the bottle back. Elder Wu took it and drank a mouthful. His withered face seemed to be glowing, and he drove the carriage more and more skillfully. Being kindly taken in, Yang Kai didn't say much. He just quietly sat beside old Wu. When they reached the destination, they separated from the group. The speed of the convoy wasn't very fast. After all, they still had to take care of the women's health. It wasn't until evening that they had traveled 70 to 80 li. When night fell, the convoy stopped and found a place in the wilderness to start a fire and cook. There were about 30 people in this group, all of whom were veterans. Soon, the smell of delicious food filled the air. Yang Kai walked down and stretched his body, thinking about the insights he had gained over the past few days and stabilizing his state of mind. Not long after, a third carriage also walked down. Yang Kai turned his head and saw 3 women coming down. One of them was a beautiful woman in her 30s. Her figure was plump and her skin was like white jade. Her charm was boundless. Beside her were 2 younger women, both of them in their 20s. One of them was dressed as a maidservant. Her eyes twinkled as she supported the other. The one being supported should be the young lady mentioned by the middle-aged man. This young lady was also a pretty girl with a graceful figure. In terms of appearance, although she couldn't compare with Su Yen or the Hu sisters, she was still a beauty. Especially her floral dress, which made her look exquisite. As soon as these 3 women appeared, Yang Kai clearly felt many cultivators' eyes turn towards him. Whether it was the dignified and graceful appearance of the beautiful woman, the delicate appearance of the young lady, or the charming appearance of the maidservant, all of them had extraordinary temperaments and naturally attracted the eyes of men. As he was looking, the maidservant suddenly glared at Yang Kai and scolded, "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes." Although her tone was fierce and she was scolding Yang Kai, her words seemed to be referring to something else. The surrounding gazes quickly turned away. Yang Kai coughed dryly and looked away. "Chui, the young lady whispered. The maidservant Chui, muttered unhappily and helped the young lady and the madam to the side to rest. After a while, it was finally time to eat. A group of cultivators were minding their own business. The madam and the young lady were also taken care of by the maidservant Chui. However, Yang Kai, an outsider, was ignored at all. He sat aside and looked pitiful. The madam and the young lady obviously saw it. They whispered to Chui. The latter nodded and went to get some food. She walked to Yang Kai and handed it to him. "Little beggar, eat something." Yang Kai didn't refuse. He reached out to take it and thanked her. Chui smiled at him charmingly. She squatted down and whispered, "Little beggar, don't be angry. I didn't scold you just now." Yang Kai frowned. What did you call me? He felt strange as early as during the day. The middle-aged man seemed to have called him that, but he didn't understand at that time. Now Chui also called him that. Little beggar, aren't you? Chui pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were like the moon. I'm a little beggar? Yang Kai finally understood. Does this mean that I'm a beggar? Yang Kai was shocked when he looked down. His clothes were tattered and covered with dust and stains. It was extremely shabby. Chui smiled happily. She took out a small bronze mirror from her arms and handed it to Yang Kai. She said, Look at yourself. Which part of you doesn't look like a little beggar? Yang Kai took a deep breath when he glanced at it. This is what I look like now? His hair was as messy as a chicken's nest, with several strands of long hair sticking together and draped over his shoulders. His face was covered in dirt, and it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. Coupled with his sloppy clothes, he looked just like a little beggar. He had been learning the footwork for more than a month, but he ended up like this. Yang Kai vaguely remembered that he had knocked into trees many times and fell into puddles several times. Chui smiled and took back the bronze mirror. She exhaled and asked, Little beggar, where did you come from? Why are you walking alone in the wilderness? Yang Kai said angrily, I've been begging all the way here. I don't know where I came from. You're so pitiful. Chui sighed. She wanted to help Yang Kai pat the dust on his body, but she didn't want to dirty her hands. She could only frown. Chapter 167. It's a pity that I don't have clothes that you can wear. Otherwise, I can give you a few sets of clothes. It's autumn now. It will be very cold at night. You are so little. Be careful not to catch a cold. Chui looked at Yang Kai sympathetically. She saw that Yang Kai was only wearing thin clothes. His body was thin. His ribs could be vaguely seen between his chest and abdomen. His face was dirty, but his eyebrows were handsome. His eyes were bright. Obviously, he was not old. He was so young, but he couldn't eat enough and wear warm clothes. Chui thought. Listening to her, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He smiled and said, It's okay. Well, you are delicious. If it's not enough, you can go there and get more. No one will dare to say anything. Chui clapped her hands and stood up. Then she went to serve the madam and the young miss again. After a night of silence, the convoy set off again the next day. For 2 days, Yang Kai stayed in the convoy. During the day, he sat beside old Wu and watched him whip the horse. During the rest time, the maid Chui would sometimes come and talk to him. After 2 days of chatting with Chui, Yang Kai also learned about their whereabouts. About 3 days away from here, there was a city called Hai City. Their destination was there. This group of people came from Tongzhou. They were originally a small force there. But half a year ago, the master of this family died. The madam took the young miss to Hai City to seek refuge with a close friend of the master. About these things, Chui didn't say anything in detail. Obviously, she didn't dare to say too much. But Yang Kai also inferred something from it. No one was willing to drag their family and leave their hometown, especially orphans and widows. This journey was thousands of miles away. They had to go through a lot of risks and worries. If there wasn't a last resort, how could they make such a choice? Yang Kai guessed that the master of this family must have offended a lot of people in Tongzhou. When he died, the madam and the young miss had no one to rely on. Naturally, they could only go far away. Traveling with the convoy, these large number of cultivator also confirmed Yang Kai's inference. According to Chui, these cultivator, half of them were cultivated by the master when he was alive. After the master died, they were still willing to protect the madam and the young miss until they returned to Tongzhou. Some of them were hired. Along the way, they encountered quite a few bandits who tried to rob them, but they managed to turn misfortune into blessings. Fortunately, they did not suffer any losses. Yang Kai also asked Chui about the situation in Sea City, but Chui had never been there herself, so she wasn't very clear about it. He had only heard from the madam that this was a city by the sea, and it had a scenery that was different from the interior. A city by the sea. Yang Kai was also a little bit curious. If it wasn't for the enlightenment of his footwork, Kai Yang reckoned that he wouldn't have been able to walk so far. He knew the Dark Han dynasty's territory. The southernmost part was the Endless Sea. With some expectations in his heart, Yang Kai continued to walk with the convoy. Although the image was very unkempt, Yang Kai didn't take care of it. This group of people already thought he was a little beggar. If he took care of it, he would suddenly become handsome. It would only arouse suspicion. In these 2 days, what Yang Kai did the most was to observe the movements of old Wu, who was driving the carriage. He found that when the old man was driving the horse, there was an indescribable charm when he swung the whip. The whip was not loud, but it could make the horse gallop. His strength was only at the Yuan Qi level, which was not very high. But after all, he was old. He had his own accumulation and understanding of martial arts. And these were all hidden in the way he swung the whip. Yang Kai looked as if he was drunk. Combined with his own understanding of the footwork a few days ago, he faintly felt that there were some similarities. Old Wu didn't care about him. He swung the whip by himself and occasionally drank a mouthful of strong wine. The two of them sat on the shaft of the carriage and didn't say a word for the whole day. That evening, the caravan stopped once again. Yang Kai got off the carriage and left the crowd. As usual, he found a secluded place to sit down. He pulled up a weed from the ground and swung it casually. The cultivator in the carriage didn't like him very much. No one would like a beggar. If it wasn't for the kindness of the young lady, they wouldn't have brought Yang Kai along. After a while, footsteps sounded behind him. Without looking back, Yang Kai knew who it was. "Hey, little beggar." The voice of the maid Chui Er came. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and rubbed his forehead. "I already told you my name. Can't you change the way you call me?" The 3 words "little beggar" were not very pleasant to hear. "Little brat." Chui Er looked at him angrily. She turned her palm and took out 2 chestnuts. She handed one to Yang Kai and picked up the other one to peel. This girl often took out snacks to share with Yang Kai when she was resting. Yang Kai didn't understand why she didn't hate him when he looked like a poor beggar. Later, he asked and found out that Chui Er had a younger brother, but he starved to death. The 2 siblings also begged before they were taken in by the madam and the young lady. Yang Kai looked about the same age as her dead brother. Naturally, she didn't hate him. "Did you steal food from the young lady again?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Chui Er stared at him. "How is this stealing? This is given to me by the young lady. The young lady treats me very well. She will give me a little of everything to eat." "Then why don't you stay and serve her?" Yang Kai peeled the chestnut and stuffed it into his mouth. "The young lady and the madam are tired from the journey. They said that they want to rest. I don't need to serve them." Chui Er replied. She glanced at Yang Kai and said, "Little beggar, what are you going to do when we reach High City?" "I don't know. I'm going to walk around." Yang Kai shook his head. Chui Er curled her lips. "You make it sound so nice. Isn't it just begging with a broken bowl? It's not like my sister didn't do it before." Yang Kai smiled and didn't explain. "Well, you can follow us. Anyway, when we reach High City, we will need to recruit some servants. I think you're pretty smart and quick-witted. Being a servant won't be too bad. What do you think? With my guarantee, the madam and the young lady won't have a problem. Wait until you earn some money. Maybe you can find a good wife." Chui Er said. She was quite charming and beautiful. When she spoke like this, her expression was very ambiguous. It added to the seductive feeling. Yang Kai agreed. "Well, it would be good if I can find a wife like you." Chui Er covered her mouth and chuckled. "You are really bad. You deserve to be a beggar all your life. I have to think about whether I should lead a wolf into the house." "You really have to think about it." Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He just casually agreed. This time, he came out to gain experience. He couldn't run to other people to be a servant. But if he refused now, he would have to waste a lot of time explaining. "I won't talk nonsense with you. I have never seen a beggar like you." Chui Er glared at Yang Kai. She then lazily stood up and said, "We will arrive at Sea City in 1 day. You should rest well tonight. I'm also tired. I won't be able to help you with your meal later." Yang Kai nodded. These days, every time it was time to eat, Chui Er would help him get rice. She was afraid that he would be bullied by the cultivator group. After watching Chui Er enter the third carriage, Yang Kai continued to shake the withered grass in his hand. He wanted to find the feeling of old Wu. Not long after, the food was ready. With a shout, many cultivators rushed over. Yang Kai also stood up and walked over. But before he could take a few steps, someone stepped in front of Yang Kai and blocked him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw the middle-aged man from that day. He was staring at him with a cold face. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai frowned. "Get out of here. There is no food for you tonight." The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai with disdain. His voice was low and his eyes were full of threat. A sneer appeared on Kai Yang's face as he stared at him quietly. "Your eyes are good." The middle-aged man nodded slightly and threatened again. "But if you want to die, I can help you." Yang Kai didn't say anything. He turned around and sat back. He didn't want to have a conflict with these people. No matter what, he was taken in, and Chui Er treated him well. There was no need to make a fuss over dinner. He wouldn't starve to death if he missed a meal. "At least you know what's good for you." The middle-aged man snorted. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the moment Yang Kai turned around, he seemed to see the middle-aged man's expression relax. This sudden change in expression caused Yang Kai's heart to clench as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He quickly called out to Old Demon, warning him to remain vigilant while he scanned his surroundings. This time, Yang Kai was even more surprised. Although this place was the same as the place where he usually rested, it was even more desolate. The place where he usually rested had traces left by people. But this place was definitely a ghost place that no one cared about. To put it bluntly, this place was most suitable for killing people and throwing away corpses. It shouldn't be, right? Yang Kai was a little suspicious. He looked up at the sky. It was pitch black and the wind whistled. It was a moonless and windy night. It was a good time to kill and set fire. On the other side, many cultivators were fighting for food. They chatted and laughed as they ate. Although Old Wu was a coachman, his status was definitely not low. Because at this moment, someone was serving food to him. He sat by the shaft of the carriage, drinking and looking at the sky. He looked old and desolate. Not long after, everyone was full. The thing that Yang Kai had been worried about didn't happen. He couldn't help but laugh at himself for being too sensitive. After the group finished eating, they chatted for a while. Under the middle-aged man's orders, a few were left to keep watch. Most of them sat around the fire and slept. Yang Kai also slowly relaxed. He lay in the distance and closed his eyes to rest. 2 hours later, the old demon's voice suddenly sounded. "Young master, something is wrong." Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't need the old demon's reminder. He also felt that something was wrong. The group of martial artists who were sleeping around the bonfire were breathing heavily at this moment. Generally speaking, when a cultivator walked in the wild, they had to be vigilant at all times even if they were in a group. It was impossible for them to fall into deep sleep at night. Basically, they just closed their eyes and slept lightly. It was enough to recover their strength and spirit. They had been like this for the past few nights. But now, these people were all in deep sleep. Yang Kai reckoned that if he wanted to wake them up, he would have to make a big commotion. Chapter 168. The cultivator had the responsibility to protect them, so it was impossible for them to be so careless. The only explanation left was that they were drugged and had no choice. Recalling the attitude of the middle-aged man towards him during dinner and the instant he relaxed, Kai Yang faintly understood what was going on. In his eyes, he was just an ordinary beggar. The dinner was definitely drugged. If he ate like those people, he would definitely be drugged. After all, an ordinary person's resistance would not be as strong as a cultivator's. Once he fell, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Although the truth was not so, this was definitely the middle-aged man's worry. That was why he threatened him so fiercely and did not let him eat dinner. When he turned around and left, the middle-aged man was relieved. Guarding day and night, it was hard to guard against thieves. What was the middle-aged man planning? Was it money, beauty, or something else? Yang Kai hoped that his guess was wrong. This young lady was kind and Chui Er treated him well. Good people always have good karma. But when he quietly looked towards the cultivator's gathering place, his heart could not help but feel cold. Beside the flickering bonfire, a few figures sneakily climbed up. Then they slowly pulled out the sword at their waist and slit the neck of their unconscious companions who had been eating and living with them for the past few days. A slight sound was heard and blood splattered. Just like that, a few lives and souls had silently returned to the netherworld. Yang Kai did not dare to move. Although he had advanced to the Qi transformation stage, the number of thieves was not small. Moreover, the middle-aged man was also an expert of the Yuan Qi stage. Acting rashly would only cause him to lose his life. Moreover, he did not know if there were any thieves hiding in the crowd. Was Old Wu with them? With Old Man Wu's ability, everyone was destined to be doomed. Squinting his eyes, he looked towards the carriage where Old Wu was. Yang Kai could not help but relax, but immediately became nervous again, because he saw that the middle-aged man was coldly and vigilantly moving towards Old Wu. His footsteps were silent and his aura was restrained to the extreme. The long sword in his hand was by his side. Under the dark sky, there was no reflection. Old Wu was not one of them. But at this moment his life was also in danger. Yang Kai's mind raced. He quietly reached out and found a small stone on the ground. He pinched it on his fingertips and suddenly flicked it out. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to hit Old Wu to see if he could wake him up, but he didn't dare to use too much Yuan Qi to expose himself. This time, the stone actually missed its mark and hit the middle-aged man's sword by accident. Clang! A crisp sword cry rang out. In this murderous, life-reaping, and incomparably quiet night, it seemed incomparably abrupt. The middle-aged man obviously did not expect such a change. The moment the voice rang out, his expression suddenly turned cold. Without any hesitation, he shook his long sword and stabbed towards Old Wu. At this critical juncture, Old Wu opened his sleepy eyes and instinctively leaned to the side. Blood splattered as Old Wu's shoulder was pierced through. The pain instantly woke him up, and the whip in his hand made a crisp, cracking sound. He charged towards the middle-aged man and shouted angrily, "Zhang Ding! What are you doing?" Zhang Ding did not answer. He pulled back his long sword and fought with Old Wu with a cold expression. Yang Kai quietly looked around and found that the sleeping cultivator had been awakened at this moment. He couldn't help but feel relieved. It seemed that the middle-aged man, Zhang Ding, was also very careful when he drugged them. He did not dare to use too obvious fatal poison or too strong of a knockout drug. After all, this kind of drug was very strong and smelled very strong. It could be easily seen through. However, his cautiousness had ruined his entire plan after the sword chime had sounded. If it wasn't for that sword chime, everyone here would have been silently killed by Zhang Ding and his subordinates. After the sleeping cultivator was awakened, they all looked around blankly and were a little confused. Not long after, there was a cry of alarm. Sun Jianming is dead. Who did it? Before he finished speaking, the man felt a chill in his chest. He looked down and saw the tip of a sword pierce through his body. "Diao Hong, what are you doing?" The roar was mixed with an incredulous question. In this kind of situation, the most frightening thing was to be stabbed in the back by trusted companions. The group of cultivator had just woken up and a few of them were quickly dealt with by Zhang Ding's subordinates. Only at this moment did they finally react. They roared and started to fight with them with incomparable anger. The battlefield was divided into two groups. One group was a chaotic battle between the soldiers, and the other group was a one-on-one battle between Zhang Ding and Old Wu. Curses, anger, and questions were endless. At this moment, Yang Kai took advantage of the night and quietly moved towards the third carriage. He originally wanted to run. This was the safest way. But thinking of Cui Er's care for him these days, Yang Kai felt uneasy. The three women in the carriage were obviously awakened by the movement outside. When Yang Kai came here, he heard Cui Er's somewhat dissatisfied voice from inside. "Why are you making so much noise in the middle of the night?" Then there was the sound of clothes being put on. Kai Young didn't waste any time. Lifting the carriage's curtain, he entered. "Who is it?" Cui Er was shocked. Raising her two delicate fists, she threw a punch towards Yang Kai's face. "Don't hit, it's me." Yang Kai held Cui Er's two hands and held them tightly. "Little beggar?" Chui finally recognized Yang Kai's voice. She immediately gritted her teeth and said, "You lecher, get out of here." As he spoke, he sent a kick towards Yang Kai. In the carriage, the madam and the young lady were also scared by Yang Kai. They were shivering like quails in the cold winter. "Shut up." Yang Kai covered her mouth. He pressed her down on the board of the carriage. She was about to speak. She suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Close at hand, Yang Kai clearly saw that Chui was only wearing a small underwear at the moment. She did not have time to tidy up her outer clothes. "Zhang Ding is rebelling. You hear it yourself." Yang Kai quickly said. These words were said to the three women in the carriage. After all, it was indeed a bit abrupt to rush in the middle of the night. He had to explain the reason. Looking at the madam and the young lady, Yang Kai quickly looked away. He found that these three women were really bold. When sleeping in the carriage at night, they only took off their underwear. The young lady was better, but the madam's clothes were much less than Chui's. Although the light was dim, Yang Kai's eyesight was extraordinary now. He saw everything that should not be seen. The three women in the carriage were stunned and listened carefully. Sure enough, they heard old Wu scolding Zhang Ding mixed with Zhang Ding's cold laughter. How could this be? Chui was stunned. At this moment, the madam and the young lady were holding the quilt in front of them. Their faces were pale. "Put on your clothes first. I will take you out of here." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He did not know how long old Wu and the other cultivator could hold on. He also did not know who would have the last laugh in this battle. But he absolutely could not continue to stay in the carriage. Yang Kai's calmness slightly affected the three women. When they heard his words, they remembered what they should do at this moment. The madam's face was a little red. She said in a trembling voice, "Little beggar, can you go down first and wait for us to put on our clothes?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her. He was a little impatient. "Madam, if you still want to live, don't worry too much. If I go down now, I will only expose my whereabouts." Madam nodded slightly after hearing his words. The three women quickly put on their clothes in the carriage. Although Yang Kai's back was facing them, the madam and the young lady were still blushing. A mother and a daughter wearing clothes in front of a man. This was something that they did not dare to think about before. Now that the situation forced them to do it, they could only suppress the shyness in their hearts. Chui was better. She was more open, and she was more familiar with Yang Kai. She was dressed neatly in a short time. Then she went to help the madam and the young lady. After a short while, the three women had put on their clothes. "Let's run away quickly." Chui's voice was a little trembling. Yang Kai was about to open the curtain of the carriage. He stopped and said with a gloomy face, "It's too late." Before he finished his words, old Wu's scream was heard. After a few breaths of time, the battle outside gradually stopped. Old Wu and the cultivator who was guarding the carriage had obviously failed. Old Wu and the others were drugged, so they could not use their full strength. Zhang Ding and his men attacked first. Even though they were outnumbered, they still had the upper hand. "Cough, cough, old bastard." A weak cough came from outside. It was the voice of the middle-aged man, Zhang Ding. Obviously, he was badly injured in the battle with old Wu. This cough gave Yang Kai a glimmer of hope to survive. "What should we do? What should we do?" Chui held Yang Kai tightly and asked with a sobbing voice. The madam and the young lady also looked at him anxiously. At this moment, the young man who was regarded as a little beggar by the three women was their savior. "Don't panic. Madam, you use words to trick him. I will find an opportunity to make a move." Yang Kai said softly. He took a deep breath and held his breath to suppress his heartbeat. The madam was still a madam. Although she was in a dangerous situation and her face was pale, she still nodded when she heard Yang Kai's words. She was not like Chui and the young lady who were panicking. The sound of footsteps approached from outside. Yang Kai listened carefully and deduced that there were only 5 people left. As the sound of footsteps approached, Chui leaned closer to Kai Yang. Her delicate body trembled. In this dark night, the sound of approaching footsteps was like an evil spirit, causing people to feel panic in their hearts. The footsteps finally stopped outside the carriage. Zhang Ding coughed again and said in a weak voice, "Madam, young lady, please get out of the carriage." The madam took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "Zhang Ding, my master treated you like a brother when he was alive. Why did you do this?" It could be heard that the madam's question was painful. Obviously, she did not expect Zhang Ding to be so decisive. There was a long silence outside. After a long time, Zhang Ding said, "Madam, please forgive me. People die for wealth and birds die for food. My master has passed away, but he left behind such a big property. Madam and young lady are powerless. How can you keep it? Only for wealth?" The madam smiled bitterly and asked, "What about the others? Do they also think the same?" Zhang Ding said, "Yes." The madam smiled bitterly. "Since that is the case, you can take the property and go. Zhang Ding, if you still care about our old friendship, please let us go. We just want to live today. We don't want anything else." The madam's words clearly showed that she did not place all her hopes on Kai Yang. Although he appeared to be very calm, in the madam's eyes, he was just a little beggar. How could he resist the powerful Zhang Ding? Chapter 169. When Zhang Ding heard the madam's words, he was unmoved. He chuckled and said, "Madam, please get out of the carriage first. Do you really want to be so heartless?" The madam's face was ashen. Zhang Ding did not agree to her request. Obviously, he planned to eliminate the source of trouble. "Madam." Zhang Ding's voice was cold. "If you cooperate, I will leave you with a complete corpse. But if you refuse..." I'm ashamed to say this, but this one has admired Madam for a long time. It's a pity that I can't get close to her. But before Madam dies, I want to fulfill this wish of mine." In the carriage, the Madam's delicate body trembled. She clenched her fists so hard that her knuckles turned white. She could imagine what would happen to her if Zhang Ding wanted to do anything to her. "You heartless thing." Cui Er could not help but curse. Zhang Ding sneered, "Cui Er, I hope you can still curse when you are stripped naked." One of the few cultivators who were still alive laughed wildly and said, "Cui Er, I will take care of you later." Cui Er's face turned pale. She shrank behind Yang Kai. Inside the carriage, the three women were all trembling incessantly, and even the carriage was shaking from time to time. "Madam, I will give you 10 breaths of time to get out of the carriage. I will give you a quick death and give you a proper burial." Zhang Ding gave her an ultimatum. The madam closed her eyes. 2 lines of tears flowed out. She held her daughter's hand. Her face was full of despair. After a while, she made up her mind. She opened her eyes and smiled at her daughter. Her eyes were full of determination. Instead of being humiliated, it was better to have a quick death. When she was about to get up, she was pressed back by Yang Kai. The latter slowly shook his head at her. 10 breaths of time passed quickly. Zhang Ding's impatient voice sounded, "It seems that the madam wants to give me this opportunity. In that case, it would be impolite for me to refuse." With that said, Zhang Dingzhong lifted the curtain of the carriage and was about to walk in. But before his footsteps landed, a pitch-black, filthy face appeared before his eyes. This person grinned at him, revealing 2 rows of white fangs. "Little beggar." This face was clearly the face of the little beggar that he had brought over a few days ago. Zhang Ding turned pale with fright. He was so focused on his wife that he didn't notice that there were other people in the carriage. After the initial shock, he became furious. He was a master of Yuan Qi, but he was scared by a beggar. He really lost face. Without thinking too much, Zhang Ding reached out and grabbed Yang Kai, intending to throw him out. Yang Kai did not dodge. His seemingly light and powerless fists quickly struck out. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 punches had landed on Zhang Ding's chest. What incredible speed! Zhang Ding was shocked again, but he immediately sneered, "You're courting death." He didn't feel much destructive power from this little beggar's fist, so he just thought that it was a random punch. He threw Yang Kai away and said angrily, "Kill him." Several of Zhang Ding's subordinates moved out upon hearing the order. Their swords flashed as they charged towards Yang Kai. "Little beggar!" Cui Er exclaimed. She never thought that the calm Yang Kai was actually a fake master. He was defeated by Zhang Ding in just one move. Before her voice died away, Zhang Ding's face suddenly changed. Half of his body that was in the carriage froze in place. His face turned red and his eyes bulged out. It was a terrifying sight. The next moment, accompanied by an explosive sound, a pool of blood appeared on Zhang Ding's chest. Violent and scorching yuan qi suddenly surged within his body. Zhang Ding was scared out of his wits. Only now did he realize that the punches that the little beggar threw at him were very powerful. He hurriedly operated the yuan qi in his body to suppress the throbbing in his chest. Bang bang bang. A series of sounds came out. Zhang Ding's entire chest was badly mutilated. He screamed and retreated out of the carriage. He was indeed a master of the yuan qi realm. The yuan qi in his body was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Yang Kai threw out 4 or 5 burning yang bursts without hesitation. Moreover, it was the burning yang bursts after he was enlightened. There was no trace of the attack, but it still only injured him severely and didn't take his life. Blood and pieces of flesh spurted out of Zhang Ding's chest and splashed onto the faces of the 3 girls. When Zhang Ding retreated, they also screamed. At the same time, Zhang Ding's subordinates also attacked Yang Kai with their swords. But the crowd only saw Yang Kai's figure turn illusory and suddenly disappear. All the attacks missed. The footwork that he learned over the past month finally came in handy at this critical moment. Old Demon wrapped himself in the Soul Breaker All and let out a strange laugh as he transformed into a mass of black qi, disturbing the minds of the surrounding cultivators, causing them to be flustered for a moment. What the hell is this? Someone's expression changed drastically, but just as he finished shouting, Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared behind him, punching out fiercely, right in the middle of his back. This person's strength was not high. When the hidden energy of the burning yang bursts entered his body, he couldn't resist it like Zhang Ding. The yuan qi surged and his face turned red. The old demon took the opportunity to enter his body with the Soul Breaker All. When it came out, the person's body exploded into a cloud of blood. The strange laughter became more and more terrifying. The old demon was originally a 10,000-year-old demon. Although the power of his spirit was greatly reduced, his laughter still contained a power that made people's hearts palpitate. Yang Kai and his cooperation were almost invincible. Zhang Ding's subordinates were all killed before he could even finish executing a set of footwork. All of them exploded into pieces of flesh and broken limbs. Until now, Zhang Ding had just resolved Yang Kai's true yang energy. He looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious and crazy face and shouted in disbelief, "Little beggar, you have been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." The beggar that he thought was just an ordinary person was now the biggest obstacle to his plan. How could Zhang Ding calm down? What's more, he was caught off guard by Yang Kai and suffered a great loss. At this moment, his eyes were scarlet. He looked at Yang Kai with an expression as if he wanted to eat him. Yang Kai, who was covered in blood, stood there quietly and looked at him. He said lightly, "How much of your strength do you have left?" If Zhang Ding was in his best condition, Yang Kai estimated that unless he used the star mark, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, although the star mark was powerful, it took too long to gather power. It was not suitable for a life and death battle. But now, Zhang Ding was not in his best condition. First, he fought with Boss Wu. Then he was attacked by Yang Kai. His chest was bloody. It was hard to say how much strength he had left. Yang Kai was not afraid of him. "Even if I only have 20% of my strength left, it is enough to kill you," Zhang Ding roared. The long sword in his hand was flickering. He used his footwork to get close to Yang Kai. He stabbed with his sword a few times, vowing to kill Yang Kai with his sword. Not waiting for Zhang Ding to fully display his sword skills, Old Demon wrapped himself in the Soul Breaker All and clashed with him, cackling endlessly. Under his heavy injuries, Zhang Ding was unable to break through Old Demon's blockade and couldn't help calling out, "What kind of artifact is this?" He was a person with rich combat experience and knowledge, but he had never seen such a strange, secret treasure like the Soul Breaker All. It did not need to be activated, but it could attack by itself. Moreover, there was a terrifying laughter coming from inside it. It seemed that it was psychic. It was really strange. A secret treasure that will kill you. Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhang Ding's hair stood on end. He clearly saw Yang Kai standing not far from him. How could he suddenly appear behind him? When he looked again, the little beggar in front of him was blurred. It was just an afterimage. He hurriedly pulled out his sword and stabbed it in the air. Yang Kai had already used his footwork to flash to his left side. Without hesitation he punched. Zhang Ding could not defend himself. He screamed and his whole arm exploded. In an instant, his arm drooped down. This punch broke his shoulder blade. Moreover, the yuan qi that invaded his body was very pure. It was not something that a qi transforming stage cultivator could have. This made Zhang Ding particularly shocked. Although he had only practiced double cultivation with Su Yan a few times, the art of joyous union had a significant effect on refining the purity of yuan qi. The purity of the yuan qi in Yang Kai's body was far beyond his current level. This was all thanks to the art of joyous union. The old demon took the opportunity to attack. The soul breaker all collided with his long sword, producing a clanking sound. One master and one slave, the two swords were perfect without any flaws. Zhang Ding could only focus on the front and ignore the back. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he staggered and was covered in blood. His mind was greatly shaken. How could Zhang Ding have the will to continue fighting? If he did not run, he felt that he would die here. However, Yang Kai and the old demon would not give him a chance to escape. One from the front and one from the back completely blocked his escape route. Another burning sun explosion was released. Zhang Ding vomited a mouthful of blood, and his mind was distracted. The old demon saw the opportunity and rushed into his body with the soul breaker all. Zhang Ding's expression suddenly became confused. His eyes gradually lost their light and he fell to the ground. A moment later, the old demon reappeared. Accompanied by wild laughter and chewing sounds, it turned into black gas and disappeared into Yang Kai's fingertips. In this battle, the old demon had swallowed several souls. It was a great supplement. Standing in the same place and panting, Yang Kai felt a sense of powerlessness. This time, he did not use the unyielding will because the battle with Zhang Ding did not bring him any pressure or danger. However, Yang Kai could feel that his strength was still too low. If Zhang Ding was not injured, if he did not succeed in his sneak attack, if he did not have the yang liquid stored in the dantian, how could he fight with such a master face to face? Just by using the burning sun explosion, it only took 3 moves to drain the yuan qi in his meridians. If it was any other qi transforming stage cultivator, they would have already become a corpse. As for himself, he had to use almost 10 moves of the burning sun explosion to kill Zhang Ding with the help of the old demon. The hardships involved were not worth mentioning. After calming down for a while, Yang Kai slowly walked towards the third carriage. As the sound of footsteps approached, the 3 women in the carriage became nervous. Cui Er's trembling voice came out, "Little beggar?" Yang Kai weakly replied. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing Cui Er's pale face. Behind her, the madam and the young lady looked at Yang Kai nervously. "Where are they?" Cui Er looked around. Cui Er immediately covered her mouth and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. The madam and the young lady could not help but exhale. They thought that they would not be able to escape, but they never thought that they would be able to survive. This kind of narrow escape from death made them feel weak all over. Once they relaxed, the 3 women in the carriage felt weak. "Stay here and don't move. I will go and see if there are any survivors," Yang Kai told them and turned around to check the bonfire. Chapter 170. Not long after, Yang Kai came back with a cold face. "How is it?" the madam asked nervously. "They are all dead." Yang Kai shook his head. Zhang Ding's group was very clean. Those who were killed in their sleep were all killed in one blow. Those who were killed in battle were also dead. In the whole team, only Yang Kai and the 3 women were still alive. The sobbing sound of the young lady came from the carriage. Cui Er also rubbed her eyes hard. The madam was used to many storms. Although her heart was sad, she held back her tears. People die for wealth, birds die for food. The madam whispered softly as if she was mocking and scolding. After letting the three women feel sad for a while, Yang Kai said, "What are you going to do? Do you still want to go to Sea City?" The madam looked up and nodded slightly. She looked at Yang Kai with hope. "Young man, can you escort us through this section?" They were in the wilderness. After experiencing such a tragic thing, how could they dare to walk alone? Chui also grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said pitifully, "Little beggar, you can't leave us alone." Chui. The madam reprimanded, "Don't be rude." Before, she had eyes but failed to see. She thought Yang Kai was a little beggar. But now, he saved her life. If she still called him that, it would be rude. Yang Kai looked at Chui and nodded. "There is still a day's journey. I will send you there." "Thank you, young man." The madam was relieved. "I knew you wouldn't leave us alone." Compared to the madam's caution, Chui was more natural and generous. The young lady who had not spoken a word before, at this moment, thanked him with a voice as soft as a mosquito. "This place is full of the smell of blood. I am afraid that it will attract some beasts. We will leave now. By tomorrow evening, we should be able to reach Sea City." Yang Kai said. The madam hesitated for a long time and said, "Young man, can I trouble you with one more thing?" "What?" Yang Kai looked at her. "Many people died tonight to protect us. I can't bear to see their corpses exposed to the wilderness. Can you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Kai Yang's brow furrowed. He could kill people, but burying corpses was too much for him. With so many people, how much work would it take? The madam's mind was very sharp. She observed his expression and said with a wry smile, "Since that's the case, there's no need to trouble the young man Chui. Oh, you come with me and the young lady to bury old man Wu. As for the others, forget it." Chui nodded. Then she looked at Yang Kai and waved her little fist at him without the slightest fear. Yang Kai's expression was calm. He stepped aside and didn't say anything to stop him. Chui helped the madam and the young lady out of the carriage. The three women were shivering. Their faces were pale as they picked up the swords from the corpses. Then, they held the swords in their hands and found a place nearby. Old Wu must have been very important to this family. Otherwise, this madam would not have insisted that he be buried. The three women were digging a hole. Yang Kai walked around outside and collected some money from the corpses. After walking around, he found that the three women had only dug a small hole less than an inch deep. The madam and the young lady looked like they were used to living like princes. At this moment, they were clumsily busy. But they threw dirt on each other. The swords flashed and the swords flashed. He had almost hurt himself. Yang Kai looked at them from the side. He was terrified. The smell of blood here is too strong. Maybe it will attract a pack of wolves. We can't leave. Yang Kai smacked his lips. The madam and the young lady's face turned white in an instant. Chui was so angry that her chest trembled. She threw away the sword in her hand and angrily came in front of Yang Kai. Her two small fists pounded on Yang Kai's chest. She shouted while pounding, "You are still making sarcastic remarks. These past few days, my snacks have been fed to ungrateful wolves." While she was scolding, a wolf's howl came from afar. It made Yang Kai's words more consistent. This time, not only was the madam and the young lady scared to death, but Chui also didn't dare to be presumptuous. She quietly leaned towards Yang Kai and looked around. Then she said in a trembling voice, "It can't be, there really is a pack of wolves, right? But you go and tidy up the valuables. I'll take care of this." Yang Kai was helpless. In fact, if the madam said that she only wanted to bury old Wu, Yang Kai would not refuse. After all, in these past few days, Yang Kai also understood some of old Wu's martial arts. However, he was too embarrassed to take back what he had said. Now, he finally found an opportunity to do his best. "Thank you, young man." The madam was relieved. Then she asked the young lady and Chui to tidy up the second carriage. Not long after, Yang Kai dug a big hole and buried old Wu's body in it. On the other side, the three of them had also packed up and brought along the valuable items. As for the less valuable items, they could only leave them here. They did not know who would end up benefiting from them. Let's go. Young Kai sent them to the carriage. Then he sat on the side of the carriage. He held old Wu's horsewhip in his hand. Following the traces of his understanding of the past few days, he swung it. With a bang, the horse started to run. In one night, everyone was far away from the bloody place. Although it was Yang Kai's first time driving a carriage, he was still able to control it with ease. As he waved the horsewhip, the traces of Old Man Wu's martial Tao became more and more profound. Gradually, he immersed himself in it, corroborating and fusing it with his own insights. In the morning of the next day, Cui came out and said that she wanted to rest for a while. Yang Kai listened to them. Cui was very busy with cooking. After what happened last night, the three of them did not feel safe at all. They did not sleep all night. Although they did not have much appetite, they still needed to eat something to replenish their strength. When they were on the road again, Cui did not return to the carriage. Instead, she sat beside Yang Kai and looked at him. Her eyes were full of curiosity. "You are not a beggar, right?" After a long time. Seeing that Yang Kai did not respond to her, Cui could not help but ask. "Of course not." Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "I guess you must be a noble son of a noble family. Because you ran away from the marriage, you ran out of money. That's why you are so shabby." Cui boldly used her imagination. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "You heard too many stories when you were young, right?" "I didn't listen to stories when I was young. But in the past few years, I have heard some interesting stories from the young lady. There are many such stories." "Then you poor nobles encountered." Before she finished speaking, the madam's light cough came from the carriage. Cui quickly stuck out her tongue. Yang Kai smiled and continued to whip the horse. After an hour, Yang Kai was alerted. He looked into the distance and suddenly said, "Someone is blocking the road. I don't know what they are for." The madam's surprised voice came, "Maybe they are from the Miao family." Miao family. This was the family that the madam wanted to seek refuge from. During the conversation with Cui, Yang Kai also learned that the young lady and the young master of the Miao family were engaged when they were young. So, after the death of the master, the madam brought the young lady to High City. This time, the madam came to High City to seek refuge and to complete the young lady's marriage. In the future, they will probably settle in High City. "Did you send a message to the Miao family before?" Yang Kai asked. "Then when we arrive, I won't be traveling with you." Yang Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. Cui nervously said, "Little beggar, are you going to leave? You don't want to?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows at her. "Go to hell." Cui blushed. The madam and the young lady were behind her. This bastard dared to tease her. Yang Kai straightened his face and said, "Madam, I hope that what happened last night will not be leaked." The madam was stunned. She remembered Cui's bold speculation. Is he really a nobleman who ran away from his marriage? So, he doesn't want to expose his identity? Madam nodded. "Well, young man, don't worry. Last night, the three of us were only saved by a powerful person." "That's good." Yang Kai smiled. Not long after, the carriage came to the front of the group of people blocking the road. The first person cupped his fist. He asked loudly, "May I ask if there are people from the Jiang family in the carriage?" The madam's voice sounded, "Yes." That person was overjoyed. He jumped off the horse and said, "Little brother Miao Huaqing welcomes the madam." While speaking, his voice was choked with sobs. "It's been 10 years since I last saw brother Jiang. Who would have thought that it would be an eternal farewell? It's like yesterday, vivid in my mind." In the carriage, the madam and the young lady's sobs could be heard. Cui's eyes were red. The madam said, "Little brother, please restrain your grief." Miao Huaqing said, "Madam, don't be too sad." There was a solemn and sad atmosphere. After a long time, Miao Huaqing said, "Madam, you must be tired. Please hold on for half a day. We will reach High City soon." While speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai and frowned. "Why is there a little beggar?" The madam was very clever and told him what happened last night in a few words. In the end, she said, The three of us didn't know how to drive a carriage. Luckily we met a little beggar and asked him to help us drive the carriage. Damn Zhang Ding. He should be chopped into pieces. Miao Huaqing was furious. Then he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little beggar, come down. You must have worked hard." Yang Kai responded and jumped down from the carriage. Miao Huaqing gestured to one of his subordinates with his eyes. That person stepped forward and gave Kai Yang a silver ingot as a reward. Kai Yang naturally wouldn't be polite. Acting like a beggar, he repeatedly thanked him and accepted the silver ingot. "Let's go." Miao Huaqing asked someone to take Yang Kai's place. Then he waved his hand and led a group of people to High City. In the rolling dust, Yang Kai stood in the same place. He saw 3 pairs of eyes staring at him through the rear window. Although he felt sad for the Jiang family's widow, they were just strangers who met by chance. In the future, they would not meet again. Yang Kai followed the direction where the carriage disappeared. He held the horsewhip left by Old Wu and waved it casually. His feet were also moving according to the movements of the horse. After half a day, they finally arrived at their destination. This city was much bigger than Black Plum Town. However, there was a faint fishy smell in the air. It was not unpleasant. Instead, it made people feel refreshed. It was the first time Yang Kai came to a city by the sea. Although he was excited, he first bought some clothes and found an inn to stay for the time being. He did not worry about money. Last night, he made a lot of money from the dead. Chapter 171. For the next few days, Yang Kai stayed in Sea City, enjoying the scenery. The seaside scenery was beautiful, and the air was fresh and natural. It was indeed a good place to live. In the tea houses and wine shops, Yang Kai also heard a lot of strange stories unique to this seaside city. He even saw a mirage with his own eyes. This kind of beautiful scenery really made him forget to return. There were also sects nearby, and their number was not small. If the various forces were divided into ranks, with the central capital's 8 great families as super forces, then High Heaven Pavilion could only be regarded as a second-class force at best. The sects here were of different grades, some were first class while others were second or third class. There were even some that were faintly comparable to super forces. These forces were different from the forces on the mainland. They occupied large and small islands in the sea, monopolizing the cultivation resources on the islands. It could be said that this place was blessed with outstanding people, and the scenery was beautiful, attracting many people to go there to learn. However, in Sea City, except for some family forces, it was rare to see a cultivator. The reason was probably because these forces were distributed on the islands. The world energy on the islands was higher than on the mainland, and on the islands, one's cultivation speed was faster. Under normal circumstances, the cultivator of these forces would not come to the mainland, except when there was a special need. Therefore, the number of cultivators in Sea City was not only small, but their strength was also not very high. After enjoying the prosperity of Sea City, Yang Kai went to the seaside, witnessing the rise and fall of the tide, the rise and fall of the waves, the rise and fall of the waves. Yang Kai's mind flashed, vaguely grasping the similarities between his own perception and Old Man Wu's martial Dao. That was nature, not forcing it, acting according to one's nature. Just like the waves, each wave higher than the one before, when encountering danger, they would break into waves and once again gather into a torrent. In front of his eyes, it was as if a door was slowly opening. Not daring to neglect this kind of sudden flash of inspiration. This was definitely something that could only be encountered by chance. Standing quietly in place, Yang Kai slowly merged his perception with Old Man Wu's martial Dao. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai seemed to have fallen asleep. Standing upright on the beach, Yang Kai could only hear the moaning sea breeze and the sound of waves crashing against the shore. When he opened his eyes again, his entire temperament had changed slightly. His soul and spirit had received an indescribable sublimation and baptism. Using his self-created footwork, Yang Kai's body turned illusory as he stepped on the oncoming waves as if he was walking on flat ground. He jumped from one wave to another. He did not touch a drop of water. One flash, 2 flashes. His body flashed 15 times in succession before he finally let out a mouthful of yuan qi. With a splash, he fell into the sea, completely drenched. However, Yang Kai was smiling. Facing the incoming wave, he slowly punched out a fist. Burning Sun's threefold blast. There were 3 rapid explosions in the air. 3 bursts of yuan qi rushed out from the tip of the fist and punched a hole in the giant wave. At this moment, Yang Kai saw the traces of martial arts from Old Wu. It had completely integrated into his body, and there was also a change in the waves. This change was comprehended by Yang Kai into the Burning Sun explosion. Now, when the Burning Sun explosion was struck out, it was no longer a one-time explosion. Instead, it was 3 bursts of yuan qi, one stronger than the other. Like the oncoming waves, it was impossible to guard against. Genius! The old demon was completely speechless. A few days ago, when Yang Kai was comprehending, he was already extremely shocked. He did not expect that in such a short time, he would once again obtain a deeper comprehension on the basis of his original foundation. Could it be that I have not appeared for a long time, and the world has changed? The old demon's heart was filled with sorrow. Climbing out of the sea, completely drenched, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that not far from where he was just standing, there was a little girl with wheat-colored skin and messy hair, looking at him foolishly. This little girl was only about 7 or 8 years old. Her 2 big eyes were very bright. She was wearing a coarse cloth shirt with many patches on it. She was barefooted and her small mouth was slightly open. When the sea breeze entered, she quickly closed it again. People who lived by the sea usually had skin that was not too white, perhaps because they were exposed to the sea breeze for a long time. The little girl's skin color was very normal and gave people a very healthy feeling. Yang Kai put on a smile, pretending to be gentle and harmless. He walked towards her step by step. At the same time, he was secretly blaming himself. When he woke up from his comprehension, he did not notice the person beside him. He was afraid that he had scared her. Seeing her expression, it seemed that she was very frightened. Yang Kai did not dare to use his yuan qi to dry his clothes. He just walked over, still wet. He came in front of her and crouched down. With a kind smile on his face, he softly asked, "Little girl, what are you doing here?" The little girl blinked her big eyes, still looking at him. Her pure and innocent eyes were not mixed with the slightest impurity. Being stared at like this, even if Yang Kai did not do anything wrong, he still felt a little uncomfortable. If it was someone with a guilty heart, they would have been purified on the spot. After a while, she stretched out her hands and handed over something. Yang Kai looked down and found that it was a grilled fish. Fishermen who lived by the sea naturally ate fish as their staple food. "For me." Yang Kai's heart warmed. The little girl gently nodded. She stuffed the grilled fish into Yang Kai's hand and ran away, leaving a row of clear footprints on the beach. It was very cute. After running for a short distance, she suddenly stopped and looked back at Yang Kai. Then, she actually turned back and walked to Yang Kai's side. She pulled his clothes and walked in a direction. Yang Kai did not resist. He did not know what this little girl wanted to do, but she was so pure and cute. She definitely did not have any malicious intentions. After following her for a short distance, they arrived in front of a simple and crude house. The little girl stretched out her hand and pointed inside. "Do you want to go in?" Yang Kai asked. The little girl nodded. Chuckling, Yang Kai thought that she had invited him to her home as a guest. Before he could take a step, an old man suddenly walked out of the house. The old man was not young. The flowing time great emperor left many ruthless marks on his face. Moreover, when the old man walked, one of his legs was not very nimble. When the old man saw the little girl and Yang Kai, he was stunned. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, Yang Kai quickly opened his mouth and said, "Old man, is this little girl your family?" The old man kindly smiled and waved to the little girl, "Little you, come here." The little girl shook her head and pulled Yang Kai's clothes with all her strength, pulling him inside. The old man smiled at Yang Kai. "Little brother, if you don't mind, come in and sit. Little you is afraid that you will catch a cold, so she wants to drag you in to dry your clothes." Yang Kai suddenly felt relieved. So this was the reason why the little girl had come back and dragged him here. How could Yang Kai have the heart to refuse her good intentions? Sorry to disturb you. As he followed little Yu into the house, Yang Kai looked around and could not help but feel sad. This house could be said to be a real house with only 4 walls. Except for a bed and a few tattered quilts, there was nothing else. In Sea City, Yang Kai had seen the life of the rich, but on the beach not far from Sea City, there was still an abyss of suffering between a grandfather and a granddaughter. This scene was really shocking. Little Yu busily lit the charcoal fire and pulled Yang Kai close to the fire to dry his clothes. The charcoal fire was also lit in the house. After all, the sea wind outside was too strong. When the fire was lit, the dust in the house rolled, and the old man could not help but cough a few times. There was no chair, and Yang Kai was not particular, so he sat on the ground with them. Little brother, you should be a cultivator, right? The old man put little Yu on his lap and asked. How do you know? Yang Kai was a little surprised. He had restrained his aura. If he did not make a move, even a Yuan Qi cultivator would not be able to see through him, unless it was a soul travel realm master who had cultivated divine sense. But he did not expect that an old fisherman on the beach could see through him. This made Yang Kai a little surprised. The old man laughed a few times. Little brother has been standing on the beach for several days without moving. How can an ordinary person stand it? Several days? Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. The last time he was immersed in meditation, he also could not feel the passage of time. This time, it was the same. It seemed that the next time he wanted to meditate, he had to find a good place. If something dangerous happened, he might not even know how he died. Little Yu goes to see you every day. If not, do you think an old man like me would dare to let you into the house? I am not a bad person. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. While talking, little Yu kept looking at Yang Kai. Seeing that he was holding the grilled fish in his hand without eating, she could not help but point at him. Yes, I will eat. Little Yu is so obedient. Yang Kai opened his mouth and took a bite of the fish. Although it was cold, it was still fresh and tender. He could not help but nod. Delicious. Only then did Xiao Yu reveal a faint smile. After eating the grilled fish, his clothes were dry. Yang Kai wanted to say something, but hesitated a few times. Finally he said, Old man, little you can't speak? A touch of sadness appeared on the old man's face. He patted little Yu's head and said, No, something happened at home. Since then she has not spoken. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. He thought that little Yu was born with a stubborn illness and that he could find a way to treat her, but he did not expect that she would not speak. This was a knot in her heart. If this knot was not untied, she would not speak. The old man obviously did not want to talk about this matter, so Yang Kai did not ask any more. He did not want to evoke the old man's sadness. It is already late. If little brother does not mind, you can rest here for the night. The old man stood up shakily. Little Yu quickly supported him. Then I will disturb you. Yang Kai got up and bowed. The house was not big. The old man and little Yu slept on the bed while Yang Kai slept on the floor. Listening to the whistling wind outside, he could not fall asleep. His 3 years of life in High Heaven Pavilion had been difficult enough, but compared to this person, what did it count as? This old man and young man, besides occasionally catching a few fish, what could they do to support themselves? In the middle of the night, Yang Kai heard the sound of footsteps outside. He suddenly woke up. Before coming here, Yang Kai had already looked around. There were no traces of other people living nearby. There was only this house and the old man and his granddaughter. And listening to the sound of the footsteps, the person who came was actually a cultivator. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the old man sleeping on the bed suddenly sat up. In the darkness, Yang Kai could clearly see the fear on his face. Chapter 172. Old Man. Yang Kai had just opened his mouth when the old man gestured at him. Don't talk. Yang Kai frowned. Although he didn't know what the old man was afraid of, it definitely had something to do with the cultivator. Not long after, the person arrived at the door and knocked on the old door. Xiao Yu woke up and hugged her grandfather, shivering on the bed. Yang Kai's expression became cold. Old man, open the door. An angry shout came from outside. If you don't open the door, we won't be polite anymore. A second person's voice came. The old man held his granddaughter in his arms, his turbid eyes flashing with anger and helplessness. He comforted her in a low voice. Xiao Yu, don't be afraid. Grandpa is here. Xiao Yu, don't be afraid. The person knocking on the door was obviously impatient. Seeing that the old man was unwilling to open the door, he directly kicked the door open. The sea breeze poured into the room, blowing away the last trace of warmth. Old men. One of them fiercely rushed in. You have guts to close the door. Believe it or not, I'll stab you with a knife. What are you doing here? Get out. The old man shielded his granddaughter and wailed, My child's father has been taken away by you, and my child's mother has also been taken away by you. Only the two of us are left here, alone and dependent on each other. Are you still not going to let us go? Hey, old man, don't say that. We invited them to Cloud's Island to enjoy themselves. Now that they miss you, they specifically asked us to bring you two along. Only when the family is together can they be reunited. The person who came in first walked in while grinning. When he suddenly saw Yang Kai, he couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at Yang Kai with vigilance, but didn't feel any trace of a cultivator on him. He just thought that he was an ordinary person and didn't pay attention to him anymore. He secretly muttered in his heart, When did this family have one more person? The old man cried, We ordinary people don't have the fortune to enjoy this kind of blessing. Can you please let the child's father and mother go? The child misses her father and mother very much. Old man, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. The person's expression was cold. If you miss them, then come with us. When you arrive at Cloud's Island, you will reunite. Why are you wailing and howling here? After the two cultivator entered the house. He didn't say much, but Yang Kai had already heard a lot of information. Yang Kai knew about Cloud's Island. There was a Red Cloud sect on the island, but it was only a third-class force. Compared to High Heaven Pavilion, it was even worse. However, Yang Kai didn't know why they would come here to capture people. Moreover, it seemed that this wasn't the first time. The old man had said before that Xiao Yu was unwilling to speak because something had happened at home. This should be the case. Yang Kai wasn't someone who liked to meddle in other people's business. It was because he had been taken care of. Now that the grandfather and grandson were in trouble, Yang Kai would not ignore them. People should always know how to repay kindness. Xiao Yu's pure kindness was enough to move him. These two cultivators were only at the Qi transformation stage, and their abilities were not considered high. If they really fought, Yang Kai was confident that he could defeat them easily. However, it wasn't convenient to make a move here. What's more, they had a sect behind them. If his hands and feet were not clean, it was very likely that he would implicate the old man and Xiao Yu. He had to make a good plan. I beg the two of you, please release my child's parents and let our family reunite. The old man was choked with sobs. He knelt on the bed and kowtowed again and again. This old man is so noisy that it makes people angry. The Red Cloud sect cultivator cursed. He was about to rush up and attack. Yang Kai took a step forward and stood in front of him. Boy, who are you? The Red Cloud sect cultivator glared at Yang Kai. He had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but the old man had been so noisy that he couldn't open his mouth. Yang Kai smiled and bowed again and again. I am a distant relative of this family. A distant relative? The man looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and didn't ask carefully, What are you doing here? Yang Kai quickly answered, My business outside has declined. I wanted to come here to seek shelter, but I didn't expect that my uncle and aunt had already been taken to Cloud's Island by the two of you. This is really surprising. I have admired the Red Cloud sect for a long time and have always wanted to become your disciple, but I have never found a way. Today, I am able to meet the two of you. It is really a blessing from the heavens. Can the two of you take me to Cloud's Island? Yang Kai's voice was humble. While speaking, he looked nervous and expectant. He also expressed that he had been looking forward to meeting them for a long time. The two Cloud's Island cultivators were stunned. There was actually someone who took the initiative to go to our island. Was this boy crazy or stupid? The two of them looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and didn't answer. Yang Kai became more and more uneasy. The two of you, I just arrived in Sea City today. My money is a bit tight, but the two of you can rest assured that if I can enter the Red Cloud sect, I will definitely repay my brother's filial piety. Is he trying to bribe us? The two Clouds Island cultivators looked at each other and suddenly felt that their brains weren't enough. They had caught so many people and had seen all kinds of people. Today, they met this idiot's reaction. It was simply amazing. However, it turned out that he had just arrived. He should have said so earlier. He liked to bully people like you who had just arrived in Sea City. Yang Kai looked at them nervously. In his heart, he was muttering. Although he didn't know why Clouds Island had caught these ordinary people, he could only use this method to help the old man and his grandson get out of trouble. Even the old man and the little girl were caught. There was no reason for them to let a strong man like him go. Sure enough, after the two cultivators stared at each other for a long time, they suddenly laughed. They affectionately patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said, "Good, good, good. Since you have the heart to enter the Red Cloud sect, how can we have the heart to stop you? Good. Young man, you have a strange bone structure and you look smart enough. You must be a martial arts genius. In the future, if you have a meteoric rise, don't forget our brother and brother's recommendation." "I won't forget, of course I won't forget." The three of them looked at each other and laughed. The two cultivators of the Red Cloud sect secretly cursed Yang Kai for being an idiot. Yang Kai thought that the two of them were idiots. The old man and his grandson were shivering on the bed. After a long time, Yang Kai stopped laughing and said, "The two of you, look, isn't it enough for me to enter the Red Cloud sect? If the old man and the young man were to be brought along, it would be troublesome." This question was what Yang Kai was most nervous about. If they were not willing to let go of the old man and his grandson, then Yang Kai could only kill them here. Before, he had talked so much nonsense. He had only wanted to ask this question, nothing more. However, Yang Kai was obviously thinking too much. They had come here to catch people because the Red Cloud sect had a job that ordinary people could do. No matter if it was a man or a woman, old or young, as long as it was a person, it would be fine. Now that they had caught Yang Kai, the old man and the young man, they naturally did not want to bring them along. In case they died on the bumpy road, they would be contaminated with bad luck. Hearing this, they nodded and said, "Well, what you said is right. We wanted to bring them to reunite, but we did not think that the old man of your family would not appreciate our kindness and waste our good intentions. I am old. Brothers, please forgive me." Yang Kai smiled. "Since you have decided to enter the Red Cloud sect, there is no time to lose. Let's go now." The two cultivator of the Red Cloud sect had completed their task. They could not wait to leave this small and stuffy room. "The two of you, please wait outside for a moment. I will say goodbye to my grandfather and my sister. Hurry up." The two of them did not doubt him and went outside to wait. After they left, Yang Kai slowly walked to the bedside. He looked at the trembling grandfather and grandson. The old man was a shrewd person. When Yang Kai and the Red Cloud sect's cultivator were talking nonsense, he did not dare to make a sound. He was afraid that he would give himself away. Until now, he said with a trembling voice, "Little brother, why are you doing this? The Red Cloud sect is not a place where people can go." Yang Kai smiled. "Old man, you don't have to worry. I have my own plans. Don't forget. Am I also a cultivator?" The old man's turbid eyes flashed with a trace of light. Only then did he feel a little relieved. Yang Kai put his hand into his pocket. He took out all the money he had gotten from the dead people and put it in the old man's hand. He solemnly said, "Tomorrow morning, leave Sea City with Xiao Yu. Go as far as you can. Don't stay here anymore." After saying this, Yang Kai touched Xiao Yu's head and turned to leave. The old man waited until the sound of footsteps outside gradually faded away. Then, he looked at the things that Yang Kai gave him with trembling hands. It was a dozen banknotes. The old man's tears flowed freely as he pulled Xiao Yu to kneel on the bed. "Xiao Yu, people must know how to repay kindness. Remember this big brother's face. If you have the chance to see him again, even if you are a slave or a servant, you must repay him. Do you understand?" The old man solemnly said. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Her young face no longer showed fear, only calmness remained. Outside the room, Yang Kai followed the two Red Cloud Sect's cultivator and went far away. Yang Kai wanted to find an opportunity to kill the two of them, but before he could do so, he found that the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. The Red Cloud Sect's cultivator tonight was not only the two of them, but more than 20 people. Among them, there was even an Yuan Qi expert. Yang Kai did not make a move. With the Yuan Qi expert here, he would be courting death if he made a move. This Yuan Qi expert was not like Zhang Ding's wild fox Zen. Moreover, during the battle with Zhang Ding a few days ago, Yang Kai won because he had the upper hand. Now that things had developed to this point, Yang Kai did not panic. In the eyes of the Red Cloud Sect's cultivator, he was just an ordinary person. This was his advantage. As long as he could find an opportunity, he could escape. And opportunities always required patience. The two Red Cloud Sect's cultivator brought Yang Kai to a three-masted ship at the seaside. They no longer cared about him. Their previous amiable attitude was replaced by a sneer. Their sneer had a clear meaning of ridicule, as if they were saying that he had boarded a pirate ship. Yang Kai did not care about this. With the passage of time, more and more people were brought to the big ship. Some of them were crying bitterly, some were cursing, some were begging, but the Red Cloud Sect's people on the ship just ignored them as if this was a common occurrence. These people were men and women. Most of them were beggars and vagrants. There were also some who were dressed like fishermen. There were no gorgeous people. In other words, the Red Cloud Sect's targets were poor people. Because the poor people were bullied, they had no way to resist. By daybreak, the number of people who had been captured by the Red Cloud Sect had reached more than 30 people. Those martial artists had also hurriedly rushed back. Under the command of the experts on the ship set sail before sunrise and set sail towards the sea. Chapter 173. The waves surged and rolled. The ship broke through the sea and steadily sailed into the distance. The more than 30 people who were caught gradually stopped crying and cursing. Even if they shouted until their throats were broken, the Clouds Island cultivator would not pay them any attention. Instead, they would be beaten. The cultivator was very careful. He would only beat them until they cried for their parents, but would not hurt their muscles or bones. Yang Kai sat in a corner of the deck and coldly observed everything. His freedom was not restricted by anyone. He did not shout nor did he attract anyone's attention. The ship had been sailing for an hour and was about 100 miles away from Sea City. Yang Kai had been silently observing the movements of the Yuan Qi expert on the ship. He was thinking about how much chance of survival he would have if he jumped off the ship and ran away. With his strength in the Qi transformation stage, he was not worried about drowning. Yang Kai was afraid that the Yuan Qi expert would jump off the ship and chase after him. Just as he was hesitating, an old fisherman who had been caught jumped off the ship before Yang Kai could, taking advantage of Yang Kai's unpreparedness. With a soft splash, the more than 30 people who were caught became excited and rushed to the side of the ship. They wanted to follow the old fisherman's footsteps and escape by jumping off the ship. The Clouds Island cultivator did not stop them. He just looked at them with a sneer. Yang Kai felt that something was not right. They had spent a lot of effort to catch these ordinary people. There was no reason for them to let them go so easily. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from below. It was creepy to hear. It was the voice of the old fisherman who had just jumped off the ship. Hearing this voice, the people who had rushed to the side of the ship suddenly stopped and stared at the sea. What happened? What happened? There is a monster below. There is a man-eating monster below the ship. The ordinary people shouted in horror. They were all frozen in place. They did not have the courage to jump. A Clouds Sect cultivator on the ship sneered and looked at the crowd. Do you want to know what is below? Without waiting for the ordinary people to answer, he took a torch from the side and threw it into the sea. Taking advantage of the momentary light, many people saw an extremely horrifying scene. There was a pool of blood on the surface of the sea. The old fisherman from before had already been split into many pieces. Under the sea, there were some ferocious and terrifying fish beasts shuttling back and forth, following the big ship. They tore at the old fisherman's body with big mouthfuls. This is the result of jumping off the ship. The Red Cloud Sex cultivator sneered. Many people vomited on the spot. They were all ordinary people. When had they ever seen such a bloody and disgusting scene? Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. He knew that he could no longer think of escaping by jumping off the ship. The thing that was following the ship was definitely a monster beast from the sea. It was probably raised by Cloud's Island. In the water, the monster beast was the king. As a chi transformation stage cultivator, he had no chance of escaping from them. All of you listen to me. The Red Cloud Sex cultivator shouted as his eyes flashed like lightning. He swept his gaze over the crowd. If you don't want to die, then obediently stay on the ship. In another 2 hours, we will arrive at Cloud's Island. Don't think that capturing you is torture. This is my Red Cloud Sex opportunity for you. When you arrive at the island, you will enjoy endless delicious food and wear endless silk and satin. As long as you pass my Red Cloud Sex test, you will become my disciple. From now on, you can be a cultivator who can summon the moon and pick the stars. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. They obviously did not believe his words. The Red Cloud Sex cultivator was not long-winded. He only threatened them and then closed his mouth. However, after what had just happened, now, the ordinary people who had been captured did not dare to make a sound. They did not even dare to think about escaping. There were monsters eating people under the ship. How could they still have the courage? The big ship continued to sail. After another 2 hours, Yang Kai heard someone say, "We're home." "Io, I'm so tired. We have to come out once a month. Why do you think these people have such short lives? They are ordinary people. Even if they take care of themselves, they can't last long. Shoo, don't say any more. If they hear you, they will panic." Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked ahead, only to see the outline of an island not far away. This island wasn't small. Yang Kai estimated it to be 4 or 5 times the size of Sea City. However, this island gave him a very strange feeling. His eyesight was now extraordinary, so at a glance, the left half of the island seemed to be different from the right half. The peninsula on the right seemed to be covered by a layer of hazy fog, making it difficult for him to see clearly, and he couldn't figure out what kind of mystery it was. The direction of the big ship was heading towards the left side of the peninsula. After a long time, the big ship slowly slowed down and finally reached the shore. A disciple of Cloud's Island lowered a rope ladder from the deck and called out to the trembling ordinary people, "Everyone get off the ship." Although the 30 or so people were frightened, they still jumped off the ship in an orderly manner. The moment they landed on land, many people's legs went soft and they fell to the ground. They were really afraid of those man-eating monsters under the ship. Many of them were fishermen. However, after fishing for so many years, they had never encountered such monsters. "You too, help these people settle down," the only Yuan Qi expert on the ship said to the 2 disciples. "Yes, martial uncle." The 2 disciples respectfully answered. They were the 2 people who caught Yang Kai before. "Let's go. I'll take you to eat and drink." The 2 Clouds Island cultivators did not make things difficult for these ordinary people. They herded them forward like sheep. Kai Yang purposely stayed at the end of the group. With a smile on his face, he asked, "2 senior brothers, when will we join the sect?" One of them sneered at Yang Kai. "Who is your brother?" Although the other one was also impatient, he still explained, "Don't worry. Didn't you hear when we were on the ship? As long as you can pass the Cloud Sex test, you can become a disciple and enter the sect to practice martial arts." "Then what is the test?" Yang Kai continued to ask. "The test? It's a very simple test. You just have to pick some things. Don't ask too much. You will know when the time comes." That person saw that Yang Kai was easy to fool. He patted his shoulder and said, "As long as you are smart enough, we will always have the opportunity to become brothers. You have just arrived at Cloud's Island, so you don't need to worry about anything. Every day, you will be served delicious food. When the time comes, someone will naturally inform you." Yang Kai could not inquire too much and could only give up. However, Cloud's Island was indeed a good place to cultivate. The heaven and earth energy here was much stronger than Sky Tower. No wonder the sects by the sea liked to establish their own sects on the island and occupy it for cultivation. Life was an advantage. Moreover, many of the islands had special treasures that could not be found on the mainland. Perhaps it was because of the beautiful scenery of Cloud's Island, but the ordinary people who were caught calmed down a lot. While walking, they pointed at the scenery around them. One of the two Cloud's Island disciples reminded them, "Don't run around on the island. There are also man-eating monsters here. If you run around, you will end up without a corpse." To ordinary people, a monster beast was not a deterrent. But when it came to man-eating monsters, it was absolutely frightening. Sure enough, after hearing this, many people were silent. They remembered the fate of the old fisherman who jumped off the boat. Following the island's path, they walked for about an hour before they reached their destination. Another Cloud sect disciple came to meet them. He led the 30 or so ordinary people into a huge courtyard and said with a smile, "Brothers, you have worked hard. Tonight's harvest was not bad." "Not bad. We found more people than we did a few months ago. These people will be under Junior Brother's management. Brother, rest assured." A few people said a few words. The two Red Cloud sect's martial artists then left. After they left, the Cloud sect cultivator who was in charge of meeting them waved his hand and said, "Follow me." After entering the courtyard, Yang Kai looked around. He found that there were walls all around, covering an area of a few miles. There were small houses inside, and it seemed that only one person could live in each of them. The 30 or so ordinary people were all arranged to live in these small houses. Yang Kai also lived alone in one of these houses. The furnishings in the house could not be said to be luxurious, but at least it was not bad. There were beds and neatly folded blankets. "From now on, all of you will live here. You don't need to worry about anything. You don't need to do anything. 3 meals a day will be delivered to you. Your only task now is to eat and sleep well. Take care of your body and wait for my Red Cloud sect to give you a test." The Red Cloud sect's cultivator warned. Hearing this sentence, Yang Kai could not help but think of raising pigs. He did not believe that the Cloud sect caught ordinary people for them to enjoy life. It was the same for raising pigs. They ate and slept well, and when the time came, they would slaughter them. What was the Cloud sect trying to do? Yang Kai was really confused. However, Yang Kai could not escape now. After all, this was the Cloud sect's island. Unless he could safely get a ship, and it had to be the kind of ship that could withstand the monster beast's attack. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. Yang Kai put down the burden in his heart and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. The next day, someone really did send delicious food. The food was exquisite and rich. At first glance, one could see that it was carefully prepared. There was also a faint medicinal fragrance in it. It should be a medicinal diet. Yang Kai did not eat immediately. Instead, he waited for a long time. Seeing that the others were fine after eating, he picked up his chopsticks. After finishing the meal, the ordinary people felt refreshed, and so did Yang Kai. Although there were not many medicinal ingredients in the food, they were all things that could strengthen the body and help the vitality of the blood. If used for a long time, even an ordinary person could live a long life. It was like this for several days. At this moment, the people who were caught no longer had any complaints. They completely believed that the Cloud sect's cultivator had brought them here to enjoy life. These were all poor people. When had they ever been treated like this? Every meal was filled with delicacies. Each and every one of them was so happy that they forgot their home. However, in addition to the medicinal diet, the people who were caught had to drink a kind of grass juice every day. This juice was very bitter, but it was also good for the body and had no harm. Day in and day out, those poor people actually became a lot more muscular. They were in a good mood and did not have to worry about food. They felt that this was heaven. Moreover, there were not many restrictions on their movements. Apart from not being able to leave the big courtyard, they could go wherever they wanted. Chapter 174. These days, Yang Kai's life could be considered peaceful. Apart from sneaking out a few times at night, he didn't do anything else. The person guarding this place was only a chi transforming stage cultivator, so he couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai. After several inquiries, Yang Kai discovered that in addition to his courtyard, there were several similar courtyards. There were also many ordinary people who had been captured. However, they were very different from the ordinary people in his courtyard. Many of them looked haggard. Even if they were nourished with the same delicacies every day, it would still be difficult to restore their vitality. Old Demon felt a trace of abnormality from these people. More or less, each of them had a trace of demonic chi. This demonic chi wasn't something they cultivated, but rather something they had accidentally contaminated themselves with. It was this demonic chi that was eating away at their lives. After prying into this information, Yang Kai had some guesses about the Red Cloud sect's actions, but he didn't dare to be too sure. After being captured and brought to the Red Cloud sect for half a month, Yang Kai and the ordinary people had another task besides eating and sleeping. That was to listen to a Red Cloud sect disciple explain about medicinal herbs. Everyone was given a booklet. The booklet was full of pictures and descriptions of all kinds of heavenly treasures, as well as how to harvest them. The Red Cloud sect disciple would explain for 2 hours every day. Yang Kai was very serious about learning. This kind of knowledge could be used at any time. This explanation lasted for half a month. It had already been a month since Kai Yang had arrived at the Red Cloud sect. During this month, he had been secretly cultivating, which had allowed him to break through to the Qi transformation second stage. He hadn't taken any pills or absorbed any Yang Qi, yet he was able to achieve such a result. From this, it could be seen how rich the world energy here was. If it wasn't for his current situation, Yang Kai would be very happy to stay here and cultivate. After a month, early in the morning, the Red Cloud sect disciple who was in charge of guarding this courtyard called everyone over. The time to slaughter had come. Yang Kai thought in his heart. Combined with the clues he had obtained before, Yang Kai was sure that the Red Cloud sect wanted these ordinary people to go to a dangerous place to pick herbs. And this place was a dangerous place that even the disciples of the sect were not willing to enter. Sure enough, the Red Cloud sect's disciple said in a clear voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, after coming to the Red Cloud sect for a month, all of you have become much stronger. This is my sect's gift to you. But there is no free food in this world. If you still want to live such a comfortable life, you have to do something for my Red Cloud sect. This is also a test for you. As long as you pass, you can come back here and continue to live freely." The group of people had some misgivings. They did not know what he was talking about. "Now, follow me." He didn't say much and led the group out. Following the path they had taken to reach Yunxia, after a full 2 hours, they arrived at the seaside, where a large ship was waiting. Yang Kai discovered that many people had already gathered on the ship. They were the same people he had seen when he went out at night. These people were all squatting on the ship. Many of them were trembling, and their faces were filled with fear. After more than 30 people had boarded the ship, there were more than 100 ordinary people gathered on the ship. When the people who had boarded first looked at Yang Kai and the others, there was an inexplicable sense of sympathy in their eyes. "Is everyone here?" A middle-aged man who had reached the Yuan-Chi realm asked. "Everyone is here." "Set sail." The man waved his hand and the ship slowly started to move. At this moment, a terrified voice rang out, "I don't want to go. I don't want to go to that damned place. I beg you to let me go. I will never go there again." As he spoke, he screamed miserably. He stood up and staggered towards a Red Cloud sect cultivator. His face was filled with panic, but his eyes were as red as a mad demon's. When he arrived in front of the Red Cloud sect cultivator, he opened his mouth and bit him, shouting, "You want me to die? I will kill you first." This person's mind has been swallowed by the evil chi. He has gone crazy. The old demon's voice sounded. "How dare you?" It was obviously not the first time that the Red Cloud sect cultivator had encountered such a situation. Without even asking, he pulled out his sword from his waist and stabbed it into the man's chest. Then he rolled his leg and kicked the man off the ship. Under the ship, there was the sound of a monster beast dismembering a corpse. Everyone's heart trembled. The Red Cloud sect cultivator who had just killed a person coldly glanced at the ordinary people on the ship and shouted, "Whoever dares to be presumptuous will be thrown off the ship and fed to the fish." His murderous aura was awe-inspiring. Under his gaze, No one dared to look him in the eyes. The ship immediately calmed down. The destination of the ship was not far away, but the right peninsula of Red Cloud Island, which was covered by clouds and mist. After making a big circle, the ship docked. When they were on the ship, Yang Kai had already understood their mission. Yang Kai knew about the black profound fruit that they had to pick from the island. Half a month after arriving at Red Cloud Island, he had heard the Red Cloud sect's disciple explain it. On the first page of the booklet, there was a kind of black fruit that looked like a bunch of grapes. It was a specialty of Red Cloud Island. In the entire sea territory, it could only be found on Red Cloud Island. At that time, when the disciple had explained the black profound fruit, he had solemnly explained it several times. At that time, Yang Kai did not know why the disciple was so interested in this fruit. Now, he finally understood. The Red Cloud sect's main purpose of capturing ordinary people was to pick the black profound fruit. This fruit's grade was not high. According to the theory of medicine, it could only be regarded as an ordinary grade fruit. He did not know why the Red Cloud sect wanted it. Everyone was given a medicine basket. Each person had to pick at least 3 pounds of the black profound fruit to complete the mission. Of course, if they could pick other precious treasures, they could offset the value of the basket. This was also the reason why the Red Cloud sect had to teach these ordinary people about medicine for half a month. They were afraid that they would come across some precious treasures and miss them. More than 100 ordinary people were driven off the ship. The Red Cloud sect's people stood motionless on the ship. The right peninsula was like a forbidden area to them. No one dared to set foot on it. The Yuan Qi expert said, "You have 3 days. After 3 days, we will come back here to pick you up. If you can't complete the mission, you don't need to come back. You can fend for yourself. Let's go." As the ship left, more than 100 ordinary people stared at it with gloomy expressions. The 30 people who were caught with Yang Kai still did not understand the situation. However, it was obvious that it was not the first time for the others to carry out this kind of mission. After staying in the same place for a while, many people carried their medicine baskets and went deeper into the island without saying a word. Gradually, fewer and fewer people were left. Yang Kai stood on the shore and looked down. He could only sigh helplessly. Under the sea, there were some monster beasts shuttling back and forth, making it impossible for him to escape. Turning around, Yang Kai also walked into the right peninsula. "Young master, the demonic chi here is very strong. No wonder the Red Cloud sect's disciples did not dare to come in." The old demon transmitted his voice. If the demonic chi was inhaled, it may not be harmful to the body. However, if it was inhaled for a long time, it was very likely to devour the person's body and mind, causing them to become the demon race. Because of this, the Red Cloud sect needed to catch ordinary people to go to the right peninsula to pick herbs. They spent a month to nurture the bodies of these ordinary people in the hope that they would be able to hold on for a few more days so that they would not go crazy as soon as they entered the island. "Don't you like the demonic chi?" Yang Kai ridiculed, but he did not panic. "Hee," as the young master said. The old demon laughed strangely. "With this old servant here, the young master does not need to worry about being affected by the demonic chi. However, this is a strange place. The young master might as well explore it. Maybe you will gain something." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Yang Kai nodded. He was caught and imprisoned on this isolated island for a month. Although he was served with good food and drinks, Yang Kai still wanted to collect some interest. Carrying the basket of herbs, he walked towards the depths of the right peninsula. There was certainly nothing on the outside. Even if the black profound fruit's growth cycle was fast, it would not be able to withstand the repeated plucking. Only by going deeper could he possibly find something. There were many people who had the same idea as Yang Kai. Many of them were walking in groups. Very few of them were alone. As time passed, he gradually could not see other people's figures around him. While walking, Yang Kai suddenly found a figure in front of him. The figure was rapidly running towards a place. Following the direction of the figure's running, Yang Kai saw a bunch of grape-like fruits hanging on a vine. Black profound fruit. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. His footsteps flashed and he ran towards the black profound fruit. He reached out his hand and picked it. Weighing it, This bunch of fruits weighed about half a pound. In other words, as long as one found 6 bunches, one person's task would be completed. The other person also rushed over. After seeing Yang Kai, he could not help but look stunned. He immediately fiercely stared at him and growled, "Brat, give me the fruits." Yang Kai frowned and sighed. This person was originally a kind and poor person, but after entering and leaving this place, his body was affected by the evil aura. He gradually lost his nature. Now, he only showed fierceness and madness. It seemed that if Yang Kai did not give him the black profound fruit, he would kill him. "I can give you the fruits." If Yang Kai did not want to inquire about some information, he would not want to compete with an ordinary person. "Give it to me quickly." The man lowered his head and looked at Yang Kai with a fiendish look. "Answer my question, why does the Red Clouds sect want this fruit?" Yang Kai asked. This was obviously not the first time this person came here, so he should have some understanding of this matter. "Don't talk nonsense. Give me the fruits first, then I will tell you." Yang Kai smiled and threw the bunch of black profound fruit to him. The man caught it with a smile on his face. He put the black profound fruit into the medicine basket on his back and looked at Yang Kai. The fierceness in his eyes gradually disappeared. After a moment of silence, he said, "I don't know much. I only heard that they want this fruit to feed the fish." "Feed the fish?" "Yes, a special kind of fish, but I don't know what it is." After that, the man looked at Yang Kai with a strange and malicious look and said, "Look at you, a skinny brat, why don't you come with me? This place is very dangerous." Was he trying to pull him into this group? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He estimated that if he went with this man, then the black profound fruit would certainly satisfy his needs first. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." The man did not embarrass Yang Kai. Finally, the humanity in his heart was not extinguished. He coldly snorted and left. Chapter 175. Alone, Kai Yang shuttled back and forth on the right peninsula, going deeper and deeper. It had been more than a day since he entered the right peninsula. Along the way, he found a lot of black profound fruits, but Yang Kai didn't want to help the Red Clouds sect complete their mission, so he naturally wouldn't pick them. The Red Clouds sect cultivator gave him a deadline of 3 days, which should be the limit for an ordinary person, but Yang Kai had the help of the old demon, so he didn't have to worry about the evil spirit chi entering his body. On the contrary, the old demon was in urgent need of the evil spirit chi to restore his body, so he happily devoured it. Yang Kai decided to explore the right peninsula for a while, to see what kind of mysteries were hidden here, and then think of a way to leave Red Clouds Island. The right peninsula covered a large area, and there were several mountains. They weren't too high, but they were quite steep, so ordinary people couldn't climb them. Yang Kai's goal was these mountains. He believed that he could find some rare treasures there. While walking, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt as he smelled a fresh medicinal fragrance in the air. As soon as the smell entered his nose, he immediately felt refreshed, as if he had been enlightened. After carefully identifying the direction of the medicinal fragrance, Yang Kai walked to the right side. Not long after, a flower about half the height of his body appeared in front of him. At the top, there was a small pink flower with a blooming pistil. The fragrance of the flower was pleasant. Looking carefully, this flower seemed to have the face of a beauty, smiling at him. Moreover, this flower stem was strange, like a woman's graceful waist, exquisite and delicate, causing people to daydream. Beauty's pistil. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to find such a good thing in just a day. According to the introduction in the booklet given by the Red Clouds sect disciples, this beauty's pistil was an earth-level high-grade spirit medicine. If it was refined into a pill and given to a woman, it would have some miraculous effects. Even if it couldn't turn an ugly woman into a beautiful woman, it could at least make her skin softer and smoother. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be polite. He picked up the beauty's pistil and put it in the basket on his back. He continued to explore. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai had come to a place that ordinary people had never set foot in before, but since he found the beauty's pistil, he had been repeatedly harvesting. In the depths of the right peninsula of Red Clouds Island, there was a treasure waiting to be discovered. The Red Cloud Sect's cultivator didn't dare to go deep for fear of being affected by the evil spirit chi. Climbing over one mountain after another, the number of rare herbs and spirit fruits in Kai Yang's medicine basket gradually increased. The only unfortunate thing was that although the Right Peninsula covered a large area, it couldn't withstand Yang Kai's constant search. In just 3 to 5 days, Yang Kai had basically run through the entire Right Peninsula. The medicine basket on his back was already more than half full. The most inferior things inside were earth-grade low-grade items, and there were even heaven-grade exotic flowers and herbs. Moreover, there wasn't much danger here, unlike Black Wind Mountain, where the monster beast roamed. If one's strength was low, they would only be eaten by the monster beast. Yang Kai wandered around here for a few days, only meeting 2 or 3 wolves. On the 3rd day, the Red Cloud Sect's ship arrived as scheduled. Yang Kai stood on top of a mountain and watched the scene. However, there were only 60 to 70 ordinary people who made it out alive. The others should have been swallowed by the evil spirit chi and fell into a state of madness. In the end, they would only die on the Right Peninsula. On the 4th day, Yang Kai stood below a small mountain, looking up at a mountain peak that was about 300 feet high. This was the last small mountain in this area. After exploring here, Yang Kai had already covered the entire Right Peninsula. The old demon, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted excitedly, "Young master, this mountain seems to be the source of all the evil spirit chi in the Right Peninsula." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai was surprised. He also felt that the evil spirit chi here was much stronger than other places. "Of course I'm sure. This old servant's soul is trembling. Are you afraid?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Old demon laughed. "It's not fear, it's excitement. Young master, if you were hungry for a long time and a plate of delicious food was placed in front of you, how would you react?" "I beg young master to give this old servant this opportunity." Yang Kai could even vaguely hear the old demon swallowing his saliva. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang began to climb up the steep mountain wall. He also wanted to know what caused the right half of Red Cloud's island to be so different. As he climbed up, Yang Kai also looked around to see if he could find any treasures. However, even after climbing to the top of the mountain, he still didn't find anything. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. At the top of the mountain, Yang Kai stood up straight and looked around. This mountain was very strange. It was a flat peak. From afar, he could tell that it was completely bare. Now that he had set foot on it, the feeling was even deeper. There wasn't a single blade of grass or tree here. The ground on the mountain was as red as blood, and the air was filled with a fishy smell. Evil spirit chi. Yang Kai took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on a huge rock in the middle of the mountain. This piece of rock was bright red as well. With a single glance, one could even clearly see the bloody chi that was evaporating from it, and it was dense and penetrating like mist. Vigilant, he slowly walked towards the huge rock. When he got close, he still didn't find any danger. Looking closely, he saw that in the middle of the mirror-like rock, there were a few drops of red liquid. It was thick and bloody like blood. Congealing blood bead. The old demon clicked his tongue in wonder. His tone was very calm, but Yang Kai had been with him for a long time. He knew that the old demon's vision was very high. Something that could make the old demon click his tongue in wonder was a great treasure to him. "Young master, this old servant understands." The old demon opened his mouth and said, "So a little devil once died here. That's why there is so much evil spirit chi." Little devil? Compared to this old servant, it is indeed a little devil. However, in terms of the cultivator here, it is a big guy. The old demon's tone was full of pride and self-praise. How big could it be? Yang Kai was curious. A realm above the immortal ascension boundary. The old demon explained in a way that Yang Kai could understand. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. He was currently in the Qi transformation boundary. After the Qi transformation boundary was the separation and reunion boundary, then the Yuan Qi boundary, and then the immortal ascension boundary. This little devil. Well, if this little devil was a realm above the immortal ascension boundary, then who in this world could be his match? He was the #1 person in the world. But he actually died here. Although this little devil's physical body died, his evil spirit chi still gathered here. This is why the Right Peninsula is so strange. If this old servant could absorb the remaining evil spirit chi of this little devil, I should be able to recover some of my soul's strength. Unfortunately, this little devil has been dead for a long time and wasted a lot of his evil spirit chi. God damn it, why didn't you wait for this old man to come here before dying? The old demon kept calling him a little devil, which made Yang Kai's face twitch. Then what are the blood-congealing pearls you mentioned? Yang Kai looked at the blood-red liquid in front of him. This is the condensation of the little devil's blood, flesh, and essence. It contains a huge amount of energy. This old servant doesn't have a physical body and can't absorb it. Young master, if you absorb it, it will definitely increase your strength greatly. However, this old servant isn't sure if you can take it. The energy contained in it isn't something that an ordinary person can absorb. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face also showed hesitation. Being able to increase his strength greatly was naturally something that Yang Kai wanted to see. However, what if he couldn't take these few drops of blood-congealing pearls? After asking this question, the old demon laughed mischievously. Become the demon race. Young master, there's nothing wrong with being a devil. You can do whatever you want. You can kill whoever you don't like. If you like a beauty, you can play with them. If you get tired of them, you can just throw them away. There's no need to worry too much. You can be free and unrestrained. Isn't that great? Moreover, what is a human and what is a devil? It's a big mistake for the world to divide humans and devils into two classes. As long as one's humanity isn't destroyed, who is a devil? Young master, look at the Red Cloud sect's actions. They are heartless and shameless. However, in the eyes of the world, this sect isn't a devil. Humans and devils are one family. The old demon concluded. Yang Kai's heart was moved, but he still didn't dare to make up his mind. While he was hesitating, there seemed to be a fishy wind behind his head. There was also a rustling sound. The old demon cried out in alarm, "Young master, be careful." In the blink of an eye, Kai Yang used his self-created movement skill and dodged the attack. A loud noise came from that direction. Looking up, Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. He didn't know when a blood-red python had appeared there. Its body was thicker than his waist and more than 10 feet long. After missing its attack, it coiled up and looked at Yang Kai with its head held high. Its two eyes were as red as blood. Its huge mouth was spitting out a scarlet tongue. Its appearance was terrifying. The old demon cried out, "This big snake has swallowed the blood-congealing beads." Without the old demon's reminder, Yang Kai also saw it. No wonder there were only 3 drops of blood-congealing beads on the stone. It turned out that the rest of the blood-congealing beads had been taken advantage of by this big snake. "Come out." Yang Kai swung his hand. The old demon wrapped the soul breaker all appeared in front of Yang Kai. Then, Yang Kai grabbed the soul breaker all and threw it at the big snake under the old demon's incredulous gaze. "Young master," the old demon cried out pitifully. Then, it suddenly realized that it didn't have a physical body. Why should it be afraid of this big snake? It immediately understood Yang Kai's intention. Although it felt wronged, it also admired him. It had only been a blink of an eye since the appearance of the big snake, but Yang Kai had already thought of a plan to defeat it. His quick thinking was amazing. The serpent was very clever, swallowing the soul breaker all in one gulp. It didn't taste anything, but it was enraged by Yang Kai's hostile action. The serpent's tongue flickered in and out of its mouth in a threatening manner. Sticking out its tongue, it shot towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. Its bloody mouth made people's hearts palpitate. The smell that greeted them was strong and poisonous. Yang Kai held his breath. His body flashed again and appeared behind the big snake. His fist was covered in true Yang Yuan Qi. Burning Sun's threefold explosion. Chapter 176. The ferocious Yuan Qi followed the punch. Yang Kai retracted his fist and nimbly floated backwards to avoid the snake's long tail. The serpent turned around and was just about to pounce on Yang Kai when suddenly 3 muffled bangs resounded from the spot where Yang Kai had hit it. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a large chunk of the serpent's flesh began to bulge outwards. Scorching hot Tru Yang Yuan Qi burst out from that chunk of flesh, causing it to burst open and bleed profusely. The snake cried out in pain, its several dozen meter-long body swinging around like a long whip, stirring up a cloud of dust on the mountaintop. Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he realized that he had overestimated the strength of this snake. When he suddenly saw such a big guy, he thought that it was at least a rank 5 or 6 monster beast. He did not expect that he would be able to injure it with just one hit. It was not a rank 5 or 6 monster beast. It was at most a rank 4 monster beast, which was equivalent to a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. What a waste of such a big body and such a good appearance. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai moved his feet. He took advantage of the fact that the snake was rolling and gave it another hit. The snake rolled even more fiercely. However, it obviously did not want to sit still and wait for its death. It swung its long tail, creating a whistling sound as it swept towards Yang Kai's waist. Without the help of his footwork, this attack would have caused a lot of trouble for Yang Kai. However, with his footwork, it was easy to avoid such an attack. Seeing that its attack had missed, the snake hissed and spat out a blood-red mist. If Yang Kai hadn't dodged quickly enough, he would definitely have been enveloped by this mist. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He was not afraid of the snake, but the poisonous mist was a little troublesome. However, it was only a little troublesome. He held his breath and did not let himself be shrouded by the poisonous mist. The snake could not hurt him at all. While Yang Kai was fighting the serpent outside, Old Demon, who was wrapped in the Soul Breaker All and had rushed into the serpent's belly, was not idle. Although Old Demon's current strength was not great, any living creature's body was always fragile. Even if the Soul Breaker All was not sharp, it was still a weapon. The serpent's body was soon covered with cuts and bruises. The severe pain made it unable to fight with Yang Kai. Its long body curled up and jumped up, rolling back and forth on the mountain. Yang Kai looked on coldly. There was no need for him to make a move. The serpent was not very strong, but its vitality was very strong. The old demon tormented its body for an hour before it finally stopped struggling and died on the ground. The serpent's abdomen wriggled and the old demon drilled out with the soul breaker all wrapped around him. He floated in front of Yang Kai and looked at each other indifferently. "Young master, next time something like this happens, please let me know so that I can be mentally prepared." The old demon felt a little wronged. It was suddenly thrown into the monster beast's mouth by Yang Kai. If it was a timid person, they would be scared out of their wits. "Okay." Yang Kai nodded seriously. The old demon did not dare to say anything. Yang Kai asked, "Don't you think this monster beast is a little strange?" "What's strange?" The old demon asked carefully. "Its strength is very low. At least, it is lower than I expected." The old demon laughed. "Young master, this serpent became like this because it swallowed the blood-congealing bead. Naturally, it does not have any real abilities. Also, on your way here, did you find any traces of the monster beast?" Yang Kai shook his head. "That's right. This thing is probably just a normal little serpent. After swallowing the blood-congealing bead, it survived and grew into a monster beast. It can be said that it is the only monster beast here. A normal little serpent became such a huge monster?" Yang Kai was shocked. "That's amazing." He thought for a while and said happily, "If a little serpent can swallow it, then it should be fine for me to swallow it too, right? There are no absolutes in this world. If you are still worried, you can try swallowing the monster beast's inner core." "That's a good suggestion." Yang Kai nodded. He walked to the serpent, cut open its body and took out the inner core. The inner core was blood-red in color, but it was only the size of a pigeon's egg. It still contained the remaining energy of the blood-congealing bead. After asking the old demon to protect him, Yang Kai wiped the inner core on his clothes and put it into his mouth. He swallowed it. Activating the True Yang tactics, Yang Kai quickly felt a surge of energy in his abdomen. It rushed into his flesh and blood, and it was mixed with a lot of evil energy. This should be the energy of the demon that fell here. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's flesh and blood turned incomparably red, as bright as blood. His entire body was filled with an evil aura. Although it looked scary on the outside, it was not dangerous on the inside. Yang Kai only felt a slight impact on his mind and calmed down. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians was the nemesis of evil energy, so he was not afraid of it. The evil energy was gradually burned away by the true Yang tactics, leaving behind only its essence. The essence that was obtained this time was not of the Yang attribute, so naturally it would not condense into Yang liquid. But strangely, it was not absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Instead, it was absorbed into Yang Kai's flesh and blood, causing every cell in his body to rejoice and every inch of his muscles to tremble. It took Yang Kai an entire day to refine the inner core. When he opened his eyes, they were like lightning. Yang Kai felt that his entire body was different. It was not an increase in strength, nor was it a leap in state of mind. Instead, it was a change in his body. Compared to before he refined the inner core, he was much stronger. The boiling blood in his body contained a surge of energy, as if he could break the sky with one hand without using the Yuan Qi. "Young master, how do you feel?" the old demon asked with concern. "Not bad. Is the biggest effect of the blood-congealing bead to improve one's body?" "Of course. It was formed from the little demon's flesh and blood essence, so it might increase one's realm. But the biggest effect is to strengthen one's body." "Then why did you say that it will increase one's strength?" The old demon hesitated for a while, then said, "Young master, your understanding is a bit one-sided. The increase in strength does not refer to the increase in realm. The strength of the body, the purity of the Yuan Qi, the understanding of martial arts, and other aspects can all increase one's strength. For example, young master, compared to a few days ago, your body's quality is much better, so your strength must have increased." Yang Kai was stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, "Yes, you're right. I was too narrow-minded." "Young master is young, you just didn't think of this." The old demon did not dare to take the credit. Looking at the 3 remaining drops of blood-congealing beads on the giant rock, Yang Kai did not hesitate and pointed his finger at one of the drops. The blood-congealing bead seemed to have a mind of its own. The moment he touched it, it directly drilled into Yang Kai's body. A more violent energy than before exploded in his body. Yang Kai could not help but let out a muffled groan and quickly closed his eyes to meditate. In the following half a month, Yang Kai did nothing but refine the energy of the 3 drops of blood-congealing beads. Not only that, even the blood qi in the giant rock was completely absorbed by Yang Kai. Compared to half a month ago, his qi and blood were more than twice as vigorous. Whether it was his speed or the strength of his punches, they were all significantly improved. Moreover, his strength had also made a breakthrough, reaching the 3rd level of the qi transformation stage. Half a month later, under the urging of the old demon, Yang Kai reached out and moved the giant rock. Without using the Yuan Qi, he easily moved the rock that weighed at least 3,000 pounds with his own brute force. Under the rock, there was a cool cave. The cave was filled with a thick black qi. Obviously, it was the remaining qi of the evil demon, which was also the source of the effect on the right peninsula of Yunxia. As soon as it saw the light again, this qi of the evil demon directly rushed towards Yang Kai. The old demon laughed strangely. "Little thing, you actually used the old man's remaining tricks. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The old demon's words were obviously referring to the first awkward meeting between him and Yang Kai. At that time, the old demon also wanted to seize Yang Kai's body. However, after all his scheming, he was instead subdued by Yang Kai. As he spoke, he turned into a mass of black qi and moved forward. The 2 masses of black qi merged into one and immediately began to fight in the cave. Yang Kai could not see what was going on and did not know who was winning. However, after thinking about it, the old demon was an old demon. Previously, his tone was extremely arrogant, so there should be no problem. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai said, "This demon's divine soul is the same as yours. Does it still exist between heaven and earth?" The old demon's somewhat battered and exhausted voice sounded, Young master, his divine soul has already collapsed. Now, it's just a trace of remnant consciousness." Yang Kai frowned. "Oh, what's wrong with you?" Cough cough. The old demon suddenly felt embarrassed. "Young master, please, help this old servant. This old servant is somewhat unable to win against him." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became interesting. With a straight face, he held back his laughter. "Isn't this just a little demon? Why can't you win?" Hearing Yang Kai's ridicule, the old demon was about to cry. "Yes, yes, yes, it's a little demon, but this old servant died earlier than him. Sealed in heaven's cave inheritance, my divine soul is about to shatter. Young master, if you don't help me, I'm afraid this old servant will be swallowed by him." When Yang Kai heard this, he realized that the situation was quite serious. With a straight face, he asked, "How can I help? This smelly brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth wants to take over your body. You just need to let it in a little bit, just like last time in Heaven's Cave Inheritance." This was simple. Yang Kai directly stretched out his hand and dipped it into the hole. In an instant, a cold aura rushed through his arm and into his body. Yang Kai smiled, not worried at all. Sure enough, under the operation of the true Yang's secret art, this cold aura was burned away. Faintly, one could hear a miserable howl. In the end, only a small amount of essence was left, which was absorbed into the unyielding golden skeleton. With Yang Kai's help, the old demon finally equalized the situation. After waiting for an hour, it even gained the upper hand. "Enough, enough, young master. You should watch from the side and see how this old servant swallows this little thing." The old demon was afraid that Yang Kai would take away too much of the demon chi, so he hurriedly said. In his heart, he kept muttering, "How can this young master absorb any kind of energy? Isn't he cultivating a Yang's secret art? How strange." Hearing him say this, Yang Kai also withdrew his hand from the hole and no longer paid any attention to the old demon. Instead, he took out an herb from his medicine basket and placed it in his mouth to chew. Yang Kai could recognize these herbs and knew that they were not poisonous. These herbs were best taken out and refined into pills, so that they could maximize their medicinal effects. However, Yang Kai was now trapped, so how could he have the opportunity to refine these herbs into pills? Although it was a bit wasteful to directly consume them, he couldn't care less right now. The battle between the old demon and the black aura lasted for an entire day, until the two black auras truly merged into one. After this battle, the old demon's strength increased by a lot. The old demon's voice rang out, "Many thanks, young master. This old servant did not disappoint." Yang Kai couldn't help but cough lightly. The old demon shyly said, "I'll go into seclusion for a few days." Saying so, it quickly entered Yang Kai's body. Chapter 177. In the following days, the old demon was in seclusion, while Yang Kai was refining the medicinal efficacy of the medicinal herbs. Anyway, they were not poisonous, and his unyielding golden skeleton could absorb any kind of energy. He was not worried that these different kinds of energy would conflict with each other after being absorbed. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai ate all the treasures worth millions of silvers. Since he had put in the effort, he naturally reaped the rewards. His strength had smoothly advanced from Qi Transformation 3rd level to Qi Transformation 4th level. He had only been on Cloud's Island for 2 months, but he had already continuously advanced. This trip was not in vain. The Right Peninsula's treasures had almost been completely harvested, and the source of the evil spirit had also been swallowed by the old demon. Yang Kai estimated that in a few days, the Right Peninsula would no longer be a forbidden area for the Red Cloud cultivator. It was time to leave. Yang Kai went down the mountain and walked towards the seaside. If he wanted to leave Cloud's Island, the only way was to take a boat, which was also a headache for Yang Kai. Building his own boat was definitely not reliable, so the only way he could think of was to rob the Red Cloud Sect's boat. But how to rob it and how to get rid of it was the biggest problem. While he was thinking about some details, Yang Kai suddenly heard some rustling sounds coming from not far away. He listened carefully, and could hear a person's heavy breathing mixed with the sound of a woman struggling and begging for mercy. Yang Kai's face sank, and he quickly rushed in that direction. When he arrived, he took a look. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. The Red Cloud sect had sent the captured ordinary people to the right peninsula to pick the black profound fruit. But not far in front of him, there was a burly man sitting on a woman's body. His hands were constantly tearing at her clothes. He was panting like an ox, and his mouth was letting out a lewd laugh. The woman was pressed under his body, struggling endlessly, but she could not get rid of him. She kept begging for mercy, crying nonstop. Yang Kai could feel some evil energy from the burly man. His figure flashed and rushed over. He rolled his foot on the burly man's waist and kicked him away. The woman got rid of the big man's entanglement and hurriedly got up from the ground, her hands clutching her messy clothes. She shivered and hid behind Yang Kai. The big man let out a pitiful cry in midair, but when he landed, he hurriedly stood up and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. His eyes were crimson red, and his face was filled with hostility. It was obvious that the evil qi in his body was about to devour his mind. He glared fiercely at Yang Kai, his nostrils puffing hot air. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed. This big man was supposed to be a poor man. However, he had entered and exited the right peninsula of Yunxia several times and had lost his nature. Because of this, Yang Kai didn't kill him and only sent him flying with a kick. Brat, scram. There was a pained expression on the big man's face, but Yang Kai had ruined his plan, so how could he just let it go? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. After a while, the big man roared. Like a mad bull, he rushed toward Yang Kai with a fierce face. It's better to be free early. Yang Kai stood in place, waiting for the big man to rush in front of him, then he stretched out his finger and pointed at his chest. True Yang Yuan Qi poured in. In an instant, the big man's heart stopped beating, and he didn't feel the slightest pain. The big man fell to the ground, dead. Hearing the sobbing of the woman behind him, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable. Turning around, he was about to offer some comforting words, but when his eyes swept over this woman's face, he couldn't help being shocked, his eyes trembling as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. This woman was about 30 years old. She should have been dignified and gorgeous, which could be inferred from her white and tender skin. However, at this moment, this woman's face was crisscrossed with terrifying scars. Each of these scars was about the length of a finger, and each of them ran from the left side of her face to the right side. Pale red flesh rolled outwards. Although the wounds had healed, these scars would forever remain on this gorgeous face, destroying it. The woman also knew that her current appearance was too horrible. With one hand covering the torn collar and the other covering her face, she trembled and cried and thanked him. While thanking, she timidly stepped back, as if she was afraid that she would scare Yang Kai. Yang Kai's whole body was cold, and his expression was cold. He reached out a hand and grabbed the woman's wrist. No. The woman struggled. She thought that she had just escaped from the tiger's mouth, but now she had entered the wolf's den. Her head drooped, her disheveled black hair covering her face. Tears dripped down her cheeks as she begged for mercy. Yang Kai was not moved. He reached out his other hand, slowly reached out to the woman's chin, and lifted her head. Please don't. The woman's cheeks were wet with tears. She looked up at Yang Kai helplessly, the scars on her face becoming more and more terrifying. Yang Kai's eyes didn't show any emotion, only pain and hesitation. The hand that lifted her chin slightly trembled as he pushed aside the black hair covering her face, so that her face was clearly presented in front of him. The woman closed her eyes. She didn't know if it was because her face was seen, or because Yang Kai's actions had scared her, but her tears kept falling. Yang Kai's pupils shrank. He carefully looked at her for a long time before he lost his voice and said, "Madam?" Hearing this title that she had not heard for a long time, the woman slowly opened her eyes, a trace of suspicion flashing across her teary eyes, but after taking a closer look at Yang Kai, that trace of suspicion gradually disappeared and was immediately replaced by surprise and joy. "Are you really madam?" Yang Kai couldn't believe it. When he first saw this woman, he felt that she was somewhat familiar. That was why he acted so recklessly. But now he was sure that this woman was the one he had seen before. The woman finally recognized Yang Kai's voice. Her mind flashed with the face full of dirt more than 2 months ago. She trembled and said, You are that little beggar?" Yang Kai took a deep breath. When this woman said, "little beggar," he knew that he was not mistaken. This woman was the widow of the Jiang family. Apart from Cui, only this woman and the young lady of the Jiang family knew that he was a little beggar. "Why are you here? Your face." Yang Kai had too many doubts. Shouldn't Cui and the others have sought refuge with the Miao family in High City? When they parted that day, Miao Huacheng personally came to greet them. The two families had an engagement. The young lady of the Jiang family should have married into the Miao family. The woman in front of him should also be enjoying life in the Miao family. How did things develop like this? Young man. After knowing that Yang Kai was the little beggar who saved her, the woman knelt on the ground with a thud. Her head hit the ground, making a thumping sound. She said in grief, "Young man, please uphold justice for my Jiang family." Seeing this, Kai Yang quickly helped her up, but even so, the madam's forehead was bleeding. It was clear that she had used a lot of strength. "This is not the place to talk. Let's leave this place first." Yang Kai supported her and hurriedly walked back the way they came. Why did the woman become like this? Why was she caught and brought to Cloud's Island? Where are Cui and the young lady? What happened to the Miao family in High City? He had too many questions. Although these matters did not have much to do with him, he did spend a few days with the Jiang family's widow. He also had a good chat with Cui. This servant girl would also share some snacks with him. She was even more charming and witty. A good person should be rewarded with good karma. After walking for a long time, the two people came to a small hill nearby. This place was considered to be deep in the right peninsula of Cloud's Island. Ordinary people simply couldn't reach this place. The two people found a place to sit down. The woman who was in despair once again miraculously met Yang Kai. She was so excited that she couldn't stop sobbing. Yang Kai didn't comfort her, nor did he interrupt her. He just quietly waited. He knew that not only did he have many questions, but the woman also had many things to tell him. After half an hour, the woman gradually stopped sobbing. Her hair still covered her terrible face. She hugged her body and shivered. Yang Kai took off his coat and put it on her. "Thank you." Even though she was in prison, the woman showed good upbringing. "Tell me what happened in the end." The woman's eyes were filled with memories. Her voice was low as she recounted what happened to the three of them after they separated from Yang Kai. Her voice was low. "I, Cui, Huan, and I followed Miao Huacheng to the Miao family. In the first few days, Miao Huacheng treated us fairly well, but when I talked to him about Huan Er's marriage, he kept changing the subject and making excuses. I had some doubts, but I didn't take it to heart. A few days later, when I mentioned this matter to him again, he readily agreed. However, he said that his son's status was noble and that my Huan was not worthy of him. She could marry into the Miao family, but she could only be a concubine. I was very angry at that time, but I didn't do anything. The next day, I told Huan and Cui to pack up. We wanted to leave the Miao family. We came to High City from thousands of miles away. We didn't go through so many hardships just to be concubines of the Miao family. What's more, this was the marriage between Master and Miao Huacheng. How could he go back on his word? However, before we could leave the Miao residence, Miao Huacheng turned hostile and imprisoned the three of us. Speaking of this, the woman's face showed a trace of fear. Obviously, the change at that time scared her. Her voice was choked with sobs. I didn't know why Miao Huacheng became like this. After asking, I found out that everything was ordered by him. Master's death was also because he bribed those people in Tong province to kill Master. Then he sent a message to me, telling me to bring Huan or a High City to complete the marriage. It's ridiculous that I didn't know and took Huan into the wolf's den. Why did he do this? Isn't your master and Miao Huacheng best friends? Yang Kai faintly felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. That day, when he had parted ways with the madam, Yang Kai had also seen Miao Huacheng. At that time, the grief in his tone and expression didn't seem to be an act. Chapter 178. My stomach was full of anger, and the power was cut until now. The line beside the national highway was rebuilt, and the first line was even better. I continued to work. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the madam smiled miserably. How could I not want to know why Miao Huaqing treated me like this? I asked in every possible way, and then I learned that the root of all this was because of something that Master and Miao Huaqing obtained in the early years. What was it? A tortoise shell. Madam replied. When Old Master and Miao Huaqing were traveling around Sea City, they found a strange turtle shell. On the turtle shell, there was a map of an island that had been there for some years. At that time, the two of them checked the nearby islands, but none of them matched the island map on the turtle shell. They thought that the island map was not real, but to be cautious, they divided it into two, and each of them got half. Madam sighed softly and continued, Later, Master went to Tongzhou and made a career for himself. Miao Huaqing settled down in Sea City. I'm afraid that he has been studying that half of the turtle shell all these years. Only in recent years did he finally find some clues. But he did not want to share it with Master, so he hired someone to kill me, and then sent a message to me to come to High City. I have seen Master's tortoise shell before, so I naturally know how precious it is, so I brought it with me this time. Young man, do you remember the night when Zhang Ding rebelled? Was it also ordered by Miao Huaqing? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. The madam nodded slightly. After all, Miao Huaqing and Master are good friends. I am afraid that he did not want to do anything to us personally, so he ordered Zhang Ding. If it was not for the young man that night, I am afraid that Huan Chui and I would have already gone with Master. What a good friend. Yang Kai smiled sarcastically, and then asked suspiciously, You three are just ordinary people. After entering the Miao family, if Miao Huaqing wanted to get something from you, it would be easy. Why did he treat you so well in the beginning? The madam smiled bitterly. I did not understand at first, but later I felt that it was all thanks to the young man. Me? The madam nodded. That day, when Miao Huaqing came to greet us, I told him according to what you, young man, said that there was an expert who helped us along the way and killed Zhang Ding, so we were safe and sound. Miao Huaqing was a cautious person. He treated us well at first, but he didn't dare to make a move because he was afraid that the non-existent expert was still hiding nearby. Only when I decided to leave did he reveal his true face. Yang Kai nodded inwardly. That made sense. What happened next? Then, the nightmare began. The madam began to sob again, tears streaming down her face. She continued, In order to save my life, I handed over the other half of the turtle shell, but I didn't expect that Miao Huaqing didn't want to let us go. As she spoke, her body trembled. She clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. One night, Miao Huaqing dragged Huan out, saying that he wanted her to marry his son. Huan refused to obey, and Chui also stepped forward to help. Who would have thought that Miao Huaqing would be so heartless and cruel that he would beat Chui to death? Yang Kai's body shuddered. The madam continued to sob. The next day, Miao Huaqing came to tell me that Huan was unwilling to be humiliated and had committed suicide by biting her tongue. Yang Kai only felt cold all over, and a vicious aura almost uncontrollably surged into his heart. The charming maid was beaten to death, and the shy young lady of Akiji committed suicide by biting her tongue. 2 months ago, he was still traveling with them, but 2 months later, they were already separated by yin and yang, separated by heaven and earth. Miao Huaqing still wanted to humiliate me. The madam sobbed and said intermittently, but with Huan and Chui as an example, he didn't dare to go too far. After locking me up for a few days, he still couldn't succeed. In the end, he became angry and sold me to the 1,000 gold wine pavilion. Without asking, Yang Kai knew that it was a brothel. They beat me and forced me to submit. I didn't want to, so I used scissors to cut my face. No man would be interested in me like this. The madam laughed bitterly. Later, I was sold to the Red Cloud sect. I should also die. Master is gone, Huan and Chui are gone. What's the point of me keeping this life? But I can't die. If I die, no one will know about their injustice. So I have to live. I'm just a weak woman, but I have to help them redress their injustice and avenge them. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. He took a deep breath and comforted her. Madam, you are the most beautiful madam in the world, and also the strongest mother in the world. Sometimes dying is easy, but living is incomparably difficult. Young man, can I ask you to help me again? The madam raised her teary eyes and looked at Yang Kai expectantly. On the mountain top, the wind whistled. Yang Kai's face was cold. My strength is too low. Yang Kai sighed. The madam's face darkened. I will grow. It may take a few years, or even longer. I will visit the Miao family in Sea City. Not because of the madam's request, but because of the snacks that Cui gave him from time to time. The madam was stunned for a moment, then immediately overjoyed. She knelt on the ground and put her head on the ground. Thank you, young man. After a long time, she slowly straightened her body and said, Young man, although this matter was led by Miao Huacheng, there was also the instruction of the Red Clouds sect behind it. Yang Kai frowned. Miao Huacheng's son, Miao Lin, is a disciple of the Red Cloud sect, but his status is not very high. Miao Huacheng tried every possible means to get the complete tortoise shell. He wanted to give it to the Red Cloud sect so that his son could gain power there. Moreover, the reason why Miao Huacheng betrayed us and treated our Jiang family like this was because of his son's instigation. He wanted to stand out in the Red Cloud sect, but he didn't have the connections. The tortoise shell is his hope. Red Cloud sect. I know. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Young man. The madam pursed her lips, lowered her head, and said in a trembling voice, Although I know that you are benevolent and righteous, and that you are willing to avenge our Jiang family because of Cui-er's kindness. But our Jiang family is unable to repay her kindness. Don't worry about it. Young man, please listen to me. The madam insisted. Yang Kai nodded. Actually, after my master obtained that half of the tortoise shell, he has been studying it all these years. Miao Huacheng has gained some insights, and my master is the same. He obtained another map from his half of the tortoise shell. According to my master's deduction, the two tortoise shells combined into one is the route to find the island, and the other map he obtained is the route to the island's interior. Oh! Yang Kai was surprised. Where is the map? On my body. The madam replied. Her tone was somewhat unnatural. Yang Kai was puzzled. The madam was a weak woman. How could she keep such an important map? Didn't Miao Huacheng search her body? After a long silence, the madam seemed to have made up her mind and said, Young man, my Jiang family is unable to repay your kindness, so I will use this map as a reward. Finished speaking, she grabbed her trousers and tore them open, revealing her plump, round, and snow-white thighs. The map was embroidered on my body. The madam lowered her head, her body trembling. Obviously, she had mustered up her courage to make such a decision. Yang Kai's face was a little red. He didn't dare to look at her and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. These days, as his cultivation and strength increased, the influence of the yin-yang joyous unification art on him became deeper and deeper. From time to time, Su Yan's face would flash in his mind. If not for his extraordinary willpower, he wouldn't have been able to persist. Now that the madam had made such a move, Yang Kai couldn't bear it. Madam. Yang Kai frowned. Young man. The madam's face was also red. This is master's life's work. I don't want it to be buried, and I don't want it to fall into the hands of my enemies. Consider it a reward. I will give it to young man. I ask young man to accept it. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that if he refused again, she would definitely feel uneasy. Sighing, he said, Forgive me. Squatting down, he fixed his eyes on the madam's thigh. It was a mountain range in the shape of an island. There were many places that were specially marked, and there was also a winding route. This map should have been made with an embroidery needle dipped in paint. It covered the madam's entire thigh, from her knee to the base of her thigh. Although it was impossible to show the original map in its entirety, it was definitely not far off. Yang Kai found it hard to imagine how an ordinary woman could have such strong perseverance to make such a magnificent map on her own body. How much pain did she have to endure? How much time did it take? Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. His eyes carefully looked at the map, and there was not the slightest trace of strange emotions. The madam had been trembling, closed her eyes, and kept crying. After about a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai remembered everything in his mind. He reached out and tidied up the madam's torn clothes. "Young man, thank you for everything." The madam sat sideways on the ground and said in a flat voice. When she said these words, she seemed to have put down all the burdens in her heart. Yang Kai felt a resolute conviction from her tone. Her heart was dead. She only lived to find someone to redress her grievances. Now that her wish was fulfilled, she naturally had no more worries. Looking at her in a daze, Yang Kai did not speak for a long time. One day later, Yang Kai went down the mountain. He carried the madam's medicine basket, which was filled with the black profound fruit. Step by step, he walked towards the seaside with an indifferent expression. On the hilltop, the madam had been sitting there. Her tears had dried up. She looked at the sea, motionless. Yang Kai did not take her away, because living was more painful than dying. She only needed a release. A few hours later, Yang Kai arrived at the seaside. After waiting for a long time, the big ship of the Red Clouds sect arrived. Many people were waiting with Yang Kai. When they saw the big ship arrive, they all cheered. On the side of the ship, the cultivator of the Red Clouds sect blocked the way to the ship. He checked everyone's harvest. Those who completed the task of 3 kilograms were allowed to board the ship. Those who did not complete the task were directly taken to the medicine basket and thrown into the sea to be eaten by the monster beast. Dozens of people, only 3 or 4 who did not complete the task were thrown into the sea and became the monster beast's food. Yang Kai mixed in the crowd, but no one saw any clues. After all, these people who picked the black profound fruit were ordinary people. Which Red Cloud's sect disciple would pay attention to ordinary people? After half an hour, the big ship set out again. It circled to the left peninsula, put down these ordinary people, and sent them to the house. Chapter 179. After returning to the Red Cloud sect's courtyard, Yang Kai's mood was somewhat heavy. If he hadn't met the madam, he would have tried to steal a ship and leave this place. But now, he didn't want to leave. Since the Red Cloud sect had obtained the entire turtle shell, they would certainly take action. The map they obtained was only the map of the outside. The most important part was in his hands. Yang Kai felt that he couldn't waste the madam's good intentions. She had mustered up the courage to let him memorize the map, not to let him bury it. If he guessed correctly, the Red Cloud sect would certainly take action within the next few months. Yang Kai thought about a lot of things and also had his own speculations. Yang Kai guessed that the reason why Miao Huaqing wanted to give the complete turtle shell to the Red Cloud sect was because of his son's future. On the other hand, it was because the Miao family didn't have the strength to explore the mysterious island. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to gain a good impression of the Red Cloud sect and create a good future for Miao Lin. The internal map of the island was enough to allow him to avoid most of the risks and reach the most important place. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secrets were hidden in the mysterious island, but it was certainly worth the risk. The only problem now was how to sneakily work together with the Red Cloud sect. They had the map of the mysterious island. If he didn't go with them, he would never be able to reach that place. For the next few nights, Yang Kai frequently went out to inquire about information. From the conversations of some disciples, Yang Kai learned that the Red Cloud sect's higher-ups had obtained a mysterious sea map and were preparing for it. They wanted to go out and explore. These ordinary disciples didn't know much about the matter. They only vaguely heard about it from the conversations of the higher-ups. As for the specific situation, they weren't very clear. While Yang Kai was thinking hard about how to safely infiltrate the Red Cloud sect's exploration team, early one morning, the shouts of the Red Cloud sect's disciples could be heard in the courtyard. Not long after, all the ordinary people who were caught gathered together. These people looked frightened. Someone whispered, "Why are we going to pick herbs again? We have only been back for a few days. Didn't we pick herbs once a month?" "Heh, we are not going to pick herbs this time. As for what we are going to do, you don't need to ask. Just board the ship as usual." The Red Cloud sect disciple replied with a smile. When Yang Kai heard this, his heart trembled. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly came to a realization. If his guess was correct, then this morning was really an opportunity. As usual, they arrived at the seaside. At this moment, there was a ship that was even bigger than the ones they had seen in the past. This ship was about 20 zhang long and had 5 masts. The sails of the ship fluttered in the wind. The bow of the ship was like the head of a dragon, and its appearance was grand and flamboyant. Many people had never seen such a large ship in their lives, so they couldn't help but be shocked. Heavens, this is the Red Cloud sect's largest dragon boat. Where is it taking us? A knowledgeable person whispered. Yang Kai was more and more certain of his guess. Who would have thought that when he had racked his brains to find a way to sneak into the Red Cloud sect's exploration team, they would actually take the initiative to bring him here? The Red Cloud sect didn't bring these ordinary people to explore the treasures, but to work on the large ship. If they wanted to operate such a large ship, they would certainly need a lot of manpower. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's expression calmed down. Since this was the Red Cloud sect's exploration ship, there must be an expert on it. An expert that was more powerful than the Yuan-Chi realm was the immortal Ascension Boundary. He could hide in front of an Yuan-Chi cultivator, but if an immortal Ascension Boundary expert was interested and used their divine sense to spy on him, he would be exposed. Therefore, he had to be very, very careful. He absolutely couldn't reveal any flaws, otherwise he would die without a burial place. Along with the crowd, the Red Cloud sect cultivator caught up to the ship. Under the guidance of the cultivator, there were nearly 70 ordinary people who each received a different kind of work. Yang Kai's luck was good. He wasn't assigned to the bottom row and was responsible for miscellaneous tasks. There was no fixed task, but he had to do everything. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Although it was safer to hide in the bottom row, Yang Kai was more willing to stay on the deck and inquire about all kinds of information. As long as he was cautious, he wouldn't attract the attention of the immortal Ascension Boundary experts. After waiting for a long time, a group of people from the Red Cloud sect arrived. Leading them were 2 old men. They were in the prime of their lives. They had red skin and white hair. Their eyes were like lightning. They had a dignified air about them. These 2 people were the top experts of the Red Cloud sect. One of them was an old man and the other was an old woman. They were talking and laughing as they walked towards the ship. Behind them were many of the Red Cloud sect's cultivator. There were both men and women. In total, there were about 50 of them. They were all the elites of the Red Cloud sect. A middle-aged man from the Red Cloud sect who was originally on the ship quickly shouted, "Welcome, martial uncles." Once he shouted, the Red Cloud sect disciples on the ship also hurriedly responded. The old man and old woman smiled and lightly floated onto the ship. Looking around, the old woman asked, "Is everything ready?" The middle-aged man respectfully replied, "Everything is ready. Now, we are only waiting for the arrival of the 2 martial uncles. Then we can set sail." The old man replied and waved his hand. "You go and arrange it. Your martial uncle Lon and I will be in seclusion in the cabin. If there is nothing important, do not disturb us." "Yes." When the 2 immortal Ascension Boundary old men stepped into the cabin, Yang Kai involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man's position in the Red Cloud sect should not be low. He stood on the ship and arranged for the cultivator to board. After busying himself for half an hour, under his command, the ship slowly started to move. Yang Kai stood on the deck, pretending to do something while silently memorizing the direction of the ship. The ship broke through the wind and waves. It could travel 1,000 miles in one day and night. Gradually, there were no islands around, only the boundless ocean. The sun set and the moon rose. Yang Kai stayed on the ship for 3 days. He carefully did chores and learned some things from the conversations of the cultivator who boarded the ship. The purpose of this ship carrying so many people was indeed to explore that mysterious island. However, the cultivator of the Red Cloud sect called the mysterious island the Hidden Island. This word reminded Yang Kai of the many strange things he had heard in Sea City. The Hidden Island was one of them. It was rumored that the scenery in the sea serpent's embrace was not fake. But somewhere in the depths of the ocean, there was a real existence. But for some unknown reason, these scenes spread thousands of miles away and were imprinted in the eyes of the residents of Sea City. The places that appeared in the sea serpent's embrace could not be reached by ordinary means. Only with the island pass could one approach and enter. These islands that could not be easily approached and could not be seen were called the Hidden Island. On the Hidden Island, there was wealth, martial arts, and cultivation methods that could allow one to soar to the sky. There were also innumerable treasures of heaven and earth. Everyone wanted to go to the Hidden Island, but they always had no way. But now, this opportunity had fallen on the head of the Red Cloud sect. Therefore, the Red Cloud sect dispatched their elites and even dispatched 2 immortal ascension boundary experts to go to the Hidden Island to see what was going on. The Red Cloud sect only had 4 immortal ascension boundary experts. But now, half of them were gone. This showed the sect's determination. In the past few days, Yang Kai heard the most talk about the Red Cloud sect's cultivators yearning for the mysterious Hidden Island. He imagined what kind of opportunities and adventures he would obtain there. Yang Kai thought of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. He woke up the old demon who had been in seclusion and asked him. Only then did he know that the Hidden Island should not be the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Maybe it was because a master occupied an island to cultivate, but did not want to be disturbed by outsiders. Therefore, he arranged some kind of array to make the island disappear from the world's view. Or this hidden island had a natural array that ordinary people could not see. But in any case, there was indeed an opportunity in the Hidden Island. Yang Kai also remembered the names and strength of many of the Red Cloud sect's disciples through the chat. The middle-aged man was called Yu Xiaoping. He was Yuan Qi 9th stage and was an elder of the Red Cloud sect. Yuan Qi could be an elder. This Red Cloud sect was indeed not comparable to High Heaven Pavilion. Moreover, their immortal ascension boundary experts were old. Although the elders of High Heaven Pavilion were also old, they were definitely younger than the 2 martial uncles. Of the 2 immortal ascension boundary experts who boarded the ship, the old man was called Ding Jiazi, immortal ascension boundary 5th stage. The old woman was called Huaxiang Lan, immortal ascension boundary 4th stage. Both of them were grand elders of the Red Cloud sect. Usually, they would only meditate in seclusion within the sect. After all, half of their necks were already buried in the ground. If not for the importance of this matter, they would not have appeared. On this day, Yang Kai was silently cleaning the deck when he suddenly heard someone talking. Why are you here alone? Didn't Miao Lin accompany you? Hearing the 2 words Miao Lin, Yang Kai's ears immediately perked up. He remembered that the Jiang family's madam had said that Miao Huacheng's son was called Miao Lin. He was the one who instigated the calamity that befell the Jiang family. Was it the same person? Yang Kai paid attention, but his hands did not stop moving. He deliberately walked over to the person who was talking and quietly looked up. On the other side of the ship, there was a beautiful woman enjoying the sea breeze. She wore a light blue dress, and the sea breeze made her dress stick tightly to her body, outlining her graceful curves. She was about 20 years old, with a perky chest, a slender waist, and slender legs. Her skin was not the usual wheat color of the seaside, but rather white like mutton fat jade, so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. However, this woman's expression was quite arrogant. Her eyes carried a sense of superiority. Beside her stood a middle-aged man. It was the Red Cloud sect's elder, Yu Xiaoping. It turns out that this woman is his daughter, Yu Aoen. Yang Kai understood. He had heard the name Yu Ao in many times in the past few days. Many young disciples of the Red Cloud sect were talking about her in private. Just like Su Yan's position in the High Heaven Pavilion, Yu Aoen was also the object of admiration of many young elites in the Red Cloud sect. Chapter 180. Hearing Yu Xiaoping's inquiry, Yu Aoqing's face showed a touch of impatience and disgust. She gritted her teeth and said, "He can't wait to stick to me." "Oh, you don't like him?" Yu Xiaoping laughed. "What do you think?" Yu Aoqing snappily retorted. "Bear with it, this time, we still have to rely on him." Although Miao Huaqing gave us the map, he did not tell us much about his research over the years. He only taught Miao Lin, so if we want to find the hidden island, Miao Lin is indispensable. Yu Xiaoping softly comforted. Yu Aoqing's pretty face was bitter as she gently shook Yu Xiaoping's arm. Father, it's not like you don't know what kind of person he is. In the morning he even tried to make a move on me. If it weren't for your repeated warnings, I would have thrown him into the sea. Yu Xiaoping's face was cold. He made a move on you? Yu Aoqing felt very wronged. Before this incident, she had never heard of Miao Lin, but because of this incident, she had to compromise and appease Miao Lin. For the proud and arrogant Yu Aoqing, this was tantamount to torture. You have been wronged. Yu Xiaoping's complexion was not good. Yu Aoqing was his daughter. He naturally treasured her and hoped that she could marry a dragon in the future and live a happy life. Miao Lin had no connections. He had no aptitude, and he had no strength. In the past, he was not even worthy of carrying his daughter's shoes, but now, in order to obtain information from Miao Lin, he could only let his daughter sacrifice her body. Rest assured, when we find the hidden island, Father will uphold justice for you. Yu Xiaoping comforted. I really hope we can arrive early. Yu Aoqing gnashed her teeth. When we get there, I will throw him into the sea. As long as you are happy. Yu Xiaoping smiled slightly. He did not care at all, as if his daughter was only talking about throwing an animal away. Sea City's Miao Huaqing would never have thought that things would develop to this point. He offered the sea map with the intention of fighting for a good future for his son. He wanted the Red Cloud sect to pay attention to Miao Lin. The Red Cloud sect's upper echelons also agreed to Miao Huaqing's request and wanted to focus on cultivating Miao Lin. But Miao Lin did not want to overestimate himself, thinking that his ability had increased, and set his sights on Yu Aoqing. This was simply playing with fire. While they were talking, Yu Xiaoping suddenly said, "That brat is chasing over. You, if you really don't want to, then avoid him. But remember, don't lose your temper with him." I know. Yu Aoqing's chest heaved as she took a deep breath. Yu Xiaoping quickly left. A moment later, a young man in his 20s came to the deck, a look of expectation on his face as he looked around. When he saw Yu Aoqing standing at the side of the ship, he couldn't help but smile and quickly ran over. Was this Miao Lin? Yang Kai memorized his appearance but didn't show it on his face. The young lady of the Jiang family bit her tongue and committed suicide because she didn't want to be humiliated. Miao Lin was a man of striking appearance, except that his face was a little sallow. Other than the fact that his footsteps were a little shaky, everything else was fine. Rather than calling such a person a cultivator, it would be better to call him a hedonistic young master who indulged in wine and women. After all, the Miao family still had some power in Sea City. It was enough to support him in his extravagance outside. He came to Yu Aoqing's side, his eyes filled with unconcealed love. Affectionately, he said softly, "Senior Sister Qing. The wind on the deck is strong, be careful not to catch a cold." Although Yu Aoqing was disgusted to death, she had to squeeze out a stiff smile. "It's fine, the air on the sea is clear, it can blow away people's troubles." Yu Aoqing's words were implicit, but Miao Lin acted as if he didn't understand at all, smiling gently. "So Senior Sister Qing is in a bad mood? Is there something unhappy? You might as well tell Junior Brother. Junior Brother is willing to share your worries." Yu Aoqing's beautiful face flashed a trace of hidden anger, but she still smiled and shook her head, reserved and beautiful. Yang Kai was cleaning the deck, listening to the two talk, one feigning civility, the other in high spirits, and in his heart he couldn't wait to throw Miao Lin into the sea. Yu Aoqing hinted again and again, but he still acted as if he didn't understand, or perhaps he did, but he still shamelessly pestered her. It was really hard to have a good impression of him. The two of them talked for a long time. Just as Miao Lin was in high spirits, showing off the prestige of the Miao family in Sea City, a loud bang suddenly came from the bottom of the big boat. Immediately, the whole big boat shook. Standing on the side of the ship, Miao Lin and Yu Aoqing both lost their footing and almost fell into the sea, but the two of them were cultivator after all. Their reactions were naturally extraordinary, extremely agile, and hurriedly stabilized themselves. It was unknown what Miao Lin was thinking. Perhaps he wanted to play the hero at the critical moment to win the favor of the beauty, or perhaps he wanted to take advantage of the situation, but after stabilizing himself, he actually exclaimed, Senior sister, be careful. While shouting, he reached out and hugged Yu Aoqing's waist. Yu Aoqing was a proud woman, even talking to him made her feel disgusted, so how could she be hugged by him? In a hurry, she twisted her body, avoiding Miao Lin's outstretched hand. At this moment, the ship shook violently again. Yu Aoqing was in the middle of turning around, but this sudden shake really made it impossible for her to stand still, and she flew out diagonally, letting out a short cry of surprise. And the direction she flew out was actually Yang Kai's position. Yang Kai was wearing dirty clothes, holding a dirty broom in his hand. When he looked up and saw this scene, he was really shocked and did not know what to say. He stood here, just to eavesdrop on the two's conversation, to inquire about some information. How could he have thought that such a dramatic scene would occur? Seeing that Yu Aoqing was about to throw herself at him, at this critical moment, Yang Kai pretended to slip, falling on his back, and also rushed forward a long distance. Almost at the same time he fell, Yu Aoqing flew over him, falling heavily on the deck. She just couldn't die. Next to her, dirty water was poured over her head. A beauty admired by countless men, in an instant became a drowned rat. Her clothes and hair were all wet. Smelling the dirty water on her body, Yu Aoqing almost vomited. Yang Kai also wailed on the ground, making a normal person's reaction. A beauty was flying towards him. As a normal man, what he should do was naturally to catch her steadily. Even if he was injured, he must not let her fall. But Yu Aoqing was not a Buddhist woman, and Miao Lin was not a kind man. Yang Kai was sure that if he had caught Yu Aoqing, then what he would have to face was the anger of this man and woman. Yu Aoqing would be treated like an ordinary person because of him. Moreover, it would be a lowly servant who had touched her body, and Miao Lin would be angry because of jealousy, and he would not be able to see the sun tomorrow. So avoiding her was the best choice. The ship was still shaking. Miao Lin rushed to Yu Aoqing's side, and finally found a chance to get close, and helped her up, saying in surprise, "Senior sister, are you okay? Get lost." Yu Aoqing could no longer bear it. If this disgusting man did not want to hug her, how could she be thrown away? How could she be drenched in dirty water? How could she lose face and stink? At this moment, Yu Aoqing's heart was filled with killing intent. Being yelled at by her, Miao Lin looked stunned, and hurriedly took 2 steps back. At this time, many cultivators rushed to the cabin. Yu Xiaoping was among them. He rushed to the deck and looked down, his face changing. "It's the monster beast." All disciples prepare to fight. Looking up, seeing the dirty Yu Aoqing, he could not help but be stunned. "Qing, are you hurt?" Yu Aoqing clenched her teeth, staring at Miao Lin with incomparable resentment, then slowly shook her head. "You go back and rest. You don't need to worry about this." Yu Xiaoping shouted. "Senior sister, I'll send you off." Miao Lin immediately followed. Yu Aoqing growled, her beautiful and dirty figure quickly disappearing from the deck. On the ship, those ordinary people were also quickly evacuating. The Red Cloud sect cultivator did not care about their life or death at this moment. If they stayed on the deck, it would be disastrous. Suddenly, a monstrous wave surged up from the side of the ship, bombarding the ship, shaking it a few times. Yang Kai hurriedly got up and followed the ordinary people into the cabin. Everyone huddled together, shivering. Many people were muttering incessantly, praying that the ship would not sink. If this ship sank, except for the 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Supreme Elders, everyone else would probably die in the sea. Yang Kai listened for a moment, his tense mood gradually relaxing. He found that the 2 Supreme Elders of the Red Cloud sect did not move, which meant that the monster beast was not high level, and Yu Xiaoping was enough to deal with it. However, the number of these monster beasts was quite large, and from all directions came crashing sounds. The battle lasted for a full 2 hours before it gradually stopped. The attacking demonic beasts were either killed or repelled, and the noisy activity finally calmed down. The Red Cloud sect's victory, even the ordinary people could not help but cheer, as if they had also won the battle. Yang Kai saw this and only felt a burst of sadness. Not long after, the Red Cloud sect disciples called the ordinary people to clean the deck. When everyone came up to see, they were all shocked. On the deck, there were bloodstains everywhere, and there were also some strange-looking big fish. At this moment, they were all dead, their mouths wide open, their mouths full of fangs. No one from the Red Cloud sect died, only a few of the weaker ones were injured, but there were no major problems. Yang Kai followed the crowd to clean the deck of the ship's bloodstains, taking care of the sea monster beast that had been killed, sweating profusely and smelling of blood. Perhaps it was because they had already entered the depths of the sea, but after the first monster beast attack, in the next few days, monster beasts would come to visit them, and as time passed, the strength of these monster beasts also became stronger and stronger. In order to deal with these monster beasts, many sick ordinary people were ruthlessly thrown into the sea to attract the attention of the monster beast. Yu Xiaoping's face became more and more serious day by day, and Miao Lin was often called by him to the deck, where the two of them studied a turtle shell that was about the size of a millstone. Chapter 181. Half a month after leaving Red Cloud's island, the ship seemed to have lost its way. Yu Xiaoping was so anxious that his mouth started to burn. He was in charge of the turtle shell and was responsible for taking people to the hidden island. It could be said that the lives of the people on the ship were in his hands. He had a long way to go, but now he couldn't find the correct route. He was impatient and could no longer treat Miao Lin as calmly as before. Yang Kai often saw him yelling at Miao Lin on the deck, forcing him to tell him the information he had. Miao Lin naturally didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything he knew. The attacks of the monster beast in the sea were becoming more frequent and fierce. The two supreme elders of the Red Cloud sect had participated in the battle time and time again. If it weren't for them, the ship would have already been smashed into pieces by the monster beast. Even so, the Red Cloud sect had suffered heavy losses. More than a dozen of the 50 disciples they brought had died, and only half of the 70 ordinary people were left. The other half were thrown into the sea by the Red Cloud sect to attract the attention of the monster beast. On this ship, as long as you fell ill, it was equivalent to being abandoned. Yang Kai had seen what it meant to be cruel and merciless. In the face of the ordinary people who had no resistance, the Red Cloud sect's cultivator threw them into the sea under the sharp teeth of the monster beast as if they were livestock, just to delay a little bit of time. Human lives here were as light as grass. The remaining ordinary people lived in fear and trepidation every day. After 3 days, the people on the ship became even fewer. But the ship seemed to be in a sea territory and couldn't find the correct direction of the hidden island. Miao Lin was slapped a few times by the angry Yu Xiaoping. His mouth was full of blood, but he didn't dare to complain. On this day, when the sun rose in the east, Yang Kai, who was resting under the cabin, suddenly heard a surprised shout from the deck, "Hidden island, hidden island." This shout was filled with the joy and excitement of surviving a desperate situation, and it reached almost everyone's ears. Dang dang dang, all of the Red Cloud sect's cultivator began to move as they hurriedly rushed to the deck. The ordinary people also did the same. Yang Kai followed the crowd to the deck. When he looked up, he couldn't help but be shaken. Under the scorching sun, there was an illusory scene floating in midair a few thousand feet in front of the ship. It was a scene like a paradise. High mountains, flowing water, high mountains, and steep ridges. Birds flew in flocks in the sky, and there seemed to be the tinkling sound of a mountain spring in one's ears. What entered one's eyes was a scene that was too beautiful to behold. It was exceptionally enchanting, and there was an otherworldly aura everywhere. It was like a treasured land that no one had set foot on for thousands of years. Numerous rare flowers, plants, and peerless spirit medicines swayed in the wind as they grew healthily. It was lush and verdant, filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. There were also many unknown animals that flashed past everyone's eyes. They even brought along a string of colorful lights as they ran. Rush. Yang Kai was fortunate enough to see this kind of beautiful scenery before in Sea City. Now that he saw it again, he naturally recognized it at a glance. It was rumored that the scenery that appeared in the mirage was real, but because of some special reasons, it was discounted to 10 million for the world to see. But this time, the mirage was somewhat different from the last time because it was too real. It was so real that it was as if he could reach out and touch it. It was as if it was real in front of his eyes. Yu Xiaoping was emotional. He held the huge turtle shell with both hands and carefully examined it. Suddenly, he laughed. I understand. Sea City is now the time to enter the island. No wonder we couldn't find the door, so it was like this. The two Red Cloud sect's supreme elders were also emotional at this moment. The old man, Ding Jiazi, asked in a deep voice, Xiao Ping, what's the situation now? The old woman, Huaxiang Lan, also looked over. Yu Xiaoping didn't dare to neglect. With an excited smile on his face, he respectfully said, Martial uncles, I think we have arrived at the location of the hidden island. But Huaxiang Lan's seemingly turbid eyes flashed with a trace of light. Yu Xiaoping pointed to the mirage in front of them and said, There. After saying that, he hurriedly handed the tortoise shell in his hand to the two Grand Supreme Elders. Martial uncles, please inject your vitality into this island guide. With the help of this island guide, we will be able to open the entrance to the island. Ding Jiazi and Huaxiang Lan looked at each other and didn't hesitate. They took the huge turtle shell together and then operated Yuan Qi, fiercely pouring it into the turtle shell. This turtle shell seemed ordinary, but in fact, it was very famous. Usually, no matter how others tried to probe it, they couldn't feel anything unusual. But at this moment, when Ding Jiazi and Huaxiang Lan poured Yuan Qi into it, they found that the turtle shell had become a bottomless hole, crazily swallowing their Yuan Qi. In just a short while, the two elderly Grand Elders were already on the verge of collapsing, their faces pale. Not good. Ding Jiazi cried out in alarm and shouted towards the Red Cloud sect's cultivators, What are you looking at? Quickly come and help me. When the Red Cloud sect cultivator heard this, they quickly rushed over and poured their Yuan Qi into the turtle shell. With the help of these people, Ding Jiazi and Huaxiang Lan were able to stabilize their position. Not long after, the plain turtle shell suddenly bloomed with a rainbow light. There seemed to be murmuring sounds coming from inside the turtle shell. The road map engraved on top of the turtle shell also seemed to be alive, constantly moving. One after another, the cultivator was drained of all their Yuan Qi and withdrew, exhausted. Only when the Red Cloud sect cultivator took turns to go up did the turtle shell seem to be full. The rainbow light that shot out from the turtle shell was as dazzling as the sun. Suddenly, Ding Jiazi and Huaxiang Lan exclaimed at the same time. A dense light burst out from the turtle shell, forcing the two people to retreat. The turtle shell turned into a stream of light and rushed straight to the sky. Two martial uncles. Yu Xiaoping was shocked. Ding Jiazi and Huaxiang Lan stood firm. Their faces were pale, but they waved their hands to indicate that they were fine. Everyone looked up and saw that the tortoise shell had flown several thousand feet away, landing right on top of the Fata Morgana. As rays of rainbow light shot out, the beautiful Fata Morgana slowly crumbled apart. With the disappearance of the mirage, it was as if an invisible barrier was broken. In everyone's field of vision, an island that was much larger than Red Cloud Island appeared without warning. Hidden Island. Yu Xiaoping's voice was trembling. On the ship, the Red Cloud sect cultivator was silent for a moment. Suddenly, they cheered and shouted loudly to vent their excitement. The purpose of their trip was to find the hidden island. They did not expect things to go so smoothly. Although they experienced many dangers on the road, they were scared but not in danger. Now, the hidden island was in front of them. It was only a matter of time before they became famous. Not only were the Red Cloud sect cultivator excited, but the ordinary people were also excited. They had heard rumors about the hidden island, but who would have thought that they would see it with their own eyes in their lifetime? Set sail. Target, the hidden island. Yu Xiaoping suppressed his joy and methodically issued various orders. However, before the people on the ship could take their places, an extremely uneasy feeling rose in everyone's heart. The originally calm sea suddenly had some waves, and the sea beside the ship bubbled up, as if it was boiling. What's wrong? Someone asked in panic. Ding Jiazi and Huaxiang Lan looked dignified. They spread out their divine sense and their expressions suddenly changed. At the same time, they exclaimed, "Be careful!" Before their voices fell, a huge wave rushed out from the left side of the ship. Something that looked like a tentacle suddenly came out from under the sea. The tentacle was huge, more than 10 feet long. It directly hit the deck of the ship with a thunderous force. Several ordinary people who could not dodge in time were smashed into meat paste on the spot. Accompanied by a loud noise, the deck turned into fragments and flew in all directions. The Red Cloud sect cultivator, under the leadership of the two supreme elders, attacked the tentacle. For a time, a variety of martial arts and weapons flew all over the sky. But no matter what kind of attack hit the tentacle, it could not hurt it. Even the means of the two supreme elders could not do anything to it. Hua! On the other side of the ship, another tentacle soared into the air and slammed down fiercely. This time, it hit the bow of the ship. The stern of the ship, which was more than 20 zhang long, was tilted up. The violent shaking caused everyone to lose their footing. The true element boundary masters and above used their true essence to fly into the air, while the rest of the martial artists and ordinary people fled in panic. "Steady, steady for me!" Yu Xiaoping shouted with all his strength, but how could he calm the people? Hua hua hua! 7 or 8 tentacles stretched out from under the sea at the same time, directly wrapped around the ship and dragged it to the bottom of the sea. A huge force came and everyone could feel themselves sinking quickly. It must be the island guardian monster beast. Ding Jiazi saw this scene and his face was aghast. The strength of the island guardian monster beast was beyond his imagination. With his means, he could not cope with it. He immediately called Hua Xianglan, "You and I will attack together and see if we can drive it away." Hua Xianglan looked serious and nodded. Before she made a move, her eyes widened. She shouted at Ding Jiazi, "Brother Ding, behind you!" Ding Jiazi was stunned. He only felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. Soon after, his back was fiercely slapped. His whole body seemed to have been struck by lightning. With a sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a falling meteorite, he smashed into the sea. Not waiting for him to fall into the sea, another tentacle stretched out from under the sea and accurately rolled him up. Ding Jiazi's mouth made a sensational scream. The sound of bones breaking came from his body. He desperately urged his Yuan Qi, but still could not get rid of it. He stretched out a hand to Hua Xianglan and sorrowfully shouted, "Sister Lan, save me." The two Red Cloud sect's supreme elders had an ill-fated relationship when they were young. They loved each other so much that they even became husband and wife. But later on, they did not know what happened. The two were no longer as close as before. Although they still contacted each other in private, they were not as harmonious as before. Now, facing Ding Jiazi's call for help, Hua Xianglan was stunned. She immediately used her movement skill and rushed to the hidden island without looking back. This monster beast could seriously injure Ding Jiazi. Naturally, it was not something she could deal with. In order to save her life, how could Hua Xianglan dare to stay here? She did not care about Ding Jiazi. She also did not care about the Red Cloud sect cultivator on the ship. The most important thing now was to save her own life. Ding Jiazi smiled miserably. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest. When disaster comes, they fly separately. Bitch. Chapter 182. Just as he finished speaking, Ding Jiazi's body was directly cut into 2 pieces. Thick blood spurted out and his internal organs scattered. His eyes widened as he fell into the sea. The Supreme Elder was killed in an instant. How could the Red Cloud sect cultivator still have the strength to fight? This tyrannical monster beast had not yet revealed its full face, yet it was already so powerful. What would happen if it revealed its true body? The original joy of finding the hidden island disappeared at this moment, leaving only a deep fear. Half of the big ship was dragged under the water, and the huge tentacle was still beating the hull. Every time it beat, the big ship became more and more tattered. What should we do? A Red Cloud sect cultivator cried out. He was still young, he still had a beautiful future, how could he fall here? Just as he finished speaking, he was smashed into minced meat by a tentacle, leaving behind only a voice full of lofty aspirations. It was as bloody as purgatory. At this moment, there was almost no difference between a cultivator and an ordinary person. Under the attack of the huge tentacle, no matter who it was, as long as they were hit, they would die. When the Yuan Qi experts saw Hua Xianglan escape, they naturally flew towards the hidden island. How could they have the time to care about the life and death of those disciples? But even the Yuan Qi experts could not escape the attack of the monster beast under the sea. Flying in the air wasn't necessarily safe either. Those tentacles seemed to have eyes, and they accurately swept towards the true energy boundary experts flying in the air. Every time they wrapped around one of them, they would be strangled to death without question. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He watched from beginning to end. From the appearance of the huge tentacle until now, only 10 breaths of time had passed. More than half of the Red Cloud sect people were killed or injured, and even more ordinary people died. It was not safe to stay on the ship. After a while, the big ship would be smashed apart. Even if it was not smashed apart, it would be pulled into the sea. Jumping into the sea to escape, there may be a glimmer of hope. It was just a possibility. Kai Yang didn't want to sit still and wait for death, so he anxiously roared, "Jump ship!" He was not kindly reminding others, but if he jumped off the ship alone, it was easy to be targeted by those tentacles. If everyone jumped, they could distract the attention of the monster beast under the sea. Sure enough, after hearing Yang Kai's shout, those panicked people woke up as if from a dream. They hurriedly ran to the side of the ship and jumped without hesitation. Blood blossomed from the bottom one after another. Obviously, the people who jumped off the ship didn't escape, but there were still many people who were lucky and were swimming towards the hidden island. Feeling it was about time, Kai Yang also jumped down. The entire sea seemed to be boiling. Dozens of people were running for their lives in different directions. Yang Kai observed the situation as he swam, and soon he discovered something. It seemed that those who escaped quickly were more likely to be targeted. Most of the Red Cloud sect's martial artists had some sort of movement skill. Although many of them were unable to fly, their swimming speed was much faster than ordinary people. But from time to time, the people in the front would be swept by the tentacles from the bottom of the sea. In addition to a few bubbles, there was no trace of them. On the contrary, the ordinary people who fell behind were rarely attacked. Yang Kai did not know how the monster beast under the sea determined the position of these people, but since he found this situation, of course, he would take advantage of it. Holding his breath, restraining his breath and suppressing his heartbeat to the limit, Yang Kai was like a piece of duckweed on the sea. He slowly approached the hidden island. The tentacles did not look for him. While he was on edge, a violent crashing sound came from behind him. Yang Kai was shocked and turned his head. He saw a Red Cloud sect cultivator swimming towards him with a pale face. The movement was comparable to pouring salt into a pot of oil. Yang Kai secretly cursed. The Red Cloud sect cultivator quickly came to Yang Kai's side. Without looking at him, he put his hand on Yang Kai's shoulder, wanting to borrow his strength. At this time, a tentacle stretched out from behind the two people. Whether it was Yang Kai or the Red Cloud sect cultivator, they both found the crisis behind them. The Red Cloud sect cultivator was also clever. He put a little force on Yang Kai's shoulder, trying to grab him and throw him towards the tentacle. But when the Yuan Qi poured in, Yang Kai only floated up slightly and then sank back down. Instead, Yang Kai put his hand on the cultivator's shoulder. The vigorous and pure Yuan Qi poured out and directly hit the cultivator. The Red Cloud sect cultivator's face was full of shock and disbelief. Yang Kai's clothes were clearly the clothes of the ordinary people on the ship. He did not expect that this ordinary person would suddenly have the foundation of a cultivator. Caught off guard, he did not have time to react and flew out of the sea. The tentacle rolled and wrapped around him. Accompanied by a miserable scream, the man's bones were crushed. The broken bones pierced into his internal organs, instantly killing him. Yang Kai did not dare to move. He vigilantly stared at the tentacle in the air and narrowed his eyes. After a while, the tentacle slowly retracted and sank into the sea and disappeared. Sure enough, the more he moved, the more he would be targeted. Instead, like Yang Kai, not moving and not breathing was the most correct way to escape. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai continued to swim forward. The hidden island was not too far from the ship's accident site, but it was also not too close. It was about 10 miles away. This distance was nothing for a cultivator who lived by the sea for a long time. Even those ordinary people could easily swim across. Of course, the premise was that there was no strange tentacle attack. After spending a full hour, Yang Kai slowly swam to the hidden island. Stepping on the beach, Yang Kai directly collapsed on the ground. Lying on the ground, he looked up at the blue sky and gasped for breath. In this short hour, God knows how much he was worried. He was really afraid that a tentacle would suddenly appear behind him and roll him up. Fortunately, he found the right way to deal with it. The tentacle did not attack him from beginning to end. When he was escaping, he did not have time to care about the movements of other people around him. After a while, Yang Kai heard someone not far from him coughing softly. It was a woman's voice. Turning his head to look, after seeing who it was, Yang Kai secretly cursed his bad luck. On the beach 30 feet away, the Red Cloud sex Yu Ao Ching was half kneeling on the ground. She was soaking wet, her clothes clinging to her body. Full breasts, full waist, round buttocks, slender legs. Her beauty was faintly discernible, causing people's imagination to run wild. She should have just escaped. She was vomiting seawater. Her wet hair was draped over her shoulders. Her beautiful face was somewhat pale. She looked pitiful. For this arrogant and vicious woman, Yang Kai did not have any good feelings. She sacrificed herself to obtain information from Miao Lin, but after that, she even wanted to throw Miao Lin into the sea. She really had a heart of snakes and scorpions. Although Yang Kai also wanted Miao Lin to die. Not wanting to have anything to do with her, Yang Kai quietly got up and walked towards the hidden island. You stop. Yang Kai did not want to have anything to do with her, but Yu Ao Ching also saw Yang Kai and shouted behind him. Yang Kai ignored her and still walked forward. I told you to stop, did you not hear me? Yu Ao Ching was furious. She quickly got up from the ground, her figure flashed a few times, blocking in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. When he was on the big ship, he was very careful, but here, that did not mean he had to be the same. Yu Ao Ching's strength was at the separation and reunion boundary, much higher than Yang Kai's, but if they really fought, Yang Kai believed that even if he could not beat her, escaping would not be a problem. Yu Ao Ching also looked at Yang Kai curiously. She had some impression of this ordinary person who worked as a menial worker on the ship, but she hadn't expected that he wouldn't show any fear when facing her. His expression was also quite calm. He was not old, only a 15 or 16-year-old boy, but his courage was not small. Yu Ao Ching sneered in her heart, her Yuan Qi turned, drying her wet clothes, restoring her previous arrogant appearance, and said, I ask you, have you seen anyone else? Yang Kai frowned. Not a single one? There is one. But you. Yu Ao Ching took a deep breath, her breasts exaggeratedly rising and falling, almost breaking free from the shackles of her clothes, coldly said, You better behave, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Yang Kai did not like her cold arrogance, but he did not show it on his face. He was considering whether to get rid of this woman now and then rush into the hidden island. This was definitely a good time to escape. But before he could act, a cry of surprise came from the side. Senior Sister Qing, it's great that you're okay. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. This was really a case of enemies meeting. Miao Lin had also come ashore nearby, and it seemed that he had been running for some time. At this moment, he was running from the palm trees on the side. Not only Miao Lin, but there was also another Red Cloud sect female disciple behind him. 3 Red Cloud sect cultivator, he could not deal with them for the time being. Yang Kai slowly put away his thoughts. Why didn't he drown? Yu Ao Ching clenched her teeth and cursed. Apparently she did not expect to meet this annoying fly on the island. Good people don't pay with their lives. Scourges live for thousands of years. Yang Kai said meaningfully. Yu Ao Ching glared at him coldly, a very approving smile appearing on her face. Miao Lin rushed to Yu Ao Ching's side and said with great joy, Senior Sister Qing, it's great to see you. Yu Ao Ching nodded lightly and arrogantly, her eyes cast behind him and asked, Are you two the only ones here? Miao Lin replied, Well, I came up earlier except for Senior Sister Zhang Yu, there is no one else nearby. The Red Cloud sect female disciple named Zhang Yu also walked over at this moment. The two sides converged. There were only 4 people. One of them was Yang Kai disguised as an ordinary person. The situation was worrying. Yu Aoqing ran her fingers through her hair. Looking back at the sea, she could not help but sigh faintly. Yang Kai also took a look and found that more than a dozen kilometers away, the big ship had been reduced to a pile of broken planks. The surface of the sea was dyed red with many broken limbs and pieces of flesh floating there, attracting the attention of many sharks. It was like hell on earth. Can we go back? Yu Aoqing whispered softly. Chapter 183. Cough cough, I can't take it anymore. I'll eat and rest for a while. Originally, they thought that the Red Cloud sect was destined to become famous under the heavens after finding the hidden island. However, they didn't expect that the big ship would be destroyed. Even if the people who were still alive obtained some treasures from the hidden island, how could they return to the Red Cloud sect? Without a strong ship, even if they were immortal ascension boundary masters, they would not be able to cross the distance of nearly 10,000 miles. Sadness and a faint uneasiness surged in the hearts of the 3 Red Cloud sect disciples. The 3 of them were young and had never encountered any great hardships. On this day, they were attacked by the monster beast and witnessed the deaths of countless elders. Human lives were as fragile as ants. If not for their good luck, they would have been like those people, their corpses turned into food for the fish and beasts. Fortunately, they were able to escape, but now they were trapped on this isolated island with no hope of returning home. Naturally, they felt sad. Senior Sister Qing, don't worry, junior brother will definitely find a chance to take you back. Miao Lin was well versed in picking up girls. Although his heart was panicking, he knew that this was the best time to show off, so he quickly opened his mouth and said with sincerity. Yu Aoqing was already in a bad mood, so when she heard him boast so shamelessly, she could not help but sneer. What ability do you have to take me away? Can you build a ship that can withstand the monster beast's attack? Miao Lin was questioned, and his expression became awkward. Then can you cross this distance of 10,000 miles? Yu Aoqing asked again. I can't. If you can't, then shut your mouth. Yu Aoqing vented all her pent-up anger on the ship, and if it weren't for the fact that they were currently in dire straits, she would have already attacked Miao Lin. Zhang Yu quickly tried to persuade her. Senior Sister Qing, don't be angry, Miao Lin was just casually speaking. Yu Aoqing swung her hair, turned around and walked along the sea, while coldly saying, you don't have any ability, yet you still want to be a hero, overestimating yourself. Zhang Yu quickly followed. Miao Lin tried to comfort her, but after being ridiculed by Yu Aoqing, his face turned ugly. He muttered under his breath, a trace of resentment flashing across his eyes. He then turned to look at Yang Kai, his murderous intent surging, seemingly wanting to vent his anger on Yang Kai. Take him with you. Yu Aoqing's cold voice came from the front. Miao Lin hurriedly responded, shooting a hateful glare towards Yang Kai before shoving him away. The 4 of them walked along the beach in a certain direction. Although Yu Aoqing did not say what she wanted to do, Yang Kai knew that she wanted to find the Red Cloud sect disciples who had scattered because of their escape. This was undoubtedly the correct approach. Now that they were all alone and had no elders to hold down the fort, they naturally had to find someone to meet up with. But after walking for a whole day on the beach, they only found 4 people in distress. Moreover, only 2 of them were Red Cloud sect's disciples and the other 2 were ordinary people. The others were all scattered to unknown places. The team had expanded to 8 people, but their overall strength had not increased by much. These 5 Red Cloud sect disciples were all from the younger generation. The last 2 Red Cloud sect disciples they found were a man and a woman. The man was called Qi Yuan and the woman was called Luo Qian. Their strength was not very good, probably between the peak of the Qi transformation stage and the separation and reunion boundary. Not being able to find the elders, Yu Aoqing looked a little flustered. Among the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples here, she was the strongest. She was already at the separation and reunion boundary 6th stage. The others were not as strong as her. Moreover, her status in the Red Cloud sect was quite high, so everyone naturally looked to her as their leader. They all expected her to lead them to the right path. This burden on her shoulders made her feel somewhat at a loss. At night, 3 ordinary people were instructed by the Red Cloud sect disciples to gather some firewood and set up a bonfire on the beach. Everyone gathered together to discuss what to do next. Some people proposed to look for the elders again, while others said to stay here and wait for others to find them. Their opinions were not unanimous. In the end, Yuao Qing said, "Since we have entered Hidden Island, we can't waste this opportunity. Tomorrow we will explore the island. Maybe we will meet our martial uncles. Even if we don't meet them, if we get an opportunity, maybe we can leave here and return to the Red Cloud sect." Everyone felt that Yuao Qing's words were reasonable. Moreover, the wealth and opportunities hidden in Hidden Island were the biggest reason why they were so excited. Yang Kai waited for them to finish their discussion before he said, "Masters, if you enter the island, can you not bring the 3 of us with you? We are just seaside fishermen. In case we encounter any danger, we can't fight like you, we can only be a burden." The other 2 ordinary people also thought so, but they were not as bold as Yang Kai. At this moment, they all looked at Yuao Qing expectantly. They knew that the decision was in Yuao Qing's hands. Zhang Yu frowned slightly and nodded. "Yes, it is indeed a burden to bring you along." Originally, she thought that Yuao Qing would agree to leave these 3 ordinary people here, but she did not expect that Yuao Qing would only think for a moment before shaking her head and saying with a smile, "You were brought in by my Red Cloud sect. If we leave you here, you may encounter some danger. It is better to follow us and hope to get out of here alive." "Bitch." Yang Kai cursed. How could he not know what Yuao Qing was thinking? This beautiful woman with a heart as venomous as a snake and scorpion would never be so kind. Although he thought so, he had no choice but to express his gratitude, sighing that he would have to follow the Red Cloud sect for a few more days. Anyway, he did not know much about Hidden Island, so he could follow them to explore the situation. When there was really danger, he would not be afraid of not finding a chance to escape. At night, the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples took turns to keep watch. The next day, a group of 8 people stepped into Hidden Island to explore. As soon as they entered the island, Yuao Qing revealed her true purpose, letting one of the ordinary people lead the way while the others followed behind. Although this person was extremely frightened under Yuao Qing's threat, he had no choice but to obey. It was not until now that everyone knew why Yuao Qing insisted on bringing ordinary people. It was to be used as a pathfinder. After walking for a long time, they went deeper and deeper into the forest. They were surrounded by towering ancient trees that swayed endlessly. The rustling sounds made people feel uneasy. The ordinary person who was leading the way was like a frightened bird. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground, crying and begging for mercy. The Red Cloud sect disciples ignored him and continued to threaten him. After a long time, the ordinary person once again summoned the courage to walk forward. At noon, a row of fruit trees suddenly appeared in front of them, bearing some bright red fruits. No one knew what these fruits were, but they smelled very fragrant. The group was tired and hungry. At this moment, seeing so many fruits, their appetite was naturally aroused, and they could not help but swallow their saliva. Luo Qian reached out and picked one, wanting to taste it, but Yuao Qing coldly shouted, "Wait!" Luo Qian's action paused, looking at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" Yuao Qing's face was cold. She took the fruit, her beautiful eyes looking at the 3 ordinary people. Seeing her expression, everyone knew what she wanted to do. In the case of not knowing whether this fruit was poisonous or not, the best way was to find someone to try it. The 2 ordinary people both looked flustered, not daring to look at her. Yang Kai also pretended to do the same. Yuao Qing looked at Yang Kai. She walked in front of him and stuffed the fruit into his hand, saying, "Eat it." Yang Kai held back his anger, looking down at the fruit in his hand. He put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it. Intuitively, he felt that it was not poisonous, but in this world, what was good and what was bad, who could say clearly? "Eat it, it's not poisonous." Old Demon's voice came. "This little girl is really not a good thing. Do you recognize this?" Yang Kai asked with concern. If not for the old demon's reminder, Yang Kai would have made a scene even if it exposed his identity, But since the old demon said it was not poisonous, naturally he could eat it. In any case, he was hungry. Although his heart was clear, his face was still filled with embarrassment. Looking at the fruit in his hand, he felt like it was the most powerful poison in the world. Under Yu Aoqing's repeated urging, Yang Kai reluctantly took a bite. It was very fragrant and sweet, somewhat like a ripe persimmon, but much more chewy. More. Yu Aoqing ordered with a cold face. Old demon, if I can kill this woman, I want you to torture her immortal soul. Yang Kai secretly swore in his heart. Old servant obeys. Old demon smiled. Waiting for Yang Kai to finish eating the whole fruit, the other 7 people did not move, all eagerly waiting for his reaction. After waiting for half an hour, seeing that Yang Kai was still fine, Yu Aoqing involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief, waving her hand and saying, "You can eat, we'll rest here for a while, then we'll be on our way." Hearing her say so, Miao Lin and Qi Yuan quickly went forward to pick the fruit. The 3 Red Cloud female disciples did not move. After a moment, Miao Lin and Qi Yuan came back with a lot of fruit, eagerly handing it to the 3 women. Miao Lin was not stingy with his praise. "Senior Sister Qing is so clever. This time, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have lived for more than a few days before being poisoned to death." Zhang Yu also said, "Yes, I've long heard that Senior Sister Qing is intelligent. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." Hearing such praise, a faint smile appeared on Yu Aoqing's cold face. While the 5 Red Cloud disciples were eating, Yang Kai and the other 2 ordinary people were not idle, constantly stuffing fruit into their mouths. There was a row of fruit trees here that bore quite a lot of fruits. The 8 of them ate and took, sweeping all the fruits clean. After eating and drinking, they once again set out. Perhaps because Yang Kai had taken a lot of risks, this time, the person leading the way was not him, but another ordinary person. After walking for a while, Qi Yuan suddenly pointed to the side and said, "Look over there, there's something flashing." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and indeed found that there was a little shining light in the grass. "Let's go and see," Yu Aoqing ordered. Soon, everyone came 30 feet away from the flashing light. Yu Aoqing's cautiousness was once again reflected. As usual, she let an ordinary person test it out, while she stayed in place. Chapter 184. With his life in the hands of others, this ordinary person had no choice but to submit to Yu Aoqing's tyrannical authority. Trembling, he stepped forward to take a look and said, "Masters, this is just a small blade of grass." Hearing him say this, the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples couldn't help but tremble. Zhang Yu hurriedly asked, "What kind of grass?" "It's snow white, very beautiful," the man replied, then asked again, "Do you want me to pick it up?" "Don't touch it," Yu Aoqing coldly shouted, then led the Red Cloud sect disciples forward. Yang Kai also followed. When they approached, the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was indeed a snow-white grass, as eye-catching as jade. It looked crystal clear, and some fluorescent liquid could be vaguely seen flowing through the grass's meridians. "Heavens!" Zhang Yu exclaimed, "It's ice-skin jade bone grass." Yu Aoqing's face also showed a smile. "Sure enough, it's an earth-grade high-rank spirit grass." Luo Qianqian was also quite excited, while Qi Yuan and Miao Lin were still calm. The reason for this was because the ice-flesh jade bone grass was a spirit grass that was specially made for females. It was similar to the beauty's core that Yang Kai obtained in the Red Cloud sect's right peninsula. If a woman took the beauty's core, it would make her appearance slightly more beautiful, and if a woman took the ice-skin jade bone grass, it would make her skin crystal clear, delicate like a newborn baby. If the two were used together, it was enough to turn an ugly woman into a beautiful woman, having the effect of being reborn. Women loved beauty, and there were 3 women here. Which one of them didn't want to become more beautiful? Seeing this ice-skin jade bone grass, they would naturally be happy. "Just entering Hidden Island and we've already obtained such a treasure. It looks like our trip will be a big harvest." Miao Lin looked quite excited. Yu Aoqing didn't hesitate, directly bending down to pick the ice-skin jade bone grass, then took out a jade box from her arms and carefully put it inside. Zhang Yu and Luo Qianqian both looked at her, wanting to say something but hesitated. Yu Aoqing smiled. When we return to the sect, I'll let the people of the pill hall refine it. 2 junior sisters will definitely have a share. She also knew that now was not the right time to have a dispute with the Shimen, so she tried to appease them. Sure enough, Zhang Yu and Luo Chanxian's faces lit up with smiles. Thank you, Senior Sister Qing. When the time comes to ask the pill hall to refine pills, we'll need Senior Sister Qing's help. After obtaining an Earth-grade high-rank spirit grass, the worry and anxiety of the Red Cloud Sect's group was swept away, and the uneasiness that lingered in their hearts gradually dissipated, instead becoming relaxed and cheerful. It was as if they had not fallen into this place, but had come here in search of treasures. But it has to be said that the Hidden Island was a place that no one had set foot on for many years, so it did have a lot of natural treasures. After walking in the Hidden Island for 2 days, the harvest was already full. They collected more than a dozen kinds of exotic flowers and herbs, all of which were above the Earth-grade mid-grade. They even found 1 or 2 Heaven-grade herbs here. With this harvest, the 5 Red Cloud Sect members were even more motivated. On this day, as they were walking, an expanse of hazy fog suddenly appeared before them, and it obstructed their line of sight. This fog looked strange, and the ordinary person leading the group stopped, his face showing some hesitation and fear as he turned to look at Yu Ao Qing. Keep going. Yu Ao Qing remained unmoved, her beautiful face full of ruthlessness. The man had no choice but to walk forward. But just as his body merged into the fog, there was a sudden burst of crackling sounds, and a tragic cry came out of his mouth. It was short and hurried, and then his whole body collapsed to the ground, twitching non-stop. Everyone's face changed color, and they all stepped back, looking at the man's changes in horror. They saw that the man seemed to have been thrown into a pot of boiling oil, as if he was being melted by a raging fire. His body constantly emitted bursts of white gas, and his flesh and blood separated from his bones, falling to the ground and turning into a pool of dark red blood. In less than 5 breaths of time, a living person's flesh and blood was completely gone, turning into a pile of bones spread out on the ground. The air was filled with an indescribable smell. Ugh! Zhang Yu and Luo Qianqian were so scared that their pretty faces turned pale, bending over and vomiting. Although Miao Lin and Qi Yuan were better off, they were not much better. Yu Ao Qing's long eyelashes trembled uneasily, her face and lips suddenly lost all color, becoming extremely pale. Although she was also pale, she was not as bad as Zhang Yu and Luo Qianqian. The commoner who was standing beside Kai Yang felt his legs go soft as he fell to the ground. In the field, the only one who was still calm was Yang Kai. Even so, he felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. If he had gone in, he was afraid he would have ended up like this. But then again, if Yu Ao Qing had really forced him to go in, Yang Kai would not have taken the risk. This fog is highly toxic. Yu Ao Qing stiffly turned around, glancing at the crowd, pretending to be calm, and said in a trembling voice, "Let's go around." Everyone had just seen such a terrible scene, so naturally they could not wait to leave, and at this moment they quickly followed Yu Ao Qing's footsteps. After walking for a few miles, the crowd finally calmed down. After surviving this calamity, the Red Cloud Sect disciples all looked at Yu Ao Qing gratefully. If it weren't for her cautiousness, this time, one of the Red Cloud Sect disciples would have perished in the fog, and that person might have been them. After this incident, they were even more impressed with Yu Ao Qing's decision to bring ordinary people to explore. Yang Kai also knew that he should look for an opportunity to leave. Otherwise, if they encountered a dangerous place like the one just now, he would definitely be pushed out by Yu Ao Qing. If he stayed with this group of people, sooner or later he would be killed by that scorpion woman. Now he only lacked an opportunity to make them panic and have no time to think about other things. The group was resting when a rustling sound suddenly entered their ears. Yang Kai frowned, feeling something was wrong. "What's that sound?" Miao Lin was a little nervous, suddenly standing up. "Is there a sound?" Qi Yuan listened carefully. "Shoo, don't make a sound, listen carefully." Yu Ao Qing apparently also heard something. The crowd held their breath and heard a buzzing sound coming from all directions. It sounded like the flight of bees, but it was evidently much louder than that. The buzzing sound was quickly approaching. Not only that, there was even a rustling sound coming from under their feet. Looking closely, they saw countless thin lines on the ground, gathering in the direction of their breathing, as if there was something underground that was quickly digging a hole to attack. Not good, run. Yu Aoqing's face suddenly changed, exclaiming, hurriedly running in a direction. The several Red Cloud disciples quickly followed. Although Yang Kai was looking for a chance to escape, he did not want to be exposed too early, not to mention, he did not even know what the enemy was, so naturally he wanted to use the hands of the Red Cloud disciples to find out first. The speed of several people was very fast. After Yu Aoqing gave the order, they all flew out. After a few steps, suddenly there was a scream behind them. Everyone looked back, and in an instant they were scared out of their wits. They saw that the last ordinary person was now surrounded by a group of about the size of a bowl, strange-looking black insects. In his screams, his clothes were torn, his flesh and blood splattered, and in just a moment he fell to the ground dead. The eyes of several people trembled violently. Although they were cultivator, they did not recognize these ferocious insects. The unknown panic made them feel at a loss. Seeing the power of these insects, the 5 Red Cloud disciples ran even faster. At this moment, no one paid attention to Yang Kai. It was too late to escape. Who would care about him? After running for a while, Yu Aoqing suddenly stopped. The several people behind her quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "There are more in front. We are surrounded." Yu Aoqing's face was pale. Everyone looked, and sure enough, they saw a buzzing sound in front of them, an overwhelming number of black insects flying towards them. "Kill our way out." Yu Aoqing made a prompt decision. The Red Cloud disciples quickly took out their weapons and followed her into the swarm. There were a lot of insects, but their levels should be very low. The 5 Red Cloud disciples formed a triangle, and after a while, they actually killed these insects in droves. This gave them some hope, and they began to work even harder. Yang Kai followed behind them, perhaps because the attacks of the 5 Red Cloud disciples attracted the attention of these insects. He was safe and sound, not being targeted by the insects. "Old demon, what the hell is this?" Yang Kai asked as he moved forward. This old servant has never seen it before. "You haven't seen it before?" Yang Kai was speechless. The old demon helplessly said, "Please forgive me, young master. I have lived for so long, yet I am still ignorant." This old demon, in a life or death situation, he still has the mood to talk nonsense. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly saw Qi Yuan reach out towards him, grabbing his collar and throwing him out. There were too many insects nearby, and for a moment he was unable to deal with them, so he wanted to use Yang Kai as a shield. Yang Kai's face went cold, knowing that he could no longer hide. His hands shot out, grabbing Qi Yuan's arm, and as he was about to be thrown out, he flipped over, neutralizing his strength. Landing on the ground, Yang Kai twisted his waist and threw him towards the swarm of insects. Qi Yuan was stunned, not understanding how he was thrown out, and in the next moment his body was surrounded by insects, screaming miserably. "Qi Yuan!" Zhang Yu shouted in horror, immediately staring coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai sneered, his true Yang Yuan Qi suddenly erupting, his body glowing red like a burning fireball. The 4 Red Cloud disciples were stunned by this sudden change. They never thought that the ordinary person they had been working with for several days would have such a change. Not paying attention to the 4 Red Cloud disciples, Yang Kai directly rushed in the direction Qi Yuan had been thrown out. The swarm of insects quickly surrounded him, but in front of the blazing true Yang Yuan Qi, these small winged things were simply unable to withstand a single blow, falling down like dumplings, unable to fly even close to Yang Kai's body. The 4 Red Cloud disciples watched as Yang Kai, wrapped in the blazing Yuan Qi, broke through a gap and elegantly left. Miao Lin was shocked, unable to close his mouth. "Don't be distracted, follow me out." Yu Aoqing bitterly glared at Yang Kai's back, gritting her teeth so hard they almost broke. It turned out that this person was not an ordinary person, but a cultivator who had hidden his strength. Chapter 185. Before, when he saw Yu Aoqing and the others being so flustered, Yang Kai thought that these insects would be very difficult to deal with, but now that he had personally dealt with them, he discovered that this was not the case. Perhaps Yu Ao-ching and the others were difficult to deal with, but for him, it was a piece of cake. The wings of these little things were fragile, and their level was low. He didn't even need to make a move, just his hot yang qi was enough to burn their wings. Without the ability to fly, they could not pose much of a threat to Yang Kai. Their only advantage was their large numbers, and they could dig holes, shuttling through the ground. Their movements were extremely convenient, and they often jumped out from under Yang Kai's feet to attack him. Using his movement skill, Yang Kai quickly escaped the encirclement of the insects. After rushing forward a few miles, he suddenly stopped. He found that there was a hazy fog in front of him. It was the same fog that had just melted the ordinary person. What happened? Did he run back? Yang Kai was a little uncertain, and quickly ran along the edge of the fog, hoping to find a way out. But half an hour later, when a skeleton appeared in front of Yang Kai, his expression could not help but change. This skeleton belonged to the ordinary person who had just been melted. Not giving up, he continued to run. After a while, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Not far in front of him, there was another corpse, but it was gnawed beyond recognition. The clothes on the corpse were familiar to Yang Kai. It was the uniform of the Red Cloud sect's disciples. And judging from the weapon beside him, this person was the one he had thrown out before, Qi Yuan. After running for so long, he was actually running in circles. The surrounding area of more than a dozen miles had been completely surrounded by the highly toxic fog. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai realized that these insects weren't as easy to deal with as they appeared to be. They were indeed unable to withstand a single blow from his yang qi, but he didn't know what kind of ability they had to actually use this highly toxic gas to seal off this large area. Unless he broke through the fog, there was no way to leave. Could he withstand the erosion of the fog? Yang Kai was not sure. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to test the waters. Arriving at the edge of the fog, Yang Kai slowly stretched out his hand with a cold expression. His true Yang secret art was pushed to the limit, and he even used the unyielding will. As soon as his fingers touched the fog, Yang Kai retracted his hand as fast as lightning. A series of crackling sounds came from his fingertips. Looking down, Yang Kai's face sank. The piece of flesh at the tip of his finger was almost melted. A piercing pain came, and Yang Kai decisively cut off the piece of flesh. He tore off his clothes and wrapped them around his wound. After which, he took a deep breath and scanned his surroundings. He had just separated from Yu Ao-ching and the others nearby, but where were they now? With the fog surrounding them, no one could escape. There were no other corpses here, so where did they go? Sha sha sha, wung wung wung. Countless insects were like fish that smelled blood. They closed in on Yang Kai again. Yang Kai's expression changed. Forcing his true Yang Yuan Qi out of his body, he rushed to meet the insects head-on. It was as easy as before. After the wings of these strange insects were burned, they fell to the ground. However, their numbers did not decrease at all. Instead, there were more and more of them. Only God knew how many strange insects were hidden here. They covered the sky and covered the earth. Yang Kai ran while killing these little things. After circling several times around this area, he still could not find the slightest way out. He could not help feeling anxious. Although he had a lot of yang liquid in his dantian, enough to support his slaughter, his physical strength was always limited. If his physical strength was exhausted, even if he had more yang liquid, he could only sit and wait for death. Young master, this kind of insect monster beast generally has an insect king, just like a bee. At the critical moment, the old demon spoke. What do you mean? Yang Kai took the time to ask. Old servant is saying that if we can control the insect king, we may be able to escape from here. Do you know where the insect king is? Ahem. Old servant does not know. Yang Kai was not in the mood to blame the old demon for his nonsense, but he had thought of a possibility. Perhaps these insects besieging him was not to kill him, but to hunt him down. The disappearance of Yu Ao-ching and the others, and the absence of any corpses, was the best proof. These Red Cloud sect disciples were most likely captured by these insects and taken somewhere. And that place should be the insect's nest. The same was true for the bees. Some bees were collecting honey outside, bringing it back for the queen bee to enjoy. Was it possible to interpret the behavior of these insects as collecting honey? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. A bold plan slowly took shape in his mind. Carefully speculating about the success rate of this plan, Yang Kai put away his true Yang Yuan Qi, panting heavily as he looked at the insects. Yang Kai no longer resisted, and the insects no longer attacked, instead surrounding him layer by layer. "Young master, what are you doing?" The old demon was shocked. "Doing an experiment." Yang Kai's face was calm. He could not escape the fog surrounding him, and if he continued to fight like this, sooner or later he would die of exhaustion, so he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to fight back. If his guess was right, there would be some hope of survival. After confronting each other for a moment, the insects suddenly separated from each other and flew towards Yang Kai. The old demon shouted, "Young master, you can't just sit here and wait for death." "Shut up." Yang Kai did not want to listen to him. All of his attention was focused on the dozens of insects rushing over, his whole body tensed up like a bow, waiting for the right moment to strike again. But to his delight and spirits, after these insects flew onto him, they actually didn't have any intention of killing him. Instead, they dragged, pulled, knocked, and pushed him, and pulled him towards a certain direction. Sure enough, Yang Kai's mouth bloomed into a smile. In this way, it could explain why there were no corpses of Yu Ao Qing and the others. Presumably, these people were also exhausted from fighting and were caught by the insects. Surrounded by tens of thousands of insects, the scene was a bit frightening, but Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he walked in the direction these insects were pulling him. Not long after, he came to a large pit. In this large pit, there was a dark cave, like the mouth of a man-eating beast, extremely ferocious. Yang Kai saw a tattered skirt at the mouth of the cave. The color and material were somewhat familiar. It was Yu Ao Qing's. They had really been caught. The speculation in his heart had been completely confirmed, so Yang Kai had nothing to worry about, and without waiting for the insects to urge him, he jumped directly into the cave. An unpleasant stench hit him in the face. The inside of this cave was full of twists and turns, and the underground was full of tunnels opened by the insects. It looked like a completely different world. As Yang Kai walked, he paid attention to the direction and secretly left some marks where he passed. In the tunnels, from time to time, he could see many insects running back and forth. Moreover, the insects here were not only the size of bowls, there seemed to be many different kinds of insects. Some were almost the size of a person, some were the size of wash basins, some were the size of buckets, some were the size of basins, some were the size of buckets. They all looked extremely frightening, because he had actually become a prisoner of a group of insects. "Wait until I find your insect king, I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Led by the insects, Yang Kai walked for a long time in the tunnel before arriving at a relatively spacious space. It was not an exaggeration to say that this place was a cave, but it was actually a place where the insects stored their food. Because when Yang Kai came in, he found that the Red Cloud sect people were all trapped here. Many eyes looked at Yang Kai, and Yang Kai heard a burst of malicious and gloating laughter. It was coming from Miao Lin. The Red Cloud sect people were more or less injured, and were sitting on the ground dispiritedly, all of them looking at Yang Kai with unkind eyes. The insects escorted Yang Kai here and then left, but outside the cave, there were several large insects taller than humans guarding, apparently to prevent these people from escaping. Entering the cave, Yang Kai did not pay attention to the Red Cloud sect people, and found a remote corner to sit down cross-legged. Yu Ao Qing stared coldly at Yang Kai. Seeing him close his eyes in concentration, not speaking at all, she could not help but ask, "Who are you?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and lightly glanced at her. "Why did you sneak onto my Red Cloud sect's ship and hide your strength? Why are you so scheming?" Yu Ao Qing asked in succession. Yang Kai looked at her disdainfully, slowly saying, "First, it was not me who wanted to sneak onto your ship, it was your Red Cloud sect who brought me here. Second, if I did not hide my strength, would I still be alive? Third, I have plotted and schemed only to survive. Woman, don't question me with that arrogant face. If not for your Red Cloud sect capturing people everywhere, how could I be here? You dare talk to me like that?" Yu Ao Qing sneered. Do you think you are so noble? Yang Kai disdainfully said. Senior Sister Qing, don't talk nonsense with him, he just killed Brother Qi Yuan. Miao Lin stared hatefully at Yang Kai. We have to avenge Brother Qi Yuan. Ha! Yang Kai laughed. What are you laughing at? Miao Lin gnashed his teeth at Yang Kai. Do you not know how to write the word death? Idiot! Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. When I was working on the ship, I heard this woman tell your elder you that when we found Hidden Island, she would throw you into the sea. It's ridiculous that you didn't know. Yu Aoqing panicked and quickly said, I didn't say that. Then she glanced at Miao Lin and explained, Don't listen to his nonsense. Miao Lin looked at Yang Kai and said, Do you think I will believe your nonsense, slandering Senior Sister Qing? Senior Sister Qing, you don't have to explain, I know you won't do that. Only then did Yu Aoqing nod. Whether she said it or not, she knows best. Yang Kai said coldly, looking at Yu Aoqing, You better not do anything, or you may alarm those insects. Yu Aoqing took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent in her heart. She knew that what Yang Kai said was true. While they were talking, the big insects guarding outside had been alerted and were now poking their heads out to look at them. Although she wanted to kill Yang Kai, she really didn't dare to do it. The verbal confrontation was tasteless. Yang Kai just wanted to plant a thorn in Miao Lin's heart. After all, they were outnumbered. If they really wanted to deal with him, he would certainly not be able to get away with it. Only by making them suspect each other could he keep himself safe. Chapter 186. In the dark cave, Yang Kai and the Red Cloud sect members were on both sides, all recovering. From time to time, there would be a rustling sound coming from outside. It was the swarm of insects running back and forth. The 4 Red Cloud sect members were obviously not willing to sit still and wait for death. After recovering, they wanted to rush out. While they were recovering, they were also discussing, whispering to each other, guarding against Yang Kai's eavesdropping. After almost a day and a night, they were finally ready to move. Sneakily getting up, they slowly approached Yang Kai. Yu Aoqing's pretty face was filled with murderous intent, so was Miao Lin. As for Zhang Yu and Luo Qianqian, they were following closely behind. Just as they approached Yang Kai, less than a foot away, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, looking at them with a smile. The 4 Red Cloud sect members paused. Let me guess. Yang Kai remained calm. His voice was also very low. In order not to disturb those insects, you don't want to kill me now, do you? Yu Aoqing was as cold as ice. Hearing this, she said, You know. Of course I know. Isn't this what you're good at? Letting others take the lead, taking the risk for you. I've already learned many times along the way. You want me to lead the charge, don't you? Yu Aoqing nodded slightly, coldly saying, Since you know, don't try to resist, otherwise you'll be in for a treat. Yang Kai snorted, Indeed, I'm not your opponent, but if you want to kill me, I'm afraid you'll have to expend some effort. If you're not afraid our fighting will disturb those insects, feel free to try. Yu Aoqing's expression froze, the reason why she was so careful. She was afraid of attracting the attention of those insects outside. Yang Kai obviously understood what she was planning, so his voice was also very low. I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about me. If you want to escape, you'll have to rely on your own ability. Yang Kai coldly snorted, I won't be your vanguard. Don't you want to escape? Yu Aoqing saw that her threats had failed, her tone slightly eased. These insects brought us here, definitely not for good, staying here will only lead to death. You and we will rush out together. Maybe there is still a way out. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. I want to escape, but I don't want to be used by others. Furthermore, even if I were to open the way for you, now that we've all escaped with our lives, how would I know that you won't do anything to me? I can make you a promise. Yu Aoqing, seeing Yang Kai show signs of loosening his grip, hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. As long as you take the lead and we can escape, no one from the Red Cloud sect will bother you. You don't have to say any more. I won't believe a woman with a heart as vicious as a snake. Yang Kai sneered and closed his eyes. Yu Aoqing and the others did not know that the outside had been surrounded by the fog created by these insects, but Yang Kai was clear. Even if they were lucky enough to escape this worm cave, they wouldn't be able to run too far. Since that was the case, why waste this energy? Senior Sister Qing, kill him. It's useless to keep him around. Miao Lin had long wanted to kill Yang Kai. Now that he couldn't use him, he naturally wanted to kill him. Yu Ao Qing took a deep breath. Slowly she shook her head. In this situation, escaping was the most important thing. Although this young man was hateful, if she really killed him, it would definitely alarm those insects, and the gains would not make up for the losses. You can escape as you wish, I won't ruin your plan. Ha, I also want to see if you can really leave this place. Yang Kai grinned at Yu Ao Qing. I hope you'll be bitten by those insects and die without a burial site. Yu Ao Qing viciously cursed Yang Kai, then turned to the other three and said, let's go. The 4 Red Cloud sect disciples quietly left the cave. Perhaps because it was night, the several large insects guarding outside were not disturbed by their actions, still standing there foolishly. Soon, the 4 figures disappeared into the tunnel. But after half a cup of tea's time, there was a burst of fierce fighting outside, mixed with the shouts of the 4 Red Cloud sect disciples. Apparently, they had been exposed and were being targeted by those insects. The sound of fighting gradually faded away until it finally disappeared. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer, unmoved, still calmly meditating. In fact, escaping from this insect cave was not difficult, because these insects were not very difficult to deal with. The 4 Red Cloud sect disciples were able to escape when they were discovered, so naturally Yang Kai could do the same. The only thing that trapped him was that strange fog. He did not know how those insects created it, but its lethality was so great that Yang Kai was quite afraid of it. After about 2 hours, Kai Yang heard the sound of heavy footsteps coming from outside. Opening his eyes, he saw Yu Ao Qing, her hair disheveled, looking exhausted, followed by Luo Qian, followed by Miao Lin. Zhang Yu was not here, so she should be dead. After those insects sent the 3 of them here again, the outer perimeter was much tighter. At this moment, the 3 Red Cloud sect disciples were no longer as domineering as before. All that was left was despair and exhaustion. Their bodies were covered with large and small wounds, looking extremely miserable. They did manage to escape from the insect cave, but they were chased by the insects that blotted out the sky and earth. In the end, they were unable to kill them all and were surrounded. After that, they were escorted back here. Yu Ao Qing and Luo Qian both squatted on the ground, their tender bodies trembling. Miao Lin was not much better. Glaring at Yang Kai, Yu Ao Qing was really afraid that he would hit her when she was down, but Yang Kai did not pay attention to her, still meditating with his eyes closed. Senior Sister Qing. Senior Sister Zhang Yu was dragged away by those insects. Where did they take her? Luo Qian asked in a trembling voice. How would I know? Yu Ao Qing replied somewhat impatiently. Do we not care about her? We can't even protect ourselves now. How can we take care of her? Yu Ao Qing clenched her fists. When Zhang Yu was separated from them, she did not die, but was seriously injured, and then was dragged to another tunnel by those insects. What kind of fate awaited her? Yu Ao Qing did not know. Just as the two were talking, suddenly there was a very mournful scream in the tunnel. The scream was extremely tragic, as if someone was being tortured. It was Zhang Yu's voice. Yu Ao Qing and Luo Qian turned pale, their bodies trembling even more. Miao Lin sat down on the ground. What happened to Senior Sister Zhang Yu? Who is torturing her? The blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly. It was clear that they were enduring unimaginable pain. The 2 women in the cave quickly covered their ears, no longer daring to listen. Yang Kai's heart was indifferent. Although these disciples of the Red Cloud sect were not good people, along the way, they were quite supportive of Yu Ao Qing's practice of using ordinary people as pawns. However, killing people was only a matter of time, but to be tortured before death was very cruel. Especially this torture. It was not given by humans. Zhang Yu's screams gradually weakened and soon disappeared. Or dead. We definitely can't get out. Miao Lin was a little scared. His strength was the lowest among the group, only in the Qi transformation stage. If it were not for the Red Cloud sect wanting to obtain information about the hidden island from him, how could they have brought him along? He thought it was an opportunity to show his face in the sect, but he did not expect to repeatedly encounter such a disaster. Now that he was in a dead-end situation, how could Miao Lin, this debauchee young master who was addicted to wine and women, bear it? No, we will get out of here alive. Senior Sister Qing will take us out, right? Luo Qian shook her head vigorously. So naive that it made people feel sad. We can't get out, no one can leave here alive. Miao Lin said in a daze. Shut up. Yu Ao Qing coldly rebuked. She turned to look at the always calm Yang Kai, compared to her junior brother and junior sister, and compared to herself, she suddenly discovered this young man's psychological quality. He was more determined than anyone else in the room. From beginning to end, he did not panic, nor did he have the slightest uneasiness. He just sat there quietly, so calm that it made people look at him in a new light. But Yu Ao Qing did not believe that he was willing to die. As time slowly passed, Miao Lin and Luo Qian's panic spread. Fear reached the limit. Both of them were a little nervous. Although Yu Ao Qing's psychological quality was strong, it was not that strong. Squatting in the corner, holding her knees with both hands, she kept trembling. At this moment, she regretted very much. She regretted not following the big ship to explore the hidden island. She regretted not going to find her father when the ship was destroyed. Otherwise, she would not have fallen into this situation. If she had used Xiaoping's protection, it would have been better than the current situation. But at that time it was so chaotic, Yu Ao Qing did not know whether her father was still alive. After all, under the attack of the giant tentacle, even a supreme elder like Ding Jiazi died. Yu Xiaoping, a Yuan Qi 9th stage cultivator, if he died there, it was normal. But father, if you are alive, where are you? Her daughter was about to die. She called out to the heavens, but there was no answer. The proud Yu Ao Qing could not help but shed some tears. She did not know how much time had passed, but just as Yu Ao Qing was about to fall asleep, she suddenly heard some heavy breathing sound in front of her. Yu Ao Qing was shocked. Opening her eyes, she saw Miao Lin approaching her with a crazed look on his face. His eyes were burning with undisguised passion. Miao Lin, what are you doing? Yu Ao Qing shouted coldly, involuntarily shrinking back. Senior Sister Qing. Miao Lin licked his dry lips and smiled. Junior brother is deeply in love with you, senior sister knows, right? Yu Ao Qing frowned. She found that Miao Lin's situation was somewhat wrong. It seemed that under great pressure, his psychological defense was broken. Senior sister is like a goddess. Junior brother is very fond of you. Every night he dreams of you. Miao Lin continued to approach Yu Ao Qing, his mouth affectionately confessing. His words immediately changed. In the dream, we are honest with each other, making love with each other. You don't know how happy we are. These words made Yu Ao Qing a little angry, and she slapped Miao Lin's shoulder. How could Miao Lin resist? He flew back, but Yu Ao Qing was already exhausted, and her palm did not have much power, so naturally it did not hurt Miao Lin. Standing up again, Miao Lin still approached Yu Ao Qing with an obscene smile, shamelessly saying, Junior brother knows, senior sister's status is noble, and has always been a person with eyes above the top of her head. Because of this, I'm afraid senior sister hasn't had sex yet, right? Chapter 187. Miao Lin's words were so blunt, his intentions were obvious. Yu Ao Qing's pretty face turned cold, coldly saying, If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll kill you. Miao Lin was not afraid. Anyway, we're all going to die, what difference does it make? Senior sister, you've already lived in this world. Are you willing to die with your virginity? This is too much of a pity. It's better to let junior brother serve you tonight, let you taste the most wonderful pleasure in the world, then you can die without regrets. Yu Ao Qing gasped heavily, obviously enraged, her eyes cold as ice as she glared at Miao Lin. She had not expected that under the tremendous pressure of life and death, this junior brother she had always looked down upon would be so bold and crazy, even attempting to encroach on her. But Yu Ao Qing obviously would not let him do as he pleased. Killing intent flashed in her eyes. As long as Miao Lin dared to come closer, she would not hesitate to kill him. Miao Lin also saw this point. He was determined to go all out to get close to her, but he could not summon up the courage to do so. He and Yu Aoqing were in a deadlock for a long time before he smiled and retreated. Yu Aoqing could not help but relax. In this kind of place, unless it was absolutely necessary, she really did not want to fight with anyone. Silence reigned in the cave. But this silence did not last long. After about an incense stick worth of time, heavy breathing of a man and a woman could be heard at the same time. Yang Kai and Yu Aoqing both frowned, looking in the direction of the sound. With just a glance, Yang Kai was speechless, and Yu Aoqing was also stunned. Miao Lin did not manage to persuade Yu Aoqing, but at this moment, he was actually kissing Luo Qianqian passionately. Perhaps it was Miao Lin's flowery words that worked, or perhaps it was the pressure of death that she needed to relax, or perhaps it was because Luo Qianqian was not a strong woman, but she and Miao Lin were hugging each other, rolling on the ground, hugging and groping each other, kissing fiercely. As if there was no one else around, the scene was hot and humid. Listening to the passionate breathing in the cave, Yang Kai's blood began to flow faster. His throat was burning and he couldn't help but purse his lips. He had been separated from Su Yan for 3 or 4 months now, and with the passage of time and the improvement of his own strength, the influence of the yin-yang joyous unification art on him had also become deeper and deeper. Previously, when he was exploring the hidden island on the Red Cloud Sect's ship, it was still fine. In those days, he had to be careful everywhere, and there was no time to think about too many things. Later, when he was trapped in the hidden island, he had to act with Yu Aoqing and the others, even though sometimes his heart would involuntarily have some thoughts. However, Yang Kai was able to suppress it with his own willpower. If nothing unexpected happened, Yang Kai believed that he could hold on for a long time until he returned to High Heaven Pavilion to find Su Yan for dual cultivation. But, even if you beat Yang Kai to death, he would never have thought that there would be a day when someone would act out a live sex scene in front of him, just 3 feet away from him, right under his nose. This kind of stimulation was more intense than any verbal or physical seduction. This is from the visual. His sense of hearing, smell, and omnidirectional stimulation. Even a saint would have some ripples in his heart, not to mention Yang Kai, who was deeply affected by the joyous unification art. It was like a beggar who had been hungry for several months, suddenly having a table full of delicacies placed in front of him. Yang Kai couldn't wait to slap Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian to death. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable all over. How could the other outsider, Yu Aoqing, not feel uncomfortable? At first, she was stunned, her cheeks flushed red. Then, her small mouth opened slightly and she was stunned. It wasn't until Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian rolled over to her feet, their clothes in disarray and their breathing heavy, that they finally woke up from their stupor and hurriedly ran towards Yang Kai's direction. The cave was not big, so when Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian rolled on the ground, the space left for Yang Kai and Yu Aoqing was very small. The scene was a bit strange and bizarre. Perhaps it was rare to see such a scene in thousands of years. A man and a woman were passionately venting on the ground, while another man and woman sat on the side and watched. No matter how one looked at it, this was the extravagant life of the rich. Adulterous couple. Yang Kai and Yu Aoqing cursed in their hearts almost at the same time. But at this time, who could blame Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian? Yu Aoqing was almost ashamed, and Yang Kai was not in the mood to meddle in other people's business. He was desperately trying to suppress the surging desire in his heart. Their breathing became heavier and heavier, and their clothes were scattered all over the ground. Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian soon faced each other. The air was humid, and the scene was very charming. Accompanied by a suppressed cry of surprise, immediately there was the sound of waves and a man and a woman moaning. Yu Aoqing almost involuntarily leaned towards Yang Kai. At this time, she felt that this boy was the only one she could rely on, at least, compared to the confused Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian, he was much more reliable. "Get out of my way." Yang Kai was already struggling to resist, but Yu Aoqing was still recklessly sticking to him. Her soft, tender body and the scent of a young girl wafted out, almost making Yang Kai's efforts go to waste. The rough attitude and the low cursing made Yu Aoqing sober up a little. She angrily turned to stare at Yang Kai, but found that the other party was staring at her with a pair of scarlet eyes. These eyes, compared to Miao Lin's, they were filled with even more madness. Yu Aoqing's whole body went cold, only then did she remember that the boy beside her was also a man. She hurriedly dodged to the side, but the intense panting and moaning were like a demonic sound pouring into her ears, causing her body and mind to undulate along with it. Her entire body felt somewhat warm, as if there was a ball of fire burning in her lower abdomen. Even the breath she exhaled was scorching hot. A feeling she had never felt before spread throughout her body, making her feel weak and weak. In a panic, Yu Aoqing hurriedly covered her ears with both hands, squatting to the side with an aggrieved expression, shaking her head vigorously. She had always been high and mighty in Red Cloud sect. Usually, any male of the same generation who saw her would be courteous, either showing off their great strength or their profound knowledge. She had never even heard of the matters between men and women, let alone someone who dared to be so presumptuous in front of her. Those weird noises and exaggerated movements were like sledgehammers smashing on her head, making her dizzy and almost unable to think. Time passed so slowly, every breath seemed to be a kind of torture. She did not know how much time had passed, but Yu Aoqing heard that junior sister Luo let out a high-pitched and sharp cry, like a dying scream. Even her breathing had stopped. This made her panic. Junior sister Luo was also dead? But then, this junior sister Luo inconceivably came back to life. She began to babble again. At this moment, Yu Aoqing no longer had the arrogance of the past. She was like a hedgehog that had been stripped of its thorns. She only wanted a quiet place to rest. Yang Kai was also unable to bear it. He felt that if he did not make a move, he was destined to fall. But before he could do anything, many large insects rushed in from the outside, arriving in front of Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian. It raised its sharp claws high up in the air and stabbed down fiercely. Real screams came out. Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian were almost penetrated together, and then dragged out by those large insects. "Senior Sister Qing, save me!" Luo Qianqian shouted in panic. Yu Aoqing was only trembling. How could she have the ability to save her? Blood was scattered along the road. Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian were dragged away by the large insects, gradually moving away. Not long after, the mournful screams gradually weakened and finally disappeared. As Miao Lin had said before, to be able to have a good time before death, she could die with no regrets. After waiting for the two people's voices to disappear for a long time, Yu Aoqing quietly let go of her ears and turned to look. After finding that they were no longer there, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. That scene just now had really embarrassed her to the point of being unable to show her face. So even if she knew that her junior brother and junior sister were dead, she did not feel the slightest regret, only relief. Just as she patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly found that the boy was looking at her with a greedy gaze. Immediately, he jumped up, like a cheetah hunting for prey, fiercely pouncing towards her. He was panting heavily and his breath was boiling hot. Just like the presumptuous Miao Lin, no, even crazier than Miao Lin. "You court death!" Yu Aoqing shouted, raising her palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai also sent out a palm, Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. 3 fierce bursts of true Yang Yuan Qi rushed into Yu Aoqing's delicate arm. Poor her, a dignified separation and reunion boundary 6-stage cultivator, who had just fought a battle with the insect swarm, had not yet recovered much Yuan Qi, and her mind was unstable, unable to display even 30% of her strength. How could she withstand Yang Kai's strange move? When the first burst of Yuan Qi burst out, she easily resolved it, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the second burst of Yuan Qi violently erupted. Yu Aoqing panicked and circulated her Yuan Qi to resist, finally managing to avoid danger. When the third burst of Yuan Qi burst out, Yu Aoqing's beautiful face suddenly turned pale. Screaming, she flew out like a broken kite. Her jade arm was broken. The pain was so excruciating that she almost burst into tears on the spot. Not waiting for her to get up, Yang Kai had already pounced on her and sent out another palm, dislocating her other arm. Yu Aoqing endured the pain, bent her knee, and viciously kicked Yang Kai's crotch. Yang Kai nimbly turned over, barely avoiding it, but with a sweep of his hand, Yu Aoqing let out a muffled groan. her thighs softly falling to the ground. With 3 of her 4 limbs broken, Yuao Qing could not even stand up, let alone attack. She stared blankly as the young man's eyes turned red. Like a bull in heat, he bent down and leaned over her body, wantonly kissing her neck and cheeks. Her chest was kneaded by his hand. He didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. He only had violence and recklessness on his body. No. Yuao Qing struggled, crying, listening to the sound of her clothes being torn, but she could not resist at all. The jade body that countless Red Cloud sect disciples dreamed of, but had no chance to get close to, gradually appeared in this cave, white and delicate, her skin as white as snow, delicate, her figure impressive. The young man kissed her all the way down, nibbled. Yuao Qing could clearly feel that there were rows of teeth marks left on her body. A sense of humiliation welled up in her heart. Yuao Qing's heart almost died. This young man, at this moment, seemed to have changed into a different person. He was like a demon full of evil, bloodthirsty, and cruel to the point of making people's hearts palpitate. Chapter 188. Her only remaining snow-white underwear was also torn apart by him, revealing Yuao Qing's naked body. While she was crying and begging for mercy, Yang Kai pulled at his clothes and quickly got up, his throat emitting a low roar. The Red Cloud sect's proud daughter of heaven was powerless to resist, slowly closing her eyes, no longer crying, no longer begging for mercy, letting the tears fall from her eyes. Perhaps what Miao Lin said before was right. She was about to die. What was there to protect? Although this boy now looked violent and evil, compared to that scum Miao Lin, at least he was much better. A sharp pain came from her chest. It was from being pinched. Yuao Qing could not help but cry out miserably. Just when she thought she was doomed to lose her innocence, and was about to be defiled, the boy riding on her suddenly stopped. Yuao Qing opened her eyes slightly, only to see that he was still staring at her with those red eyes. Those eyes were also filled with lust, greed, and possessiveness, but from time to time, there seemed to be a trace of struggle and resistance flashing across them. The hot air from his nostrils was enough to melt gold and break iron. His eyebrows were tightly knit, and his face was filled with pain, as if he was enduring something. Suddenly, this boy's body erupted with a palpitating energy, making him look more and more evil. Following the eruption of this energy, his strength actually increased at an unimaginable speed. Qi transformation level 4, level 5. Level 8, level 9, separation and reunion boundary yuan qi fluctuations. Until he broke through to separation and reunion boundary second stage, it slowly stabilized. With the improvement of his strength, the madness in his eyes became more and more intense, but that kind of struggle and resistance also became more and more violent. Suddenly, he climbed down from her, sitting cross-legged on the ground, gritting his teeth and growling, "Stay away from me. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." Yuao Qing, who thought she was doomed, was stunned. As if she had been granted amnesty, she struggled to pick up a piece of clothing with her broken arm, covering her white and flawless body. Bending her good leg, she slowly moved to the edge of the corner, staring at Yang Kai in horror, her tender body trembling. Yang Kai was very sober. From beginning to end, his consciousness was clear, including when he pounced on Yuao Qing, including tearing off her clothes and ravaging her body. However, this kind of instinctive impulse had reached its peak under the stimulation of Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian. It was impossible to control it. While enjoying the release of the desire buried deep in his bones, Yang Kai was also resisting its influence on him. In the end, he had no choice but to use the unyielding will to suppress it. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai finally understood what Su Yan meant when she said this kind of desire was hard to resist. If the woman he was alone with wasn't Yuao Qing, if Su Yan was nearby, even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, Yang Kai would have gone to find her. The blood and qi in his chest roiled fiercely. Every piece of flesh and every cell in his body was calling out, yearning for a woman's soft and fragrant comfort. The yuan qi was restless and violent, rolling up the entire cave, whimpering and whistling, disturbing the big insects that were probing around to investigate. On his upper body, His skin was blood red, looking very frightening. However, not too far away from him, there was a completely naked beauty who had no strength to resist. As long as he was willing, he could take her for himself at any time and taste the wonderful taste of pleasure. For the current Kai Yang, this was undoubtedly another kind of test. Trying not to think about her, even Su Yan's figure was forcibly erased from his mind by Yang Kai. Yang Kai immersed himself in his own body, constantly circulating his true Yang secret art, endlessly feeling the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton to distract himself. Last time, he had comprehended the unyielding will from the unyielding golden skeleton, but Yang Kai knew that there were still some things hidden in his golden skeleton. His strength was not enough, and his perception was not enough, so he could not comprehend them for the time being. Taking advantage of today's opportunity, Yang Kai once again deeply felt the unyielding golden skeleton. He did not seek to comprehend the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton, only to stabilize his irritable desire. The effect was not bad. Although the situation was not alleviated, at least it had stabilized. Yu Aoqing was also tactful, knowing that Yang Kai must be desperately resisting her, so naturally she did not dare to make any noise, lest she attract Yang Kai's attention. She just curled up in the cave, motionless. As time passed, Yang Kai's situation gradually improved, his irritable mood slowly calming down, and his surging yuan qi also showed signs of being restrained. After an unknown amount of time, when Yang Kai's violent aura disappeared, the cave once again returned to calm. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai opened his eyes, and the temporary increase in strength from the unyielding will also slowly disappeared, and his realm fell. Separation and reunion first stage. Qi transformation 9th stage, 8th stage. 5th stage. He had stabilized. This time, he had successfully resisted the desire in his heart, and his strength had actually increased by a stage. Although this was an unexpected gain, Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He frowned slightly, sitting there motionless, lost in thought. This time, while comprehending the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton, although he hadn't gained anything, it wasn't like he hadn't made any progress. Somehow, Kai Yang felt like there was a layer of shackles blocking his path. As long as he could break through the shackles, the other mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton would appear. Unfortunately, his current strength and understanding of the martial Tao were still too weak, not enough to break the shackles. He could only wait for another opportunity to comprehend it. Letting out a long breath, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, glancing at Yu Aoqing who was staring at him in the corner. In her beautiful eyes, there was panic, but also a trace of resentment and resentment. Any woman who encountered such a situation would not be able to remain calm. Yang Kai stood up and walked towards her step by step. "Don't come here!" Yu Aoqing shouted fiercely, her body trying to retreat, but behind her was the cave wall. Where could she retreat to? Yang Kai's mouth curled into an inexplicable smile, slowly squatting down in front of her. "Get out of my way!" Yu Aoqing's hands were unable to move, but she steeled her heart and slammed her head into Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not move, letting her head hit his forehead. With a loud thud, Yu Aoqing was on the verge of collapsing, her bright forehead suddenly turning red. Yang Kai reached out a hand, grabbed her dislocated arm, pulled it down and pushed it up. Accompanied by a crisp crack, Yu Aoqing screamed. The pain made her sweat for a moment, instinctively swinging her palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai countered with a palm, defusing her attack, coldly saying, "If you want to die, I can kill you now." The cold tone, the cold look in his eyes, made Yu Aoqing stunned on the spot. Only then did she realize that her dislocated arm had been fixed. Ignoring her murderous gaze, Yang Kai reached out and rubbed her thigh, circulating his yuan qi to resolve the internal injury there. A warm feeling came, making Yu Aoqing somewhat unbearable. After dealing with her injured arm and thigh, Yang Kai slowly got up and sat to the side. Yu Aoqing looked at him incredulously. She could not believe that this young man would treat her so kindly. Not long ago, he used a kind of overbearing method to destroy her body in an attempt to possess her. She had no friendship with him at all, and even had a grudge against him. Why would he do this? Unable to understand, Yu Ao-Qing clenched her teeth, secretly observing Yang Kai while putting on her clothes. Hearing this movement, Yang Kai naturally knew what she was doing without opening his eyes. He knew that there must be endless scenery, causing people to daydream, but unexpectedly he did not have much of a reaction. Thinking about it carefully, perhaps it was the accumulation of these past few months, all of which had been resolved during the resistance, so he could be so calm. This was a good way to cultivate one's mind, accumulate for a period of time, then find a way to resist. Once the resistance was successful, whether it was strength or state of mind, both could be improved. Inadvertently, Yang Kai found a suitable cultivation path for himself. The cave was quiet again. Yang Kai and Yu Ao-Qing sat at opposite ends of the cave, one waiting patiently, the other frightened. No one spoke. About a day later, there was a sudden movement outside. It was the big insects coming to catch them again. Yang Kai's expression shook, opening his eyes, but Yu Ao-Qing was terrified, afraid that she would follow in the footsteps of her junior brother and junior sister. Just as she was worried, she saw Yang Kai stand up on his own and walk out. He wasn't trying to save Yu Ao-Qing out of kindness. This woman's heart was vicious. She was definitely not a good person. Not to mention that Kai Yang hadn't done anything to her before. Even if they had a physical relationship, Kai Yang wouldn't have let her live. Before, when he connected her arm, it was also to return a favor. After all, this breakthrough was also thanks to her. Letting her go, the two of them were even. No one owed the other. Yang Kai now took the initiative to come out. His main purpose was to find the Insect King. If he wanted to leave this damned place, he had to find the Insect King. Combined with what he had seen in the past few days and his own experience, Yang Kai was sure that these insects had captured them for the Insect King to enjoy. Perhaps seeing Yang Kai so tactful, the big insects were not as cruel as they had been to Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian, but one of them led the way, while the others pushed and bumped Yang Kai from behind, urging him to move faster. Yu Ao-Qing stared at all of this in a daze, the corners of her mouth curling into a happy smile, but soon she began to cry again. She naturally wished for Yang Kai to die, but if Yang Kai really did die, she would be the only one left at this moment. Compared to that, she would rather Yang Kai live. After many twists and turns in the wormhole, Yang Kai did not know how long he had walked before he came to a huge cave. The big insects drove Yang Kai into the cave and did not follow. "Old demon!" Yang Kai vigilantly looked around while calling out in his mind. But the old demon, who was always on call, did not respond this time. Yang Kai was stunned, thinking that something had happened to him, so he hurriedly checked, and could not help but laugh. He didn't know when this old devil had sealed off his divine sense. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai unsealed him and asked, "Young master, are you done?" The old demon smiled. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Chapter 189. "Didn't you and that woman called Yu Ao-Qing hee?" The old demon smiled wretchedly. "Young master has said before that if you were alone with any woman, this old slave would have to seal his divine sense. This old slave will remember that." This really had been said before. Yang Kai nodded slightly, but did not explain, instead saying, "I'm afraid I'll have to see that Insect King soon. I'm going to try to subdue it. You stay by my side." Hearing that Yang Kai was going to do something serious, the old demon also quickly became serious. This old slave obeys. Yang Kai looked around and found that the cave was very spacious. Only an unpleasant stench was spreading in the cave. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai still could not find the Insect King. Instead, he found a lot of bones and corpses in the cave. Zhang Yu, Miao Lin, and Luo Qianqian of the Red Cloud sect were all here. These three people seemed to have suffered great pain when they were alive. Their eyes were wide open, and their flesh and blood were shriveled up like dead wood, looking very frightening. Zhang Yu was the first to die, and was the most severely shriveled. Miao Lin was not much better than her. Only Luo Qianqian seemed to have some moisture in her flesh and blood, but only a little. "Young master, this Insect King seems to have sucked their flesh and blood dry," the old demon said in a deep voice. Yang Kai nodded slightly, squatting down in front of Luo Qianqian's body. This Red Cloud sect disciple was having sex with Miao Lin when she was captured by the big insect, and at this moment she was still naked. The originally beautiful young girl's face was now terrible. It really made people sigh. Where was the insect king? Just as Yang Kai was vigilant and suspicious, Luo Qianqian's body seemed to move slightly, and then a golden light suddenly rushed out from her arm, directly attacking Yang Kai. Young master, be careful. Yang Kai was vigilant. Although it happened suddenly, he was not flustered. Circulating his true Yang Yuan Qi, his footwork unfolded, and his figure flashed, appearing more than a dozen feet away. But before he could stand firm, he found that the golden light had actually arrived in front of him. So fast. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he flashed out again. Just like before, the golden light flew over again. Yang Kai heard a slight buzzing sound. In the golden light, he vaguely saw a figure that looked similar to those strange insects, but it was countless times smaller. This was the Bug King. Yang Kai originally thought that the Bug King would be a big guy, but he didn't expect it to be so small. However, the speed at which it flew was amazing. As the Bug King, it was definitely more ferocious and difficult to deal with than those strange insects. Not daring to be slow, Yang Kai used his footwork to circle around the insect king in the cave, waiting for an opportunity to attack. After 15 consecutive flashes, the insect king exhausted all of its Yuan Qi, but the distance between it and Yang Kai did not widen. Instead, it got closer. There was no way to avoid it anymore. Standing firm, Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he punched out towards the golden light. The true Yang Yuan Qi fiercely erupted. A shocking thing happened. This punch did not send the Bug King flying. Instead, Yang Kai felt a pain in his fist, and the golden light disappeared without a trace. Hurriedly withdrawing his fist, Yang Kai looked aghast. He found that there was a small bloody hole in his fist, and under his skin, there was a bulge that drilled into the back of his hand and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What kind of insect is this? Yang Kai was scared out of his wits. He wanted to run over and subdue the Bug King, but he didn't expect to suffer such a big loss. It actually drilled into his body. He quickly sat down cross-legged, carefully feeling his body, but there was nothing unusual. It was as if the bug drilled into his body and suddenly disappeared. "Young master, do you feel anything wrong?" the old demon asked in alarm. No. Yang Kai was also puzzled. Looking at the state of the Red Cloud people, the Bug King must have drilled into their bodies and sucked their flesh, but why was nothing happening to him? No, look carefully again. This old servant suddenly remembered an ancient insect that is somewhat similar to this thing. Yang Kai naturally knew that something was wrong. He quickly immersed his mind and investigated the arm that the Bug King drilled into. After a long time, he finally found some traces. This Bug King, at this moment, drilled into the star space on the back of his hand. This star space was opened by practicing the star mark martial skill. Usually, this space accumulates Yuan Qi, waiting for a time to erupt. According to the words of the old demon, this martial skill was a one-time deal. Once it was used, it was either you die or I die. Last time in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, Yang Kai also relied on the star mark to severely injure the turtle-shaped monster beast. This strange Bug King could actually drill into this space. Moreover, Yang Kai clearly felt that the huge amount of Yuan Qi he had accumulated in the star space over the past few months was being crazily devoured. In just a moment, a quarter of the Yuan Qi was gone. Once it drilled in, Yang Kai had no way to get it out, unless he cut off his hand. When he told this to the old demon suddenly became anxious. Bad. If it drains all the Yuan Qi, it will suck young master's flesh and blood. At that time, young master will definitely die, and if you die, this old servant will also be buried with you. What should we do? Yang Kai frowned, his mind turning rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. He never thought that this Bug King would be so strange that it could even devour the Yuan Qi. A moment later, the Yuan Qi in the star space decreased by a lot, and it was about to reach the bottom. The pitiful Yang Kai's star mark had been accumulating power for several months, but before it could even be used, the Insect King had taken drastic measures against it. In order to prevent the Bug King from having any ideas about his flesh and blood after devouring the Yuan Qi, Yang Kai hurriedly operated the true Yang tactics and poured the true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians into the star space. The Bug King became more and more excited as it devoured. Although this method could not cure the root of the problem, it could at least buy some time. Yang Kai and the old demon quickly thought of countermeasures. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Old demon, can you enter the star space?" The old demon was stunned. "Old servant has not tried, but even if old servant can enter, I am not the Bug King's opponent. Its speed is too fast, and maybe it can even devour divine souls." If that was the case, then the old demon was simply throwing himself into a trap. "Try and see if you can enter," Yang Kai urged. "Do you really want to go in?" The old demon was uneasy. "Don't talk nonsense." The old demon was helpless, but at this moment, Yang Kai was also in danger, so he could not escape. Bracing himself, he wrapped the soul breaker all around himself and came to the back of Yang Kai's hand, muttering a few words in fear, then rushed into the star space. A moment later, the old demon fled in panic. It can really devour divine souls. Old servant is terrified. Just now, if he had not run fast enough, if the Bug King had not been devouring Yang Kai's Yuan Qi, he would not have been able to escape. "If you can go in, then it will be easy." Yang Kai smiled. "Young master, you have a countermeasure?" The old demon heard him say so and was overjoyed. "I'm not 100% sure, I'm just giving it a try," Yang Kai said, directly using the unyielding will to frantically extract the unyielding golden skeleton's energy. At the same time, the Dantian's yang liquid was constantly exploding, turning into a huge amount of energy and continuously pouring into the star space. Yang Kai's body could be said to have 3 energy warehouses. One was the star space on the back of his hand. This was the Star Mark's exclusive warehouse, so it stored the least amount of energy. The second was the Dantian's yang liquid. This was the foundation of Yang Kai's fighting strength. The power of all his martial skills and moves depended on the Dantian's yang liquid. The third, and also the largest warehouse, was the unyielding golden skeleton. The unyielding golden skeleton could accept any kind of energy. Yang Kai's pills, spirit grass, spirit fruit, spirit cultivation, as long as it was not of the yang attribute, it could all be stored here. Therefore, in terms of storage capacity, the unyielding golden skeleton's energy was many times greater than the total amount of yang liquid in the Dantian. At this moment, the Yuan Qi fluctuations emerging from Yang Kai's body could be said to be extremely terrifying. With the influx of energy, the Bug King in the star space also began to devour it, becoming more and more intoxicated. "Young master," the old demon was stunned. "Are you trying to stuff it to death?" "It's best if it can, but if it can't, then you'll have to go in and fight." Yang Kai's answer was concise and comprehensive, and then he poured his energy into the star space. As time passed, the Bug King that had drilled into the star space was gradually at a loss. It was somewhat intelligent, otherwise it would not have been able to command its subordinates to surround and capture prey. In the past, when it caught prey, it would first devour the various kinds of energy in the prey's body, and after swallowing the energy, it would then consume the flesh and blood of the prey. But this time, it found that something was wrong. The energy in the body of this new prey was actually endless, without the slightest sign of exhaustion. Although it was very happy at first and ate until it was full, its body soon began to swell. It could not eat anymore, but the energy still continued to pour into its body, causing it to become restless, rushing left and right in the star space. However, it was easy to get in, but how could it be so easy to get out? Yang Kai had fought with it before and knew that it was extremely fast. Once it regained its freedom, it would be very difficult to capture, so naturally it was impossible to let it leave. The constant influx of energy was equivalent to sealing the exit, making it impossible for it to escape. Yang Kai's true yang secret art was pushed to the limit. More than half of the yang liquid in the Dantian had burst open and poured into the star space, where it was completely swallowed by the Bug King. On the back of his hand, there seemed to be a buzzing sound as the Bug King tried to escape. With a fierce grin on his face, Yang Kai once again burst open a few drops of yang liquid, along with the energy extracted from the unyielding golden skeleton, and sent them all into the star space. As the yang liquid continued to explode, Kai Yang's flesh and blood had already turned red. His whole body was steaming hot, as if he was being roasted under the scorching sun. His skin was also oozing with blood. "Old demon!" Yang Kai felt that it was about time and called out in his mind. Seeing Yang Kai so determined, the old demon's heart became somewhat ruthless, and without hesitation he drilled into the star space with the soul breaker all. Chapter 190. Yang Kai could feel that the old demon and the insect king were fighting fiercely in the star space on the back of his hand. Although the old demon wasn't the insect king's match at first, the insect king couldn't digest the energy it had swallowed. Its body became bloated and its speed was greatly reduced. The old demon was actually evenly matched with it. As time passed, the insect king swallowed more and more energy, and the old demon gradually turned the situation around and gained the upper hand. The soul breaker all displayed its power and forced the insect king to retreat, leaving wounds everywhere. The back of his hand was burning hot. After withstanding so much energy, Yang Kai himself was also injured. Looking down, the originally hidden star space was now blooming with light. As usual, the endless star field appeared before his eyes. In the star field, Yang Kai seemed to be able to see two figures, one black and one gold, crisscrossing each other. A burnt smell came out. It was because he had poured in too much true Yang Yuan Qi and burned his hand. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and continued to pour in true Yang Yuan Qi. The huge amount of Yuan Qi not only overwhelmed the insect king, but also affected the old demon. The old demon's divine soul and the soul breaker all were evil things. True Yang Yuan Qi was their nemesis. If it hadn't recognized Yang Kai as its master, the old demon wouldn't have been able to hide the soul breaker all in his body. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem, but now, the old demon faintly felt as if he was about to be melted by the extremely hot and Yang Yuan Qi. The old demon's heart was filled with uneasiness. It anxiously conveyed its thoughts to Yang Kai, but it still didn't get a response from Yang Kai. As if it had waited for thousands of years, the old demon vaguely heard Yang Kai's call. "Come out!" The old demon almost burst into tears. Just now, he even thought that Yang Kai was ruthless enough to destroy him and the insect king, so he didn't give him any response. Now that he heard the young master's call, he was moved to the point of dying for his friend. Not daring to linger, Yang Kai opened a gap in the star space. The old demon instantly fled. The insect king also wanted to run out, but the gap opened and closed. He didn't give it a chance at all. "Star mark!" Yang Kai bellowed as he slowly raised his right fist. The pattern of the endless star field hovered around him, rendering this gloomy cave into a starry sky. With a loud bang, the entire insect cave seemed to tremble a few times. Yang Kai even spat out a mouthful of blood. There were no traces of star mark in the surroundings, so the old demon saw everything that had happened. He was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "Young master!" "I'm fine." Yang Kai spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, his face pale as he panted heavily. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand. On the back of his right hand, it was a bloody mess, and even the veins and white bones could be faintly seen. After carefully inspecting it, Yang Kai suddenly smiled. The insect king was already dead, and there was no longer any aura in its body. First, it had been fed so much energy by him. Then it was heavily injured by the old demon, and then it took a star mark. It was a miracle that it could survive. The old demon's heart trembled, and after a while, he sincerely said, "Young master, this old servant admires you." He couldn't help but admire Yang Kai's star mark. He didn't attack the target, but instead directly detonated it on the back of his hand. If there was even the slightest mistake, Yang Kai would have died without a doubt. Fortunately, Yang Kai controlled it very well. Most of the damage from this move was added to the insect king's body, and he only suffered a little bit. To be so ruthless to himself, this wasn't something a normal person could do. The old demon sincerely admired Yang Kai. "Be vigilant of your surroundings, I may need to recover for a few days." Yang Kai tore open his clothes and wrapped his injured right hand. After hurriedly warning him, he closed his eyes. The power of the star mark was enormous. In the past, Yang Kai was able to beat a rank 6 monster beast to the ground with a single punch. Now, even though he only suffered a little bit, it wasn't something a Qi transforming stage 5 cultivator could deal with. His right hand was in severe pain, his Yuan Qi was in chaos, and his internal organs were somewhat displaced from the shock. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel gratified was that although the back of his hand was bloody, the star space still existed, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to use the star mark in the future. It took a lot of effort for Yang Kai to get his Yuan Qi in order. He constantly operated the True Yang secret art, controlling the True Yang Yuan Qi in his body to warm the injured area and remove the blood clots in his body. After 2 days, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Those insects didn't come in, right?" This was the problem he was most worried about. He didn't need to worry too much about those small insects, as they were low level, but there were a lot of them, but those large insects were clearly not low-level monster beast. Any one of them was not much worse than the Red Cloud sect disciples. "No." The old demon replied, "Those insects didn't dare to come in here. This is the Insect King's residence." "That's good." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel that his injuries were healing much faster than before. He untied the cloth wrapped around his right hand. Although the back of his hand was still bloody, it was clearly healing quickly, and the white bones and veins could no longer be seen. The old demon seemed to know Yang Kai's doubts and said, "Last time, young master refined a few drops of blood-congealing beads on the right peninsula of Red Cloud sect, and his blood and qi greatly increased. Naturally, his recovery is faster than before, and with more blood and qi, his vitality is more vigorous." "So that's how it is?" Yang Kai secretly nodded. "Young master, although the Insect King is dead, did you feel that it left you something?" The old demon asked a question that made Yang Kai puzzled. "What is it?" "This old servant doesn't know, please examine it carefully." Listening to his serious tone, Yang Kai also frowned and immersed himself in searching his body. After a long time, he really did find that there was something wrong with his body. There was an unusual energy settling in the Dantian, but this was not the true Yang Yuan Qi that he cultivated, nor was it absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Staying in the Dantian, if not for the old demon's reminder, Yang Kai wouldn't have discovered it. What's going on? The Insect King's residual energy? Yang Kai was suspicious. Hearing him say this, the old demon couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough. What do you know? Tell me in detail. Young master, do you remember this old servant saying that this thing is similar to an ancient insect that I know of? Yang Kai nodded. At first, this old servant was only suspicious, but not sure. After all, I have never seen this kind of thing with my own eyes, only heard about it. Later, when I fought with it, I was 50% to 60% sure. Now that the young master feels something different, I can be sure that it really is that ancient insect. What kind of insect? The heaven-devouring great emperor insect. After the old demon said the name, he quickly congratulated, "Congratulations, young master, you will soon obtain another treasure." The young master's good fortune is profound. This old servant is envious. Speak clearly. Yang Kai sat up straight, ready to listen to the old demon talk about some unknown secret. These ancient mutated insects eat anything, and they especially like to devour all kinds of energy and flesh. Moreover, every heaven-devouring great emperor insect has a kind of opportunity. If someone can refine it, they can obtain great benefits. This opportunity can be a supreme skill, it can be a kind of top martial skill, it can be a powerful secret treasure, it can be a lot more likely to increase one's strength without any side effects. There are thousands of changes, it is unknown, it all depends on one's luck. How can an insect have these things in its body? I can understand that it can increase one's strength, but it is too strange for it to have a supreme skill or martial skill, isn't it? Yang Kai was surprised. Young master, you may not know, but this heaven-devouring great emperor insect is very rare. It contains the heavenly way. It has so many wonders that even this old servant is inferior to it. Moreover, there are many supreme skills and martial skills in this world. They are born by the heavens and earth, existing in the world. They are discovered by the fated people, so it is not surprising that these things appear in the body of an insect, not to mention that it is the famous heaven-devouring great emperor insect. The old demon's tone was full of envy, but after seeing that Yang Kai did not respond for a long time, he said in amazement, "Young master, you don't believe it. I don't know, but since it can be refined, we will know whether it is really so magical after refining." Yang Kai did not say whether he believed it or not. What he heard was false, but seeing was believing. What's more, old demon had only heard about these heaven-devouring insects from hearsay, so he didn't know the truth. Closing his eyes again, Yang Kai used his mind to communicate with the strange energy that settled in the Dantian, and used the true Yang secret art to burn it with the hot true Yang Yuan Qi. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Day after day, the energy slowly changed. In the beginning, it was incompatible with Yang Kai. After all, it was something left behind by the insect king, not something that belonged to Yang Kai himself. But as it was burned, it gradually became infected with Yang Kai's aura, and finally, one day, it suddenly split into two and uncontrollably entered Yang Kai's body. At the same time, Yang Kai felt a sharp pain coming from both sides of his shoulder blades, as if he had been branded with iron. The pain came quickly and left quickly, and before Yang Kai could react, it had already disappeared. Carefully checking his own strength, he found that he was still at Qi transformation stage 5. The old demon, this big liar. Yang Kai was angry. Although he did not believe what the old demon said before, he still faintly hoped that his strength would increase. But even after refining that thing, his strength did not increase at all, not to mention a supreme secret art, a peerless martial skill, and not even the shadow of an artifact. Opening his eyes with an ashen face, the old demon impatiently asked, "Young master, did you gain anything?" "Gain my ass, that thing has already been refined." Yang Kai unhappily replied. The old demon was shocked. "Impossible, this is the legendary heaven-devouring great emperor's heavenly energy left behind. Legends are all lies." Yang Kai said sincerely, No, young master does not know, but this old servant remembers that there was an enemy who, because he refined the heaven-devouring great emperor's insect, obtained a supreme secret art, and became famous. This is not a legend, this is a real thing. This old servant swears with his life, with his soul. The old demon almost swore. Chapter 191. Generally speaking, if the old demon dared to guarantee something with his divine soul, he was 90% sure of it. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but have a serious expression. If that really was the so-called heavenly energy, then he definitely wouldn't have come out empty-handed. Recalling everything that had just happened, Yang Kai focused his attention on the shoulder blades on both sides of his back. When the strange energy was refined, he felt a burning sensation in his shoulder blades. Other than that, there was no other abnormality. When he focused his attention there, Yang Kai clearly felt his Yuan Qi rush to his shoulder blades, and an inexplicable feeling of being bound appeared in his heart. When this feeling came, he couldn't help but increase the output of his Yuan Qi. Suddenly, the binding was broken. My God! The old demon groaned. If he had a physical body, he would be in a state of shock right now. This old demon had lived for who knows how many years. Although he had been sealed all this time and had only recently come out, he was very knowledgeable. There was very little in the world that could make him lose his composure. But now, he had lost his composure. Yang Kai was also stunned. He never thought that such a bizarre thing would happen. On his back, there were 2 wings made purely of true Yang Yuan Qi. The wings weren't big, only about 5 feet long. The true Yang Yuan Qi that was made of them seemed to be quite unstable. It swayed and shook according to the ups and downs of Yang Kai's mood. Looking sideways, Yang Kai's eyes trembled. This pair of wings that grew out of his shoulder blades had a grand design that revealed a sense of elegance. Especially the color of the true Yang Yuan Qi, it was like a raging flame, giving people a wild and unrestrained feeling. Yang Kai and the old demon didn't speak. It was as if they had lost the ability to speak. All of their minds were focused on the wings. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses. He frowned and said, "Old demon, what is this?" The old demon swallowed his saliva and said, "The power of flight." Secret treasure? No. This is much more valuable than a secret treasure. This is an ability bestowed upon young master by the heavenly energy. This old servant does not understand the mysteries behind it. Only young master can figure it out yourself in the future. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and with a thought, the two yang inflammation wings on his back flapped, rolling up a light breeze in the cave. It actually brought him up into the air. But before he could fly too high, he hit the cave wall and the flaming yang wings on his back suddenly disappeared, causing Yang Kai to plummet to the ground, his vision blurred. He carefully studied and experimented for a long time. Yang Kai confirmed that he really obtained the power of flight from the heaven-devouring great emperor. The pair of yang inflammation wings was indeed condensed from the true yang yuan qi in his body. After confirming this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. With the Red Cloud sex people in the hidden island, although Yang Kai didn't say anything to the old demon these days, he was actually a little worried. He didn't know how to go back. Originally, he wanted to cultivate to the Yuan Qi realm and have the ability to fly before making any plans. Or catch a flying monster beast on the hidden island. Or carry him back, but no matter which method it was somewhat unreliable. After all, the hidden island was thousands of miles away from Sea City. Even an immortal Wander Realm expert might not be able to fly over, let alone the Yuan Qi Realm expert and the monster beast he could catch. Now, he could use the true Yang Yuan Qi to condense a pair of yang inflammation wings behind his back. The problem that troubled Yang Kai was solved. This pair of yang inflammation wings. According to the old demon, it came from the heaven-devouring great emperor's remaining heavenly energy, not a secret treasure. It was not a martial technique, but a special ability that had been derived from it. But if he wanted to use this ability, similarly, it would consume a lot of primordial qi. The cave was not suitable for testing the yang inflammation wings. Yang Kai restrained the excitement in his heart and suddenly thought of a problem. "Old demon, you said that the insects outside, young master, you think too much. The heaven-devouring great emperor's insects are very rare. Although it has many descendants, the insects outside can no longer be considered as heaven-devouring great emperor's insects. They are just a kind of monster beast." The old demon obviously knew what Yang Kai was thinking. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed, but thinking about it, those insects couldn't be killed. If every one of them had heavenly energy in their body, wouldn't it be terrible? Yang Kai's expression changed again, but after refining the heaven-devouring great emperor's insect, I found that I can control those insects. Is there such a thing? The old demon was surprised. Try it and you will know. Yang Kai's mind turned, and a large number of insects rushed in from outside. Some were big and some were small, but they all stopped outside the cave, as if this cave was a forbidden area for them. "Ha! It's really like this?" Yang Kai laughed. Although those small insects were not lethal, there were a lot of them. What made Yang Kai happy was that those big insects were all 3rd or 4th grade monster beast, and there were even 2 that had reached the 5th grade. 5th grade, which was equivalent to an Yuan Qi master. Searching for treasures in the hidden island would be a lot easier with their help. This trip into the tiger's den was really the right one. In a good mood, Yang Kai walked out of the cave, and those large and small insects quickly retreated, taking the initiative to make a path for him. Seeing this scene, the old demon couldn't help but be amazed. After this matter, Yang Kai planned to directly leave this insect cave and take this group of insects to the hidden island, but suddenly he remembered a person. Yueo Qing. He didn't know what happened to this Red Cloud sect's proud daughter at the moment. If she was already dead at this moment, then naturally ashes to ashes, earth to earth, all the previous grievances could be put aside. If she was not dead, Yang Kai wanted to take her with him. It was not to take care of her, but there were definitely Red Cloud sect masters on the hidden island. If he accidentally encountered those masters after going out, with Yueo Qing in his hand, it would always be a bargaining chip. Thinking of this, Yang Kai followed the path in his memory to the place where Yueo Qing was imprisoned. After walking for a long time, They finally arrived at the cave from before, but when Yang Kai poked his head inside to take a look, his expression immediately changed. In this cave, Yu Ao-ching was not the only one. In addition to her, there were 3 other people. 2 of them were the Red Cloud sect's younger generation disciples, and the other was an elder of the Red Cloud sect. Yang Kai had heard his name when he was on the ship. Meng Xingyuan, although his strength could not be compared to Yu Xiaoping, he was also a 7th-layer Yuan-Chi master. Why were they here? Yang Kai was stunned. Meng Xingyuan and the others were here. It was Yu Ao-ching's luck. After the ship was destroyed, the Red Cloud sect's people scattered. Meng Xingyuan gathered several disciples, and like Yu Ao-ching and the others, they explored the hidden island while looking for disciples. For many days, they encountered many dangers along the way, and the disciples suffered heavy casualties. Now, only 2 people were left. Today, when they arrived here, they found that the outer layer of fog was a bit strange, so Meng Xingyuan flew in with the 2 disciples to investigate. When they investigated, they found Qi Yuan's body, and then followed the clues to this insect cave. At the entrance of the insect cave, there was a piece of torn cloth from Yu Ao-ching's dress. Meng Xingyuan immediately knew that the situation was not good, so he led the 2 disciples to sneak in. He thought it would be very difficult, but he did not expect that they would not encounter any attacks along the way, and so easily found Yu Ao-ching. How could they know that all those insects had just been summoned by Yang Kai, so it was so smooth? When Yang Kai came back, Meng Xingyuan and the Red Cloud sect disciple had just arrived. Yu Ao-ching was in a daze, and in fear, she described what had happened to her in the past few days, as well as the fate of Zhang Yu and Luo Qianqian. While she was talking, Yang Kai appeared, and both sides were stunned. Meng Xingyuan did not remember that the Red Cloud sect had such a disciple, and Yu Ao-ching obviously did not expect that Yang Kai could come back alive. But immediately, Yu Ao-ching's eyes surged with resentment and anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Martial Uncle Meng, this person is not a disciple of my Red Cloud sect, but a thief who mixed in with the ship. Qi Yuan was killed by him. I ask Martial Uncle Meng to take action and avenge junior brother Qi Yuan." She did not mention that Yang Kai had humiliated her, fearing that if this matter spread, it would not be good for her. Before, she did not dare to do anything to Yang Kai. First of all, there was only her and Yang Kai here, and some of them were in the same boat. Second, she was physically and mentally exhausted, and was not Yang Kai's opponent. But now it was different. Meng Xingyuan and the others had found this place, so she could safely leave. For Yang Kai, this man who had stripped her clothes and profaned her body, how could Yu Ao-ching be willing to let him go? She could not wait to tear Yang Kai into pieces with her own hands, to vent the hatred in her heart. As long as he died, no one would know what had happened that day, and she would still be the proud daughter of the Red Cloud sect. After saying this, Yu Ao-ching slightly raised her head, looking at Yang Kai arrogantly, her eyes filled with the joy of revenge. Meng Xingyuan's face became cold and he shouted, "Boy, you have guts. You dare to kill my Red Cloud sect disciple. Kill him for me." These words were directed at the 2 Red Cloud sect disciples. As soon as his voice fell, the 2 did not hesitate to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared deeply at Yu Ao-ching, his eyes flashing with a trace of coldness, his figure flickered, and he flashed more than 10 feet away. When the 2 Red Cloud sect disciples caught up, Yang Kai flashed again, and after a few more times, disappeared without a trace. So fast! Meng Xingyuan could not help but exclaim, that footwork was really amazing, and he did not know what level of martial skill it was. "Can you still walk?" Meng Xingyuan asked. Yu Ao-ching nodded. "Go out with Martial Uncle. I want to see how that boy leaves that fog." Meng Xingyuan coldly snorted, but he was not in a hurry. As long as the fog was still there, any cultivator below Yuan-Chi would not be able to leave, unless they had a flight-type artifact. "Martial Uncle, you must kill him. He even wanted to humiliate junior sister Luo Qianqian. If I had not stopped him, he would have already succeeded." Yu Ao-ching's beautiful eyes were cold. Without the slightest bit of guilt, she slandered Yang Kai. Meng Xingyuan was furious. Daring to have ideas about my Red Cloud sect disciple, He is really bold. Rest assured, when Martial Uncle catches him, he will be skinned alive. Yu Ao-ching showed a cold smile. Chapter 192. Not waiting for Meng Xingyuan and Yu Ao-ching to go far, the sound of a fierce battle suddenly came from outside. A moment later, the two Red Cloud sect disciples who had chased Yang Kai retreated in embarrassment. What happened? Meng Xingyuan asked. Martial Uncle, there are so many insects. One of them hurriedly replied with an ugly expression. There was no need for him to answer, as a buzzing sound entered Meng Xingyuan's ears, and in the next moment he saw a large mass of dark, fog-like things rushing towards him. This black mass was made up of a type of black insects that were only the size of a fist and were waving their wings. As far as the eye could see, these insects completely occupied the tunnel, and there were countless of them. Yu Ao-ching cried out involuntarily, "Martial Ant, we were caught by these insects." Meng Xingyuan's face became cold, shouting, "Retreat behind me." With a single step, he rushed to the front of the Red Cloud sect disciples. His hands opened wide, and a fierce yuan qi burst out. When the strange insects were struck by Meng Xingyuan's attacks, they fell down like dumplings, creating a vacuum in front of him. Martial Uncle is so strong. One of the Red Cloud sect disciples was dazzled, and could not help but praise. Follow me and kill. Meng Xingyuan's aura was as deep as an abyss, as he took the lead, using his own means to kill. The two Red Cloud sect disciples protected Yu Ao-ching in the middle, following closely behind Meng Xingyuan. Meng Xingyuan pushed forward step by step. Every time he made a move, he would definitely be able to kill off several dozen mutated insects. However, there were simply too many of them, and he could not kill them all. After making over 10 moves consecutively, he could not help but feel a little out of breath. His footsteps paused for a moment, and he took in a deep breath to suppress his churning vital energy and blood. Once again, he performed a fierce move. Along the way, the ground was covered with insect corpses, forming a thick layer. After rushing out about 500 feet, Meng Xingyuan suddenly stopped, his expression changing. From the depths of the cave came a cracking sound. The cave wall above them. Also, chunks of mud were falling down. Immediately, a rumbling sound entered their ears. The whole cave shook. Not good. Meng Xingyuan exclaimed, "This place is going to collapse, let's go." The three Red Cloud sect disciples behind him were also shocked and hurriedly followed his footsteps. However, there were countless strange insects blocking the way. They couldn't speed up even if they wanted to. Meng Xingyuan used all of his strength, but he was still unable to make those strange insects retreat. In his haste, there were some that managed to slip through and attack the three people behind him. This caused them to be flustered. After running for another 300 feet, the tunnel in front of them suddenly collapsed, completely blocking their way. Meng Xingyuan and the three Red Cloud sect disciples' faces were ashen, and Yu Ao-ching was even more stunned. Apparently, she had not expected that just as she had seen a glimmer of hope, she would once again fall into despair. The rumbling continued as Yang Kai rushed to the entrance of the cave. The moment he exited the insect cave, the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank down. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Yang Kai continued to run forward. When he was attacked by the two Red Cloud sect disciples, Yang Kai had already ordered those strange insects to destroy the wormhole. He knew that if he were to face an Yuan Qi expert head-on, he would definitely not have a good ending. Now that he had these strange insects in hand, he naturally had to make use of them. These insects were good at digging holes, so destroying their own nest was even easier. The sound of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. Yang Kai continued to run for several miles. Only then did he stop and look back. He saw that with the entrance of the wormhole as the center, in a radius of several miles, the earth had sunk a great deal. The entire wormhole had completely collapsed. But Yang Kai was still not at ease. He did not know if such a collapse could take the life of an Yuan Qi expert. With a thought, he ordered those strange insects to search for traces of the Red Cloud sect disciples underground. He had to eliminate them completely. After waiting quietly for about a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai suddenly heard an unwilling and mournful scream coming from underground. It was Meng Xingyuan's scream. It should be that the strange insects had found him and were now fighting. Gradually, the scream was so weak that it could not be heard, and finally disappeared. Meng Xingyuan, an Yuan Qi expert, had died. Those Red Cloud sect disciples, whose strength was far inferior to him, naturally could not survive. They were probably buried deep in the wormhole the moment it collapsed. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman died. The old demon sighed. Yu Aoqing was definitely a rare beauty, but this woman was vicious and had a heart like a snake and scorpion. She really deserved to die. The old demon only felt some regret. Yang Kai remained silent, his expression indifferent, quietly standing in place. Not long after, the earth within a few miles began to squirm. Countless strange insects drilled out of the ground and surrounded him, waiting for orders. These strange insects would be the survival and exploration of Yang Kai on Hidden Island. Since he had mixed into the Red Cloud sect, Yang Kai had been very careful, as if he was walking on thin ice. Until now, he had finally gotten rid of the Red Cloud sect people, giving him a sense of relaxation and freedom. It was time to make a big move. These strange insects could fly, and their speed was not slow, so Yang Kai was not worried about not being able to take them away. Leading these strange insects outside, Yang Kai came to the edge of the fog blockade and issued the order to break the fog. Immediately, several big guys flew over, rushing into the fog and gnawing at it. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the fog blockade of more than a dozen miles was quickly gnawed open. Yang Kai's expression changed. This fog could be used as a killing move, but it seemed that this fog could only be sprayed out by those big strange insects. The fist-sized insects simply did not have this ability. In the next few days, Yang Kai did not rush to explore Hidden Island. Instead, he first found a hidden place to familiarize himself with his Yang inflammation wings. A few days later, Yang Kai stood in the air above Hidden Island, observing the entire island. In mid-air, everything about this mysterious island was imprinted in his eyes. Based on the map he obtained from the Jiang family's madam a few months ago, Yang Kai quickly identified his location and found the correct route. After flying forward for a while, Yang Kai landed on the ground and used his footwork to rush forward. Using the Yang inflammation wings would be much faster, but the consumption of Yuan Qi was also huge. On this mysterious island, Yang Kai did not dare to waste the Yang liquid in his dantian. Flying in the air would easily expose him as a target. It was very likely that he would be targeted by the flying monster beast or an expert of the Red Cloud sect. Although using footwork to hasten his journey was much slower, it was the safest way. For several days, Yang Kai was on his way. Along the way, if he encountered any heavenly treasures, he would not hesitate to eat them and temper them into the energy of his unyielding golden skeleton. Hidden Island was indeed full of dangers. Powerful monster beasts were everywhere. If Yang Kai was not careful, he would have been in a big battle. In the past few days, he had not found any trace of the Red Cloud sect people, which made Yang Kai wonder if they were all dead. But as he approached his final destination, Yang Kai finally saw some traces of human activity. He became more cautious. In the center of Hidden Island was a lonely peak about 100 feet high. Jagged rocks. The scenery was unique. According to the pattern given by Madame Jiang, Yang Kai could determine that the final destination of the pattern was this lonely peak. But now it seemed that the Red Cloud sect people were also aiming for this place. He did not know how many people they had and what kind of strength they had. Arriving at the lonely peak, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, then gritted his teeth and climbed up. Suppressing his heartbeat and holding his breath, Yang Kai had only climbed half the distance when he heard a violent sound coming from above, shaking the entire lonely peak. His heart trembled, knowing that something must have happened above. He could not help but quicken his pace. After waiting for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai arrived at the peak, quietly lurking on the side, sneakily looking in the direction of the source of the sound. About 100 feet away, several people from the Red Cloud sect were fiercely bombarding a stone door. After observing for a while, Yang Kai could not help but relax. Among these people, there was no Grand Elder Huxiang Lan of the Red Cloud sect. The leader was impressively Yu Xiaoping, and the rest were mostly true element boundary experts. But at the moment, these people looked quite embarrassed. They should have suffered a lot along the way. Many of them were wounded and covered in blood. Fortunately, they were in such a state, otherwise Yang Kai estimated that he would not have been able to sneak in without being discovered. These people wielded their weapons and unleashed their moves, bombarding the stone door in front of them again and again. Each attack caused the stone door to tremble incessantly, and from the stone door, a dense halo of light spread out, causing their attacks to be ineffective. "Brother Yu," one of them gasped, "what do we do now?" Yu Xiaoping's face was gloomy, quite impatient. "What else can we do? Continue to attack. We must break this damn stone door. My Red Cloud sect has suffered heavy losses this time. Even 2 of our grand elders have fallen. If we do not gain anything, how can we go back?" Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help but be overjoyed. It turned out that Huxianglan was also dead. He just did not know how the immortal Ascension Boundary old woman died. But this news undoubtedly made Yang Kai eat a pill of reassurance, and he was no longer afraid. Yu Xiaoping rushed forward, desperately urging his true essence, again and again violently attacking the stone door, hissing, "2 grand elders have fallen, the Red Cloud sect disciples have suffered heavy casualties, and this Yu's daughter's whereabouts are unknown. Everything is just for this broken door. If we cannot break it, we will kill ourselves here. Why should we continue to live in this world?" Yu Xiaoping's madness made the other people's faces not look good. This time, going out to explore the hidden island was a wrong decision. If they had known that this trip would be so dangerous, how could they have left the Red Cloud sect? With the Red Cloud sect's heritage, they obviously did not have the qualifications and strength to explore the hidden island. But Yu Xiaoping's words obviously aroused these people's enthusiasm. They were not in a hurry to recover, and all of them silently attacked the stone door together. This stone door was definitely a barrier left behind by a predecessor. Although it was incomparably sturdy, it did not mean that it was unbreakable. The several true element boundary masters did not stop attacking, and the sound of something crashing could be heard coming from the lone peak. In less than an hour, a few cracks had appeared on the stone door. Seeing hope, the Red Cloud sect people became even more ruthless. Chapter 193. Gradually, more and more cracks appeared on the stone door, and it was about to shatter. But all of a sudden, the clear cry of an eagle could be heard from afar. The Red Cloud sect members who were attacking the stone door suddenly paled. "It's the giant eagle!" A person shouted in horror, "It's the giant eagle that tore apart the Supreme Elder." They couldn't help but panic. Before, under the leadership of Huxianglan, they explored the hidden island and gained a lot. A few days ago, they suddenly found a bird's nest on a cliff. Inside, there was a young bird that had not yet grown up. Although it had not yet grown up, it was still very handsome. At a glance, one could tell that it was not a low-grade monster beast. Huxianglan was delighted to see it, so she flew up and caught the young bird, preparing to raise it. Who would have thought that this would provoke a huge problem? Less than half a day after catching the young bird, it was found by its parents. They were 2 incomparably huge and terrifying giant eagles, whose strength was at least at the 6th order. Although Huxianglan was an immortal Ascension Boundary Master, she could barely cope with 1 giant eagle, but the 2 giant eagles were angry that she had caught their offspring, so they joined forces to attack her. Huxianglan could only hold on for less than half an hour before she was torn apart alive. At that time, Yu Xiaoping and the others were scared out of their wits. They hid in the woods, not daring to come out, let alone help. After the giant eagles tore apart Huxianglan, they hovered in the sky for a long time before slowly leaving. Originally, Yu Xiaoping and the others thought that they had escaped, but they did not expect that these 2 beasts would be so vengeful. Today, they finally found their traces. An eagle cry came out, causing Yu Xiaoping and the others to break out in cold sweat. A moment later, another eagle cry came from afar, echoing the previous one. Looking around, they could see that from the east and west, there were 2 black dots rapidly approaching. Quickly break this stone door." Yu Xiaoping shouted in horror, "Otherwise we will all die." 2 6th-order monster beasts, with their Yuan Qi cultivator strength, They simply could not cope. Once caught, only death awaited them. There was no need for Yu Xiaoping to remind them. Which one of the remaining people were not using all of their strength to attack the stone door. However, although more and more cracks appeared on the stone door, it still stood upright in front of them, blocking their way. As the giant eagle rapidly approached, one of the Yuan Qi masters couldn't bear the pressure of death and hurriedly used his footwork to escape. "Come back! Junior brother Zhang, come back!" Yu Xiaoping roared, "If we put in more effort, we'll be able to break through this stone door and hide inside. If you run now, where can you run to?" How could that junior brother Zhang be willing to stay? Wind blew under the soles of his feet as he ran for his life. The crowd didn't see any hope in the first place. After being provoked by this junior brother Zhang, one of them immediately retreated. He hurriedly said, "Let's run quickly. I'm afraid this stone door won't open for a while. If we run now, we still have a chance of survival." After saying that, he also hurriedly ran down. They didn't have enough manpower to begin with. Now that they were suddenly missing 2 people, they couldn't see any hope. The others also stomped their feet hatefully and hurriedly dispersed, each fleeing for their lives. Kai Yang hid himself well, not daring to move a single muscle. Quietly looking up, he saw 2 giant eagles appear in the sky. Even though they were separated by a distance of several hundred feet, these giant eagles looked extraordinary and majestic. If they really landed, Yang Kai estimated that they were at least 7 or 8 feet long. 2 pairs of sharp eagle eyes stared at the fleeing red cloud cultivators below and swooped down. Not long after, a mournful scream came from afar. When it reached Yang Kai's ears, it made his heart tremble. When it reached the ears of the red cloud cultivators, it made them tremble with fear. They knew that another person had been killed by the giant eagles. Almost at the same time as this scream stopped, another scream came out. The second person was killed by the giant eagles. Yuan Qi experts, in front of the 6th Order Sky Overlords, were as fragile as newborn babies, without any power to resist. Yang Kai didn't dare to make any rash movements, so he stayed in place and waited for a whole day. After confirming that the 2 giant eagles and the Red Cloud Sex people had all disappeared, he finally came out of his hiding place. His face was full of lingering fear. Fortunately, he did not rely on the wings of yang inflammation to fly around. Otherwise, if he encountered those 2 giant eagles, he was afraid that he would have met with disaster. Frowning, Yang Kai came in front of the stone door. Looking at the broken cracks, he operated his Yuan Qi and punched it. The stone door shook, and the cracks became denser. The fog on the stone door was not as gorgeous as before. Instead, it gave off a feeling that it was about to run out of oil. Aware of this, Yang Kai's spirit was greatly aroused. Punch after punch, he fiercely attacked the stone door. Who would have thought that after several hundred punches, the stone door was still the same as before? Strange. Yang Kai frowned. Thinking about it, he called out in his mind. After waiting for a long time, a buzzing sound came. It was the group of insects that followed Yang Kai. These insects were not far behind Yang Kai, waiting for any danger so that Yang Kai could summon them to help, but he did not expect that they would not be used at all. Summoning the big insects, Yang Kai asked them to spit out some kind of strange fog towards the stone door. Yang Kai wanted to see if this strange fog could erode the stone door. The several large insects were well behaved. After receiving the order, they came to the stone door and opened their mouths to spit out white fog. Crackling sounds came out. The stone door was indeed corroded a little. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded. Letting the large insects continue to spit out the fog, he sat to the side to recover. About an hour later, Kai Yang suddenly heard a crashing sound. Opening his eyes, he saw that the stone door had been shattered, revealing a dark cave entrance. Yang Kai did not rush in. Instead, he let the group of insects fly in first to explore. After waiting outside for half a day, the group of strange insects flew back safely. After confirming that there was no danger inside, Yang Kai stepped inside. After entering, he ordered the insects to guard the entrance and let the large insects spit out a layer of fog to block the entrance. With these insects and the fog as a barrier, Yang Kai believed that even if the Red Cloud sect people escaped the giant eagle's pursuit, they would not be able to come back. As they walked deeper into the cave, it wasn't a straight path. Instead, it spiraled downwards. Before going far, Yang Kai felt comfortable all over, as if in this cave, the heaven and earth energy was extremely rich. The more he went down, the stronger this feeling became. After going down for several thousand feet, Yang Kai estimated that he had reached the bottom of this lonely peak. Only then did he see the end of the road. Below was a huge and spacious space. The stone walls were dotted with traces of light, making this place look somewhat magnificent. On both sides of the road, there was a row of stone shelves divided into many layers. Each layer had something placed on it. Yang Kai strolled forward, arriving in front of the stone shelves. With the help of the light, he glanced at the top layer. Supreme Solitary Sect? Yang Kai looked at the 3 large words engraved on the stone shelves. He could not help but be surprised. He had heard of this sect when he was traveling in Sea City. It was the only transcendent force overseas that was comparable to the central capital's 8 great families. The sect had countless disciples and many experts, and its reputation was widespread. Did this sect have some kind of relationship with this place? On this layer of stone shelves engraved with the words Supreme Solitary Sect, Yang Kai saw a treasure seal. Reaching out and picking it up, he found that it was not light. This treasure seal should have been carved from some kind of precious material. It could even be said that this treasure seal itself was an artifact. After examining it, Yang Kai was surprised to find the word Supreme 1 to 2 at the bottom of this treasure seal. Sure enough, this was a treasure of Supreme Solitary Sect. But why would it appear here? With a trace of doubt, Yang Kai looked down at the next layer of stone shelves. This layer of stone shelves was also engraved with words, and surprisingly, it was a great sect that Yang Kai had heard of before. Ancient Cloud Island. Although this sect's strength was not comparable to Supreme Solitary Sect, it was still considered a first-class force in the Endless Sea Islands. Placed on this stone shelf was a book of cultivation techniques. Yang Kai casually flipped through it and felt that this secret art was not simple. Its grade should not be low, at least a heaven-grade secret art. However, Yang Kai already cultivated the true Yang secret art and the art of yin-yang joyous unification, so he did not need this secret art, so he just casually put it down. Looking further down, Yang Kai's expression became more and more strange. On each layer of this stone shelf, the name of a great sect was engraved, and on each layer, there was also something. Whether it was a martial skill or a secret art, an artifact, or some kind of token, there were many strange things. These sects were all first-class and second-class forces in the Endless Sea Islands. There were more than a dozen of them. A third-class force like the Red Cloud sect was simply not qualified to appear on these stone shelves. If his guess was correct, then these things on these stone shelves really belonged to those sects. But why were they all gathered here? Looking at this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. It was a strange story he heard in a tea house in Sea City. It was said that 300 years ago, there was a person who begged all the sects in the Endless Sea Islands, wanting to be a disciple of one of these sects. However, his aptitude was somewhat unsightly, and every time he went to a sect, he would be rejected and driven away. Some sect disciples even mocked and ridiculed him and even fought with him. His perseverance was not bad, and even after visiting all the sects in the Endless Sea Islands, he still had no results. Disheartened, this person was also somewhat desperate, and hated those sects that were not willing to accept him. He vowed to find a way to cultivate. This matter was originally just a small matter. Those famous sects would reject countless people who wanted to join them every year, and he was just one of them. However, 30 years later, a major event happened overseas. The Greater One Sect's sect master seal was lost, and it was unknown which divine thief had sneaked into the sect and stolen it. Immediately after, the Endless Sea Islands' great sects sent out news that all of them had lost their treasures. Some of these things were very valuable, and some were not necessarily very valuable, but all of them had a special meaning to these sects. For a time, the great sects were in panic, afraid that the divine thief had set his eyes on their treasures. But even if they were on guard, they still could not avoid the fate of being stolen. That stealthy thief, in the most impossible situation, always took away the things that they guarded so closely. Chapter 194. At that time, this matter caused an uproar overseas, and all the major sects lost face. More than a dozen treasures were stolen one after another, which also aroused the anger of these sections. All parties gathered together, and the old men who had been in seclusion all year round set out, wanting to find the whereabouts of the thief and recover the lost treasures. Hard work paid off. After several months of investigation, these sects finally found some clues. All kinds of signs indicated that the person who stole the treasures of more than a dozen major sects was actually the person who was driven out of the sect 30 years ago. It was unknown what kind of fortuitous encounter this person had, but in just 30 years, he had cultivated his strength to an unattainable level. At this point, the major sects finally knew why someone would steal their treasures. It turned out that this person held a grudge for being driven out of the sect and wanted to teach these snobbish sects a lesson. The experts of those sects asked this person for the stolen treasures, but were refused. Because of a disagreement, the two sides launched a deadly battle on the sea. This person had single-handedly dealt with the joint attack of experts from more than 10 great sections. In that battle, several isolated islands had been destroyed, and the experts from those great sects had also suffered heavy casualties. As for whether the thief was still alive or not, no one knew. Because after the experts who participated in that battle returned, they did not mention a word about this matter. Some people said that he was killed, some said that he was seriously injured and fled. No one knew the truth. As time passed, the experts who participated in the battle were all dead, and this matter slowly subsided, but the stolen treasures were never found. Yang Kai also thought that this was a story casually made up by the predecessors. After all, many of the so-called strange stories were made up by the storytellers in order to make a living. In 10 strange stories, it was already very good if 3 of them were true. Even these 3 items, which were rumored by countless people, gradually lost their original flavor, and a lot of exaggeration was added to it. But, seeing all this today, Yang Kai knew that it was not a story, but something that really happened. The Greater One Sect's Master's seal must be driven by the Greater One Sect's unique mantra in order to become a killing treasure. At this moment, at the top of this stone shelf, it was covered in layers of dust. Ancient Cloud Island's supreme secret art, Azura Sect's sect hallowed artifact, Falling Flowers Sect's thousand blossoming blood begonia. Which one of these wasn't priceless? Which one of these wasn't of great significance to these sects? Even if some of these items on these stone shelves didn't have much value, since they were placed here, they were immeasurable treasures to these sects. It turned out that the things that person had stolen were all placed here. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. He could imagine how much of a shock these things would cause to the Endless Sea Island's great forces if they appeared. Oh, the grade of these artifacts isn't bad, young master. Would you like to collect a few for self-defense? Old Demon suddenly asked. There weren't many artifacts here, only 3 of them. Besides the Greater One Sect's Master Seal, which required a matching mantra, Yang Kai could take the other 2 if he really wanted to use them. These artifacts were all at least heaven grade, so Yang Kai was naturally tempted. But if he were to use it outside and reveal any traces of himself, then it would only lead to trouble, so Kai Yang had some misgivings. Ignoring the old demon's inquiry, Yang Kai put the things in his hands back on the stone shelf before walking forward step by step. After walking for a short time, he was greeted by a rich and pure world energy. Not far in front of him, there seemed to be a 5-colored brilliance that tugged at Yang Kai's heartstrings. Yang Kai's expression brightened, and he couldn't help quickening his pace. Turning a corner, Yang Kai entered a place that looked like a living room. The 5-colored brilliance was coming from here. Looking up, Kai Yang could only see a lotus flower the size of a wash basin floating in the air. Next to this lotus flower, there was something that looked like water, wrapping around this 5-colored lotus flower. Although it looked like liquid, it wasn't liquid. Instead, it gave Yang Kai an inexplicable feeling of palpitations, as if his soul was somewhat flustered and unstable. Soul-warming lotus. The old demon exclaimed, "It's actually a soul-warming lotus." Heavens, a soul-warming lotus actually appeared here, and it's a 5-colored soul-warming lotus. Treasure? Yang Kai licked his lips and asked with some excitement. More than a treasure, this is simply a supreme treasure, young master. The old demon was so excited that he was somewhat incoherent. This is a soul-warming lotus, a treasure that all cultivators in the world dream of obtaining. No matter how high your strength is, no matter how strong your cultivation is, this thing will be of great use to you. Why didn't this old master find this thing back then? Yang Kai chuckled. From what you're saying, you can't collect this thing? The old demon shuddered and said, Young master is joking, this old servant is now just a wisp of soul. Not to mention collecting it, if I were to come into contact with it, it would be strange if it didn't collect me. Tell me, what is the use of this thing? For better or worse, you're an old demon, so don't be so flustered. The old demon was choked speechless for a long time, thinking to himself, You're just an ignorant fool who doesn't know how rare and precious this thing is, so you can be so calm. If you knew of its great use, you would definitely lose your composure like boss. But why isn't this old master's luck as good? On the contrary, the young master's luck is great. A few days ago, he refined a trace of heavenly energy and obtained the ability to fly, and now he actually encountered the soul-warming lotus. Just how heaven-defying must his luck be to be able to continuously encounter such great luck? Filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, the old demon held back for a long time before he finally recovered. He deliberated and said, The soul-warming lotus, as its name suggests, is a heavenly treasure used to nourish one's soul. Young master, you know about soul, right? Although you're currently in the chi transforming stage and can't cultivate soul, it still exists in your mind and your perception originates from soul. Once you reach the immortal ascension boundary, you can begin to cultivate. The stronger your soul, the more obvious the benefits. If two people of similar strength were to fight, the one with the stronger soul would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Yang Kai frowned and impatiently interrupted him, Get to the point. Was this old demon treating him like a 3-year-old child? Although Yang Kai couldn't cultivate soul, he still knew about it. The old demon was gloomy and continued, Cultivating soul is very difficult. It's many times more difficult than improving one's physical strength. However, there are some heavenly treasures that can improve one's soul, and the soul-warming lotus is one of those treasures. This kind of heavenly treasure will never disappear and will never be refined. Once it's collected, it will only exist in the cultivator's soul sea. There's no need to care about it as it will constantly nourish the cultivator's soul sea, slowly making it stronger and more condensed. It can't be refined, but it also won't disappear? That's right, because there's no one in this world whose soul sea can refine the soul-warming lotus, not even those who stand at the peak of the world. The old demon's tone was solemn and heavy. This is a very special kind of heavenly treasure. In terms of value, it's much more valuable than the heaven-devouring great emperor bug that young master refined a few days ago. This is because it will accompany you for the rest of your life. From the moment you collect it until the end of your life, it will nourish you all the time, all the time, all the time. All you need to do is sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Good stuff, I want it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he was about to rush forward. Wait. The old demon shouted, Young master, don't be rash. The old demon was scared to death. Just now, Yang Kai had shown no interest, but now he was suddenly full of interest. This change was so fast that he was almost caught off guard. What's wrong? Yang Kai was a bit displeased. Young master, do you see a layer of something like liquid around the soul-warming lotus? Do you know what it is? The old demon asked. What? This is the sea of consciousness left behind by the strong after they die. It contains the power of their divine sense. Young master, if you rush in so recklessly with your chi transforming stage strength, I'm afraid you'll immediately die. Sea of consciousness? Yang Kai was stunned. Can a person's sea of consciousness be preserved after they die? The sea of consciousness was originally ethereal and formless. It was a manifestation of one's mental strength. When a person died, it was like a lamp going out. Naturally, the sea of consciousness couldn't be preserved. Others can't, but when a person who possesses the soul-warming lotus dies, their sea of consciousness will be preserved. This is the strength of the soul-warming lotus. The old demon explained, "Oh right, young master, if you collected the soul-warming lotus and died that day, it would also be like this." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He lowered his head and saw that there was indeed a skeleton under the soul-warming lotus. Presumably, this skeleton was that godly thief who had caused a huge uproar that year. He died here, but the soul-warming lotus and his sea of consciousness were preserved. Raising his eyebrows, Yang Kai asked, "Old demon, don't you need this kind of mental strength?" The old demon laughed and said, "Young master is right. If young master doesn't have any other orders, this old servant will begin to devour this person's sea of consciousness." "How long do you need?" "I can't say, it might take a month." The old demon replied, "After all, this person wasn't weak when he was alive. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, his sea of consciousness is quite good." "A month, then I'll help you guard." Yang Kai nodded. "No need, young master, look over there. The soul-warming lotus isn't the only treasure here." Yang Kai turned his head and looked over. He saw that at the bottom of the cave, there was a dense and pure mist. Energy visible to the naked eye was surging. Ever since he entered here, Yang Kai's gaze had been attracted by the 5-colored lotus, so he didn't pay much attention to it. "What is this?" "Pure heaven and earth energy. It can also be called an earth vein. Young master, good luck. You can go absorb the heaven and earth energy in this earth vein to cultivate. Once this old servant has refined this sea of consciousness, I'll come back to collect the soul-warming lotus." "This is an earth vein." Yang Kai was stunned. That thief from 300 years ago really found a good place to cultivate. No wonder he could cultivate to the point where all the great sects were helpless against him in just 30 years. It turned out that not only did he have the help of the soul-warming lotus, he also had this earth vein. "It's just a small earth vein. Moreover, it's about to dry up," the old demon replied. "All right, go do your thing. Don't worry about me." The old demon was overjoyed. He hurriedly flew out with the soul breaker all wrapped around him. He rushed to the edge of the sea of consciousness and began to devour it. Yang Kai even heard him let out a satisfied sound, like a hungry ghost who had been thirsty for many years hugging a naked beauty. Chapter 195. Yang Kai walked into the earth vein, and as soon as he was enveloped by the dense world energy, he felt a burst of comfort throughout his body. He did not need to circulate his secret art. His hundreds of millions of pores automatically opened up, and every inch of his flesh and blood, and every cell in his body rejoiced. Very rich and pure world energy, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai began to circulate his secret art, like a whale sucking in water, swallowing the earth vein's energy. In the past, that god thief had used 30 years to cultivate to the point where many of the Endless Sea Islands sects had a headache. Firstly, he had the help of the soul-warming lotus, and secondly, he had this earth vein. The former nourished his spirit, while the latter nourished his body. With these two treasures, it would be strange if his strength did not increase quickly. It was a pity that this was only a small earth vein. The amount of heaven and earth energy it contained was not very large. Furthermore, it had been absorbed by the thief for 30 years. There was not much heaven and earth energy left in the earth vein. It was about to dry up. But even so, for the current Yang Kai, it was still a great supplement. His body's special characteristics allowed him to absorb world energy much faster than the god thief of the past. The unyielding golden skeleton was like a bottomless pit, so no matter how much world energy entered his body, it would be swallowed up, so there was no need to worry about it holding up. Moreover, the earth vein's world energy was pure and rich, so there was almost no need to burn it. After circulating through his meridians, the world energy would flow into the unyielding golden skeleton's large warehouse, becoming Yang Kai's reserve. As Yang Kai swallowed the earth vein's world energy, the old demon swallowed the knowledge sea energy of the god thief. The two did not interfere with each other, and were both physically and mentally happy, forgetting the passage of time. After a full month and a half, Yang Kai took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. The small earth vein had been unrestrainedly absorbed by Yang Kai, and had been completely drained, so the world energy visible to the naked eye no longer existed. Carefully feeling his current realm, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. Unknowingly, his strength had risen to the Qi transforming ninth stage, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary. Moreover, Yang Kai could feel that the energy in his body, whether in terms of quality or quantity, had already reached the separation and reunion boundary. The only thing missing was the comprehension of martial arts. The advancement of every major realm required one's own comprehension. It was the same when he was advancing to the initial element stage, and it was the same when he was advancing to the Qi transformation stage. Now, if he wanted to advance to the separation and reunion stage, he would also need to comprehend. However, Yang Kai had yet to touch that layer of shackles. It depended on luck and opportunity, and was not something that could be achieved through hard work. He looked up and saw that the old demon had already absorbed all of the knowledge sea energy around the soul-warming lotus and was waiting for him to wake up. In front of him was the multicolored soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai slowly stood up and walked in front of this supreme sacred object. "Old demon, is there a need to pay special attention to it?" Yang Kai asked. "There is no need to pay special attention to it. If young master was an immortal ascension boundary expert who had cultivated his divine sense, he may need to struggle with it, but young master has not yet cultivated his divine sense, so all you need to do is accept it." Since there was no need to pay special attention to it, Yang Kai did not hesitate and stretched out his hand towards the multicolored soul-warming lotus. Just as his fingers touched the lotus, it disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai suddenly felt refreshed, his mind clearer than ever before, and even his perception had become much stronger. Involuntarily, Yang Kai took a deep breath, his whole body shivering in comfort. Even if he carefully probed, he could not find any trace of the soul-warming lotus, but Yang Kai knew that it was definitely in his mind at this moment. Only after he had cultivated his divine sense would he be able to see it. The multicolored soul-warming lotus, The old demon was both envious and jealous. Yang Kai laughed. "Young master, in the future, you should find some precious treasures that can nourish your divine sense so this soul-warming lotus can absorb them. Once it one day evolves into 7 colors, it will be of even greater help to you." "It can grow?" Yang Kai was somewhat surprised. Of course, when the soul-warming lotus is born, it only has one color, but it also has different grades. The more colors it has, the higher its grade. The highest grade it can reach is 7 colors. For example, a single-color soul-warming lotus requires 100 years to double the size of a person's knowledge sea. A 5-color soul-warming lotus only requires 20 years, and a 7-color soul-warming lotus only requires 5 years. Amazing! Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Although he had yet to cultivate his divine sense, he knew how difficult it was to cultivate it. Just as the old demon had said before, cultivating one's divine sense was more than 100 times more difficult than cultivating one's body. But now, with the help of the soul-warming lotus, he didn't have to worry about it at all. His divine sense would become stronger and more condensed. Speaking of which, the multicolored soul-warming lotus is not bad. Yang Kai wasn't dissatisfied. Being able to obtain this thing was already heaven-defying luck. He couldn't expect to obtain a 7-color lotus in one go. Naturally, it's a very good treasure. When it grows to 7 colors in the future, it will be the world's most precious treasure. But this thing grows very slowly, and it only absorbs the energy of precious treasures that can strengthen one's divine sense. If you want to turn this multicolored lotus into a 7-color, young master will have to put in a lot of effort. Let's just leave it to fate. I won't force it. Yang Kai was more open-minded. If it could become a 7-color lotus in his lifetime, then it would be his luck. If it couldn't, then there was no point in forcing it. It's good that young master has this kind of attitude. The old demon felt a burst of admiration. He was young, but he was calm and steady. The more he interacted with Yang Kai, the more he felt a sense of admiration. If it were any other young man, with the old demon's belly full of tricks and experience, he would have long since tricked them. But in front of Yang Kai, the old demon didn't dare to have any bad intentions. He respected him in everything. "It's time to go out." Yang Kai took a deep breath. After staying here for more than a month, he had already collected the soul-warming lotus and absorbed the earth vein. He had already obtained all the benefits, so there was naturally no need to stay here. Before leaving, Yang Kai dug a hole and buried the bones of the divine thief inside. Walking all the way out when he passed by the stone shelf, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time before restraining his restless thoughts. He didn't look at the artifacts that made his heart beat faster and strode away. There were 3 artifacts on the stone shelf. In addition to the Tai seal, Yang Kai could take the other 2 for his own use. But the divine thief didn't use them, so there must be some kind of mystery. Perhaps once he used these things, those overseas sects would be able to sense it through some special method. This was not Yang Kai's own speculation, but it was the truth. Many great sects had placed barriers on their hallowed artifacts. Within a certain range, if an outsider tried to use it, it would be detected. Yang Kai was planning to return to Sea City, so naturally he didn't dare to refine this hot potato. He would leave them here first, and then come back to pick them up when he left the island. A few thousand feet up, Yang Kai once again arrived at the top of the lonely peak. The group of insects were still dutifully guarding the broken stone door. The Yuan Qi experts of the Red Cloud sect showed no signs of returning. Presumably they were all hunted down by the 2 giant eagles. Letting the big insect break through the fog at the door, Yang Kai walked out. Standing on the lonely peak, Yang Kai looked around. This place was thousands of miles away from Sea City. If he wanted to leave the island, he could only rely on the Yang Inflammation Wings, but using the Yang Inflammation Wings would consume too much Yuan Qi. After all this time, the Dantian only had 30 drops of Yang liquid left, which was not enough to support him flying thousands of miles. Flying thousands of miles was already very difficult, and once he encountered a storm at sea, he may need to take a detour to avoid it. In this way, the demand for Yang liquid would be even greater. He would need at least 400 drops of Yang liquid to leave this damned place. 400 drops? Was there so many Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures on the island? Yang Kai was somewhat uncertain, but in any case, looking for Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures to increase the amount of Yang liquid in the Dantian was the most important task. Letting the insects once again spit out fog to seal the cave, Yang Kai left a lot of insects here to guard, and took the other half of the group down the lonely peak. For many days, Yang Kai searched for Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures, and the harvest was quite good. In just 4 or 5 days, the amount of Yang liquid in the Dantian broke through to more than 100 drops. With the guidance of the origin of Yang seal on his chest, as long as it was within 3,000 feet of Yang Kai, these heaven and earth treasures could not escape Yang Kai's search. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Now on the entire island, he was probably the only living person. In addition to those powerful monster beasts, Yang Kai could be regarded as the master of the island. Exploring and collecting heaven and earth treasures, he would pick them all together. If it was Yang attribute, he would absorb it on the spot and turn it into Yang liquid, and if it was not Yang attribute, he would keep it first and put it in his bag. Occasionally, he would come across some strange flowers and herbs guarded by the monster beast, and Yang Kai would instruct the insects to distract the monster beast's attention while he waited for the opportunity to pick them. It was always scary but not dangerous. The map he had obtained from the Jiang family's madam had been a great help. Previously, Yang Kai didn't know what was so mysterious about the marked locations on the map, but after accidentally entering a certain area and encountering a 6th-order monster beast, he realized that the marked locations were all dangerous places. Since then, Yang Kai had avoided these marked points and did not encounter too much trouble. Traveling north and south, in less than half a month, Yang Kai had explored the entire hidden island. All the precious treasures that could be harvested had been picked up, filling up a large bag. These things were all earth and heaven level treasures, more than 10 times more than what Yang Kai had obtained on the right peninsula of Yunxia. He also harvested a lot of Yang attribute things, but until now, Yang Kai still only had about 300 drops of Yang liquid in his Dantian. 300 drops of Yang liquid, if he was lucky enough, maybe he could fly to Sea City. But maybe, Yang Kai was not completely sure. If he could not fly to Sea City and accidentally fell into the sea, he would certainly die. Even if he could not drown, the monster beast in the sea would be enough to take his life. He had to find some more Yang attribute items to gather 400 drops. Only then would he be absolutely certain of success. Could it be he really had to stroke the tiger's whiskers? Thinking about it, Kai Yang's heart hardened and he made up his mind. Chapter 196. A few days ago, when Yang Kai had accidentally passed by a dangerous place, he had sensed a Yang attribute treasure, but because that place was specifically marked on the map, Yang Kai did not dare to go there. Now it seemed that he had no choice but to go there. All the Yang attribute treasures on the island had been collected, and if he wanted to collect 400 drops of Yang liquid, there was no other place besides there. The only thing he did not know was what kind of monster beast was guarding that place. He had to be careful, in case he encountered the 2 giant eagles he had seen a few days ago. Even if Yang Kai had the Yang inflammation wings, he would not be able to escape from their pursuit. After spending a day's effort, Yang Kai arrived at the perimeter of the dangerous place. Yang Kai thought about it for a long time before ordering his insects to take some precautions, carefully speculating about any possible situation and how to deal with it. Only after he had a plan in mind did he set off. The origin of Yang on Yang Kai's chest once again emitted a scorching hot reaction. A few hundred feet in front of him, there was indeed a Yang attribute item, and its grade was not low either. If there was enough energy, it would be enough to refine 400 drops of Yang liquid. Success or failure would depend on this adventure. At this moment, Yang Kai was not afraid. Step by step he walked towards the direction of the Yang origin seal's reaction. There seemed to be a fishy smell in the air, and there were traces of the monster beast, all of which indicated that there was great danger ahead. After a few hundred feet, the fishy smell became stronger. Yang Kai faintly saw that not far ahead, there was a huge dark red rock standing there. The Yang Qi that the Yang origin seal had sensed was coming from this rock. Yang Kai was delighted. He suddenly felt that there was hope to return home. Such a large piece of Yang attribute stone, if he absorbed all the Yang Qi, he could easily obtain 400 drops of Yang liquid. This stone should be similar to the Yang inflammation stone mined by the blood group, but its texture was much better than the Yang inflammation stone. Continuing to approach cautiously, Yang Kai saw that there was a cave entrance that was not too deep at the bottom of the rock. Inside the cave, there was a handsome monster beast. It was squinting its purple eyes and staring at him. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He never thought that his whereabouts would be exposed like this. However, the monster beast didn't seem to want to chase after Yang Kai. Instead, he just crouched in the cave and looked at him with ill intentions. This was its lair, the source of its strength and survival. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would not leave. After walking another 300 feet forward, the demonic beast let out a low roar, and its purple eyes flashed with a ferocious light. It slowly stood up and walked out of the cave. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai finally saw its true form. It was a monster beast that looked like a wolf, but its whole body was covered in dark red fur. It was about 20 feet tall and had sharp fangs at the corner of its mouth. It bared its fangs at Yang Kai. An invisible pressure descended. Yang Kai almost couldn't breathe. A 6th grade monster beast. It was definitely a 6th grade monster beast. It was not much weaker than the giant eagle he saw a few days ago. Such a monster beast, even if Yang Kai tried his best, it would be impossible for him to kill it. Slowly bending down, Yang Kai picked up a stone at his feet while being vigilant of the monster beast's movements. Then, with all his strength, he threw the stone at the monster beast. Such a blatant provocation completely enraged the dark red wolf monster. Yang Kai only saw a red light flash in his eyes. The monster beast appeared 300 feet away from him. What a fast speed! Yang Kai's face darkened. Without hesitation, he quickly turned around and used his footwork to quickly retreat. There was a whistling sound of wind behind him. It was the monster beast quickly approaching. Yang Kai's hair stood on end. His spine was filled with cold wind. He increased his speed to the limit and kept flashing. "Young master, it's not good. It's about to catch up with you." The old demon cried out in fear. "Help!" Yang Kai didn't dare to be distracted and continued to run forward. The old demon responded and turned into a black gas with the soul breaker all wrapped around it. It rushed toward the wolf monster. The monster beast reacted quickly. It opened its mouth and bit the soul breaker all while running. The old demon was scared and screamed again and again. The wolf monster couldn't bite the soul breaker all in half. It found that the all was hard to chew and spat it out. The old demon still had a lingering fear. This period of delay allowed Kai Yang to open up some distance between them. Dashing forward another 1,000 meters or so, Yang Kai finally arrived at the location where he had laid out his plan. Yang Kai no longer tried to escape, but instead turned around to face the monster beast, only to see it pounce towards him like a shadow. As it flew through the air, the sharp fangs in its mouth reflected a terrifying light. Yang Kai moved his feet and flashed more than 100 feet away. Before he could stand firm, the wolf monster rushed over again. Its speed was not much slower than the insect of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Yang Kai suddenly felt the pressure on him decrease. He used his footwork again and fought with it. At this moment, the old demon finally arrived and cooperated with Yang Kai to distract the wolf monster, slightly alleviating Yang Kai's awkward situation. One man, one demon, and one wolf dashed endlessly within a radius of several tens of feet. Several times, Yang Kai was almost pounced on by it, but always at the most dangerous moment, he managed to escape. Even so, Yang Kai's whole body was dripping with sweat. Using the strength of Qi Transformation Level 9 to deal with a 6th-order monster beast was really overestimating himself. Without the help of his self-created footwork, he would have been bitten to death by the monster beast. But in order to leave the hidden island, Yang Kai had to take risks. After fighting for a full incense worth of time, Yang Kai looked around and revealed a smile. The yang inflammation wings on his back opened and he flew into the sky. "Old demon, you and these insects block it, I'm going," Yang Kai said, turned around and flew toward the big stone. "Young master, you have to hurry up. This old servant is really afraid that it will swallow me." The old demon was uneasy. Although there was no danger hiding in the soul breaker all, it would be very scary if it was swallowed. The monster beast stared at the direction Yang Kai left. As if it was aware that he wanted to take its place, it couldn't help but roar and chase after him. But after running for a short distance, he ran head-on into a cloud of fog. A burst of light sound came out, and the wolf monster howled. It hurriedly retreated and stared at the white fog in front of it with fear. This circle of fog really lived up to Yang Kai's expectations. The strong 6th-order monster beast couldn't enter and leave freely. Its powerful corrosive ability was enough to hinder its steps. The wolf demon was also smart. It knew that the fog was very lethal, so it quickly changed its direction and tried to rush out from the other side. However, after it made a big circle, it found that the area around it had been wrapped in fog at some point. It covered the sky and the earth, so it had no way to go up and no way to go down. This was Yang Kai's previous deployment. In advance, he let the big insect spit out a large circle of fog here, deliberately leaving a gap. He led the wolf monster in and then closed the gap. He used the yang inflammation wings to leave calmly. From the beginning to the end, he didn't want to kill this powerful 6th-order monster beast. He didn't have the ability to kill it. He only wanted to trap it. Sha sha sha. A scalp-numbing sound came from underground, and the entire ground boiled. Immediately, countless strange insects drilled out from the ground and fearlessly attacked the demon wolf. The wolf monster roared angrily, and a burst of fire gushed out from its body. Before the insects could get close, they fell down. The old demon didn't dare to get close. It just flew around to distract the wolf monster. On the other side, Yang Kai had flown to the big stone. He stretched out his hands and pressed on the stone, madly circulating the yang qi in the stone, and pulled it into his body. The yang energy contained in this big stone was indeed much better than the yang inflammation stone. No wonder the wolf monster would cultivate here. This stone was also very beneficial to it. The surging yang energy entered his body, and in the blink of an eye, his meridians swelled. Drip! A drop of yang liquid formed and fell into the dantian. Drip! Drip! Yang Kai felt that he had never heard such a beautiful sound in his life. The yang liquid in the dantian was increasing at the rate of 1 drop per breath. 320 drops, 350 drops, 380 drops. In less than 100 breaths' time, Yang Kai had already achieved his goal. The yang energy in the big stone was almost depleted by 1/10. However, Yang Kai didn't stop. He was still circulating the true yang secret art. The wolf monster's howls came one after another, mixed with anger and murderous intent. After all, it was a 6th-grade monster beast. Yang Kai didn't know how long the fog could delay it. If it hardened its heart and rushed out without caring about its own injuries, the insects wouldn't be able to stop it. After a while, the Dantian had more than 500 drops of yang liquid. This amount was definitely enough to support him flying to Sea City. At this moment, a black gas suddenly flew over. It was the Soul Breaker All. The old demon anxiously said, "Young master, run for your life. That guy is about to rush out." Before his voice fell, Yang Kai saw a fiery red figure quickly approaching him. It had already rushed out. The wolf monster's body was covered in flames. It was this layer of flames that resisted the erosion of the fog, only causing it some minor injuries. 100 feet, 80 feet, 50 feet, 30 feet, the wolf monster was as fast as the wind. With a whoosh, the yang inflammation wings on Yang Kai's back spread out again. At the same time as the wolf monster pounced, he quickly flew into the sky. Looking down, the wolf monster was staring at him with its pair of purple eyes, its throat constantly roaring. Yang Kai grinned, "Thank you. In fact, I didn't give you much yang qi. I only took 2/10. You don't have to be so resentful, right?" As if it understood Yang Kai's words, the wolf monster was extremely annoyed by his attitude. It roared again and again. Yang Kai didn't want to deal with it anymore. Maintaining the yang inflammation wings consumed yuan qi. With a flap of the yang inflammation wings, he quickly flew away. The wolf monster was also tactful. It knew that it couldn't do anything to an enemy that could fly, so it naturally didn't chase. Coming to the previous place, Yang Kai put away the bag of heaven and earth treasures and led the surviving insects in the direction of the Lonely Peak. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to the Lonely Peak. He entered the cave and took down the things on the stone shelf one by one. Although he didn't dare to rush to refine these things, he also didn't want to leave them here. If used properly, every single thing here could be a great killing weapon. Now that he had collected enough yang liquid, it was time to leave the hidden island. Chapter 197. On the boundless sea, a figure was flying at high speed. On the back of this figure, there were 2 wings like that of a large bird. However, this pair of wings were like blazing flames. As it flew past, even the air was scorched to the point of distorting. Yang Kai had left the hidden island for a day and night. He had been flying for a day and a night, carrying 2 large bags in his hands. One bag was the heaven and earth treasures collected from the hidden island, and the other bag was the things on the stone shelf. Flying with these 2 bags was really not a good thing. There were several times when Yang Kai wanted to throw them all into the sea, but he couldn't bear to do so. The yang liquid in the Dantian was decreasing all the time. The yang inflammation wings required a huge amount of yuan qi. In just one day, he had lost nearly 200 drops of yang liquid. If he hadn't made sufficient preparations before, it would definitely not be enough to support Yang Kai's return to Sea City. The alien insects were left on the hidden island. Although these insects were very obedient and sometimes very useful, Yang Kai really didn't know how to take them away, so he could only reluctantly give them up. The sea stretched as far as the eye could see, and the blue sea water undulated beneath him, reflecting the clear blue sky. It gave birth to a feeling of insignificance and panic for no reason. Fortunately, the weather was good these days, and Yang Kai didn't encounter the storm that he was worried about. After flying for so long, Yang Kai was really tired. The head-on wind almost made his face numb. His physical consumption was serious, but he didn't feel tired mentally. Yang Kai estimated that it was related to the soul-warming lotus. This supreme saint-quality item was absorbed into his body and warmed his spirit, so naturally he didn't feel tired. Squinting his eyes, about 50 miles ahead, there were traces of a small island. Yang Kai's expression shook, and he quickly turned and flew in that direction. Not long after he arrived. With the flaming yang wings, the speed at which he could travel was truly incredible. When he arrived, Yang Kai saw that it wasn't an island at all. It was just a stone that covered an area of about a few feet. He didn't know why it was protruding from the sea. He didn't care so much and quickly put down the 2 bags in his hands, collapsed on the stone like a pile of mud, and took deep breaths. After a long time, Yang Kai recovered. He rubbed his face with both hands and slowly recovered the feeling in his face. Young master's strength hasn't reached the Yuan Qi stage. After reaching the Yuan Qi stage with the Yuan Qi protection, flying won't be so uncomfortable. The old demon comforted him. I know why cultivators below Yuan Qi, even cultivators with flying artifacts, don't dare to use it. Actually, young master, you're already doing well. If not for the fact that you refined a few drops of blood-congealing pearls earlier on and your qi and blood aren't vigorous enough, you wouldn't have been able to last this long. After recovering for half a day, Yang Kai set off again. After another day and night, Yang Kai finally saw the distant land appear in his eyes. The yang inflammation wings on his back were too eye-catching, and the 2 bags in his hands couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, he would definitely attract a fatal disaster. He deliberately found a remote place, and after confirming that there was no one around, he landed. After checking, he found that there were only a few drops of yang liquid left in the dantian. In 2 days, he had consumed more than 400 drops of yang liquid. If he hadn't been prepared beforehand, he would have been unable to bear such a loss. Looking around, Yang Kai was unfamiliar with this place, but he felt that it shouldn't be far from Sea City. Because on Yun Xia's ship, he had been observing the direction every day. This time, when he left Hidden Island, he also flew in the opposite direction. After walking for a long time, he finally reached the main road. Yang Kai was now covered in dust, and his clothes were tattered. He looked no different from a poor person. However, the 2 bags were somewhat tempting. If he encountered a bandit on the street, he was afraid that it would be troublesome. Walking along the main road, he passed by a small tea house. After asking the couple selling tea, Yang Kai realized that he was indeed a bit off track. This place was 1,000 miles away from Sea City. After determining the location, Yang Kai once again spread out his yang inflammation wings and flew in the direction of Sea City. There was still a grudge that had not been settled. An hour later, Yang Kai arrived near Sea City. He didn't immediately enter the city, but instead looked for the old man and his granddaughter's residence by the sea. The tattered door was wide open, and the sea breeze poured into the house, making the whole house seem unusually cold. Stepping in, Yang Kai found that the furnishings in the house were no different from the night he was captured. The old man and the silent little girl were no longer there. They should have already left. When he left that night, he gave the old man a lot of money, enough for him and the little girl to live a carefree life for several lifetimes. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't have to suffer any more in the future. Finding a safe and secluded place nearby, Kai Yang carefully hid the 2 parcels and only took 1 earth-grade mid-rank spirit medicine to exchange for some silver coins. 1 day later, Yang Kai appeared in Sea City. He didn't do anything, he just went around to inquire about useful information. For the next few days, Yang Kai spied on various aspects of information, returning to his house by the sea at night. 3 days later, Yang Kai made his move. His goal was the Red Cloud sect. Although the death of the 3 Jiang family girls had little to do with the Red Cloud sect, it was still somewhat involved. What's more, Yang Kai and the Red Cloud sect had an irreconcilable grudge. The parents of the silent little girl should also have died in the Red Cloud sect. One night, Yang Kai quietly flew out and made some arrangements. There was no need to do anything, he just needed to watch from the sidelines. Early morning, Ancient Cloud Island. The disciples woke up from their cultivation, each performing their own duties, dealing with the big and small matters on the island. As a first-class force in the Endless Sea Islands, Ancient Cloud Island occupied as many as 3 islands. Compared to the Red Cloud sect, whether it was in terms of capital or the quality of their disciples, they were far superior. Relying on the resources produced on these 3 islands, the disciples were able to live up to expectations. For hundreds of thousands of years, they had produced many geniuses. Although they couldn't compete with a transcendent force like the Supreme Solitary Sect, their reputation was still illustrious, and few dared to provoke them. However, the disciples of ancient Cloud Island all knew that their sect had a secret that they couldn't talk about. 300 years ago, they had lost a supreme secret art and had never been able to find it. Such a secret existed in every great force in the Endless Sea Islands. However, the younger generation were very curious about these things, so if there was even the slightest leak, they would always try to get to the bottom of it. 1 spread to 2, 2 spread to 3, and in private, everyone was well aware of this secret, but they would never discuss it in front of the sect elders. Zhong Miao was an ordinary disciple of ancient Cloud Island. Her aptitude wasn't very good. After entering the island for several years, she had only managed to cultivate to the Qi transformation second stage. She was arranged to live in a remote place on ancient Cloud Island, feeding the several peacocks on the island. These peacocks were the favorite pets of one of the island's elders. Zhong Miao didn't have much to do, so besides taking care of these peacocks, she spent all her time diligently cultivating. She knew that with her mediocre aptitude, wanting to stand out on ancient Cloud Island was harder than ascending to the heavens. However, she didn't complain to the heavens or anyone else, just doing her best was enough. When she woke up in the morning, Zhong Miao opened the door as usual, wanting to feed the peacocks that were much nobler than her, but just as she stepped over the threshold, she saw a dagger inserted into the door, and under the dagger was a letter. Strange, who would leave a letter here? Zhong Miao was puzzled, but still reached out and took the letter. Looking down, she saw a line of words written on it. Ancient Cloud Island's Elder, Island Master. Zhong Miao suddenly pouted, thinking that it was some senior sister or brother who was teasing her. It wasn't like this had never happened before. Her strength was low, her status was low, she had no connections, and she wasn't beautiful. There were always some annoying brother or senior sister who would find ways to bully her for fun. On top of that, the line of words on this letter was too strange. It actually said Island Master or Elder. Since it's for the Island Master or Elder, why put it on my door? Zhong Miao's chest heaved up and down, feeling a little wronged. These people were really too annoying. Feeling slightly annoyed, she opened the letter and pulled out a yellowed page. Looking at it, she whispered softly, "Broken Moon Transformation Art?" As soon as she read it out loud, her expression froze for a moment. Why does it sound so familiar? Moreover, this yellowed page seemed to be quite old. It was at least a few hundred years old antique. Broken Moon Transformation Art? Zhong Miao muttered to herself again as some information flashed across the depths of her mind. Her pair of eyes suddenly widened as her pretty face filled with disbelief. Her 2 jade white hands couldn't help trembling, as if the pages of the book had suddenly become scalding hot. Isn't this the name of that supreme secret art? She had heard in private that the secret art lost by the sect 300 years ago was called the Broken Moon Transformation Art. A few days ago, she had heard the elder who came to visit the peacocks say that if it weren't for the Broken Moon Transformation Art being lost, the cultivation speed of the talented brother and senior sister on the island would have been much faster. Is this true or false? Zhong Miao suddenly became flustered, and she wanted to cry. Glancing at the yellowed page again, she quickly stuffed it back into the letter, not even caring about the peacocks, lifting her skirt and running out. Along the way, she encountered a few annoying brother and senior sister, but Zhong Miao didn't even hear how they ridiculed her. After running for more than a dozen kilometers, she finally arrived at the residence of the owner of the peacocks, Han Zhao. But before she could enter, she was stopped by her 2 brothers. "What do you want?" One of them coldly shouted. Zhong Miao gasped for breath, and after a long time calmed down, clutching her chest and trembling as she said, "2 brother, I want to see Elder Han. I have something important to report." Although her status was low, she knew that this matter was of great importance and did not dare to speak about the Broken Moon Transformation Art casually. The brother sneered and said, "Elder Han is in seclusion, he won't see anyone." "You really have something important to report," Zhong Miao said anxiously as she tried to rush inside, but was unexpectedly pushed back by her brother. "You're just a little girl who feeds the peacocks. What kind of important matter could you possibly have?" The other man chuckled, apparently looking down on his junior sister. Zhong Miao puffed up her cheeks and glared at her 2 brothers, but since they refused to let her pass, she couldn't do anything. Helplessly, her mind raced, and without knowing where she found the courage, she put her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Elder Han, bad news, your peacocks are all dead." Chapter 198. A girl's voice was crisp and penetrating, coupled with the fact that it was early in the morning and this was the elder's residence. There wasn't much noise in the surrounding area. Zhong Miao's shout could be said to have traveled 10 kilometers, allowing all the nearby ancient Cloud Island disciples to hear it clearly. When the two brothers in front of her heard this, their faces instantly turned white, their legs going soft, and they almost fell to the ground. The nearby ancient Cloud Island disciples who were walking or cultivating were also stunned for a moment before they hurriedly ran away. With Zhong Miao's shout, it was as if she had unleashed a deadly forbidden technique, causing everyone to flee for their lives. It's over, Elder Han's peacocks are actually dead, they were Elder Han's lifeblood. Although these peacocks were just ordinary beasts, they were all rescued and raised by Elder Han's late wife. Elder Han Chao was a sentimental man. After his wife passed away, he had placed all of his thoughts on these peacocks and would visit them every few days. His attitude towards these peacocks was even closer than that towards his own sons. But now they were all dead. All the ancient Cloud Island disciples who heard those words could imagine how angry Elder Han would be. When the city gates caught fire, the fish in the moat would be implicated. If they didn't escape now, when Elder Han's anger flared up, they would be implicated. Little girl, do you know what you're saying? The brother in front of Zhong Miao was terrified, his words somewhat incoherent. He also wanted to run, but he didn't have the courage. Who's talking nonsense? A roar came from Han Chao's residence. The next moment, an old man with white hair and beard shot out like lightning, landing in front of Zhong Miao and the two ancient Cloud Island disciples. It was Elder Han Chao. Looking over, they saw Han Chao with bloodshot eyes, wearing nothing but pajamas, his feet bare. Apparently, he hadn't even had time to change his clothes or put on his shoes before rushing out in a hurry. The supreme pressure of an immortal ascension boundary master suddenly fell, causing Zhong Miao and her two disciples to involuntarily shiver. Han Chao's pair of eyes were filled with murderous intent. Sweeping his gaze around, he fixed it on Zhong Miao and snapped, "What happened to this old master's peacocks?" Zhong Miao was scared half to death and didn't dare to answer. Lowering his head, he held the letter with both hands and respectfully handed it over. Han Chao suspiciously looked at this female disciple who was looking after his peacock. He reached out and took the letter. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the anger in his heart, he casually pulled out a yellowed page from the letter and casually glanced at it. In the next moment, Han Chao's eyes widened like a quail in the middle of winter with nowhere to hide. His entire body was trembling incessantly, and his throat was making sounds. It was as if he had swallowed a piece of bone that was stuck in his throat. He couldn't say anything for a long time. When the two male disciples saw this scene, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed that Peacock's death had dealt a heavy blow to Elder Han. Even though he was an immortal ascension boundary master, at this moment he was unable to bear it. "Elder Han!" Zhong Miao called out weakly. Han Chao woke up from his stupor and quickly stuffed the yellowed pages back into the letter. Stomping his foot angrily, he scolded Zhong Miao, "Such a big thing, why didn't you report it earlier?" The two male disciples' hearts clenched and they quietly stepped back a few steps, afraid they would be implicated. Both of them stared at Zhong Miao with some sympathy. Zhong Miao said with an aggrieved expression, "I only found out this morning and quickly came to report it. These two brothers wouldn't let me in, so I called out. Elder, it's not our fault." The two male disciples' legs went soft and they quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Han Chao didn't pay any attention to them, his figure flashing and disappearing. Zhong Miao and the other two were stunned. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Han Chao returned, his eyes sweeping over Zhong Miao like a hawk, and asked, "No one else knows about this, right?" Zhong Miao quickly shook her head. "Good job, come with me." Han Chao grabbed Zhong Miao's arm and disappeared again. After waiting for a long time, the two kneeling disciples finally dared to slowly get up, glancing at each other, both of them somewhat confused and speechless. Is this elder too angry? The peacocks were all dead, so why was he still praising his junior sister for doing a good job? Shouldn't he be teaching her a lesson? Moreover, his junior sister's shout should have been heard by everyone on Ancient Cloud Island, so how could no one else know? Ancient Cloud Island's island master's residence, Zhong Miao knelt in the main hall, surrounded by silence, not a single person in sight. After Han Chao brought her here, he no longer cared about her, but Zhong Miao found that all the elders and protectors on the island had hurried to this hall. A group of 70 to 80-year-old men had gathered together, discussing something. After waiting for half a day, this group of people came out with dignified expressions and left one by one, leaving behind only Elder Han Chao and Ancient Cloud Island's island master Gu Feng. The two of them walked over to Zhong Miao together, Gu Feng gently saying, "Get up." "Disciple doesn't dare." Zhong Miao lowered her head. Gu Feng chuckled and casually threw an item in front of Zhong Miao, saying, "Take this token and go to the pill hall to get some pills you need, then go to the profound spirit cave to cultivate." Zhong Miao trembled as she stared at Gu Feng in disbelief. Profound spirit cave. That was the cultivation holy land with the richest world energy density on Ancient Cloud Island. Cultivating there was 3 times more efficient than anywhere else. Only those with outstanding talent who were considered by the elders to have a bright future, such as her brother, senior sister, and senior sister, could go there. A nobody like her could even dream of going there. But now, the island master actually ordered her to go to the profound spirit cave to cultivate? Moreover, she could go to the pill hall to get pills? The token in front of her was the island master's token. Holding it was equivalent to the island master himself, capable of commanding all the disciples on Ancient Cloud Island. Don't doubt it, this is what you deserve. Han Chao, who had never given her a smile before, was now looking at her with an amiable smile, as if he was her grandfather. Suddenly changing the subject, Han Chao said, "But remember, no matter who asks you about today's matter, disciple doesn't know anything." Zhong Miao was not a fool and naturally knew how to answer. Han Chao nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. "Go." "Many thanks, Island Master, many thanks, Elder Han." Zhong Miao happily thanked him, feeling like she had hit the jackpot today. She had only found a letter on the door and had actually obtained such a huge benefit. Who was this benefactor who had left her such a blessing? Not even revealing his name, in the future she would not be able to find him to repay this kindness. Picking up the island master's token, Zhong Miao floated out of the hall, still feeling like she had just woken up from a dream. On Ancient Cloud Island, the undercurrents were surging. Some of the more astute disciples noticed that all the masters on the island were hurriedly gathering in one place, but no one knew what they were busy with, faintly giving off an oppressive feeling like a storm was brewing. At midnight, many of Ancient Cloud Island's masters gathered together and boarded a large ship, heading towards a certain direction. 200 of Ancient Cloud Island's masters were gathered on the ship, with the island master himself, 4 great elders, 3 protectors, and countless Yuan Qi masters. Of the people on the ship, even the weakest was a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Except for a limited number of people who knew the truth, everyone else was confused. The next day at dawn, the ship approached an island. "Isn't that Red Cloud's island?" Someone recognized. "What are we doing here?" Although Red Cloud's sect was only a 3rd-class force, not comparable to Ancient Cloud Island in terms of heritage, it was still a sect. The Endless Sea Island's forces generally developed independently, each mind their own business. No one had expected that the destination of this voyage would actually be Red Cloud's island. Did they want to go to war with Red Cloud's sect? Gu Feng was a tall and sturdy man, his eyes flashing like lightning. Standing at the bow of the ship, he shouted, "This island master has received reliable news that my Ancient Cloud Island's Broken Moon transformation art, which was lost 300 years ago, is now in Red Cloud's sect." Broken Moon transformation art. Everyone on the ship was in an uproar. This was Ancient Cloud Island's supreme secret art, lost 300 years ago and still not found, so how could it suddenly appear in Red Cloud's sect? Gu Feng obviously didn't want to explain too much, so he continued, "Today, search Red Cloud's sect, we must find the Broken Moon transformation art and fulfill the wishes of my Ancient Cloud Island's ancestors. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy. If there is any lying, kill without mercy. Today's battle is for the Broken Moon transformation art. If we can find it, all of you will be heroes of my ancient cloud island. Set foot on the island. Gu Feng waved his hand, and the masters on the ship quickly set foot on Red Cloud's island. A short time later, mournful screams rang out from Red Cloud Island, mixed with the sounds of fighting and cursing. It was currently dawn, the time when everyone was most relaxed. Ancient Cloud Island had come prepared, and had even launched a sneak attack. With unparalleled strength, how could Red Cloud sect possibly resist? The two remaining Supreme Elders came out to resist, but they were all killed by Ancient Cloud Island's elders. The Red Cloud sect's sect master and elders were all killed. Wherever Ancient Cloud Island's masters went, people were thrown off their feet. On this day, Red Cloud sect's blood flowed like a river, corpses piled up like mountains. More than half of the island's disciples were killed or injured, and all the separation and reunion boundary masters were slaughtered. Found it, I found it, huh? Han Chao's hands trembled as he searched the body of a Red Cloud sect elder and found a yellowed ancient book. It was Ancient Cloud Island's Broken Moon transformation art. Hurriedly bringing this supreme secret art back to the ship, he handed it over to Gu Feng. The island lord of Ancient Cloud Island, the master, also burst into tears, his voice trembling as he said, "The heavens have blessed this Gu Yun. After 300 years, the Broken Moon transformation art has finally been found. My Gu Yun ancestors, you can all rest in peace." Han Chao excitedly asked, "Island Lord, what should we do with the remaining Red Cloud sect disciples?" Gu Feng's expression was cold. With only one word, he had decided the fate of the Red Cloud sect disciples. Regardless of how the Broken Moon transformation art had fallen into the hands of the Red Cloud sect, or how many people had seen this unique book, if they were all killed, no one would know the secret of the Broken Moon transformation art. In order to ensure that Gu Yun's supreme secret art was not leaked, what was the point of slaughtering an entire island? Chapter 199. However, there was a doubt in Gu Feng's heart, and that was, who was the one behind all this? He was old and experienced, so he knew that this person must have some kind of grudge with the Red Cloud sect and wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, so he deliberately leaked the whereabouts of the Broken Moon transformation art. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? But even though Gu Feng was clear about this, he had no choice but to comply with this person's wishes and become his butcher knife. Because the Broken Moon transformation art was too important to Ancient Cloud Island. Who was this person? With such a scheming method, he really couldn't be underestimated. At this moment, in a restaurant in Sea City, Yang Kai was sitting by the window, holding a glass of wine in his hand, looking in the direction of Red Cloud Island, his expression indifferent. Drinking and eating. Yang Kai sat there from morning until night, not moving at all. The battle on Red Cloud Island also lasted from morning until night. Almost all of the disciples were slaughtered, only a few fish managed to escape. Of the 200 people from Ancient Cloud Island, only 30 were injured or killed, while destroying a third-class sect. This price was well worth it. Night fell again. Yang Kai threw down a silver ingot and slowly left the restaurant. All he did was to leave the Broken Moon transformation art in Red Cloud sect, take a page and send it to Ancient Cloud Island. That was all. With a flip of his hand, Red Cloud Island was destroyed. Sea City, 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion. This was a place to seek pleasure, a place to hide filth. The girls were dressed up with heavy makeup, gorgeously dressed, and wearing revealing clothes. Their charm was boundless as they leaned against the handrails on the second floor, laughing and greeting each other. Outside the entrance, there were also many charming girls openly soliciting customers. From time to time, a well-dressed man would be pulled into the pavilion. Half of the street was filled with the rich fragrance of rouge and girls. Yang Kai came to the front of the 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion alone. Just as he was about to step inside, a young girl about 17 or 18 years old walked up to him. This young girl also had delicate features, but her makeup couldn't hide her delicate features. The young girl's beautiful eyes were full of expectation, and she smiled sweetly, "Good night, young lord." Her voice was clear and sweet, making Yang Kai's eyes light up. Speaking of which, Since the last time he was aroused by Yuao Qing on Hidden Island, he had suppressed it for a long time. With the improvement of his cultivation and strength, the effects of the joyous unification art were slowly becoming stronger. Now that he saw this young girl, Yang Kai's mind couldn't help but be swayed. Here, as long as you paid, you could do whatever you wanted. There were no moral restraints. Everyone played along and took what they needed. It was just a transaction. After one night, no one would remember who it was. It was a good place to vent their anger. But when he thought about how this seemingly pure girl had been tasted by countless others, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a bit bored. The girl observed his expression and smiled sweetly. "Is this the first time you've come to a place like this?" Kai Yang blushed a little and stubbornly said, "No." Although the young girl wasn't very old, she had been in this business for a long time. Naturally, she wouldn't tear down Yang Kai's face. Instead, she stepped forward and stretched out her jade arm to hold onto Yang Kai's arm. "If young lord wants to seek pleasure, why don't you let this servant serve you well?" Kai Yang nodded his head indifferently, his expression indifferent. The young girl giggled and led Yang Kai inside, intentionally or unintentionally bumping into Yang Kai's elbow as they walked. Being stimulated by her, Yang Kai's breathing became slightly heavy. The young girl was more and more certain that this was the first time this young lord had come to this kind of place. Entering the inner hall, a burst of hot air hit his face. Since it was a brothel, the scene inside was naturally somewhat unsightly. The engravings and murals on the walls, as well as the screens, tables, and chairs placed in the lobby, were all patterns that would cause one's imagination to run wild. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and was shocked. It turns out there are so many strange and unimaginable things. When I return to High Heaven Pavilion, I'll have to find Su Yen and try it out. The lobby was filled with constant laughter. Some people were openly flirting with the young girl in their arms, some were passionately kissing, and some were even reaching into the young girl's clothes and groping her. The sound of panting, tender moaning, and playful banter filled the air. Yang Kai couldn't bear it and his face became a little red. The young girl's eyes narrowed as she stood on tiptoe and whispered into Yang Kai's ear, "Young lord, do you want to drink wine and be merry here, or do you want to book a room to spend time with this servant? Everything is up to you. It's too noisy here." "Then come with me, young lord." The young girl chuckled, pulling Yang Kai's hand and leading him to the stairs. Going up to the third floor, they found an empty room and the young girl pulled Yang Kai inside. "Young lord, please sit down first, this servant will arrange some food." The young girl said gently. "Wait a moment." Yang Kai called out to her. The young girl giggled and covered her mouth. "Young lord, are you impatient to wait?" Yang Kai blushed and shook his head. "Actually, I like older women." The young girl was surprised, but she wasn't angry. Everyone has their own preferences. She had seen at least 80 men, if not 100, and many of them had their own special interests. "Then this servant will call an older sister in?" The young girl gently asked for Yang Kai's opinion. "No need to trouble yourself, call your procuress in." Yang Kai lightly coughed. The young girl was a little dumbfounded. None of the guests who came here to seek pleasure had ever made such a request. Although the procuress in the brothel was a girl who accompanied the guests when she was young, with the passing of her youth, very few people cared about her. It was precisely because there were no guests that she became a procuress. The young girl hesitated. "Young lord, are you sure you want to call mother in?" "Call her." Yang Kai casually threw out an ingot of silver. The young girl nodded. "Young lord, please wait a moment, I don't know if mother is willing, I will go and ask first." "This young lord looks young, why does he like old women?" The 1,000 Gold Wine Brothel's mother was in her 40s. That age was more than enough to be this young lord's real mother. Wasn't his taste a bit too heavy? But the guest had the freedom to choose what kind of woman he wanted, so the young girl naturally wouldn't blame the 1,000 Gold Wine Brothel for opening its doors for business, as long as there was money to be made. Yang Kai quietly waited in the room for a moment before the door was opened. He coldly looked and saw a somewhat obese woman with heavy makeup walk in. When she was young, she was quite beautiful, but at this age, with the weight of her body, the charm of youth had disappeared, leaving only a body of fat. Just now, when the young girl reported that there was a young lord who wanted her to accompany him in drinking, the procuress was very happy and quickly rushed over. When she came in and saw that it was really a handsome young lord, the procuress liked him even more, thinking that she still had some charm. Walking forward, the procuress smiled beautifully and politely greeted this young lord. Before she finished speaking, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her, pushing her to sit in a chair. Shwa! A sharp dagger was inserted in front of the procuress. The procuress's face suddenly became pale, staring at the dagger, her whole body trembling. This young lord, what do you want to do? The procuress was also a shrewd person. Now, she didn't know that Yang Kai didn't come here to seek pleasure, but to cause trouble. I want to ask you something. Yang Kai pulled a chair and sat in front of her, speaking in a low voice. Young lord, please ask if this servant knows. I will not dare to conceal anything. The procuress was frightened. About 3 or 4 months ago, didn't you buy a 30-year-old beautiful woman? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at the procuress. The procuress forced a smile. Young lord's question is not clear. How can this servant remember? There are often some women who are sold in the brothel. The Miao family sold her. The procuress's face slightly changed. Seeing her expression, Kai Yang continued. She even scratched her own face, swearing that she wouldn't accept any guests. Then she was sold to the Red Cloud sect. So, do you remember? The procuress shook her head. There is no such person as the young lord said. Yang Kai swung his hand and slapped her. A crisp sound came out, and the procuress's face had a palm print. There really is no such person. Another slap. Young lord, slap. This servant did not lie to you. Slap. This servant remembers. The old brothel keeper hurriedly cried out. Several heavy and powerful slaps fell down, causing her to see stars and several of her teeth to fly out. If she continued to be stubborn, she might be beaten to death. This young man in front of her was clearly a bloodthirsty martial artist, so how could an ordinary person like her possibly resist? There was such a woman, but her body was not sullied, and her face was scratched by herself. It has nothing to do with us. I know. Yang Kai nodded slightly, then asked, Then, who hit her? Forced her to receive guests? Yes. The procuress looked terrified. She never thought that the beautiful woman would have such a background. Who? Yang Kai pulled out the dagger in front of her and casually picked at her nails. It was this servant who hit her. Young lord, please spare me, I just lightly whipped her a few times, that's all. All the girls who were sold to the Red Cloud sect, if they were not willing to receive guests, they would be trained like this. This servant did not know that she was one of your people. If this servant knew, even if you beat this servant to death, this servant would not dare to treat her like that. The procuress said while she knelt down and kowtowed. Yang Kai took a deep breath and put the dagger on the procuress's neck with an indifferent expression. No, don't kill me. The procuress screamed. This servant has already told you everything. Please spare my life. As soon as her voice fell, the dagger in Yang Kai's hand moved in a circle, splashing blood. The procuress's eyes gradually dimmed, and her body softly fell to the ground. Wiping the blood on the dagger, Yang Kai got up and left the room, striding outside. The girl who led Yang Kai in just now saw him running out again and couldn't help but smile. Young lord, did you have fun? Yang Kai ignored her, and his attitude stunned the girl. She quickly ran to the room on the 3rd floor and pushed the door open, only to see the floor covered in blood and the procuress lying on the ground in a deep sleep. Screams rang out, and the entire 1,000 Gold Wine Club suddenly became chaotic. Sea City, Miao family, brightly lit. The Miao family had not been in High City for very long, but Miao Huaqing was still a man with some means and ability. He was able to make friends from both sides, marry a girl from the Shang dynasty, and have children with her. He was able to take root in this place, and had developed quite a bit over the years. Although the family was not big, they could still earn 200,000 to 300,000 taels of silver every year. Miao Huaqing did not have to worry about food and clothing, and lived a comfortable life. Chapter 200. Especially in the past few months, Miao Huaqing felt that he had gained a lot of good luck. First, the Jiang family's widow brought a lot of valuable things to him, which doubled the Miao family's wealth overnight. Later, he contributed the mysterious turtle shell to the Red Cloud sect. The Red Cloud sect elder personally promised to train his son Miao Lin well in the future, and also gave him some cultivation pills. His son being valued, Miao Huacheng felt sincerely gratified and happy. Even exploring the hidden island was such an important matter. The Red Cloud sect had brought his son along, which showed the Red Cloud sect's sincerity. Miao Lin had told him that in the future, he must take the girl named Yu Ao Qing as his wife. Once his son succeeded, Miao Huacheng felt that his own status would also rise. He had inquired clearly that Yu Ao Qing was the only daughter of one of the Red Cloud sect elders. If his son really got his hands on her, the Miao family's future would be bright. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was that the Jiang family's lady resisted too strongly that day, and he did not succeed. Thinking of the lady's plump white body, dignified and gorgeous appearance, Miao Huacheng was a little annoyed. If he had not been so angry at the time, he would not have sold her to the 1,000 gold wine pavilion. He would have kept her and trained her until she became docile and obedient, becoming his plaything. Women, once they were in bed, he could play with them however he wanted. As long as she was comfortable, he could guarantee that she would forget her duties. Later, when Miao Huacheng went to the 1,000 gold wine pavilion to seek pleasure, he heard from the brothel keeper that the lady had scratched her face. She was staunch and loyal and could no longer receive guests, so he was forced to sell her to the Red Cloud sect. Humph, falling into the hands of the Red Cloud sect, what good fruit would there be to eat? Miao Huacheng sneered, not knowing how to appreciate kindness. This was the end. Sipping a mouthful of wine, Miao Huacheng laughed, hugging a beautiful maid in each hand. For a moment, he was somewhat proud of himself. 2 beautiful maids, one on the left and one on the right. They were both girls that he had spent money to redeem from the 1,000 gold wine pavilion, beautiful and moving. Miao Huacheng had spent the past few days in bed with them. At this moment, the 3 of them sat on the bed. There was a small table on the bed with a few exquisite dishes on it. Miao Huacheng was more or less wearing pajamas, while the 2 beautiful maids were practically naked, only wearing underwear. 80% of their beautiful delicate bodies were exposed. Slim waists, slender legs, full breasts and perky buttocks, nothing could be imagined. Drink and be merry. From time to time, Miao Huacheng would touch the body of the girl beside him a few times. His eyes gradually blurred, and his interest gradually rose. Take the table away. Master will teach you 2 a new trick. Miao Huacheng waved his hand and said drunkenly. 2 beautiful maids stood up with smiles on their faces and removed the table and dishes. He come here. Miao Huacheng waved at them with a lewd smile. When they reached the bedside, he suddenly pulled them into his arms. In 2 to 3 seconds, the 2 girls' undergarments were stripped off. Miao Huacheng placed them side by side on the bed. Taking off his own clothes, a vicious dog pounced on one of the delicate bodies. Just as he was about to take action, a mournful and short scream suddenly came from outside the door. This scream made Miao Huacheng's heart tremble. Almost in an instant he jumped up, only to hear an angry shout from outside. Whose kid is this? How dare you come to the Miao family and behave atrociously? As soon as the voice fell, there was another puff sound. The guards around all moved together, roaring again and again. Obviously, they had already started fighting. Miao Huacheng did not rush out, but listened carefully. A moment later, his expression changed. He found that the strength of the person who came was very strong. The guards he recruited were actually killed one by one. Yang Kai, dressed in black, came from the Miao family's gate, holding a steel knife in his hand. When the knife flashed, someone would die. The cultivator of this small family was not comparable to the disciples of the sect forces. Many of the recruited guards were people who did not have much future in martial arts. They gave up on continuing to cultivate and then surrendered to these families to earn a living. The Miao family was not a big family, so how strong could those who were recruited by the Miao family be? Yang Kai had investigated everything about the Miao family a few days ago. The strongest person in the Miao family was Miao Huacheng, who was only at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. The other guards also had a few separation and reunion boundary cultivators, but most of them were chi transformation stage cultivators. These people's talents were mediocre. They had cultivated for 20 to 30 years or more, but had only reached this realm. They were all recruited by Miao Huacheng to act as guards, helping the tiger do evil. When Yang Kai broke in, he was discovered by these guards, and after 10 breaths of time, several of them died. His strength had already reached the Qi transformation 9th stage, which was much higher than most of the Miao family's guards. Not to mention, Yang Kai had come in anger, his Yuan Qi surging violently, giving off a menacing aura, making him look like an evil demon. In the darkness of the night, a pair of scarlet eyes flashed with a ferocious light. This baleful aura caused the Miao family's guards to tremble in fear. To deal with the Red Cloud sect, Yang Kai had no choice but to rely on ancient Cloud Island. But to deal with the Miao family, Yang Kai had to do it himself. Grievances could only be truly resolved with his own hands. "Little brat, who the hell are you? With such strength at such a young age, which island are you from?" One of the Miao family's separation and reunion boundary guards frowned and asked. To reach the peak of the Qi transformation stage at such a young age, besides the disciples from the Outer Sea Islands, none of the families in Sea City could cultivate such a person. Therefore, this guard was really afraid. None of the Outer Sea Islands forces were something the Miao family could provoke. If he killed this young man, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Although he had taken Miao Huacheng's money and was working for the Miao family, he didn't want to get into trouble. But this boy was very strange. Since entering, he had not said a single word, only killing people, which really made him angry. Even if you came to the Miao family to kill, you should at least have a reason, right? "Young man, where did you learn from? Can you tell me about it?" The man asked again for the sake of caution. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. In his hand was a steel blade dripping with blood. Step by step, he walked inside. Yang Kai's attitude completely enraged the Miao family's guards. The guard who spoke before roared, "Kill him for me. What if he is a disciple from one of the Outer Sea Islands?" Someone was uneasy. This boy's body is full of evil qi and he doesn't even care about it. He must be a mad demon. How could there be such an evil cultivator on those islands? These words made sense. Yang Kai had not said anything since he came in, nor did he answer their questions. He had only walked and killed. If he wasn't a mad demon, then what was he? Slaying evil and eliminating evil was everyone's responsibility. Thinking of this, the Miao family's guards no longer hesitated. Under the leadership of several separation and reunion boundary experts, they all rushed forward. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a black qi flew out. The steel blade in his hand flashed. He faced a Qi transformation realm guard and chopped down. His opponent tried to parry with his long sword, but when the two blades came into contact, the long sword was directly broken. The hot true Yang Yuan Qi circulated around the steel blade, and not only did it break his sword, but it also split his body in two. Blood fell like rain, and internal organs were everywhere. The two separation and reunion boundary experts attacked from the side, but before they could get close to Yang Kai, a strange laughter suddenly sounded in their ears. This kind of soul-stealing sound made their hair stand on end. They thought that there was some kind of expert hiding nearby. With this hesitation, they did not have the courage to attack Yang Kai. The old demon had already arrived in front of them with the Soul Breaker All. In the dark night, the old demon attacked from the shadows. Feeling the danger, the two separation and reunion boundary experts quickly blocked. Ding ding dang 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 sounds rang out. The old demon's attack was not successful, so it immediately fled. The Soul Breaker All instantly arrived in front of a Qi Transformation Realm Level 5 guard. The Soul Breaker All poured into his chest and came out of his back, taking away his soul. On the Red Cloud Island, the old demon had swallowed a lot of evil Qi. On the Hidden Island, he had also swallowed the divine sense of that godly thief. At this moment, the old demon's fighting strength was much higher than before. It was no longer the same as before. Killing a Qi transformation stage martial artist with a single strike was simply too easy. Not to mention, he was wrapped in the Soul Breaker All, using his soul to drive this artifact, making it even more difficult to guard against. When the old demon showed its power, Yang Kai killed 2 Qi Transformation Realm guards. When the other Qi Transformation Realm cultivators saw Yang Kai's ferocity, how could they dare to come forward? Only the 3 separation and reunion boundary experts were in a dilemma. They were vigilant against Yang Kai and also against the old demon. Their palms were full of sweat. The 3 of them exchanged glances with each other. Their hearts hardened, and they angrily shouted, "Boy, die!" The 3 of them attacked at the same time. Yang Kai raised his steel saber to parry, while the old demon supported from the side. 2 against 3, they were not afraid at all. With a crack, the steel saber shattered. The separation and reunion boundary cultivator who was fighting Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. Before he could stand firm, Yang Kai had already flashed in front of him and fiercely punched him in the chest. 3 muffled sounds were heard. The man felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. 1 blow was enough to seriously injure him. The power of the burning sun's 3-layer explosion could be seen clearly. Without waiting for the other 2 to save him, Yang Kai had already retreated. The old demon immediately attacked. Taking advantage of the Yuan Qi in his body being disrupted, the Soul Breaker all pierced the man's throat and stayed in his body for a moment before flying out again. "Ha! I finally ate a decent spirit." The old demon's loud laughter was heard, accompanied by the sound of chewing. The remaining 2 separation and reunion boundary cultivators were aghast. Before they could recover, their vision blurred. Yang Kai, who was more than 10 feet away, had unexpectedly returned to them. His 2 palms were completely red, like soldering iron, and slammed toward their chests. The 2 of them let out a strange cry and fiercely urged their Yuan Qi to meet the attack with their palms. 2 sounds were heard. Yang Kai's face paled, and he quickly retreated. The other 2 people did not have it easy either. They only felt a burning pain on their palms, and a tyrannical, fierce, and scalding Yuan Qi drilled into their bodies. They did not dare to be negligent and hastily resisted. After neutralizing 1 wave, there was another. 3 waves of Yuan Qi, like 3 waves, rushed into their meridians, causing their arms to explode into a bloody mist. Screams were heard. Yang Kai had already returned. His self-created footwork allowed him to appear and disappear like a ghost. He flashed behind the 2 people and fiercely punched. Peng, ping, ping. The 2 people's bodies were like rags. Caught off guard, they took a few punches before they could hurriedly dodge. However, the true Yang Yuan Qi that had invaded their bodies remained. The 2 people's faces were flushed red. They used all their strength to neutralize the scalding Yuan Qi. The old demon once again pounced on them. Taking advantage of their unpreparedness, he suddenly attacked and nimbly took their lives. Chapter 201. My God, run! The only 3 separation and reunion boundary guards of the Miao family had been killed in less than 30 breaths of time, so how could the surviving Qi transformation stage cultivator dare to stay? With a strange cry, they all rushed out. Jie jie jie. Don't even think about running away, all of you will stay for this old man. The old demon laughed crazily. The Soul Breaker all shuttled back and forth, each time taking a life. More than a dozen Qi transformation stage guards were all lying on the ground. The ground was littered with corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was rolling more violently, and his whole body was covered with evil Qi. With his dark clothes, he really looked like an evil demon. Pang! The front door opened, and Miao Huacheng hurriedly rushed out, but when he saw the scene in the courtyard, his expression could not help but change. When Yang Kai had rushed into the Miao family's house and caused a ruckus, he had already heard it. He wanted to have sex with the 2 beautiful maids, so he had just taken off his clothes. Even though he knew that there was a great battle outside, he still had to put on his clothes first. Otherwise, how could he run out naked? The screams of the guards made Miao Huacheng panic, so much so that he even buttoned 2 buttons wrong. He hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out, only to see that none of his guards were left. They were all lying on the ground. In front of him, a black-clothed man whose face could not be seen was walking towards him step by step. His Yuan Qi was berserk beyond recognition. Although it was fierce, it was only at the peak of the qi transformation stage. This discovery made Miao Huacheng's panicked mood relax. "Who are you?" Miao Huacheng angrily shouted, staring at Yang Kai with vigilance. The other side did not answer, but his footsteps gradually quickened. Courting death. Miao Huacheng's heart was filled with anger, and he also walked towards Yang Kai. The distance between the two quickly closed. When they were only 3 feet apart, Miao Huacheng suddenly pointed at Yang Kai, and a sharp wind suddenly shot out, making a whimpering sound. Yang Kai instinctively moved to the side, and the wind brushed past his shoulder, leaving behind a trail of blood. Miao Huacheng was surprised. He did not expect that at such a close distance, the other side could actually dodge his finger, but he did not panic and sneered. He flicked his finger again. Although this move was not a high-level martial skill, it was fast, and the consumption of Yuan Qi, it was hard to defend. As soon as Yang Kai's finger shot out, Miao Huacheng suddenly lost sight of him. The next moment, Miao Huacheng felt a hot sensation behind him. Insignificant skill. Although he was shocked, Miao Huacheng, he was still a cultivator at the peak of separation and reunion stage, and had some skills. Miao Huacheng. Miao mi miao yang, Miao Huacheng miao. Turning around, Miao Huacheng jumped into the air, both palms pushed out, and his Yuan Qi was pushed to the limit. He shouted, "Wild wind kill." A faint whistling sound could be heard as Miao Huacheng's 2 palms danced in the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he sent out a series of invisible wind blades towards Yang Kai without pause. Although these attacks could not be seen with the naked eye, Yang Kai's senses were sharp, and he could still judge the trajectory of these wind blades. His body flashed, and he hurriedly dodged. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The wind blades came one after another, brushing past Yang Kai's clothes and hitting the ground, cutting many cracks in the ground. However, Yang Kai was still unscathed, only some pieces of his clothes fluttered in the air. Miao Huacheng's face became cold, his speed suddenly increased, and he shouted, "Let's see how you dodge." More than a dozen wind blades attacked at the same time, blocking Yang Kai's dodging space. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he did not waste any more time. His Yuan Qi burned, and his whole body became as dazzling as the sun. His arms crossed in front of him to protect his vital parts. A series of muffled sounds came out, and the wind blades attacked, cutting Yang Kai's body, arms, and thighs, leaving wounds. Blood flowed out, and it was a shocking sight. However, Miao Huacheng was taken aback. Although his attack had injured his opponent, it hadn't taken his life. It could even be said that those injuries were only minor injuries, flesh wounds. Even his bones and tendons hadn't been injured. How strong and pure was his Yuan Qi to be able to resist his separation and reunion peak martial skill? Seeing that Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, the old demon was furious. He laughed strangely and was about to rush over to help, but Yang Kai called him in his mind. He wanted to deal with this battle by himself. Not only did he want to test how much his strength had grown, but he also wanted to use this battle to break through his shackles. With the help of the old demon, it would not be difficult to take Miao Huacheng's life, but it was not in line with his plan. Perceiving Yang Kai's determination, the old demon secretly warned him to be careful, and did not act presumptuously again. He just covered himself with the Soul Breaker All and hid on the side. It was not until now that Miao Huacheng finally saw Yang Kai's face. It was the face of a boy about 15 or 16 years old, determined, cold, crazy, bloodthirsty, and calm. All kinds of emotions gathered in his expression, perfectly blended together, but also conflicting and contradictory, giving people a very strange feeling. Miao Huacheng frowned and said, "Boy, have we met somewhere before?" He always felt that this face was vaguely familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it. A few months ago, when Yang Kai saw him, he was still a little beggar with a dirty face. How could Miao Huacheng connect the evil and awe-inspiring Yang Kai with the little beggar of that day? He did not hear an answer, as if the other side was mute. "Arrogant boy, you dare to come to my Miao family and act presumptuously, you are courting death." Miao Huacheng no longer talked, and rushed in front of Yang Kai, striking out with his palm. Yang Kai also used his footwork to contend with him, his two hands sometimes forming palms, sometimes forming fists, fighting endlessly with Miao Huacheng. After all, the difference in strength was too great, and Yang Kai soon fell into a disadvantage, only able to passively defend. On the contrary, Miao Huacheng became braver and braver, taking the limelight, and his mouth was full of sarcasm. But Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Although fighting with a separation and reunion boundary peak master was very dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to serious injuries or even death, but Yang Kai still insisted on not using the unyielding will. He needed this moment of life and death to comprehend his own martial arts, so as to break through the shackles of his body. This was not a friendly exchange of pointers, but a real fight to the death. Yang Kai's actions could be described as walking on a tightrope. The old demon was scared witless, and his soul was about to leave his body. More and more injuries appeared on his body, and the yuan qi in his body became more and more violent. The warmth in his bones also became stronger and stronger, as if the energy in the unyielding golden skeleton could no longer be suppressed, and was about to burst out. Yang Kai suppressed it, and only fought with Miao Huacheng with the strength of the qi transformation boundary. Miao Huacheng was not young, and had practiced many martial arts in his life. He repeatedly changed his attacks, but was still unable to kill Yang Kai. Although he was beaten until he was full of scars, his opponent seemed like he could not be killed, and did not even leave a decent injury. As time passed, Miao Huacheng faintly felt that something was not right. This mad demon youth's violent yuan qi actually showed signs of being restrained, and his moves were no longer as methodical as before, but they were more difficult to deal with. His moves were straightforward, and there was no pattern to them. Yang Kai's mouth slowly curved into a smile. He faintly felt that he had touched the layer of shackles that had been placed on his body. He immediately paid more attention to it, and experienced it in this life and death battle. His moves gradually became wild and free, as if he would no longer be restrained by anything. Even his self-created footwork was now much smoother than before. Combined with his straightforward moves, Yang Kai gradually turned from defense to offense. After fighting for a while, Yang Kai's comprehension deepened. He felt the yuan qi surge in his body, and the power that poured into his fists and feet. He felt the traces of his moves and the opponent's response. Yang Kai was deep in thought. Mirror Moon Kill. Miao Huacheng suddenly roared, and finally used his strongest move. When the yuan qi exploded, dozens of Miao Huacheng's figures appeared in all directions, as if they were clones. These Miao Huachengs all raised their fists, smashing towards Yang Kai with a sinister smile. This was his trump card. Once the dozens of mirror moon phantoms appeared, there were illusions in the real, and there were truths in the fake. Even a cultivator of the same level would find it difficult to distinguish. Today, in order to deal with a youth at the peak of the qi transformation stage, Miao Huacheng's helplessness and anger could be seen. But it should be over. Once the mirror moon kill is used, this kid will definitely die. Miao Huacheng was very confident in himself. Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He quietly looked at the enemy figures around him, and his somewhat confused eyes suddenly became clear. Stay true to your heart. The Tao separates and reunites. So what if it's righteous? So what if it's evil? Stay true to your heart and act according to your nature. That's your martial path. The berserk yuan qi, which was originally about to be restrained, suddenly burst forth with ferocious and surging waves. This time, it was several times more violent than before. It was like the might of an avalanche, the might of a mountain collapsing. Even someone as strong as Miao Huacheng's expression abruptly changed when he felt this demonic qi. Did he really become the demon race? Moreover, he had broken through to the separation and reunion boundary right in front of him. Yang Kai activated unyielding will the moment he broke through. His strength, which had just broken through to the separation and reunion boundary, rapidly rose to the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. He was at the same level as Miao Huacheng. He calmly punched out, his true Yang Yuan Qi ferociously bursting forth. The silhouettes of the dozen or so seedlings around him shattered like broken mirrors. With a muffled groan, Miao Huacheng spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. In a confrontation of the same level, Miao Huaqing was not a match for Yang Kai's punch. Struggling to get up, Miao Huaqing looked at Yang Kai in horror. He saw this crazy youth's indifferent and calm face, but his eyes were brimming with a crazy, bloodthirsty and cruel light. In a flash, he appeared in front of him. "Who are you?" Miao Huaqing, what enmity do you have with me?" Miao Huaqing was scared. He knew that he could not beat this youth, and now he only wanted to know why he was looking for him. But he did not get an answer. Miao Huaqing was extremely sullen. He shouted, "Don't kill me, my son Miao Lin is a disciple of the Red Cloud sect. The elders of the Red Cloud sect value him very much. If you kill me, you will also be in trouble." Chapter 202. Miao Huaqing had no choice but to bring up the Red Cloud sect. He hoped that Yang Kai would be wary of him and stop, so that he could keep his life. However, the other party obviously didn't put the Red Cloud sect in his eyes. In an instant he arrived in front of him. He seemed to be very calm as he patted his chest. Then he lightly retreated. His eyes were cold and ruthless. Miao Huaqing's heart seemed to be gripped by a hot hand. It violently contracted and then fiercely expanded. With a cry, Miao Huaqing vomited blood. His skin turned red as if he had been scalded by boiling water. Although he did not die, he was seriously injured. The old demon took advantage of Miao Huaqing's unpreparedness to kill him. The Soul Breaker all rushed into Miao Huaqing's body and gave him a fatal blow. Who was this person? Why did he come to the Miao family and start a massacre? Before Miao Huaqing died, he was still thinking about how he had provoked this young man, but he still could not figure it out. It had to be said that being killed in such a confused manner, Miao Huaqing could not die in peace. In the sky above Sea City, a huge amount of heaven and earth energy crazily gathered around Yang Kai. After breaking through a large realm, he could once again receive heaven and earth energy. Yang Kai used his movement skill and quickly left the Miao family. Soon he appeared on the shore of the sea. That night, the wind whistled and the waves surged. Countless cultivators in Sea City looked at the shore in horror. They knew that it was a person who had just broken through and caused a heaven and earth vision. However, such a terrifying heaven and earth vision made them not dare to approach. They could only look from afar with admiration and envy. This person was definitely an expert. It was very likely that he had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary from the Yuan Qi boundary. Otherwise, how could there be such a big movement? The overall strength of the cultivator in Sea City was not high. Naturally, they did not dare to touch the whiskers of an immortal ascension boundary expert. However, no one would have thought that such a heaven and earth vision was just a 15-year-old boy breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary. If they were to know that, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. The crazy movement lasted for most of the night before it gradually stopped. After the storm passed, some people vaguely saw a ball of fire fly out from the shore and into the depths of the sea. Through the fire, a pair of wing-like things could be faintly seen. However, even if someone saw it, they wouldn't dare to believe their eyes. They just thought that they were hallucinating. Dawn Cloud's Island. Yang Kai came to the right peninsula and stood on the mountain peak where he had parted with Madame Jiang, looking up. The whole of Yunxia is now in a gloomy state. Even on the right peninsula, one could almost smell the smell of blood flowing in the air. As far as the eye could see, the ground was littered with corpses. There were traces of a great battle and pools of dark red blood that had not yet dried up. Houses had collapsed, and walls were in ruins. Birds flew across the sky, and the earth groaned. The entire Red Cloud sect had been slaughtered. There was a skeleton in front of Yang Kai. The skeleton was wearing a tattered green and white dress. It was the one that Madame Jiang wore that day. Withered bones sat quietly on the mountain peak like an immortal reef. Yang Kai could almost clearly see that after he parted with Madame Jiang that day, she had been sitting there without moving. She just looked in the direction of High City's Miao family. A breeze blew, blowing Madame Jiang's hair. Her eyes were gloomy, like the sky covered by dark clouds. There was no light, no hope. She just looked at it, and didn't close her eyes until the end of her life. Until last night, she saw the destruction of the Miao family, saw Miao Huaqing die at the hands of Yang Kai. Heaven's law was good, but who did the heavens spare? Resentment was over. Evil people will eventually be punished. Yang Kai took out a pot of wine and worshipped in front of Madame Jiang. He reached out his hand, wanting to bury her skeleton. However, when his hand touched the skeleton, she suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of powder. A gust of wind blew on the ground. The wind blew the powder over the right peninsula of Yunxia and scattered on the sea, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. There was some sadness and desolation on his face. That day he really wanted to take Madame Jiang away. However, he didn't want to. Her heart was already dead. She would only be tortured and miserable for the rest of her life. Following her late husband and her late daughter was the best place for her to return to. Yang Kai followed her wishes. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know if what he did was right. Feeling the desolation in Yang Kai's heart, the old demon held back for a long time before comforting him. "Young master, you are not Madame Jiang. How do you know that death is not a relief for her?" Yang Kai didn't make a sound. After a long time, he turned around, spread the wings of young inflammation, and flew towards the sea. Perhaps it was a relief for her, but for him, there was a trace of regret. In the next 2 days, Yang Kai took out a lot of strange flowers and herbs collected from the hidden island. He exchanged them with people in High City for yang attribute things, refining them into yang liquid and storing them in Dantian. 2 days later, at night, Yang Kai carried 2 big bags and flew north. Shortly after Yang Kai left High City, all the major islands and great forces in the Endless Sea Islands received a piece of shocking and exciting news. Supreme Solitary Sect. What? Ancient Cloud Island found the Broken Moon transformation art? Is this news true? Azura Sect. What? Ancient Cloud Island found the Broken Moon transformation art? Is there any news about my sect hallowed treasure, the Azura Sword? Falling Flowers Sect. The Broken Moon transformation art has been found? What about the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia? This is the foundation of my sect. It was lost along with the Broken Moon transformation art. Scarlet Lotus Sect. Go to Ancient Cloud Island and inquire about the whereabouts of our sect master's token. Cloud Dragon Island. After more than a dozen great forces heard that Ancient Cloud Island's supreme secret art had been found, they couldn't remain calm. Everyone's things were lost at the same time. There was no reason that Ancient Cloud Island could find it, but there was no news about them. In an instant, all the masters of the major islands began to move. In just 1 day, Ancient Cloud Island was overcrowded with masters from the Endless Sea Islands. Gu Feng and the elders of Ancient Cloud Island were all exhausted from entertaining them. After explaining in detail about the Broken Moon transformation art, these dozen great forces hurriedly rushed to Red Cloud Sect. The pitiful Red Cloud Island was only a third-rate force. Just because of a manual of the Broken Moon transformation art, their entire sect was exterminated. But after that, more than a dozen forces plowed through Red Cloud Island again and again, trying to find what their sect had lost 300 years ago. But those things had already been taken away by Yang Kai, so how could they find them? If they couldn't find them, they would naturally become angry. If they were angry, they would attack people. If there was no one to attack, they would attack the island. In less than 3 days, the entire Red Cloud Island disappeared from the world's view, completely destroyed. Yang Kai naturally didn't know that Red Cloud Sect would suffer such misfortune after he left. At this moment, he was very close to High Heaven Pavilion. He had accumulated a lot of yang liquid in Sea City, allowing him to quickly fly back to the sect. Deliberately choosing a night, when he was only 50 kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai landed and used his movement skill to continue forward. An hour later, looking at the High Heaven Pavilion that he had been away from for nearly half a year, Yang Kai smiled. His somewhat depressed mood because of the matter with the Jiang family's widow had finally improved. He didn't have a sense of belonging to the sect, but he knew that here, there was a woman who could accompany him for the rest of his life waiting for him. Carrying 2 big bags, Yang Kai sneaked into the sect, but just as he set foot inside, he frowned. "Young master," the old demon quietly called out. "I don't care." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He clearly felt that several divine senses had swept over him. If it was before, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to feel this. After all, those who could use their divine sense to investigate him were at least at the immortal ascension boundary, several realms higher than him. But since he had obtained the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's perception had become extremely sharp, so when these divine senses swept over him, he was already aware of them. These divine senses were very unfamiliar, definitely not from the elders of High Heaven Pavilion. Fortunately, these divine senses were only probing and didn't have any malicious intent. After sweeping over, they no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. But this discovery made his heart skip a beat. Why did High Heaven Pavilion suddenly have so many masters? Faintly guessing in his heart, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the sect is not peaceful right now. Almost at the same moment Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Pavilion, in a small pavilion, Su Yan, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened her eyes. "He's back?" Su Yan whispered softly, gently pursing her red lips, her face involuntarily blushing. It was as if there was a voice calling out to her, urging her to approach the direction of that person. This kind of calling out to her made Su Yan somewhat flustered, making it impossible for her to continue meditating. "It's really Nemesis." During the time he wasn't here, although there were times when it was difficult for her to endure, using her ice heart secret art to help her calm down, and with this kind of test and resistance, her state of mind had also rapidly improved. But when she heard that he had returned, her ice heart secret art seemed to have completely lost its effect, and she couldn't even calm down. After thinking about it for a moment, Su Yan didn't insist, instead standing up and opening the door, wrapping herself in a cold and otherworldly aura. Her body transformed into a white and flawless blur as she quickly approached the coiling dragon stream. Beside the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai glanced back, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Old demon, go play by yourself." Yang Kai casually tossed the old demon and the soul breaker all away. "Ah, cough cough." The old demon was speechless for a while, thinking to himself, "This old master isn't a 3-year-old child. How could young master dismiss me like this?" However, the demonic chi of the coiling dragon stream was very attractive to the old demon, so he didn't hesitate and directly rushed down. Standing at the edge of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai waited for a moment before a white figure quickly approached and stopped about 10 meters away from him. Their 4 eyes met, both filled with tenderness. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with longing, while Su Yan's eyes were filled with gentleness. Quietly looking at each other, they observed the changes in each other over the past few months. He had become a lot stronger and more robust, but there was a trace of unconcealable vicissitudes and sadness in his eyes. This kind of weather-beaten vicissitudes shouldn't appear in a person of his age, but it gave him a sense of maturity. Looking at this faint trace of vicissitudes, Su Yan's heart faintly ached. She knew that in these past few months, Yang Kai must have encountered a lot of things. Chapter 203. She was like a celestial pearl, her temperament becoming more and more otherworldly, pure and flawless. Anyone who stood in front of her could not help but feel humble and ashamed of their inferiority. Pure as ice and pure as jade, her face was peerless, her skin as white as snow, so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest touch. Like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, she exuded a sense of holiness and inviolable nobility. Although he had once possessed her and even acted presumptuously on her body, meeting her this time, Yang Kai still felt a sense of unreality. Su Yan's nobility and purity obviously did not have the slightest effect on Yang Kai. Suppressing and resisting for so long in his heart, Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and unceremoniously wrapped his arms around Su Yan's waist, lowering his head to kiss her. Su Yan hurriedly raised her hand to block him, her voice as soft as a mosquito's, "Go down." As soon as her voice fell, Yang Kai leapt down towards the coiling dragon stream decisively. After falling 1,000 meters, Yang Kai's wings unfurled and he flew into the cave mansion he had created. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she stared at the wings on Yang Kai's back with some surprise. Entering the secluded cave, Yang Kai folded his wings and threw the 2 large bags he was carrying onto the ground. Then he picked up Su Yen and carried her up, a meaningful smile on his face as he walked step by step towards the stone bed. Su Yan's heart felt like it was stuffed with a deer, her heart thumping wildly. Although she had experienced this kind of thing twice, thinking about it now still made her feel a little shy, and she couldn't help burying her head in Yang Kai's arms. Arriving at the stone bed, he slowly put her down. Su Yen boldly raised her head and looked towards Yang Kai. Her cheeks were flushed red. Between kisses, their breathing gradually became heavy, one body burning hot like fire, the other piercing cold like ice, both of them endlessly longing for the other. With a soft sound, Yang Kai suppressed his crazy desires and gently unbuttoned Su Yan's clothes, slowly revealing her porcelain-like delicate breasts. Her clothes fluttering in the wind, her hair disheveled, Yang Kai flipped over and pressed her down. Rain and clouds overturned. Su Yen was gasping for breath, and her whole body was as weak as mud. On the contrary, Yang Kai was becoming more and more courageous as the battle progressed. He was like a knight charging forward with his spear. With endless stamina and full of spirit, they madly collided with each other without rest. Even though Su Yen was circulating her ice heart's secret art, she couldn't suppress the shyness in her heart. Her whole body was covered in a layer of red light, and her hair was disheveled and dripping with sweat. Is this okay? Su Yen gritted her teeth and endured the shyness in her heart. She complied with Yang Kai's wishes and was placed in a position that made her feel somewhat ashamed. Very good. Yang Kai nodded fiercely, his appetite piqued. The night he returned to High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai and Su Yen fooled around all night. Recalling the carvings and murals he saw in Sea City's Thousand Gold Wine Pavilion, Yang Kai put them into action. He put them into practice and explored them. He enjoyed it so much that he forgot to return. His mood was getting higher and higher. Su Yen simply didn't know that the matters between men and women could have so many variations, so many variations. It was like a mysterious martial skill, with infinite variations, each variation giving people a different kind of feeling and pleasure. It was just that these variations were too embarrassing. Su Yen faintly couldn't bear it. After countless variations, Yang Kai found that his favorite position was one that he had accidentally explored in Heaven's Cave Inheritance. He turned Su Yan's back to him. Because in the middle of it, the lifelike ice phoenix pattern on Su Yan's back was constantly flowing, flying on her delicate white skin. Looking at this ice phoenix pattern, looking at her smooth back and slender waist that was as smooth as silk, Yang Kai always felt an inexplicable excitement and impulse. He knew that since Su Yen had this ice phoenix pattern, then he must also have a fire dragon pattern on his back. This was the source of the inheritance from Heaven's Cave Inheritance. After that, the two began dual cultivation. Their bodies were tightly connected, and they operated the art of joyous unification. After a full day, both Yang Kai and Su Yen felt that their strength had improved. The improvement wasn't much, but the biggest benefit was that the yuan qi in their bodies had become pure. The art of joyous unification allowed their yuan qi to melt and temper. As the number of dual cultivation increased, the yuan qi in their bodies would only become more and more condensed. After dual cultivation, Yang Kai couldn't resist the temptation and ravaged Su Yen again. Gently putting on Kai Yang's clothes, Su Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of lust and satisfaction. She was really afraid. Kai Yang was now like a tireless fighting machine. His ferocious thrusts, again and again, made her feel weak and powerless. She was afraid that if she didn't put on Yang Kai's clothes, she wouldn't be able to escape his clutches. After putting on the clothes, the two hugged each other and lay down on the stone bed. There was no need to talk about their feelings, each could feel the other's thoughts. Right? Your speculation came true. Su Yen laid in Yang Kai's arms and suddenly said, "What speculation?" Yang Kai played with a strand of her hair, enjoying the peace after the storm. A few months ago, didn't you say that the appearance of Heaven's Cave Inheritance might involve a lot of people? Outsiders came? Yang Kai's expression became serious. The central capital's 8 great families didn't send anyone, but after the various families and sects heard that the Heaven's Cave Inheritance appeared here, many masters came. Now, They are trying to win over the disciples who have entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Whether it is High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, or Storm Hall, many disciples have been recruited. What kind of people came from High Heaven Pavilion? Yang Kai asked, a trace of relief in his heart. No wonder when he returned to the sect that night, he felt a lot of divine senses sweep past him. It turned out that they were the masters of the various families and great forces. Xian Province's Dong family, Yun Province's Bai family, Chuanzhou's Purple Fern Valley, these three great forces, as well as many other great forces, are secretly lurking in Black Plum Town. Dong family? Yang Kai's heart moved. What kind of conditions did they offer you? Kai Yang asked. Su Yen was the #1 disciple of the three sects, and she was also the most likely person to have obtained the inheritance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The three great forces would definitely want to recruit Su Yen, so the price they offered would naturally not be low. If they help me break through to the immortal ascension boundary within 2 years, they will give me all the pills and artifacts they have, and my status will be the same as that of an elder. What a big deal! Yang Kai smiled gently. What are your conditions? Marry them. Sure enough, I won't agree. Su Yen snuggled into Yang Kai's arms. Although they suspect that I have obtained the inheritance, they don't have any conclusive evidence. So they didn't go too far, but I've been living in High Heaven Pavilion for the past few days. The young lords of these three great forces are all here, right? Yang Kai sneered. If you want to chase a beauty, you naturally need the young lords to come forward and win her heart, but these people obviously miscalculated. Not to mention that Su Yen was already his woman, and had an inseparable relationship with him. Even without these connections with Su Yan's personality, it was impossible for her to agree. The Ice Heart secret art allowed her to not worry about anything, so how could these things be enough to move her? Su Yen nodded slightly, reaching out and stroking Yang Kai's cheek. You don't have to worry, I only belong to you. I'm not worried, Yang Kai grinned. If they can move you, they can use their means. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai frowned. But I'm still very unhappy. Damn, they dare to have ideas about this father's woman. Su Yen pursed her lips and smiled, feeling somewhat sweet in her heart. Even if she had no desires, when she saw Yang Kai jealous, she couldn't help but feel a burst of happiness. After dawn, Su Yen left. Yang Kai began to organize the things he had obtained during this time, glancing around his cave mansion and couldn't help being secretly surprised. He found that his cave mansion had greatly changed. When he left, this was just a cold and dark cave. But now, this cave was like a new home. Not only were there tables and chairs, but there were also many pots of flowers. There were also many calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls. There were decorations everywhere. Even the stone bed had a warm and comfortable bedding, which he hadn't noticed when he was fooling around with Su Yen for so long. These should be the result of Xia Ningchang and Su Yan's transformation. The transformation was quite good. Walking to the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai saw the yin-yang monster ginseng hanging its head dispiritedly, its facial features scrunched together as if it was angry. When Yang Kai returned that night, this sentient world spirit ginseng had greeted him, but received no response, so it couldn't help feeling depressed. The yin-yang monster ginseng was also well taken care of. The yang qi here was very rich, so Su Yen only needed to give it a little yuan qi every few days. Yang Kai chuckled, squatted down, and fed it 2 drops of yang liquid, which immediately made the yin-yang monster ginseng happy. Sitting down cross-legged beside the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai's thoughts flashed, and the wordless black book appeared in his hand. These days, every time he broke through, whether it was a minor realm or a great realm, Yang Kai would examine the wordless black book, hoping to pry into its mysteries. But every time he came in high spirits, only to return in disappointment. After a few times, Yang Kai was no longer as enthusiastic as before. The black book had already helped him a lot, so even if he couldn't get anything from it in the future, Yang Kai was confident he could grow stronger. Thinking so, he couldn't help feeling much better. It was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. No matter how good the black book was, if he didn't work hard, it would be useless. This time, It was just a habitual examination. Yang Kai didn't expect to get anything from it, so he casually turned to the 5th page and poured yuan qi into the black book. Unlike before, when the stone sank into the sea, the black book actually reacted this time. Huh! Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited, staring at the black book with wide eyes while continuing to pour yuan qi into it. Layers of ripples spread outwards, and soon after, rays of golden light appeared from the black book. However, unlike before, these rays of golden light did not emerge from the black book. Instead, they connected together, densely packed together, like a complex array. Not long after, a line of large words appeared. Medicine King's Valley, Myriad Drug Pond. A moment later, this line of large words disappeared, and the golden light on the black book also gradually disappeared. Yang Kai frowned. This time was very different from before. The black book didn't give him anything but instead gave him the name of a place. Chapter 204. Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai naturally knew about it. This was a very special force. The valley was filled with alchemists who were proficient in alchemy. The people in Medicine King's Valley were not necessarily strong, nor were their methods. Their overall combat strength could even be said to be inferior to a first-rate force, only slightly stronger than a second-rate force. However, it was this faction that had a much longer history than any of the other factions. It was said that the Flowing Time Great Emperor had been around for thousands of years. Over the years, even many super forces had been wiped out in the long river of history, but Medicine King's Valley was still immortal. Its status was transcendent. Even the central capital's 8 great families did not dare underestimate the existence of Medicine King's Valley. Because every year, many cultivators would bring materials to Medicine King's Valley to ask the alchemy masters for help in alchemy. Medicine King's Valley was inextricably linked to any force. In other words, whoever dared to harm Medicine King's Valley would be making an enemy of the entire world. There was a rumor that in the past, a sect master of one of the great sects had gone to Medicine King's Valley to ask the alchemy masters for help, but for some reason he was refused. The sect master flew into a rage out of humiliation and actually killed the alchemist who refused. This was a big mistake. With a single call from Medicine King's Valley, this great sect was annihilated in a single night. Rumors were not necessarily true, but there was no smoke without fire. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the influence of Medicine King's Valley was. And the Myriad Drug Pond was a forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley. It was rumored that miracles often occurred there. Many proficient alchemists had obtained the insights of the alchemy ancestors of Medicine King's Valley. The wordless black book displayed such a line of words. This made Yang Kai somewhat confused. Could it be that he had to go to Medicine King's Valley's Myriad Drug Pond to find something? Although he had such a guess, Yang Kai definitely would not go now. First of all, he knew nothing about alchemy. If he went there, he would only be driven out. Second of all, he needed to improve his strength first. Then he would think of a good way to safely infiltrate Medicine King's Valley and wait for an opportunity. Putting away the wordless black book, Yang Kai opened his hand and with a suction force, a package on the ground flew over. This bag of items was all lost by the overseas powers 300 years ago. Now that they had fallen into his hands, he should make use of them. When he was on Hidden Island, Yang Kai wanted to refine an artifact for his own use. But at that time, because he was still overseas, he was afraid of triggering the restrictions in these artifacts and being detected by the sect they belonged to. But now it was different. He had returned to High Heaven Pavilion. It was 108,000 miles away from the ocean. Even if the restriction was activated, it wouldn't be able to transmit such a far distance. If he used it carefully in the future, there was no need to worry about any problems. There were 3 artifacts. Apart from the Tai seal, which required a special heart mantra to activate, the remaining one was a sword and a blood begonia. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long, and its entire body was crimson red, as if there was blood flowing within it. After probing it slightly, Yang Kai was surprised to hear a miserable shriek coming from within the sword. The murderous aura was oppressive, disturbing one's mind. If a person with a weak mind heard this sound, he would most likely become the demon race on the spot and fall into the evil path forever. This ominous weapon was the Azura sect's most precious artifact, the Azura sword. Yang Kai was overjoyed because he felt quite close to this sword. The murderous aura it exuded was very similar to the aura it exuded when he displayed the unyielding will. It was precisely this kind of similarity. Because of this, there wasn't much of a barrier between him and the sword. This was good, at least a heaven-grade top-rank artifact. Moreover, it was a sword of slaughter. With this sword in hand, one's attack power would sharply increase. Putting down the Azura sword, Yang Kai then picked up the crimson blood begonia. It had the appearance of a begonia flower, but it looked incomparably enchanting. The petals were as sharp as knives, exuding a strange and dangerous aura. Even after being sealed for 300 years, it still couldn't erase the murderous aura of this begonia flower. Another killing artifact. In the past, the Falling Flowers cult must have relied on this artifact to kill countless enemies, dyeing it red like blood. Both artifacts were very good, as if they were tailor-made for him. Yang Kai looked at one and then at the other, somewhat hesitant to choose. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai steeled his heart and decided to refine both of them. In any case, it would just consume a bit more yuan qi in time. After making up his mind, just as he was about to start, some stones rustled down from above. Yang Kai looked up, the corners of his mouth rising into a smile. Only two people knew the location of his cave mansion. One was Su Yen, the other was Xia Ningchang. Su Yen had just left, so she definitely wouldn't have returned, so there was no need to guess who the other person was. Sure enough, a moment later, Xia Ningchang flew in from above. Yang Kai was blocking the entrance, so the two almost collided. Yang Kai leaned to the side and pulled her back, allowing her to safely land beside him. Smiling at her, he said, "Little senior sister, I'm back." Xia Ningchang's eyes were watery, unable to hide the joy and excitement of reuniting after such a long time. Her face was still covered with a veil, and her forehead was still dotted with the sapphire, so when she heard Yang Kai say so lightly, she blinked her eyes and almost cried. A few months ago, when he left, he didn't even say goodbye, only leaving behind a letter. Now that he was back, he didn't even tell her. He was really too cruel. Looking at her red eyes, Kai Yang didn't dare to speak any more nonsense, for fear that he would accidentally make her cry. "How did you know I was back?" Yang Kai tried to divert her attention. "Su Yen told me." Xia Ningchang sniffled, resisting the bitterness in her heart. Wringing her clothes, she faintly said, "If she didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known." "I was just about to tell you," Yang Kai said with a guilty conscience. "Really?" Xia Ningchang looked up, her eyes filled with joy. "Of course." Yang Kai nodded. The little senior sister was very easy to coax, so her disappointment and grievance were quickly dispersed, leaving only joy and happiness. "At least you still have a little conscience." Xia Ningchang pouted. "I also brought you a gift." Yang Kai lied through his teeth. "No need." Although she said this, Xia Ningchang clearly smiled, her eyes curved into crescents, her heart filled with sweetness and satisfaction. "What gift?" She was curious again. Yang Kai faintly smiled, stood up, and walked in front of another large package. He reached out and opened it, pointing to a large package of rare treasures, some medicinal herbs. "So many." Xia Ningchang was shocked. She walked forward, and with just a glance, she knew the names and grades of these herbs. "Don't you need to take pills when you cultivate? See if there's anything you need and just take it." Yang Kai was very generous, but he also felt quite guilty. He went out and didn't think to bring back a gift for Su Yen and Xia Ningchang. He really shouldn't have. "I don't need it." Xia Ningchang checked the herbs one by one, then raised her head and said, "I'll help you refine them into pills." "That's too troublesome." Who knew how many days it would take to refine this large package of herbs into pills? "It's not troublesome." Xia Ningchang chuckled. "When I refine pills, I'm also cultivating. Moreover, it's much faster than when I meditate. The higher the grade of the herbs I refine, the more benefits it will bring to me. Junior brother, bringing back so many materials for me to practice with is already the best gift." "You're not lying to me?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "I'm not lying," Xia Ningchang said angrily. Ahem, I'm not lying either, Yang Kai said awkwardly. Since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble little senior sister. And you can go do your own thing. I'll refine my own pills. Xia Ningchang was obviously very happy. Yang Kai looked at her for a while and found that she was very familiar with these herbs. She quickly sorted out the large package of herbs and organized them. Smiling, Yang Kai also walked to the entrance of the cave and began to busy himself. Inside the cave, Xia Ningchang lightly hummed as she used her amazing alchemy skills. She refined many herbs into medicinal liquids, then condensed them into pills. Yang Kai focused on using Yuan Qi to refine the Azura sword. Time passed little by little, and as Xia Ningchang refined more and more pills, the large package of materials gradually dwindled. When she grew tired of refining, she would stop to rest and look at the back of the figure sitting at the entrance of the cave. After a while, she would be satisfied and continue to refine pills. Every day, Xia Ningchang had to go out. After all, Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure. If one day she went missing, old man Meng would definitely search for her, causing unnecessary trouble. After 4 or 5 days, the Azura sword in Yang Kai's hand gradually connected with his mind. Yang Kai could increasingly feel the tyrannical power and evil qi of this killing artifact. Worthy of a heaven-grade top-rank artifact, just this one artifact alone was enough to raise Yang Kai's fighting strength to a whole new level. Guiding the Azura sword into his body, Yang Kai couldn't help gasping for breath. Spending so many days to refine it was not a small burden for Yang Kai. The small amount of Yang liquid left in the Dantian was once again consumed. I have to find a way to replenish my Yang liquid. Looking up, Yang Kai used his movement skill and flew out. After a while, he returned with 2 spirit grasses in his hands. This was a heart that was planted a few months ago. It was bought from Lan Chudai at that time. The 2 spirit grasses had long since matured, so Yang Kai brought them to Xia Ningchang and had her refine them into pills. After swallowing them, he finally condensed some Yang liquid. With enough Yang liquid, Yang Kai continued to refine the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. After a few days, the falling flowers artifact was finally absorbed into Yang Kai's body. After obtaining 2 heaven-grade artifacts in a row, Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased. Although he was unable to use the full power of these 2 artifacts right now, as long as he continued to nourish them with Yuan Qi, one day they would be able to shine. The herbs had long since been refined by Xia Ningchang into a variety of pills, filling more than a dozen bottles. The lowest grade pills refined were earth grade while some were even heaven grade, their value immeasurable. If he ate all of these pills, Yang Kai estimated that he could at least raise his cultivation by 1 or 2 small realms. However, there were too many of them, so if he ate them all in one go, it would definitely take him a long time to refine them. Therefore, Yang Kai did not intend to consume them right now. It had been half a month since he returned to the sect, so it was time to go out and see the situation. The 3 great forces were currently in High Heaven Pavilion, and all 3 of their young lords had designs on Su Yen. How could Yang Kai just sit back and watch? That was his woman. Chapter 205. Currently, there were 3 forces in High Heaven Pavilion. One was the Dong family, the second was the Bai family, and the third was the Purple Fern Valley. None of them were easy to provoke. These forces were second only to the central capital's 8 great families. These forces may be able to intimidate others, but they definitely couldn't intimidate Yang Kai. These days, Yang Kai had also inquired a lot of information from Xia Ningchang, so he naturally had a plan in mind. Walking through High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai first went to the contribution hall to greet Meng Wuya. When he saw Yang Kai, Meng Wuya's old face suddenly became sullen, as if Yang Kai owed him a few million silvers. Old man Meng finally understood why his precious disciple had swept away his previous gloomy and unhappy mood, appearing and disappearing like a ghost every day. It turned out, this little brat had already returned. Needless to say, his precious disciple must have met with him long ago, otherwise how could he have changed so much? AI, if it was a blessing, then it was a disaster. If it was a disaster, then it couldn't be avoided. He just didn't know if his precious disciple would be able to safely survive this disaster. Treasurer Meng, I'm back. Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Meng Wuya laughed dryly. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. His face was perfunctory and casual, without the slightest trace of joy. While speaking, Meng Wuya's expression suddenly changed. His divine sense swept over Yang Kai and he was shocked. You've already broken through to the reunion separation stage? Yang Kai nodded slightly. Meng Wuya almost bit his tongue. How long had it been? Calculating the time, it had only been half a year since he left High Heaven Pavilion. Half a year ago. He had only just broken through to the Qi transformation stage, but now he had already broken through to the reunion separation stage. This speed of improvement was too fast, simply unimaginable. How did you do it? Meng Wuya stared at Yang Kai as if he had discovered a treasure. It's just a matter of practice, Yang Kai grinned. Meng Wuya was silent for a long time, thinking that if this little brat continued to break through at this speed, perhaps he really would be able to leave this small world and be worthy of his precious disciple. Meng Wuya's brow wrinkled. Meng Wuya continued, You came back at a bad time. Many people are looking for you now. Why are you looking for me? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. I'm looking for that skill, Meng Wuya replied in a deep voice. It's the skill you use to severely injure the rank 6 monster beast in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Many people are interested in this. Yang Kai chuckled. If they want it, I'll sell it to them at a price that will tempt me. Summer. The power was enormous, but it was a one-time deal. Gathering Yuan Qi was very taxing, and after using it, if one's physical body was not strong enough, they would only be at a disadvantage. If those people really offered a price that could move Yang Kai's heart, everyone could sit down and discuss. In any case, you have to be careful. Kid, don't say that this old man didn't warn you. That Bai Clan and Purple Fern Valley's people don't really care about you. Su Yen attracted most of their attention, but I think that Dong Clan's kid cares a lot about you. He came to this old man several times to inquire about you. I also care a lot about him. Yang Kai smiled. Where is he now? He's living where you used to live. This little brat is also strange. The Bai family and the Purple Fern Valley's people have all been arranged to live in comfortable places, but he has set his sights on your shabby little house. He is determined to obtain you. You should avoid the limelight for now. Old man Meng rolled his eyes and urged, Why don't you go out and hide for a year and a half? When you come back after a year and a half, my precious disciple might have forgotten about you. Meng Wuya thought. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. If they didn't come to find him, he would go find them. What was the point of hiding? After bidding farewell to Meng Wuya, Yang Kai walked towards his old house. Yang Kai. It's Yang Kai. He actually came back at this time. When someone saw Yang Kai, they couldn't help but exclaim. The people from the 3 great forces are looking for him. Isn't he just walking right into their trap? Do you guys think that he will also be recruited by those 3 families? He'll definitely be recruited. How many people have been recruited these days? Yang Kai has suffered a lot in the sect these past few years, and he's only a trial disciple. Now that he has found a good place to go, why would he stay in the sect? The conditions offered by those 3 forces are very attractive. Another ungrateful wretch. A voice of disdain rang out. It was mixed with endless disdain, and there was even some jealousy. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, but he didn't respond. Although he had the status of a trial disciple in High Heaven Pavilion, all of his skills and strength were obtained through his own hard work. He had never received the slightest support from the sect. Even if he left the sect, he wouldn't feel any psychological burden, so why would he care about what they said? Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of the small wooden hut. Outside the wooden house, there were 2 old men, one standing with his hands down, the other with his back hunched over, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Yang Kai strolled in, but the 2 old men didn't even spare him a glance, just standing outside with their eyes closed, lazily basking in the sun. When Yang Kai was 300 meters away from the wooden hut, the 2 divine senses suddenly rushed towards Yang Kai, not with killing intent, but with a warning. Yang Kai's body shook slightly as the 2 divine senses rushed into his body, but like stones sinking into the sea, they didn't cause the slightest ripple. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, A trivial warning couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. Continuing to walk forward, his pace was steady and firm. The two sleepy old men suddenly opened their eyes flashing like lightning as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise. Obviously, they hadn't expected this young man to be so strange. Just as they were about to attack again, a light shout suddenly came from inside the wooden hut, "Stop!" As soon as these words came out, the two old men withdrew their auras and once again became harmless, but their two pairs of vigilant eyes never left Yang Kai's side. A man in a cyan robe walked out of the wooden house. He was about 20 years old, with sword-like eyebrows and a handsome face. He had a dignified appearance, and his temperament was quite extraordinary. At first glance, one could tell that he was the son of a big family. However, his body was a little chubby, giving him a charmingly naive appearance. His face was fair and clean, much fairer than the average woman. At this moment, the man was looking at Yang Kai, the two men's eyes meeting in midair, the former with a trace of contempt in his eyes and the latter with a trace of caution. A moment later, the man stepped forward and walked towards Yang Kai, his pace becoming faster and faster. "Young master!" One of the two old men saw this scene and couldn't help calling out softly. "Don't interfere." The man coldly snorted. "Yes." Yang Kai also walked towards him. A moment later, the two men collided, almost at the same time, their fists and palms intersecting, both of their figures swayed. Both of them staggered backwards. "Huh!" The blue-robed man's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he sneered and attacked again. Peng, peng, peng. The man and Yang Kai both seemed to be holding back their anger, desperately attacking each other, not defending at all. Yang Kai kicked towards the man's crotch, but was blocked by the man's legs. The man stretched out two fingers and poked towards Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai tilted his head and hurriedly dodged. The two people's moves were strange and unfathomable. They were varied, vicious, and despicable. They were unscrupulous, and it caused the eyelids of the two old men to twitch. However, what made the two men feel strange was that neither this High Heaven Pavilion disciple nor their young master used Yuan Qi in their moves. The two of them were just fighting with their fists and feet. It looked like there was a grudge between them. The fight was in full swing, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. The scene was a hot and humid mess. What was the young master doing? How was this a fight? This was clearly a fight between hooligans. The faces of the two old men who had lived for a long time were flushed red. If news of this scene were to spread, they would definitely be punished. How would their young master live in the future? With a muffled sound, Yang Kai was hit by his opponent's eye-sealing punch. For a moment, he saw stars and his body swayed. With another bang, the Dong family's young master was punched in the face by Yang Kai. He felt like his front teeth were almost knocked out, and his mouth was full of the taste of blood. "Little brat, you court death!" The Dong family's young master angrily shouted. Yang Kai sneered, "Let's see who dies first." The two men once again fought desperately. In the midst of the chaos, the Dong family's young master threw Yang Kai to the ground, his knees pressed against his abdomen, and his hands holding his arms, coldly asking, "Smelly brat, do you admit defeat?" Yang Kai clenched his teeth, disregarding the broken bones in his arms, and suddenly flipped over, grabbing his opponent and ruthlessly twisting his arms, grinning. "Do you admit defeat?" The Dong family's young master hissed in pain. One hand slapping the ground, he looked up at the two old men and said, "What are you still looking at? This young master has been beaten." With a mouth full of dirt, the Dong family's young master no longer had his previous elegant demeanor. The two old men who had been watching the show woke up from their daze and quickly stepped forward. Yang Kai curled his lips, his figure flashing and retreating more than a dozen meters. The two old men didn't chase after him. Although their young lord had been beaten, after watching for so long, they could see that this High Heaven Pavilion disciple in front of them was an old acquaintance of their young lord. Naturally, he wouldn't kill him. However, how could their young master know someone from such a small place? The Dong family's young master hurriedly got up, looking at Yang Kai with dread, one hand hanging by his side. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Smelly brat, you've grown up." Yang Kai was also in the same situation. His left hand was dislocated, so he couldn't exert any strength. Hearing the Dong family's young master, he chuckled and said, 30 years of river flows east, 30 years of river flows west. If you don't call for help, I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you. The Dong family's young master took a deep breath and bitterly said, I'll deal with you later. He called one of the old men and said, go help him connect his arm. No need. Yang Kai stretched out his right hand, holding his left hand, and with a click, his arm was as good as new. The Dong family's young master was dumbfounded, but he steeled his heart and did as he was told. His forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain, but in the end, his arm was connected. Wind and cloud dual guards? Yang Kai's eyes swept over the two old men and asked casually. The two old men's expressions changed as they stared at Yang Kai in shock. They hadn't expected their identity to be exposed by this young man. Who the hell was he? The Dong family's young master smiled bitterly. Don't be shocked, this little brat's surname is Yang. Surnamed Yang. The wind and cloud dual guards' expressions changed again as they guessed Yang Kai's identity, quickly cupping their fists. Greetings, young Master Yang. Chapter 206. Surname Yang. A very common surname. From high officials to cultivator families, to common people and street beggars, there were countless people surnamed Yang. However, in this world, there was only one family surnamed Yang that Dong Qinghan would specifically mention. That was the Yang family of the central capital's 8 great families. The Yang family, which could not be understood by common sense, was also the number 1 family of the 8 great families. The Dong family was also a first-class force in this world, but there was still a gap between them and the central capital's 8 great families, let alone the strongest one. If it was said that a young lord from a great family would come to this place where birds don't shit and chickens don't lay eggs to live as an ordinary disciple, the wind and cloud dual guards would not believe it. Which of these young lords were not delicate-skinned and delicate, enjoying great wealth and glory? From birth, they had always lived a smooth life, getting whatever they wanted. But if it was said that this boy was a member of the Yang family, the wind and cloud dual guards would believe it without a doubt. Because the Yang family's way of training its disciples was very strange, every generation of direct descendants would grow up in this way. At some suitable time, all direct descendants would be dismissed and sent off to find their own opportunities to cultivate, only to be summoned back when the time was right. This kind of training was very dangerous, because when these direct descendants cultivated outside, they could not borrow the power and resources of the family, and once they had any kind of conflict with others, they could be killed. In fact, this kind of thing had happened many times. Many of the Yang family's direct descendants who had been dismissed would die young. There were drawbacks, but there were also benefits. This kind of training method allowed every Yang family direct descendant to become stronger and stronger. It washed away their dependence on the family. After so many years of hard work outside, they learned that the only person they could trust in this world was themselves. Therefore, the direct descendants of the Yang family rarely had the boastful attitude of those young lords. All of them were cold and ruthless like knives, their methods tyrannical. Moreover, the Yang family took advantage of this training method to collect countless secret arts and martial skills from other sects, filling their family's storage. If one were to ask which family in this world had the most secret arts and martial skills, it would undoubtedly be the Yang family. In this world, there was a kind of bird. It was called the cuckoo. The cuckoo would lay its eggs in the nests of other birds, allowing them to hatch and raise them. These little birds were also very cruel. Not only were they gluttonous, but they would also push the chicks born of their adoptive parents out of their nests and fall to their deaths, enjoying the favor of their adoptive parents alone. The cuckoo's reputation was not good, just like the Yang family's reputation outside, because the methods of the two were not very different. Every time the Yang family's direct descendants were about to be dismissed, the world's great sects and great forces would avoid the Yang family as if they were a tiger. He was afraid that if he accidentally took in a Yang family disciple, after raising him, he would just flap his wings and fly away. The Yang family's method of raising their own children by borrowing the nest of a nest had provoked many forces. However, as the head of the 8 great families, the Yang family had thick legs and long arms, so even if those forces complained, they didn't dare to cause trouble for the Yang family. It was said that 100 years ago, a young family disciple entered a first-class sect called Converging Heaven sect. This young family disciple's talent was outstanding, a rare genius that only appears once every 100 years. The sect master and elders of the Converging Heaven sect were also very fond of him, so naturally, they spent a lot of effort in nurturing him. They even discussed and listed him as their successor, and all kinds of secrets that were not passed on to him were opened up to him without reservation. This kid was indeed a genius. In just a few years, he had learned all kinds of martial skills and secret arts of the Converging Heaven sect, familiarizing himself with them, greatly gratifying his masters. However, 10 years later, this had consumed countless resources of the Converging Heaven sect. The disciple that the sect master and elders had placed such high hopes on actually left the sect one night. Until that time. Only then did the Converging Heaven sect realize that this disciple was actually a young family disciple. The Converging Heaven sect master and elders all vomited blood. They almost fell seriously ill. Wasting 10 years of their time to teach this ingrate was one thing, but many of the Converging Heaven sect's secrets had actually been learned by him. Becoming the young family's property, how could they not be depressed? The Converging Heaven sect disciples had come to the young family to cause trouble, but they had only received some compensation. It was because of this tragedy that the world's great sects were extremely wary of the young family disciples. Learning from the past was the teacher for the future. If they spent more than 10 years to cultivate a young family disciple and he ran away, wouldn't they repeat the same mistake as the Converging Heaven sect and become the laughingstock of the world? But no matter how much they guarded against him, Yang Kai's direct disciples still had to go out and experience the world. Before they were dismissed, these direct disciples were hidden away, very few people knew their names, and very few people had ever seen them. So, it was impossible to guard against the young family disciples. The wind and cloud dual guard's thoughts raced, becoming more and more certain of Yang Kai's identity, because almost 4 years ago, the Yang family really did dismiss the current generation of direct disciples. So, this boy in front of them was the youngest young lord of the Yang family? Didn't they say that he was not suitable for cultivation? How could he have reached the separation and reunion boundary? Although his strength was not high, it was not too bad either. However, for their young lord to recognize him, the wind and cloud dual guards were not surprised, because the Dong family and the Yang family had a marriage alliance in the previous generation. Their young lord's aunt had married the Yang family's fourth master Yang, and their young lord had visited the Yang family several times when he was young, so the two must have met before. Come in and we'll talk. Dong Qinghan's eyes showed a trace of disappointment, but also a trace of surprise and joy, turning to Yang Kai and asking. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The two of them walked into the wooden house. It was still as simple as before, but there was an additional table. On the table, there was wine and food. Sit. Dong Qinghan said concisely. Were you waiting for me? Kai Yang sat down and looked at the table full of food and wine with some surprise. Dong Qinghan's eyes flashed a thick light as he nodded slightly. After a few years outside, it seems that you've grown a lot. The Yang family's way of training their disciples is really something. People always grow. Yang Kai picked up the wine jug and poured Dong Qinghan a cup before refilling his own. Before, when you saw me you were like a mouse seeing a cat. How come you're not afraid now? You even dared to hit me. Dong Qinghan still tasted blood in his mouth. Yang Kai's punch had been really heavy. So what if I hit you? How many times did you bully me when I was a child? Now it's time to get some payback. Yang Kai sneered. This cousin in front of him was quite dissatisfied with his Yang family. Every time he came to the Yang family as a guest, he would teach him a lesson. Yang Kai had never practiced martial arts at that time, and this cousin was a few years older than him. How could he possibly be his opponent? Every time, he would be beaten black and blue. Thinking about all this, Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth, feeling that he had been too lenient just now. When I was little, Dong Qinghan's face was calm, without any emotion, drinking the wine in one gulp and pushing the glass in front of Yang Kai, motioning for him to refill it. Cousin pouring wine for cousin. Naturally there was nothing to say. The two drank several cups in quick succession. Glancing at each other, both of them let out a long sigh. Although their relationship wasn't very good when they were children, Yang Kai knew that this cousin of his was just resentful because at that time he didn't want to practice martial arts. He wanted to use his fists to force him. Generally speaking, Dong Qinghan had left a lot of childhood shadows for Yang Kai, but it was also out of good intentions, but his methods were a bit extreme. I didn't expect you to come to this kind of place. Dong Qinghan chuckled. When I came here and heard your name, I really couldn't believe it. After a few inquiries, I was able to determine that it was you. My father told me to come here. Oh? Did uncle also come here for life experience? Dong Qinghan was a little surprised. I don't know, he didn't say. He only told me to come to this place. Yang Kai had also been puzzled these days, unable to understand the deeper meaning of this. How are my father and mother? After a moment of silence, Yang Kai looked up and asked. Dong Qinghan glanced at him. Auntie misses you very much, she's lost a lot of weight. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. When he left the Yang family, he was just an ordinary person. After not returning for a few years, his father and mother must be very worried. Auntie was also locked up by your Yang family for half a year, and uncle was beaten 30 times. *Pa. The wineglass in Yang Kai's hand shattered. Yang Kai's expression became extremely gloomy, his brow furrowed. What happened? Dong Qinghan sneered. Because Auntie missed you so much, she secretly ran out to see how you were doing. Then she was discovered by those old bastards of your Yang family. You also know the Yang family's rules. Direct descendants are allowed to go out for life experience. No one is allowed to visit them in any way. Violators will be severely punished. If uncle hadn't taken her place, the one who would have been beaten 30 times would have been my auntie. 30 beatings, this was not an ordinary 30 beatings. The Yang family's punishment hall had a special artifact that was powered by Yuan Qi, specifically used to beat people with the beatings. Even if a master at the Yuan Qi realm received a few beatings, they would be bedridden for several days. These 30 beatings, 4th Master Yang would probably be bedridden for several months. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed his tumbling blood, grabbed the wineglass in front of Dong Qinghan, and drank it in one gulp. Those old bastards, sooner or later they will pay the price. Yang Kai said coldly. In the past, he was not suitable for cultivation, nor did he want to cultivate. As an ordinary person, he was still driven out of the Yang family by those old bastards, forcing him to go out for life experience with his brothers. A 12-year-old boy, still an ordinary person, had traveled thousands of miles to come to High Heaven Pavilion. The hardships he had suffered, how could he tell outsiders? I don't like your Yang family. I also don't like your Yang family. Your Yang family is too cold and ruthless. Dong Qinghan spat disdainfully. The Yang family's way of training their disciples was very special, although it could temper a person. Because it was done this way, the Yang family's affection for each other was very thin. In order to maintain the Yang family's prestige, they would sacrifice anyone who could be sacrificed. Yang family disciples who go out for life experience need at least 10 years before they can return. Now it's been less than 4 years, Auntie still has to wait 6 years before she can see you again. I don't know if she can afford to wait. Dong Qinghan's tone was full of sadness. When you go back this time, tell father and mother that I'm fine, so they can rest assured. I will. Dong Qinghan nodded slightly. That's my auntie. The heavy topic gradually passed. The two of them no longer wanted to talk about it. You came to High Heaven Pavilion this time because of the Heaven's Cave inheritance? Yang Kai asked. Of course. Why else would I come to this place where even birds don't lay eggs? Dong Qinghan curled his lips, suddenly changing the topic. But your sect really does have a few geniuses, especially that girl named Su Yen. It is said that not only is her strength profound, she is also a stunning beauty, as beautiful as ice. Unfortunately, I have never had the chance to see her face. Chapter 207. As Dong Qinghan spoke, he stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, as if he was observing his reaction. Obviously, he had heard some kind of rumor. That's your sister-in-law. Yang Kai didn't beat around the bush and directly stated. Dong Qinghan couldn't help but open his mouth wide as he stared at Yang Kai stupidly. Obviously, he hadn't thought that the rumors were actually true, that his little cousin had managed to win over a sex-proud daughter. The Yang family was really a pack of wolves, tigers and leopards. None of them could be underestimated. Fortunately, I didn't join forces with those two idiots from the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley, otherwise wouldn't I have been trying to steal her away? Dong Qinghan smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, as the young lord of the Dong family, his status was high, and he was also quite handsome. At such a young age, it was natural for him to be unrestrained and unrestrained. Wherever he went, he would leave his mark, attracting bees and butterflies. Who knew how many beautiful women he had shared a life of fish with? However, because he had heard a few words between Yang Kai and Su Yan when he was inquiring about him, Dong Qinghan had decided to be cautious and not collude with the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley. Just now, he had only spoken out to confirm his suspicions, but he hadn't expected the rumors to be true. Dong Qinghan also felt a burst of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't tried to provoke Yang Kai, otherwise wouldn't his cousin have tried to kill him? Yang Kai naturally knew the temperament and personality of this kind of young lord, so he bluntly admitted it. This wasn't to show off, but to show off. Obviously, he was telling him, "She's my woman. Whoever has ideas about her, I'll fight them." Smelly brat, your luck with women isn't shallow. Dong Qinghan chuckled. Although High Heaven Pavilion was a small sect, he had heard that the girl named Su Yan had reached the 4th or 5th stage of Yuan Qi. Even if one looked at the entire world, such a talent was second to none. What's more, she had most likely obtained a powerful inheritance. Such a talent, even if she went to the central capital's 8 great families, would be fought over and treated as a treasure. Since she's my sister-in-law, it seems my Dong family won't be able to recruit her. Dong Qinghan smiled bitterly. You should have had a good harvest, right? Yang Kai looked up at him and asked casually. Dong Qinghan nodded slightly, a bit. But it was far from what he had expected. You've also entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Tell me, what's it like inside? Yang Kai muttered to himself for a while and then briefly explained what had happened in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. However, he did not reveal who had obtained the inheritance. Although it was all very innocuous information, Dong Qinghan still listened with great interest. Sigh, it's surprising that the Heaven's Cave inheritance would appear in a place like this. The disciples of the 3 sects have benefited for nothing. Why didn't it appear in my Dong family's territory? Dong Qinghan sighed, secretly cursing the unfairness of the heavens. 2 or 3 months before the Heaven's Cave inheritance appeared. The 3 sects kept this a secret, and it wasn't until later that the news gradually spread. Only then did the great powers and sects send people to search for the inheritor. Unfortunately, until now, no one had found the inheritor. However, the artifacts and martial skills from the Heaven's Cave inheritance had all been purchased by each of the sections. These artifacts were all seriously damaged and could no longer be used, but they were still artifacts refined by a powerful cultivator countless years ago, so they had considerable research value. Moreover, the grade of these martial skills was not too low, at least Earth grade and even Heaven grade. It could be said that the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared this time. It had allowed High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, and Storm Hall to become rich in a short time. The great forces that had come here all bought from the 3 sects, and each of them made a lot of money. The only regrettable thing was that some disciples couldn't resist the temptation and left their sects, pledging allegiance to these great forces. There were many in High Heaven Pavilion. The 5 great elders couldn't do anything about it. After all, these great forces were strong, so what if they poached a few disciples? Wei Shitong and Su Xianwu could only turn a blind eye and pray that these great forces' young lords and masters leave as soon as possible, returning peace to High Heaven Pavilion. As the 2 cousins were talking, the Wind and Cloud dual guards suddenly called out, "Young Lord! Young Master Yang, people from the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley have come." Yang Kai and Dong Qinghan glanced at each other. The latter chuckled, "They've come quickly, I'm afraid they've come for the martial skill in your hand." Yang Kai nodded secretly. Meng Wuya had told him before that the star mark he displayed in the Heaven's Cave inheritance had attracted a lot of attention. A martial skill that could severely injure a sixth-order monster beast in one blow. How bad could it be? The people from the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley had obviously come here for the star mark. What do you want to do? Dong Qinghan looked at Yang Kai calmly. These two idiots had been harassing his younger sister-in-law these past few days, so Yang Kai was definitely holding back his anger. Soon there would be a good show to watch. If Yang Kai exposed his true identity, the people from the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley would definitely not dare to provoke him. Most likely they would apologize and then run away. But the problem was that Yang Kai couldn't be exposed. Dong Qinghan was looking forward to seeing how his cousin would solve the current problem, his slightly chubby face filled with a cheerful smile. That depends on their attitude. Yang Kai said indifferently, if their attitude is good, everyone sit down and talk. The star mark could shine in his hands, but that didn't mean it could in others' hands, so even if he sold it, it wouldn't be a big deal. What if their attitude isn't good? Dong Qinghan narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered. Dong Qinghan also smiled and couldn't help shaking his head, putting on an expression of watching a good show. Expecting the two idiots from the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley to have a good attitude was obviously impossible. Not long after, two loud laughs came from outside and two men about the same age as Dong Qinghan walked in, one in white robes and the other in purple robes. Both of them were young elites. The one in white was the Bai family's young lord, Bai Yunfeng, and the one in purple was Purple Fern Valley's disciple, Fan Hong. Behind these two were two High Heaven Pavilion disciples, one of whom Yang Kai was familiar with, but he couldn't remember his name. The other was Chao Zhengwen, a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. Yang Kai and Chao Zhengwen had met twice before. Before leaving High Heaven Pavilion, this person had delivered a promotion order to Yang Kai from the Elder Council, but had been rejected by Yang Kai, causing him to lose a lot of face. After that, he was punished by the Great Elder, so it could be said that he hated Yang Kai to the bone. These two High Heaven Pavilion disciples had both entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but now they were following behind by Yunfeng and Fan Hong. Obviously they had been tempted by the benefits and had pledged their allegiance to them. At this moment, they were no longer disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, but disciples of the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley. Brother Dong is so elegant. You're drinking by yourself here, yet you didn't call me or Brother Fan. You're treating us like outsiders. Bai Yunfeng laughed, glancing over at Yang Kai lightly before putting away the folding fan in his hand, his expression proud. Fan Hong also laughed. Brother Dong is not tempted by beauty. Brother Bai and I admire him greatly. It's funny that Brother Bai and I have been searching that small loft for more than half a month yet have never seen this beautiful woman. It's better for Brother Dong to drink and enjoy himself here. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a faint sneer. The small loft these two were talking about was definitely Su Yan's residence. Dong Qinghan smiled and gestured for the two to sit down, glancing over at Yang Kai and saying, "The day before yesterday, Father and Master arranged a marriage for me, so I don't dare to provoke other women. This Dong is not as free as these two brothers." Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong both sat down while Chao Zhengwen and the other High Heaven Pavilion disciples stood behind them. Bai Yunfeng said, "Brother Dong must be joking. I heard that Brother Dong recently recruited a female disciple from High Heaven Pavilion. I don't know what Brother Dong plans to do with this female disciple. Do you want to keep her in a golden house or take her as a concubine?" Dong Qinghan smiled wryly and shook his head. "Brother Bai must be joking. I did indeed recruit a female disciple, but it was for the sake of the family. That girl also entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance and obtained a good opportunity. Her aptitude is not bad. As long as she is given the right resources, she will definitely develop in the future." Bai Yunfeng laughed and didn't ask any more questions, instead turning to look at Yang Kai, a trace of contempt and arrogance flashing across his eyes as he said lightly, "This must be the High Heaven Pavilion disciple named Yang Kai, right? How is Brother Dong's discussion with him going?" These words were spoken very casually, although in front of Yang Kai, it was clear he didn't put him in his eyes and was instead asking for Dong Qinghan's opinion. "We're currently discussing." Dong Qinghan nodded slightly. "The result hasn't come out yet, but you two have already arrived." Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong's eyes lit up. "It seems that Brother Fan and I still have a chance." Fan Hong looked directly at Yang Kai and said, I heard that you obtained a powerful martial skill from the Heaven's Cave inheritance, is that true? Yang Kai smiled and said, N. Fan Hong's spirit shook as he opened his mouth. Honest people don't beat around the bush, this young lord will be frank. I am interested in the martial skill you obtained. I wonder what kind of conditions you want before you are willing to part with it? What benefits can you offer? Yang Kai looked at him lightly. Fan Hong chuckled, reaching into his sleeve and taking out a stack of banknotes, pushing them in front of Yang Kai and saying lightly, Here are 100,000 silvers. If you are willing to write down the cultivation method of that martial skill for me, these banknotes are yours. When Fan Hong said this, his expression was confident, as if he was holding a pearl of wisdom in his hand. Obviously, he believed that 100,000 silvers was extremely attractive to a disciple of such a small sect. In fact, when the 100,000 silvers were placed on the table, whether it was Chao Jingwen or the other High Heaven Pavilion disciple, their breathing became heavy as they stared at the banknotes on the table. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Fan Hong's expression remained unchanged as he took out another stack of banknotes and pushed them in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was still unmoved. Bai Yunfeng laughed. Brother Fan, you are too stingy. Yang Kai, this young lord is willing to exchange 200,000 silvers for your martial skill, how about it? You may not be able to earn so much wealth, but it is enough for you to live several lifetimes without having to worry about food and clothing. You can also have 3 wives and 4 concubines, enjoying the glory and splendor of life. Bai Yunfeng was much more generous than Fan Hong, causing the latter to glare at him fiercely, but Bai Yunfeng didn't care and just looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Dong Qinghan was also smiling, but there was a deep meaning behind his smile. Wanting to use 200,000 silvers to smash a Yang family disciple, these two idiots were really creative. Dong Qinghan wanted to laugh a few times, but he had no choice but to endure, his shoulders slightly shaking. Holding back his laughter was extremely difficult. This show is really interesting. Chapter 208. 200,000 silvers is already a lot. Are you still not satisfied? Bai Yunfeng frowned, looking at Yang Kai with some displeasure. They had purchased a lot of martial skills these days, but had never offered such a high price to anyone. If he hadn't heard that this martial skill was extraordinary, how could he be so generous? This little brat doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Bai Yunfeng coldly snorted. He was the Bai family's young lord. Even if that martial skill was really worth 200,000 silvers, he still had to sell it to him for 100,000 silvers. Dong Qinghan saw that this person was a little angry, so he couldn't sit still, pretending to be unfamiliar with Yang Kai, fanning the flames. Little brat, this Dong will also raise the price. 200,000 silvers plus a bottle of the Dong family's special profound spirit pills, how about it? Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong both looked at Dong Qinghan with some surprise. They hadn't expected him to be willing to take out profound spirit pills. This was an Earth-grade mid-rank spirit pill. Although its grade wasn't too high, its effects were definitely pleasing. Taking one of these pills could help one achieve twice the result with half the effort. Was this martial skill really so valuable? Yes, Dong Qinghan and this Yang Kai had talked a lot before, so he must have some understanding of this martial skill, so he was willing to part with a bottle of profound spirit pills. 200,000 silvers plus a common grade high-rank artifact. Fan Hong immediately raised his bid. Dong Qinghan frowned. Brother Fan, this is a malicious competition. Fan Hong didn't speak, but Bai Yunfeng took over. Brother Dong, that martial skill's power is extraordinary. Since everyone wants it, naturally it's fair to the highest bidder. This young lord offers 300,000 silvers and a common grade high-rank artifact, a defensive artifact at that. Fan Hong heard this and was stunned. Smiling wryly, he said, Brother Bai, you're really willing. This price, even he didn't dare to offer. He hadn't expected Bai Yunfeng to be so decisive. Dong Qinghan also smiled. Since Brother Bai is so determined, this Dong won't compete with you. If we continue to fight, it will only hurt our friendship. Bai Yunfeng laughed, cupping his hands to the two of them. Modest. When this matter is over, I will definitely arrange a banquet to apologize to the two of you. The three of them were still bidding and talking happily. It seemed that they had already determined the ownership of the star mark and didn't care about Yang Kai's opinion at all. Yang Kai frowned and said indifferently, "I didn't say I was going to sell this martial skill, right?" Bai Yunfeng's smile immediately froze on his face. Fan Hong was also stunned. 300,000 taels plus a common grade high-rank defensive artifact, isn't that enough to offset the value of that martial skill? Don't ask for too much, or you may lose both the person and the money. Bai Yunfeng's expression was cold and stern as he threatened in a cold voice. Chao Jingwen, who was standing behind Bai Yunfeng, also sneered, "Yang Kai, don't be so shameless. Mr. Bai's price is already fair enough. What else do you want?" Bai Yunfeng unfolded his folding fan, crossed his legs, and looked at Yang Kai calmly, gently fanning himself. His face was full of disdain and contempt. Dong Qinghan continued to stir up trouble, deliberately saying, "Oh, do you want to join one of our forces?" Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong both frowned. They couldn't help but think of this possibility. Before the two of them could speak, Chao Jingwen coldly said, "Mr. Bai, this person has been in High Heaven Pavilion for 3 years, but has only cultivated to the tempered body 3rd stage and is only a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. Such a mediocre person is doomed to have no future. Recruiting him into the Bai family will only cause us to lose face. Mr. Bai should think twice." Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly flicked his hand, and the glass of wine in front of him flew out and splashed directly onto Chao Jingwen's face. The faces of the people at the table suddenly changed, especially Bai Yunfeng, whose face was extremely ugly. "Yang Kai, you court death." Chao Jingwen was furious and was about to attack, but was stopped by Bai Yunfeng. "Little brat, before you hit a dog you need to look at its owner." Bai Yunfeng stared coldly at Yang Kai, a dangerous light flashing across his eyes. "If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, don't even think about leaving here alive." "You want an explanation?" Yang Kai's face was indifferent, his voice flat. "My martial skill is mysterious grade. Is this explanation enough?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone's face changed again. Even Dong Qinghan was stunned. Mysterious grade. Everyone had guessed that Yang Kai's martial skill might be heaven grade, but they never thought it would actually be mysterious grade. Even first-class forces like the Dong family, Bai family, and Purple Fern Valley only had a few sets of profound grade martial skills. Any set of profound grade martial skills was a secret of these great forces. Unless one was a future pillar of the family, they absolutely could not practice it. "Is this for real?" Dong Qinghan's voice was trembling. In his heart he cursed, "Fuck, if I knew it was a mysterious grade martial skill, I wouldn't have stayed here and watched the show. If I had exchanged this martial skill with my cousin, then everything would have been fine. Now, even that idiot Bai Yunfeng has joined in, I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to resolve. In the Heavens Cave Inheritance, my strength was only at the initial element boundary 7th stage, but I was able to severely injure a 6th-order monster beast. I don't need to say more about the grade of this martial skill, right?" Yang Kai snorted. Everyone's breathing became hot. Looking at Yang Kai again, all of their previous contempt and disdain had disappeared, all of their eyes shining brightly. "The conditions just now remain unchanged. You can join my Bai family as a disciple." Bai Yunfeng took a deep breath and made a decision. Exchanging a disciple's identity for a mysterious grade martial skill, the Bai family would definitely make a big profit. As for how Yang Kai would be treated after joining the Bai family, it would depend on his own aptitude. "I can accept you as a disciple on behalf of Purple Fern Valley and provide you with a good cultivation environment." Fan Hong also hurriedly said, "I have no interest in joining any of your families." Yang Kai was too lazy to waste any more words with them. "If you want my martial skill, fine, but you have to give me a mysterious grade martial skill in exchange." Fan Hong's brow wrinkled, his expression strange. "You want our secret martial skill? We are all mysterious grade martial skills, so if we exchange, we won't suffer a loss. What's wrong? Is this exchange not fair?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Bai Yunfeng sneered, That's impossible. A secret martial skill is a secret martial skill, except for the Bai family's direct descendants. Outsiders are not allowed to practice it. Then there's nothing to talk about. Yang Kai stood up, intending to leave. "Wanna leave?" Bai Yunfeng's expression changed, suddenly sneering, reaching out his hand to block Yang Kai's path. "If you don't hand over that martial skill today, don't even think about leaving here." Since the deal was not reached, Bai Yunfeng wanted to rob him, a trivial High Heaven Pavilion disciple. He really didn't put him in his eyes. Scram! Yang Kai didn't like him. At this moment, seeing him make a move, how could he hesitate, fiercely punching out? Bai Yunfeng coldly snorted, meeting the attack with his palm. With a loud bang, a fierce yuan qi burst out, and the cabin was suddenly torn apart. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk. Several figures rushed out from inside. Dong Qinghan, Bai Yunfeng, Fan Hong, Yang Kai, Chao Zhengwen, and the other High Heaven Pavilion disciple were all covered in dust. "You dare attack me?" Bai Yunfeng was furious, his expression ferocious. In that exchange, although he hadn't suffered a loss, he also hadn't been able to defeat Yang Kai. He was just a little surprised that the other party's yuan qi was so vigorous, obviously only a separation and reunion boundary first stage cultivator, yet he had been able to block his blow. "Young Master Bai, you have a noble status, you don't need to lower yourself to his level, let me help you vent your anger." Chao Zhengwen took the initiative to volunteer. Just now he had been splashed with wine by Yang Kai, losing a great deal of face. Naturally he wanted to get back at him. Moreover, he had already pledged his allegiance to the Bai family, so now he naturally wanted to find an opportunity to show off. As long as he could beat Yang Kai to a pulp, Bai Yunfeng's anger would be alleviated, and in the future he would receive many benefits. Bai Yunfeng coldly nodded. "Break his hands and feet, let him know the consequences of being disrespectful to me." A trivial disciple from a small sect dares to act so presumptuous. "Young master can rest assured, I've long wanted to teach this junior brother a lesson." Chao Zhengwen sneered, staring at Yang Kai from a distance of several dozen meters. He shouted, "Junior brother Yang, don't say this brother didn't give you a chance. As long as you kneel down now, crawl in front of young Master Bai and kowtow a few times, perhaps young Master Bai will spare you, otherwise you'll have to suffer some pain." Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. "You've become someone else's dog, your tone has become much more arrogant." Chao Zhengwen's face turned red, and his expression became cold. "Young Master Bai has treated me with courtesy, so what if I pledge my allegiance to him? Even the elders of the sect haven't said anything, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? You're humiliating yourself, and you still expect others to respect you? Since we're from the same sect, I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but since you're looking for death, don't blame this brother for being ruthless." Chao Zhengwen took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and circulated the yuan qi in his body. He didn't waste any more words, and used his body movement technique to get close to Yang Kai. But just as he took a step forward, before he could even rush out, Yang Kai, who was several dozen meters away, appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Chao Zhengwen's face showed a trace of astonishment, then his expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly made a move. Yang Kai casually blocked, and dissolved his move. The tip of his fist flashed, and the Burning Sun's three-layer blast was thrown out. Striking his chest, Chao Zhengwen's face instantly paled as his chest caved in. Taking a step back, Chao Zhengwen used this opportunity to disperse Kai Yang's fist. He managed to open up a distance between him and Yang Kai, but the fierce yuan qi in his body exploded. 3 muffled sounds rang out, and Chao Zhengwen spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been defeated in one move. This turn of events stunned everyone on the spot. Although Chao Zhengwen's strength wasn't very strong, he was still a separation and reunion boundary 5th stage cultivator. But such a person had actually been beaten by Yang Kai to the point of spitting out blood. Although he had borrowed the power of his martial skill, Yang Kai's speed was really frightening. Chao Zhengwen obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to be so tyrannical. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, before he could recover, Yang Kai actually rushed up again. Panicking and panicking, how could he block? After exchanging a dozen moves, Chao Zhengwen was once again hit. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out from his chest, and Chao Zhengwen's forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and his moves were ruthless. Every punch was aimed at Chao Zhengwen's vitals, and after a while, Chao Zhengwen could only block without any strength to fight back. After 10 breaths, Chao Zhengwen's vision blurred. Yang Kai flew up and kicked, and Chao Zhengwen was suddenly sent flying like a rag sack, falling to the ground and never getting up again. He didn't die, but who knew how many of his bones were broken? He would have to lie in bed for at least several months to recover. Chapter 209. Shocked, Dong Qinghan stared blankly at Yang Kai, never having imagined that after 4 years, his cousin would become so ferocious. A separation and reunion boundary 5th stage cultivator had only lasted less than 30 breaths of time before collapsing to the ground, while Yang Kai was completely unscathed. Amidst the dust, Yang Kai stood tall and straight, his expression indifferent as he swept his eyes over the audience. Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong were both slightly shocked. After a moment, Bai Yunfeng glanced over at Chao Zhengwen, who had collapsed to the ground, and coldly snorted. Sure enough, a disciple cultivated by a small sect is actually so weak. It seems this young lord will have to deal with him personally. Fan Hong glanced at him strangely, but immediately relaxed. Bai Yunfeng was a young lord of the Bai family, so he had a high opinion of himself. Although he didn't care about Chao Zhengwen's life or death, he was still a disciple he had recruited, so he was considered half a member of the Bai family. Now that Chao Zhengwen had been crippled in front of him, how could Bai Yunfeng easily let this go? If it were him, Fan Hong would not have let this go either. What's more, Yang Kai had a mysterious grade martial skill. Using this as an excuse to teach him a lesson, he could then interrogate him about the cultivation method of that martial skill. Considering all this, Fan Hong couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, coldly glancing over at the High Heaven Pavilion disciple standing behind him, wondering why Yang Kai hadn't attacked him just now. If he had been crippled, he would have had a reason to act. Brother Bai, isn't it bad to attack someone else's territory? Dong Qinghan was worried that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to cope, so he quickly stood up and said, after all, Bai Yunfeng was a Yuan Qi boundary 1st stage master, and between Yuan Qi and separation and reunion boundary, there was a huge divide. Bai Yunfeng coldly replied, so what if this is someone else's territory? Daring to hurt my Bai family disciple, he must pay the price. He was determined to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Dong Qinghan couldn't help but frown. He wanted to help but didn't know how to. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he and Yang Kai were only acquaintances. If he acted too obviously, he was afraid others would see through him. Once Yang Kai's identity was exposed, it would do him no good. Although the Yang family was powerful, they had many enemies. God knows how many people in the world hated the Yang family. Just as Dong Qinghan was in a dilemma, he saw Yang Kai secretly give him a meaningful glance, causing Dong Qinghan's brow to twitch slightly, but he didn't say anything. Bai Yunfeng slowly walked towards Yang Kai. As he walked, he ordered, 2 cabinet elders, please stay on the side. Immediately, 2 old men responded in a deep voice. Dong Qinghan had an immortal ascension boundary master protecting him, so how could Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong not? After all, they were all outstanding talents of their respective forces. Before their wings were fully grown, they naturally needed someone to protect their safety. I'll give you one last chance. Submit to my Bai family and hand over that martial skill, and I'll spare your life. Bai Yunfeng raised his head slightly and looked at Yang Kai arrogantly. Yang Kai sneered. The Yuan Qi on his body surged, and his fighting spirit was aroused. Needless to say, this attitude already explained everything. Very good, I'll spare your life. After all, you still have some value. Bai Yunfeng's figure blurred as soon as he finished speaking, like a cloud of dust being blown away by the wind. Yang Kai's expression became cold, not daring to relax in the slightest. Although Bai Yunfeng looked domineering, he was still a young lord of the Bai family, and his strength was higher than his own by a great realm. Facing such a person, any slight carelessness could be fatal. It was very likely he would be knocked down in a single blow. In fact, Yang Kai didn't want to face such an enemy right now. But when he thought about how this man spent all day in front of Su Yan's loft, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little bored. Every man would regard their woman as their exclusive property. Although Bai Yunfeng hadn't even seen Su Yan's appearance, it still made Yang Kai extremely uncomfortable. A strange cloud of dust appeared behind Kai Yang, and Bai Yunfeng appeared with a cold smile on his face. Lightly, he sent out a palm strike towards Kai Yang's back, his palm containing an unparalleled amount of strength, but he didn't release it. Dong Qinghan's complexion suddenly changed, and he almost shouted out a warning. Yang Kai quickly turned around, his palm turning red as his true Yang Yuan Qi burst out, meeting Bai Yunfeng's attack head-on. The astral wind howled, the world energy around them became chaotic, and the palm strike wreaked havoc. Yang Kai's body shook as he was sent flying several dozen meters, but Bai Yunfeng remained motionless, his expression calm and indifferent. Although the two of them had fought before, at that time Yang Kai had used 80% of his strength while Bai Yunfeng had hurriedly parried, so they were evenly matched. But now Bai Yunfeng had angrily attacked, so how could he compare to before? With just one blow, Yang Kai had suffered some losses, his body falling to the ground, but he quickly stood up and stared at Bai Yunfeng with a dignified expression. A separation and reunion first-stage boy dares to fight with me? You overestimate yourself. Bai Yunfeng sneered, his figure once again changing positions. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of strange movement skill this was, but it made him unable to see through it. Yang Kai grit his teeth, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. You think you can defend? Bai Yunfeng's voice suddenly sounded from the void, and immediately his figure appeared 3 meters in front of Yang Kai, still casually sending out a palm strike. Burning Sun's 3-layer burst. Yang Kai no longer held back, directly using his own martial skill. Bai Yunfeng's face flashed a trace of caution. He had already noticed the ferocity of this blow. But as the Bai family's young lord, and a master at the Yuan Qi boundary, how could he retreat? Not only did he not retreat, he instead rushed forward. He wanted to defeat Yang Kai with a tyrannical posture and overwhelming strength, letting him know the huge gap between them. With a bang, Yang Kai was forced back again, his Yuan Qi showing signs of chaos. Bai Yunfeng remained calm and composed, but just as he was about to open his mouth to ridicule, his expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help snorting as he waved his hand, forcing out a burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi. This was what Yang Kai had injected into his body. 3 transformations. Bai Yunfeng's eyes flashed brilliantly. He had not expected this Yang Kai to have mastered such an extraordinary martial skill. This martial skill was extremely powerful and unpredictable, definitely a heaven-grade martial skill. Just now, Bai Yunfeng had been careless and almost suffered a big loss. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and forced it out of his body, he would have suffered some minor injuries. Good stuff. After this young lord defeats you, I'll take it all. Bai Yunfeng grinned, his body once again transforming into a cloud of dust. Yang Kai's body tensed up as he carefully perceived the changes in his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he stretched out his hand, his Yuan Qi raging like a raging flame. His palm pressed against the void and suddenly exploded. Bai Yunfeng hurriedly reappeared, his face filled with surprise and embarrassment as he hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding Yang Kai's blow. The other immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who were observing from the sidelines couldn't help calling out in surprise. Although they could spy on Bai Yunfeng's movements, it was only because they had cultivated their divine senses that they were able to easily investigate. But what was this High Heaven Pavilion disciple relying on? He was only a separation and reunion boundary first-stage cultivator, not possessing a divine sense, yet after only a few exchanges he was able to see through Bai Yunfeng's mysteries. Wasn't this battle intuition a bit too strong? I was wondering what it was. It turns out you're just relying on the power of an artifact. Yang Kai sneered at Bai Yunfeng contemptuously. The mysterious movement skill Bai Yunfeng had displayed over and over again was even faster and more unpredictable than the one he had created himself. Yang Kai didn't understand at first, but now that he suddenly saw the jade pendant on Bai Yunfeng's waist flash, he suddenly understood. That wasn't some kind of movement skill, but rather an artifact used to confuse his eyes. Bai Yunfeng's face reddened. Speaking of which, he was a Yuan Qi boundary cultivator. Using an artifact to deal with a separation and reunion boundary cultivator was really not appropriate. After being pointed out by Yang Kai, Bai Yunfeng became angry and coldly snorted, "Even if you don't have an artifact, do you think you're my opponent?" Crossing his feet, Bai Yunfeng flew directly in front of Yang Kai, his speed extremely fast. Unyielding will. Dealing with an enemy a great realm higher than himself, Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly used his own mysterious martial skill. His Yuan Qi suddenly became violent, filled with an unparalleled evil intent, his whole face ferocious, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty and cruel light. A surge of power suddenly erupted from his body and a black flame burst out from his body. At this moment, Yang Kai was like a demon descending from the heavens. His whole body burned and the air around him distorted. Yang Kai raised a palm, bringing with it endless flames, and fiercely swept it towards Bai Yunfeng. The enemy suddenly changed. Bai Yunfeng was shocked. Perceiving Yang Kai's sudden increase in strength and the burning Yuan Qi, he instantly realized the terror of this attack. Shocked, he didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly operated the Yuan Qi in his body, bringing out his own killing move. Heaven's Net. Between his 10 fingers, Yuan Qi condensed like silk threads, and as his fingers danced, they instantly intertwined into a large net in front of him. This net formed purely from Yuan Qi could cut gold and break jade. Its sharpness was not inferior to that of an ordinary earth-grade weapon. The flames collided with the Heaven's Net. Bai Yunfeng's Yuan Qi threads passed through the flames without being damaged and directly enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mind moved, and even more energy surged out from his body, the temperature of the flames increasing by a lot. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the threads were completely dissolved in a breath of time, and immediately Yang Kai's palm struck Bai Yunfeng's shoulder. Yang Kai and Bai Yunfeng both retreated at the same time, looking at each other with great fear. On Yang Kai's body, small bloody scars slowly appeared, all of which were caused by the Heaven's Net. Each of the Yuan Qi threads had cut half an inch into his skin, almost dismembering him. On the other hand, Bai Yunfeng was also somewhat embarrassed at this moment. His shoulder was burning hot, as if it had been branded with iron, and there was even a burnt smell. Desperately urging his Yuan Qi, he was finally able to resolve the remaining power of his opponent's attack. Hiss! The group of immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all sucked in a cold breath, looking towards Yang Kai in horror. A separation and reunion boundary cultivator fighting against a Yuan Qi cultivator. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was still able to put up a good fight. Just what was this little brat's background? Moreover, the way his strength had increased was quite strange. Originally, he was only at the separation and reunion boundary first stage, but now he had suddenly jumped to the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. At the same time as his strength increased, his demeanor and temperament also changed dramatically. If he was just an ordinary boy before, now he was clearly showing signs of becoming the demon race. Most importantly, his Yuan Qi had actually dissolved Bai Yunfeng's Yuan Qi threads. Didn't this mean that the purity and richness of his Yuan Qi was not inferior to that of a first-stage Yuan Qi cultivator? Otherwise, how could he achieve this? Chapter 210. Separation and Reunion Boundary, Yuan Qi Boundary. Although the difference between the two was only one level, there was an essential difference. The former had Yuan Qi, the latter had Yuan Qi. Even 10 separation and reunion boundary cultivators would not necessarily be able to defeat one Yuan Qi boundary first level. The transformation of Yuan Qi into Yuan Qi was a qualitative leap in a cultivator's strength. If someone had told this group of Heaven's Ascension boundary experts before today that a separation and reunion boundary expert could be evenly matched with a Yuan Qi boundary first level, they would have laughed it off. But now this scene was happening right in front of their eyes, no one could question it. But this should be the end of it. The group of Heaven's Ascension boundary experts had sharp eyes. Naturally, they could see that Yang Kai had already used all his strength, but Bai Yunfeng was still holding back. There was still a gap between the two. In the field, Bai Yunfeng's expression was ferocious, sneering. "Little brat, you really have the capital to be arrogant. This young master likes young talents like you. I will give you one last chance. pledge allegiance to my Bai family, recognize me as master, and all the previous unpleasantness, this young master will let bygones be bygones. Yang Kai calmly said, not interested. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, little brat, you can't blame others for your own mistakes. Bai Yunfeng had also lost his patience. He was a Yuan Qi boundary expert. He wanted to easily take down Yang Kai and force him to reveal the cultivation method of that martial skill, but he did not want to fight with him so anxiously, becoming a joke to others. Now that things had come to this, he did not want to delay any longer. His Yuan Qi surged, a layer of milky white light gushing out of his body, once again flying towards Yang Kai. His speed was astonishing. No one could see any trace of him. While flying, Heaven's net attacked again, countless threads of Yuan Qi forming a large net, enveloping Yang Kai. The gap between the two was too big, and Bai Yunfeng's movement technique was also quite outstanding. Yang Kai's self-created movement technique would not be able to gain any advantage in this battle. He understood that under such circumstances, dodging was definitely not the best choice. He could only fight head-on. With one hand like a knife, he crazily squeezed out the energy in his body. The Yuan Qi was rolling and surging. His palm blade slashed towards the opponent's heavenly net. The Yuan Qi threads were broken one by one. They were broken before they could even get close to the Yang Kai. Tianluo seal. Bai Yunfeng did not mind at all. A faint and arrogant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he pushed with both hands. A huge palm print covered Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai didn't even have time to change his moves before he was hit in the chest. He was sent flying through the air. While in midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground, his face pale. But the onlookers couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. They looked at Yang Kai in surprise. They didn't expect him to be so determined. The Bai family's Heaven's Net seal was a heaven-grade martial technique. Its attack power was enormous. This young man's figure seemed thin, but after taking such a blow, he still had the strength to fight. How could this not be shocking? Bai Yunfeng didn't give Yang Kai any chance to breathe. His figure flashed like the wind and pounced forward. Yang Kai struggled to resist, but was hit by another Heaven's Net seal and was sent flying several dozen meters. Unexpectedly, Bai Yunfeng also cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated. A violent explosion sounded from his chest and a stream of red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The milky white Yuan Qi around his body became illusory and almost collapsed. Bai Yunfeng's face suddenly became ferocious. He gloomily said, "Little brat, today you will die." What mysterious grade martial technique? It didn't matter. Bai Yunfeng had suffered a loss in front of so many people. Murderous intent surged in his heart. He only wanted to kill Yang Kai to vent his anger. "Brother Bai, don't kill him." Dong Qinghan frowned and shouted, "After all, this is someone else's territory." Heh. Bai Yunfeng sneered, completely ignoring Dong Qinghan. Opening his hand, an unstable mass of murderous aura suddenly appeared. Bai Yunfeng madly poured his Yuan Qi into his hand, causing it to become more and more turbulent. Heaven's Net seal. Dong Qinghan couldn't help paling. He hadn't expected Bai Yunfeng to have even mastered the Bai family's Heaven's Net seal. Compared to the Heaven's Net seal just now, the power of this Heaven's Net seal was incomparable. It was definitely one of the Bai family's secret techniques. Just as he was about to warn Yang Kai to be careful, he saw a burst of starlight appear and a violent aura burst out from Yang Kai's body. His right hand trembled as if there was an uncontrollable power erupting from somewhere. A blurred and dazzling starry sky suddenly appeared under the clear blue sky. The star. Everyone's eyes flashed as they stared at Yang Kai, feeling the power of the martial skill in his hand, all of them paling. They had long heard that Yang Kai had used a mysterious martial skill to severely injure the sixth-order monster beast inside the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Now that they saw this scene, how could they not understand that this little brat was about to use it again? "Young lord, be careful!" The two immortal ascension boundary cultivators from the Bai family exclaimed, fearing that Bai Yunfeng would suffer a loss in this confrontation, so they quickly rushed towards Yang Kai, wanting to finish him off first. However, just as they started to move, 2 large hands were placed on their shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters immediately froze in place, unable to circulate their yuan qi. It was as if a towering mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, making it impossible for them to even move a finger. The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters' faces were pale, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. They were so frightened that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. Although these 2 were only immortal ascension boundary 4th or 5th boundary masters, they were still masters of their generation. Now, they had been silently restrained by someone else. It was obvious how strong this person was. How could a small place like High Heaven Pavilion have such a terrifying character? Juniors are just playing around, us old men should just watch from the sidelines, there's no need for us to intervene. A faint voice came from the side. At this moment, the 2 immortal ascension boundary masters found that they could move again. Turning their heads in amazement, they saw an old man standing next to them, his face full of wrinkles, looking at them with a smile. This person, they knew. It was the shopkeeper from High Heaven Pavilion's contribution hall. Although when they first arrived at High Heaven Pavilion they had noticed that this shopkeeper was somewhat strange, neither of them had expected him to be so strong. What do you 2 think? Meng Wuya asked with a smile. Your Excellency's words are reasonable. How could the 2 Bai family masters dare to refute? The other party's strength was so great that he could take their lives with a snap of his fingers. If they refuted, they would die. This sensational scene fell into the eyes of the Dong family and Purple Fern Valley's immortal ascension boundary masters. These 4 masters also didn't notice when Meng Wuya had arrived or when he had appeared next to the Bai family masters. Everything had happened so suddenly. The Dong family's Wind and Cloud dual guards were shocked, but they didn't change their expressions. They knew that their young lord and Yang Kai were cousins, so naturally they had nothing to fear. On the other hand, the 2 immortal ascension boundary masters from Purple Fern Valley stared at Meng Wuya with vigilance, thinking of all the famous masters in the world, but they couldn't match up with Meng Wuya. This battle is somewhat interesting. Just as the 2 Purple Fern Valley masters were puzzled, a strange voice suddenly called out from behind them. The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters' expression changed greatly. Turning their heads to look, they saw that an old man had appeared next to them at some point. This old man had the demeanor of a transcendent being. His beard was very long, and he was wearing an extremely simple robe. He stood silently in the middle of them. Another master. Although he was just standing there, stroking his beard with a kind smile on his face, watching the 2 juniors madly gather their yuan qi, the 2 Purple Fern Valley masters could still feel that this old man's aura was locked onto them. Once they made the slightest move, they were afraid they would be ruthlessly attacked. High Heaven Pavilion, where did such terrifying masters pop up one after another? With these 2 masters, it could be said that High Heaven Pavilion's strength was not inferior to an ordinary first-class force. The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters from Purple Fern Valley and the 2 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Bai family stared at each other, all of them seeing the shock and helplessness in each other's eyes. There was a kind of sadness of holding hands and looking at each other with tearful eyes. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk another 5 figures descended. This time the 5 elders of High Heaven Pavilion had arrived. These 5 people had been alarmed by the fight here and wanted to investigate, but when they saw the old man with the goatee, their faces lit up and they quickly bowed. Greetings, Sect Master. This old man was actually the mysterious Sect Master of High Heaven Pavilion. When the 3 great forces had come to visit High Heaven Pavilion as guests, the Sect Master of High Heaven Pavilion had yet to show his face. For this reason, these masters and several of the young lords had silently criticized the Sect Master of High Heaven Pavilion. Now that they had realized how terrifying the Sect Master was, how could they dare complain? With such strength, there was no need to put the 3 great forces' young lords in their eyes, unless the elders of these forces arrived. Fan Hong was even more so, quickly running over to pay his respects. Purple Fern Valley disciple Fan Hong greets Senior. The Sect Master smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything, just turning his eyes to the field. During this period of delay, whether it was Yang Kai's star mark or Bai Yunfeng's heaven's gathering star, both of them had condensed their qi to its peak. The two martial skills were somewhat similar, both were extremely lethal, but they needed time to increase their momentum. In just a few breaths of time, their momentum had reached its peak. Yang Kai! Bai Yunfeng roared, his eyes angrily staring towards Yang Kai. Come! Yang Kai didn't show any fear, the back of his hand flashing with stars, his figure flickered, creating a star field around him. The two majestic energies quickly approached each other and then collided. This kind of peak martial skill collision, even the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were shocked. Like a blazing sun exploding, the light was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes, but under the divine senses of these immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they could clearly feel that whether it was Yang Kai or Bai Yunfeng, the Yuan Qi in their bodies had suddenly become chaotic, their auras stagnating, and a violent sound rang out as the two were sent flying in different directions. When the light dissipated, the sound of the two men's heavy breathing could be heard. A deep pit more than a dozen meters wide had appeared in the ground. Separated by about 300 meters, Yang Kai and Bai Yunfeng both stood up shakily. Chapter 211. This time's collision had actually ended in a draw. However, looking around, it was obvious that Yang Kai's injuries were more serious than Bai Yunfeng's. Even so, it was still shocking to see. A peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator was able to fight so fiercely with a Yuan Qi first-order cultivator, and in a direct confrontation of martial skills. Didn't this mean that the martial skill he possessed was even stronger than the Bai family's secret skill, Heaven's Gathering Star? It really was a mysterious grade martial skill. The two young men, both covered in blood, stared at each other. Bai Yunfeng's eyes were filled with madness and disbelief. He had never expected that Yang Kai would still be able to stand up. Not only did he not show the slightest sign of weakness, he was actually fighting more valiantly. I said, "Today you will definitely die. Even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, he won't be able to save you." Bai Yunfeng roared ferociously. Although he and Yang Kai had no previous grievances, today's battle had repeatedly exceeded his expectations. As a young lord of the Bai family, Bai Yunfeng was simply unwilling to accept this fact. With so many people watching, if he couldn't defeat Yang Kai, wouldn't his previous words be the same as slapping his own face? With a roar, Bai Yunfeng waved his hand, and a scroll appeared in his hand. The scroll unfurled, and on it were countless pictures of rare demonic beasts. The Bai family's Earth-grade mid-rank artifact, 100 Beast Diagram. Dong Qinghan's expression changed as he exclaimed. Although it seemed like he had inadvertently shouted out, in fact, he was trying to wake Yang Kai up. Bai Yunfeng sneered again and again as he continued to pour Yuan Qi into his artifact. With the influx of Yuan Qi, the monster beast patterns in the 100 Beast Diagram began to faintly move, and immediately, a burst of light rushed out from the diagram, transforming into a variety of monster beasts, all of them ferociously rushing towards Yang Kai. In order to kill Yang Kai, Bai Yunfeng had exhausted all of his means. This artifact was his biggest trump card, and also his final attack. He didn't believe that an unknown disciple of High Heaven Pavilion could survive the onslaught of hundreds of beasts. More and more dazzling lights appeared in the air, and all kinds of strange monster beasts materialized. They were like thousands of galloping horses, enough to crush all the enemies in front of them. Yang Kai roared, his eyes overflowing with killing intent. A crimson sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Shura sword, the Azura's Gate's most precious treasure. With the Shura sword in hand, Yang Kai's already ruthless Yuan Qi became even more violent at this moment, reaching a terrifying level. Everyone's eyes were trembling as they stared fixedly at the crimson sword. All of them were able to sense dense and material killing intent from this sword, and when they looked at this sword, it was as if they'd seen a blood-red world. At that place, blood flowed into rivers, corpses were piled up into mountains, and a bloody aura that caused one to be terrified suffused the air. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Purple Fern Valley and the Wind and Cloud Dual Guards quickly protected their young lords and retreated, fearing that they would be affected by this terrifying murderous intent. Meng Wu Ye's expression changed slightly, The same was true for High Heaven Pavilion's sect master. The two of them had never thought that Yang Kai would actually be able to bring out such a powerful weapon. This was completely beyond their expectations. As the hundreds of beasts rushed forward, Yang Kai raised his sword and swept it across. As the sword swept through, the monster beast let out a mournful cry before completely dissipating. Yang Kai rushed forward, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty madness, but Bai Yunfeng, who was still calm, finally showed a change in expression. He had never expected that even after using his most powerful artifact, he would still be unable to defeat his opponent. The monster beast that rushed out of the 100-beast diagram couldn't stop him at all. One monster beast after another was cut down. The distance between Yang Kai and Bai Yunfeng quickly narrowed. Affected by the violent bloody aura and endless murderous intent, Bai Yunfeng was almost unable to move. He could only mechanically urge his Yuan Qi, pouring it into the 100-beast diagram in an attempt to block Yang Kai. This kind of action was meaningless, only accelerating the consumption of his Yuan Qi. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Bai Yunfeng, his cold eyes faintly sweeping over him. Then he raised the Azura sword in his hand and fiercely chopped down. Everyone's heart jumped, because they could see that Yang Kai's sword was not aimed at Bai Yunfeng, but at the 100-beast diagram. He actually wanted to destroy this Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. The blood-red sword light was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, ruthlessly cutting through the 100-beast diagram. The few demonic beasts that were still flying in the air disappeared in an instant. A ring of dense light appeared on the 100-beast diagram, and a gap was created when the sword edge swept across it. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The 100-beast diagram was an Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. Although it was not a defensive artifact, how could it be so fragile? A sword cut through the diagram, and a big gap appeared. How sharp was this sword? What kind of artifact was it? Shua! The Azura sword was swung backwards, and the gap was widened a lot. Another sword light flashed, accompanied by a tearing sound, and the Earth-grade mid-rank 100-beast diagram was cut in half, falling to the ground. 3 swords, destroying an Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. No one dared to believe such a result. Yang Kai's sword turned, shaking out a sword flower, and stabbed towards Bai Yunfeng, who was standing there stupidly as if he had lost his soul. Please show mercy. The two Bai family immortal ascension boundary masters could not stand it anymore. Just now they were restrained by Meng Wuya, so they did not dare to make the slightest move, but now seeing Yang Kai actually want to take Bai Yunfeng's life, they did not hesitate and quickly shouted. While shouting, they quickly rushed over. Meng Wuya did not stop them. Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were really different. The two of them almost instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai, one of them flicking his finger towards the Azura sword while the other grabbed Bai Yunfeng and quickly retreated. With a ding sound, the Azura sword's trajectory deviated, and Bai Yunfeng's life was saved. Yang Kai coldly swept his eyes over the two Bai family Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but did not pursue. With these two guarding him, he could not kill Bai Yunfeng. Young Master, please show mercy. My young lord's skill is inferior and has already been defeated. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master who blocked the Azura sword frowned and anxiously said. Although his tone was somewhat dissatisfied, there was absolutely no disrespect. Yang Kai stared at him for a moment, hesitating for a long time before finally putting away the Azura sword. A great battle had come to an end. This battle was not on the same level, but the final result was that the one with the lower strength had won, which made everyone somewhat confused. You have all come to High Heaven Pavilion as guests. This old master welcomes you, but High Heaven Pavilion is not a place where you can behave atrociously. The sect master's expression was like an ancient well, and although his tone was flat, anyone could hear the anger in his voice. Once these words reached the ears of the many masters, they all became flustered. The Bai family did not have the face to remain here, one of them holding Bai Yunfeng while the other picked up the 100-beast diagram fragment that had fallen to the ground, cupping his fists and saying, "These days we have disturbed you. We hope High Heaven Pavilion will forgive us. The Bai family will definitely come to apologize." Finished speaking, the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters quickly left with Bai Yunfeng. The people from Purple Fern Valley did not dare to stay any longer. Originally, they had looked down on this small sect. After arriving here, they had put on a superior appearance to recruit talents, but today, two terrifying masters had appeared one after another, and a separation and reunion boundary first-stage disciple from High Heaven Pavilion had almost killed the by-family young lord, causing the people from Purple Fern Valley to tremble in fear. High Heaven Pavilion could not be underestimated. With such a powerful master in charge, any random disciple was a madman, a group of terrifying existences pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Fan Hong and the two immortal Ascension Masters also repeatedly apologized and quickly left. Dong Qing Han and the Wind and Cloud Dual Guards also did the same. Before leaving, Dong Qing Han glanced over at Yang Kai. The shock in his eyes had not yet faded. Outside the field, many High Heaven Pavilion disciples had gathered. This battle was too earth-shattering. Not only had it attracted the attention of the 5 great elders, many of the disciples who had heard the commotion had also come to watch. Su Xianwu coldly glanced over at the group of disciples and loudly said, "Disciples who have been in contact with the 3 great forces these days, leave on your own. My High Heaven Pavilion is just a small sect, not a place for you to stay so as not to ruin your future." Hearing this sentence, many people's expressions darkened, feeling extremely annoyed. They were all disciples who had been recruited by the 3 great forces. They had thought that by joining one of the 3 great forces, they would have a better life, but they had not expected that their own sect would also be so prestigious. After the sect master and treasurer Meng appeared, these immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were as obedient as rabbits. At this moment, these disciples' hearts were filled with regret. But since the second elder had already said so, how could they still shamelessly stay? In the field, Yang Kai restrained his aura and stared at the High Heaven Pavilion's sect master faintly, his eyes filled with some doubt, but also some relief. Meng Wuya grinned meaningfully before his figure flickered and disappeared. "Everyone disperse." The sect master waved his hand, then turned to Yang Kai, his face showing a kind expression as he said, "Come with me." The 5 great elders all looked surprised. They had not expected that this battle would allow Yang Kai to enter the sect master's eyes. Now that he had been summoned, naturally there would be benefits for him. Yang Kai nodded. There were many questions and doubts in his heart that needed to be answered. Covered in blood, following the sect master step by step, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples all stared at Yang Kai, all of their previous contempt and discrimination replaced with shock and panic. After passing through many buildings, the group arrived at a secluded area. This was the sect master's retreat. Normally, even the 5 great elders were not allowed to set foot here. There was a courtyard and several thatched cottages, simple and crude, but there were many flowers and plants in the courtyard, all of which were very common outside. The sect master's retreat did not have the slightest luxurious things, only ordinary and elegant. Leading Yang Kai into one of the cottages, the sect master only gave him a set of clothes and a bottle of pills. "Heal your wounds first, then change your clothes and come find me," the sect master said, then floated away. Although there were many questions, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to ask, instead entering the cottage, taking out a pill and swallowing it. Today's battle could be described as extremely difficult. Yuan Qi realm masters were not easy to deal with, and during the confrontation, Yang Kai suffered losses. If not for the star mark, he may have been defeated. The Bai family's Heaven's Gathering Dipper was extraordinary, not much worse than the star mark. Today's battle could be said to have been led by Yang Kai himself. Although there was a hint of jealousy, it was not the main reason. Yang Kai just wanted to confirm many of his speculations at this critical moment. Why did the 4th Master Yang want him to come to High Heaven Pavilion? What kind of relationship did he have with this place? Was this the place where he used to train? There were many profound meanings, but Yang Kai could not guess them all. Since he couldn't guess them, then he would draw a big lottery. If he couldn't clean up after himself, there would always be someone to clean up after him. And this person who would clean up after him was the key figure. But Yang Kai didn't expect that the person he would draw out would actually be the High Heaven Pavilion Sect Master. Chapter 212. A day later, Yang Kai dressed neatly and walked out of the hut. Inside the courtyard, the sect master stood under a plum blossom tree, one hand behind his back, the other stroking his beard, motionless, his eyes staring into the distance. Yang Kai walked behind him and didn't say anything to disturb him. Simply standing there and following his gaze, he saw several flower buds on a branch, slowly blooming in the cold wind. One old and one young man stood there for a full day and night, waiting for these flower buds to fully bloom before the sect master turned around and asked, "How is your injury?" "It's no big deal," Yang Kai grinned. "Should I call you sect master or 11th elder?" The person in front of him was not only High Heaven Pavilion's sect master, Ling Tai Su, but also the 11th elder he had met at the Coiling Dragon Stream. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know much about High Heaven Pavilion, so although he had some doubts, he didn't think too much about it. Later, when he heard Sassafras talk about High Heaven Pavilion, he was able to confirm the 11th elder's true identity. High Heaven Pavilion didn't have an 11th elder, but the current Ling Tai Su was the 11th sect master. He was a man of great talent and vision, but because of his 2 disciples, he had fallen into decline for more than 10 years. If it weren't for the 2 disciples he had accepted more than 10 years ago, Ling Tai Su would certainly have more strength than he had now. If the knot in his heart couldn't be untied, he wouldn't be able to break through the shackles of the immortal ascension boundary and reach the next level. Ling Tai Su smiled, "As you wish." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but Ling Tai Su interrupted him, "I know you have a lot of questions. Please enlighten me, sect master." Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. He had already guessed what he wanted to ask, so there was no need to ask. Ling Tai Su's eyes were deep, a touch of reminiscence appearing on his face. After a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "This old master has only accepted 2 disciples in his life. The eldest was simple and kind, while the second was shrewd and intelligent. If nothing unexpected happened, both of them would have been pillars of High Heaven Pavilion, leading our sect to glory. But the world is unpredictable, and the second was too competitive. He was actually willing to fall into the evil path and even tried to kill Boss. This is something that cannot be tolerated by common sense." Yang Kai listened quietly. He had heard the story from Sassafras before. However, the sect leader was the person involved in this matter. Now that he was talking about it, there was definitely an unusual meaning behind it. According to the rumors outside, eldest brother was killed and second brother was sealed in the Coiling Dragon Stream, is that right? Yang Kai nodded. Ling Tai Su chuckled. This rumor is only half true. Second brother is indeed sealed in the Coiling Dragon Stream, but eldest brother is not dead. Ling Tai Su proudly declared, "This old master's eldest disciple is called Yang Yingfeng." Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved, his face filled with shock. After a long time, he let out a soft sigh. At this point, the doubts that had troubled him for many years had disappeared. Yang Yingfeng, the name of the Yang family's 4th master Yang, which was also the name of Yang Kai's father. Unexpectedly, the 4th master Yang really was a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. What's more, he was Ling Tai Su's eldest disciple, the unlucky eldest brother who was rumored to have been killed by the second junior brother. No wonder his father had been plagued with a chronic illness all these years, making it difficult for him to improve his strength. Presumably, it was because he had been injured by the second junior brother who had fallen into the evil path. No wonder he had asked him to come to High Heaven Pavilion. It turned out there was such a relationship between them. According to seniority, you should call me Grand Master. Ling Tai Su smiled slightly. Disciple greets Grand Master. Yang Kai somewhat unwillingly bowed. Ling Tai Su saw Yang Kai's expression but didn't become angry. He just chuckled and said, "You blame me for turning a blind eye to your identity and making you suffer, isn't that right?" "A little," Yang Kai replied in a muffled voice. During his first 3 years in High Heaven Pavilion, he had suffered a lot. The fickleness of the world. But he didn't care too much about his own suffering. It was because he didn't have the ability. How could he blame it on others? Others weren't born to be his nanny. Why should they take care of him? Don't blame this old master. If you want to blame someone, blame the Yang family's 4th master Yang. This old master hasn't completely vented his anger. Ling Tai Su snorted softly. Hearing this sentence, Yang Kai couldn't help shrinking his neck. He wasn't a fool. How could he not understand the meaning of Ling Tai Su's words? The Yang family's disciples were like cuckoo eggs. They couldn't be raised properly. When the fourth Master Yang came here, he must have been loved by Ling Tai Su, but he never thought that after 10 years of painstaking effort and hard work, he would only end up benefiting someone else. If his second brother hadn't fallen into the demonic path, Ling Tai Su would still have some hope, but his honest and loyal eldest brother was the Yang family's ingrate, and his second brother had also fallen into the demonic path. In the end, Ling Tai Su's efforts were all for naught, and he was unable to break through his bottleneck. In other words, the fourth Master Yang had to bear a large part of the responsibility for Ling Tai Su's knot. As the saying goes, the son must repay the father's debts. The fourth Master Yang owed Ling Tai Su, so how could Yang Kai stay out of it? Thinking about this, Yang Kai quickly smiled and said, "Grand Master, please calm down. The fourth Master Yang isn't a good person. You don't need to lower yourself to his level." Ling Tai Su originally had a straight face, but seeing Yang Kai's expression change so quickly, he couldn't help but laugh. "Eldest brother is such a dull person. How did he raise such a slippery little brat like you?" A real man knows when to yield and when not to yield. Yang Kai saw his expression and knew that he was just joking and wasn't really angry. Ling Tai Su took a deep breath and slowly said, "Eldest brother is not a person who lies." In fact, 3 years after he entered the pavilion, he had already told this old master his identity, so this old master was already mentally prepared for his departure from High Heaven Pavilion. "You don't need to worry too much about it." Yang Kai nodded slightly and flattered, "Grand Master is magnanimous. When I return to the Yang family, I will teach him a lesson for you." Ling Tai Su's mouth twitched as if he wanted to laugh, but he held back. "The day you arrived at High Heaven Pavilion, this old master received a letter from your father. The reason why I didn't bother with you was because of your father's own intentions. In the letter, he said that you weren't suitable for cultivation and only hoped that you could safely spend 10 years in High Heaven Pavilion until the Yang family called you back." Ling Tai Su explained. "Do you know why you aren't suitable for cultivation?" Ling Tai Su asked. "Father said that I was born with a deficiency." Yang Kai frowned. Because eldest brother was seriously injured and has not been able to recover for many years, leading to your birth with a congenital deficiency." Ling Tai Su nodded, immediately turning his eyes towards Yang Kai. "A congenital deficiency is almost impossible to cure, but now you can cultivate again, and with your outstanding talent, your strength is improving rapidly. This old master doesn't care what kind of mysteries lie behind this, but in the future, unless your parents ask, you must not reveal anything about this matter to anyone else." Yang Kai nodded again and again. Although this was the first time he had spoken so openly with this Grand Master, Yang Kai could feel his care and concern. In fact, if you were just an ordinary person, this old master really wouldn't care about you. You are the happiest person alive. Even if you suffer and are bullied, you are still alive. But since you have both talent and strength, this old master can't ignore you. The reason you made such a ruckus yesterday was to draw this old master out, right? Yang Kai smiled. "I didn't think it would be you. I just thought it would be one of the 5 great elders who had a relationship with my father." Ling Tai Su chuckled. "It's no wonder you didn't think of it. Your father sent you here, first to ensure your safety, and second to let you resolve the knot in my heart. Eldest brother is too simple, thinking that this old master's knot is because of him. In fact, this old master has never blamed him." When Yang Kai heard this, he could only sigh, not knowing how to comfort him. "Good, your doubts have been answered, right?" Ling Tai Su smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said somewhat embarrassedly. These days, he had been thinking about many things, but there were many things he couldn't understand. Today, after talking with his Grand Master, he had finally been enlightened. Now it's this old master's turn. Ling Tai Su said seriously, "Grand Master, what do you want to ask?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. "Your aura." Ling Tai Su's face was very serious. "In the battle 2 days ago, I noticed your aura was bloody and violent, not at all inferior to my second brother's. This old master only wants to ask you one thing. Are you cultivating some kind of evil secret art?" Yang Kai shook his head decisively. He also knew that the unyielding will was strange and quickly displayed this mysterious martial skill. His Yuan Qi surged, and Yang Kai's strength directly jumped from the separation and reunion boundary first stage to the peak separation and reunion boundary, his body filled with evil qi. Murderous, intense sword, as if there was no one else around, as if he was the only one in this world. Ling Tai Su's pair of deep eyes stared into Yang Kai's eyes, as if he could see into the depths of Yang Kai's soul. "Take out your sword," Ling Tai Su shouted. A crimson sword instantly appeared in Yang Kai's hand, and with the Azura sword in hand, his murderous intent became even more substantial. This Azura sect artifact and Yang Kai's Yuan Qi seemed to have some kind of affinity, resonating with each other. With the sword in hand and without it, Yang Kai was like a completely different person. Ling Tai Su stared at Yang Kai for a moment, carefully observing the changes in his body and the fluctuations in his mood, his expression gradually becoming relaxed, then immediately becoming shocked, his expression changing in an unpredictable manner. After a long time, Ling Tai Su nodded slightly. Yang Kai put away the Azura sword and dispersed the unyielding will, returning to his normal state. It seems to have become the demon race, but in fact, it's not. Ling Tai Su frowned slightly. "Is your soul awake?" Strange, such a violent and bloody aura. Even if this old master were to endure it for a long time, it would inevitably trigger a heart demon and disturb his mind. How can you not be affected? After a moment of contemplation, Ling Tai Su's eyes lit up. "Yes, you cultivate a Yang attribute secret art. Extreme Yang, it is the nemesis of the evil Yin aura. With the Yang attribute Yuan Qi protecting you, you can avoid falling into depravity." After saying this, Ling Tai Su was stunned. How could these two contradictory things be perfectly combined in one person? After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Although Ling Tai Su knew that Yang Kai must have some secret that allowed these two auras to combine, he didn't ask. Raising his eyes, Ling Tai Su said, "You caused a ruckus 2 days ago, and even revealed the news of a profound grade martial skill. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the future. I'll go out and lie low for a while." Yang Kai already had a plan. Ling Tai Su smiled. "Where can you hide? For the time being, don't run around, just stay in the sect." Chapter 213. Only after Yang Kai left did Ling Tai Su's expression gradually become dignified. Although Yang Kai's violent aura was not a hindrance to him, Ling Tai Su had no choice but to consider a deeper level. After thinking for a long time, Ling Tai Su let out a long sigh. Could it be that this little brat wants to use slaughter to prove his martial Tao? The bloodthirsty and violent aura that made him feel uneasy had already penetrated deep into Yang Kai's bones. In the future, if he wanted to pry into the true essence of martial Tao, there were only two ways. One was to eliminate this aura and change to a more peaceful secret art. However, Yang Kai was congenitally deficient, and it was not easy for him to achieve today's achievements. If he changed his secret art and became ordinary again, how could he bear it? Forever standing at the bottom and unable to see the top was one thing. But once a person stood at the top and suddenly fell to the bottom, no one could bear such a blow. If he couldn't change his secret art, then he could only display his bloodthirsty and violent aura to the extreme, growing stronger as his strength grew. Only then could he pry into the mysteries of martial Tao. One was to destroy and then establish. One could not be established without destruction. The other was to enter the Tao through slaughter. The future was full of obstacles, and the slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic end. Since ancient times, very few people who entered the martial Tao through slaughter had a good ending. Because those who entered the Tao through slaughter would always have more enemies than friends, and it was more likely that they would lose themselves in slaughter and become the demon race. He was just a child. Could he persevere? After leaving the sect master's place, Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion and took out the pills Xia Ningchang had refined for him, swallowing them to improve his strength. The dust-covered incense burner was also taken out again, burning a strange incense that suppressed the circulation of his true Yang secret art. For the next 10 days or so, Yang Kai remained in seclusion in his secluded cave mansion, firstly to consume pills and secondly to nourish the two artifacts he had just refined. The Azura sword had played a great role in his battle with Bai Yunfeng, and although he hadn't used the thousand-blossoming blood begonia, since it was also a sect-guarding artifact of a first-class sect in the Endless Sea Islands, the power of the thousand-blossoming blood begonia would certainly not be lacking. Every day, when the sun rose from the east, Yang Kai would practice the unyielding golden skeleton. Now that his strength had increased and his physical fitness had increased, his progress in practicing the unyielding golden skeleton had also increased by a large margin. He had almost completed 1/3 of the way, but the further he progressed, the more difficult it became. Every time he performed a move, the bones in his body would explode like beans. The Immortal's Cave was quiet and serene. It was indeed a good place for closed-door meditation. Xia Ningchang, the little senior sister, would occasionally come over and bring some delicious food to share with Yang Kai. When they were bored, the two of them would also chat. Occasionally, Xia Ningchang would take a nap on the stone bed. Whenever this happened, no matter how Yang Kai tried to wake her up, he would not be able to do so. On this day, while Yang Kai was cultivating, he suddenly heard the sect master's voice. "Do you know how to kill?" When the voice suddenly appeared, Yang Kai was startled and reflexively jumped up from his seat. After recalling that it was Ling Tai-Su's voice, he understood that it was just a false alarm. "Grand Master!" Yang Kai looked around but couldn't find Ling Tai-Su's figure. However, he was keenly aware of a divine sense wandering around him. Ling Tai-Su asked again. Only then did Kai Yang reply, "Yes." "What kind of people deserve to be killed?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. "Those who plot against me, kill them. Those who harm my friends and family, kill them. Those who hinder my cultivation, kill them. Those who steal my treasures, kill them. If people don't provoke me, I won't kill them." Yang Kai didn't know if Ling Tai-Su heard him or not, but after Yang Kai finished answering, he remained silent for a long time. It wasn't until half a day later that Ling Tai-Su said, "Prepare yourself, in half a month I'll take you to a place." Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions, but he could faintly guess that Ling Tai-Su seemed to have some kind of plan, and one that was quite difficult to choose. Otherwise, after answering that question, he wouldn't have remained silent for so long. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Ling Tai-Su was his grandmaster, and his strength was profound. If he really wanted to harm him, he would have already taken action. Half a month was neither too long nor too short, so Yang Kai was more and more diligent in cultivating and swallowing pills. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed in a flash. During this half a month, Su Yen came to visit him one night, and the two of them engaged in a fierce battle for a long time, after which they diligently dual cultivated. The benefits of dual cultivation were now obvious to Yang Kai. The Yuan Qi in his body was becoming purer and purer, not yet reaching the Yuan Qi boundary, but not inferior to the Yuan Qi of an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator. Otherwise, when he fought with Bai Yunfeng that day, his palm blade wouldn't have been able to break through his heaven's net. Whether it was Yang Kai or Su Yen, both of them were diligent in dual cultivating, and although they didn't do it many times, the quality was frighteningly high. Half a month later, Yang Kai had also swallowed all the pills refined by Xia Ningchang. Not only that, while meditating in the coiling dragon stream, he had also accumulated some yang liquid in his dantian, allowing him to break through to the separation and reunion boundary third stage. At night, Yang Kai was meditating at the cave entrance when he heard the sound of clothes flapping in the wind, and soon after, two figures entered his cave mansion one after the other. "Grand Master." Yang Kai stood up and saluted, looking at the other person and asking, "Treasurer Meng?" Meng Wuya laughed rhythmically, his old face scrunched up into a ball. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what Meng Wuya was so happy about. Suddenly, Meng Wuya's smile disappeared, and he stared at Yang Kai in surprise, his eyes flashing as he slapped Yang Kai on the shoulder with one hand and the other on his dantian, angrily shouting, "Get out of here for this old master." Ling Tai-Su looked at Meng Wuya in surprise, obviously not understanding why he had suddenly attacked Yang Kai, but because he didn't notice Meng Wuya's murderous intent, he didn't try to stop him. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, unable to move. A separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator in front of an old monster like Meng Wuya was no different from a baby. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, and Yang Kai heard the old demon's cries of alarm and struggle. During the day, Yang Kai had summoned the old demon back, but even if he hid inside his body, he still couldn't escape Meng Wuya's eyes. Even sect master Ling Tai Su couldn't see through the secret, but in front of Meng Wuya, the difference in strength between the two could be seen at a glance. Meng Wuya's hand formed a claw, and like a dragon sucking in water, he fiercely pulled out a black chi, which was the old demon wrapped in the soul breaker all. Perceiving Meng Wuya's murderous intent, the old demon screamed in horror, the black chi tumbling over and over again, transforming into a ferocious face, but he still couldn't break free from Meng Wuya's grasp. Ling Tai Su paled. "Treasurer Meng, please show mercy." Yang Kai hurriedly called out, fearing that Meng Wuya would kill the old demon on the spot. Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai and quickly asked, "Do you know what this is?" "The devil's soul." Yang Kai nodded. "If you know, then you still dare to let him into your body. Aren't you afraid of being swallowed by him?" Meng Wuya was stunned. He had thought that Yang Kai was just a young boy who didn't understand the situation and accidentally fell into the trap of the old demon's soul, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai knew better than anyone else. "He can't swallow me," Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "The old demon has already recognized me as his master. His life and death is in my hands." "Recognized you as his master?" This time Meng Wuya was shocked. Although he had pulled out the old demon's soul, he could still feel how powerful this person was when he was alive. Now he was just too weak to display his full strength, but if he could recover, then the entire High Heaven Pavilion wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. "How did he recognize you as his master?" This was a matter of great importance, so Meng Wuya had no choice but to be cautious. Yang Kai quickly explained what had happened when the old demon recognized him as his master. After listening, Meng Wuya's expression changed and he nodded slightly. "Good, so he is indeed under your control. You don't need to worry about him harming you." "Release me quickly. This old master is loyal to the young master. This loyalty can be seen by the heavens, the sun, and the moon. Why are you holding this old master in your hands, you little thing? If this old master was at his peak, how could you act so presumptuously?" The old demon was a 10,000-year-old demon. He had been scared half to death just a moment ago, but now that there was no danger, he immediately became stubborn. Meng Wuya looked at him evilly and sneered, "If this old master was at his peak, how could you act so presumptuously?" Meng Wuya's words were exactly the same as what the old demon had just said, but if one thought about it carefully, the deeper meaning was quite different. The old demon was stunned and immediately lost his voice. "So you?" Meng Wuya coldly snorted and loosened his restraints. The old demon was like a mouse seeing a cat, quickly wrapping himself in a mass of black chi and rushing into Yang Kai's body, not daring to show himself again. Damn, this old master has been hiding so deeply, yet he still couldn't hide from this old bastard's investigation. This old bastard isn't as simple as he looks on the surface. During the whole process, Ling Tai Su had not made a sound, but now he opened his mouth and said, "Old demons can't be trusted easily, you must be careful. Disciple knows his limits." Yang Kai nodded. "Are you ready?" N. A few days ago, he had already greeted Su Yen and Xiaoning Chang, so there was nothing to prepare now. "Then let's go." Ling Tai Su stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai, then flew out of the cave mansion and plunged downwards, Meng Wuya following closely behind. The wind whistled as they entered the bottomless coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked down, but couldn't see anything. Grandmaster said that he was going to take him to the depths of the coiling dragon stream. No, he said that there were many dangers at the bottom, and even he wouldn't dare to rashly enter, so there was no way he would take him into danger. After falling a few hundred meters, Ling Tai Su suddenly changed direction and flew to the side. After flying for a while, he finally stopped. In the dark night, Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya stood in the air, staring at the stone wall in front of them. "Is this the place?" Meng Wuya asked. Ling Tai Su nodded. "You and I will work together and pour in Yuan Qi. But I'll have to trouble you this time. Why are you being so polite? You're treating me like an outsider. Meng Wuya's mouth was wide open, revealing his molars. As long as he could send this little brat Yang Kai away, not to mention spending a trifling amount of yuan qi, this old master would even call him father. So when Meng Wuya heard that Ling Tai Su wanted him to help send Yang Kai to a certain place, old man Meng immediately agreed without hesitation. Chapter 214. Let's begin, Ling Tai Su said in a low voice, then activated his yuan qi and pressed his palm against the stone wall in front of him. Meng Wuya pressed his palm against the other side and also activated his yuan qi. The yuan qi of the two-peak immortal ascension boundary masters was like a flood that broke through a dam, fiercely pouring into the stone wall in front of them. The seemingly ordinary stone wall seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit at this moment. The yuan qi poured into it and disappeared without even making a ripple. Kai Yang watched from the side, silent, but in fact, his heart was also filled with monstrous waves. There must be some kind of profound mystery in this stone wall. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so strange. Moreover, this stone wall was under the coiling dragon stream, so it might be related to the stream. After a cup of tea's worth of time, both Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya's foreheads began to sweat. They had been pouring out their yuan qi for such a long time, so it wasn't a small burden on them. Brother Ling, did you remember the wrong place? Meng Wuya frowned and asked. It's here, Ling Tai Su said with certainty. After a while, the stone wall finally reacted. A layer of black ripples suddenly surged out from the ordinary stone wall, with one point as the center, quickly spreading in all directions. Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya saw this and increased the output of their yuan qi. The ripples grew larger and larger, more and more violent, as if pebbles were continuously being thrown into a calm lake. In the end, the layers of ripples actually surged out one after another, causing the stone wall in front of him to look extremely strange. It shook so much that it made them dizzy. Meng Wuya's eyes lit up. He exclaimed, "It really is the void corridor that connects the two places. Brother Ling, the strength of your High Heaven Pavilion's founder is extraordinary." Ling Tai Su smiled slightly and suddenly withdrew his hand. Meng Wuya also hurriedly retreated. Although the two of them had stopped, the changes on the stone wall in front of them didn't stop. Instead, they became more and more violent. After a while, the layers of ripples actually became solid, spinning and spreading outwards. Suddenly, a black hole appeared on the stone wall. Looking at this hole that appeared out of nowhere, Yang Kai felt as if his soul was about to be sucked in, and couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Meng Wuya looked at him with a smile, gently patting Yang Kai's shoulder, his face full of sincerity and reluctance. He said in a deep voice, "Little Yang Kai, you must take care of yourself." Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Treasurer Meng was too affectionate today. When I'm not here, I hope that Brother Wuya can take care of High Heaven Pavilion. Ling Tai Su exhorted before leading Kai Yang into the black hole in front of him. Before entering, Yang Kai glanced back and saw Meng Wuya standing in the air, his smile more beautiful than a flower, waving his hand at him in a very friendly manner. After Ling Tai Su and Kai Yang's figures disappeared, the black hole on the stone wall suddenly disappeared and returned to its original appearance. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Meng Wuya stood in place for a long time before laughing loudly to the sky. Ha ha ha! His laughter shook the heavens and earth, waking up countless High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were sleeping and meditating. They couldn't help but shiver. The heavens had mercy on that smelly brat and sent him far away. Now there was no one to disturb his precious disciple's heart. And he just didn't know how long it would take for him to come back. Wouldn't it take at least 1 to 2 hours? After such a long time, perhaps his precious disciple would forget about him. Without this burden, his disciple would be able to cultivate quickly and grow up without any worries. Thinking of this, Meng Wuya laughed again. After Ling Tai Su entered the black hole, everything around them was chaotic, but it only took 3 breaths of time. Yang Kai felt his vision blur, and then he and his Grand Master appeared in a strange land. Ling Tai Su looked around, and then quickly flew in a certain direction. Not long after, he found a place to hide and put Yang Kai down, saying, "Protect me, I need to recover for a while." Yang Kai nodded, guessing in his heart that his Grand Master had not been able to endure the torment just now. Ling Tai Su took out a pill and swallowed it before sitting down and meditating for about 2 hours before standing up, picking up Yang Kai and flying forward without hesitation. Flying with someone carrying him was completely different from flying on your own. Ling Tai Su used his Yuan Qi to protect Yang Kai, so he didn't feel the wind at all. Grand Master, what is that black hole under the coiling dragon stream? Yang Kai was full of questions. It was left behind by the ancestral founder. It is a void corridor that connects the two ends of the world. With that place, one can easily cross from High Heaven Pavilion to another place. As for the specifics, I don't know. After all, compared to the ancestral founder, my strength is too insignificant. How far did we cross just now? Yang Kai was shocked, never having thought that there would be such a wonderful thing as a void corridor in this world. About 10,000 kilometers. Ling Tai Su's voice was flat. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. From the time Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya poured their Yuan Qi into the stone wall until the time they left, only half an hour had passed, yet in just half an hour they had traveled 10,000 kilometers. This kind of thing was simply too incredible, like a dream. Yang Kai's psychological quality was also quite good. After all, he had experienced great changes, so after a moment of shock, he quickly calmed himself down. Aren't you going to ask me where I'm taking you? Ling Tai Su glanced at him. If Grand Master wants to tell me, he will naturally tell me. In any case, it won't be bad for me. You're quite optimistic. Ling Tai Su smiled bitterly, his eyes becoming deep as he slowly said, "The place I want to send you to is a land of slaughter. There, you don't need any reason or excuse to kill. The strong are respected and the weak are prey to the strong. This is a place where the law of the jungle is played out vividly. You must be mentally prepared." Yang Kai was surprised. What are we going to do there? Cultivate, become stronger, and pry into the true meaning of martial arts. Ling Tai Su took a deep breath. If you don't want to go, I can take you back now. Of course I'm going. Yang Kai was excited when he heard about cultivating and becoming stronger. The desire for strength was something every cultivator had. Only by becoming stronger could one not be humiliated and bullied, and only by becoming stronger could one go further on the path of martial arts and live a good life. Even if your life is in danger at all times, you still want to go? Ling Tai Su's mouth showed a gratified smile. Of course I'm going. Ha! You're really different from Big Brother. In the past, I also asked Big Brother this question. Can you guess what he said? Yang Kai thought for a moment, then imitated the expression and tone of the fourth Master Yang, and said with a sincere face, "I don't want to kill people, I'm not going." Ling Tai Su was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed, not a single word wrong. It is said that no one knows a son better than his father. It seems the reverse is also true. If you don't want to kill, you will only be harmed in the end. You young family members are all like wolves, tigers, leopards. If you don't become strong, even if you return to the Yang family, you will only be bullied. Yang Kai's current aura was bloody and violent. If he did not have enough strength to protect himself and his family, if he was bullied in the future, he would not be able to resist and would be affected by that aura. Instead of falling into the path of evil and becoming a public enemy in the future, it was better to go all out now. Big Brother, oh Big Brother, don't blame this old master for being ruthless and taking him away without telling you, because with your temperament, I'm afraid you won't agree. Grand Master, where are we going? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Not us, just you. I'm only responsible for sending you there. You should have heard of that place, Netherworld Mountain. The smile on Yang Kai's face suddenly stiffened and his face couldn't help twitching, hesitating for a long time before asking, Grand Master, the Netherworld Mountain you speak of, is it that Netherworld Mountain? Exactly. Yang Kai's face twitched even more. Netherworld Mountain was almost famous in the world. It was notorious because it was a forbidden area for any cultivator. Those who stepped in died, and no one had ever been able to escape from the forbidden area alive. Of course, this was just a rumor that exaggerated the danger of Netherworld Mountain, but it was undeniable that Netherworld Mountain was indeed dangerous. Compared to High Heaven Pavilion's Black Wind Mountain Range, it was more than 10 times more dangerous. In Black Wind Mountain Range, an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator could travel unimpeded, unless they were unlucky and ran into a particularly ferocious monster beast. But in Netherworld Mountain, even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master would find it difficult to survive. The difference between the two could be seen. It was precisely because of this danger that it was called a forbidden area, and there was only one such forbidden area in the entire Great Han Dynasty. However, the world was vast, and there were many other forbidden zones like Netherworld Mountain. Yang Kai had once heard that in the Tianlang Dynasty, which was adjacent to the Great Han Dynasty, there was a forbidden zone called the Abandoned Earth. All kinds of dangers were on par with Netherworld Mountain, perhaps even greater. In the forbidden area, strange fierce beasts could be found everywhere, and in the jungle there were many unknown dangers. Going there was simply courting death. But Yang Kai guessed that Ling Tai Su had his own plans, so although his expression changed slightly, he didn't lose his composure. Sure enough, Ling Tai Su seemed to be observing his reaction, and after a long time, he said with satisfaction, "We won't go deep into Netherworld Mountain, only 500 li. There is a very strange place that is suitable for a cultivator like you to experience." "What kind of place?" Yang Kai asked. "I can't explain it clearly. It's a very strange place. Back then, this old man was also brought there by my master to gain experience. That's why I know of the existence of that place. Back then I wanted to send your father there, but he refused. Many people know of the existence of that place, and now that the time has come, I'm afraid many people have already gone there in advance. Whether we can get a place is still uncertain. If we can go in smoothly, you must remember one thing. Everyone who appears there is an enemy. Never trust anyone." "I know." "You don't know." Ling Tai Su slowly shook his head, and his tone became more serious. "That place is special, creating a situation where there are enemies everywhere. Let me tell you this, in that place, the Yuan Qi and blood essence of the people who are killed will condense into a blood bead, and this blood bead can be absorbed by anyone, increasing their strength without any worries." "What?" Yang Kai's expression changed abruptly. Chapter 215. Now you should understand why I said that you don't need any reason or excuse to kill someone there, right? The blood beads obtained after killing someone are the best excuse and reason. In that place, a life is only a cornerstone to becoming stronger, especially since you're only a separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator. It's easier for others to target you. Ling Tai Su said in a deep voice. Yang Kai's face was filled with shock, but more than that, he was excited and pleasantly surprised. Ling Tai Su saw the expression on Yang Kai's face and couldn't help but sigh, thinking to himself that this little brat really wanted to prove his martial Dao through killing. If it were any other separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator who heard this, they would likely flee in fear, but Yang Kai, on the other hand, was eager to try, wishing he could immediately run to that place and immerse himself in endless slaughter. In that place, there was no need to worry about harming the innocent. Even if Yang Kai didn't take the initiative to kill someone, there would still be someone who wanted to kill him. Moreover, there were many evil cultivators there, all of whom deserved to be killed. Along the way, Ling Tai Su told Yang Kai a lot of information about that place. After all, he had experienced it many years ago and had personal experience, all of which were invaluable treasures. Yang Kai listened very carefully, not daring to miss the slightest bit. According to Ling Tai Su, that place was located in Nether Mountain, but it didn't really belong to Nether Mountain. It was a very strange independent space, and the entrance was in a lake in Nether Mountain. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of strange energy and heaven and earth principles existed inside, but as long as a living thing died inside, its energy and flesh essence would condense into blood beads, including people and monster beast. These blood beads could be consumed by oneself or taken out for others to consume. They were very valuable. Moreover, the stronger the person or monster beast that died, the higher the value of the blood bead, and the greater the improvement it could bring to the person who died. In addition, in that place, all offensive and defensive artifacts had no effect at all and should have been sealed by some kind of invisible energy. Hearing this news, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help sinking. Yang Kai's current strength was only at the separation and reunion boundary third stage. Who knew how many masters of the Yuan Qi boundary would be there? Once he encountered these masters, if he didn't have the Azura sword or the thousand-blossoming blood begonia to assist him, he would definitely fall into a disadvantageous position or even be killed. But when he thought of others, it was the same. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel better. That isolated world opened once every 10 years, and Yang Kai's luck this time was quite good. Just as he returned to High Heaven Pavilion, he managed to catch up with it. If he had come back a few months later, he would definitely have missed it. In the end, Ling Tai Su solemnly gave Yang Kai a small pouch. This pouch was about the size of a palm. There were many intricate patterns engraved on it. The material was strange, but it looked very delicate. "What is this?" Yang Kai asked, puzzled. "I call it the Qingkuan pouch. Don't be fooled by its small size. In fact, there are many things inside it. It can hold a full square meter of things." Yang Kai's expression changed again as he looked at Ling Tai Su in surprise. He didn't expect that this kind of legendary artifact was specially used to store things. Ling Tai Su actually had one. It was left behind by the ancestral founder. In the entire Great Han Dynasty, I'm afraid this is the only one. Even your central capital, 8 great families don't have one. Ling Tai Su said lightly. No, Meng Wuya might also have one. But that old thing hid all his treasures and didn't give it to anyone except his disciple. He was really stingy. There are some pills inside for you, use them sparingly, Ling Tai Su said. And, thank you, Grand Master. When I come back, I'll return this pouch to you. Yang Kai solemnly stuffed the small pouch into his bosom and tucked it close to his chest. This thing was really a supreme artifact. An artifact that could store things. The world had only heard rumors about it, but no one had ever seen it. However, Yang Kai had a wordless black book made from soul-suppressing stone inside his body. That thing could also be used to refine an artifact for storing things, and its grade was definitely much higher than a Qingkuan pouch. However, Yang Kai was sitting on a mountain of treasures right now, but he didn't know how to use it. After flying forward for about a day, a deep mountain range filled with a strange aura appeared in front of Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai. Nether Mountain, the Great Han Dynasty's only forbidden area. A desolate and ancient aura washed over them. This forbidden area was like a giant dragon that had been here since ancient times, causing anyone who saw it to shudder. Arriving at the mountain, before they could even enter, 2 teams rushed out from both sides. 6 people came from the left. Yang Kai stared at them and found that all of them were women. These 6 people were led by an old woman, a beautiful woman, and the remaining 4 were young girls. The 4 young girls wore small bells on their hands and feet, and as they dashed forward, a clear and melodious tinkling sound rang out, like a mountain stream, refreshing one's senses. Moreover, this group of women were all extraordinarily beautiful. That beautiful woman was graceful and luxurious. Her figure was plump and full. Her jet black hair was coiled into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her fair and slender neck. Every part of her exuded a mature and gorgeous beauty. Especially her pair of eyes, they were like autumn waves that moved one's heartstrings and captivated one's soul. Those watery eyes seemed to be able to speak, causing the sky to turn blue and the flowers to become fragrant. The 4 young girls were even more beautiful. They were in the prime of their lives, and they were graceful as they walked over. Half of their tender arms were exposed, and all of them had snow-white skin. Their jade feet were small and delicate, and their delicate toes outlined a different kind of beauty. They were thin and round, and they smiled sweetly. They were either shy, beautiful, cold like ice, or passionate like fire. When the 4 of them hugged together, it was enough to make any man go crazy. Although the temperaments of these young girls were not as mature and seductive as the beautiful woman, they still had their own unique charm. As for the old woman, although she looked very old, it could be vaguely seen that she must have been quite beautiful when she was young, but the ruthless flowing time great emperor had left many indelible marks on her face. This group of people rushed up to Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su before stopping 300 meters in front of them. The old woman swept her eyes over the 2 of them and snorted lightly. Those who could come to Nether Mountain at this time obviously had the same purpose. There was a limited number of places to enter this strange space, so naturally, they were competitors. Ling Tai Su smiled at the old woman and whispered to Yang Kai, "They're from a first-class sect, 10,000 Flower Palace. Young people are full of youthful vigor. Be careful not to fall into the trap of these little girl, otherwise, they won't even spit out your bones." Yang Kai's eyes were shining as he sized up the 4 young girls with a critical gaze. Hearing Ling Tai Su's words, he immediately put on a serious expression. "Grand Master, rest assured, I will be careful." A moment later, the people on the right also arrived. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the leader was an old man about the same age as Ling Tai Su, and behind him were 3 young people, both men and women. All of them had extraordinary strength, but regardless of whether they were men or women, their temperaments were somewhat strange. The 2 young men were even more presumptuous than Yang Kai, their eyes almost glued to the female disciples of 10,000 Flower Palace. This caused the young girl beside them to be very unhappy. She couldn't help but snort. "These are people from Ghost King Valley." Ling Tai Su's expression sank. "You're in trouble." But Yang Kai was puzzled. "Because Grandmaster, I fought with that old man a few times in the past. This is an evil sect, so if you encounter them, you must be careful of their martial arts." Ling Tai Su replied. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and saw that the hands of the 3 people opposite him were a bit strange. Unlike ordinary people, their hands were gloomy and pale, like ghost claws. The old man on the opposite side suddenly sneered, "Ling Tai Su, you're not dead yet." Ling Tai Su snorted, "Gui Li, you're not dead either." Good. Gui Li grinned. This old master was worried that if you died, he wouldn't be able to find anyone to take revenge on. "I didn't expect to meet you here today. It's really the heavens taking pity on me." "What? Wasn't the lesson I taught you 50 years ago not enough? Today you want to take the initiative to die?" Ling Tai Su sneered. Without the slightest fear. Gui Li's expression was fierce. "What's the point of bringing up the past? 50 years ago, I lost to you. That doesn't mean that 50 years later it will still be the same. Do you want to try?" Ling Tai Su smiled proudly. Gui Li's eyes were as gloomy as a ghost fire, glaring at Ling Tai Su with resentment and dread. As the 2 confronted each other, the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples behind Gui Li also glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai just grinned at them, his expression unchanged. Peng. A sound rang out as the old woman from the 10,000 Flower Palace slammed her dragon head walking stick into the ground. "If the 2 of you don't want to fight, why don't we discuss joining forces to enter Netherworld Mountain?" The old woman looked at Ling Tai Su and Gui Li faintly. Although Ling Tai Su and Gui Li had grievances between them, they really didn't want to fight now. After all, they were both here for life experience. If they missed the right time, it would ruin their plans. The old woman was also a shrewd person, seeing that both of them needed a way out, so she made this suggestion. Gui Li grinned meaningfully. "This old master will give Palace Master Yen face and won't bother with you today, but when this matter is over, Ling Tai Su, you and I will fight." Gui Li gloomily looked at Yang Kai, not showing any intention of avoiding him, turning to the 3 disciples beside him and saying, "Remember this little brat's appearance. When we enter, kill him." The 3 disciples coldly responded. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he secretly memorized the appearances of these 3. With the mediation of the old woman from the 10,000 Flower Palace, Ling Tai Su and Gui Li temporarily put aside their grievances. The 3 of them briefly discussed for a while, with the old woman leading the way, the 4 girls following closely behind, and Gui Li in the middle, leading his 3 disciples. Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su would bring up the rear. As for the beautiful woman, she was also in a central position, but with Gui Li, one was on the left and one was on the right. With the protection of these 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, the younger generation of disciples could be said to be extremely safe. Of course, the premise was that Ling Tai Su and Gui Li didn't play any tricks on each other. Ling Tai Su naturally wouldn't be so vicious, but Gui Li was a different story. Because of this concern, the old woman had Ling Tai Su bring up the rear to prevent Gui Li from launching a sneak attack from behind. Fortunately, Li was also a sensible person, so along the way, he didn't make any moves, only honestly guarding his position. Nether Mountain was notorious for its dangers, so when the group entered, they were all cautious, holding their breaths, because even in the outermost perimeter, there was a chance they would encounter a powerful 5th order or 6th order monster beast. The women from the 10,000 Flower Palace used some unknown method, but the bells on their wrists and ankles didn't make the slightest sound, so the group moved silently. Chapter 216. After walking for a short time, a rustling sound suddenly came from the front, as if something was rapidly approaching. The group of young disciples were all on high alert, but the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters remained calm. Schwa. A ferocious head suddenly rushed out of the jungle in front of them, opening its mouth wide to bite at the old woman leading the way. The head was about the size of a bamboo hat, and its 2 golden triangular eyes flashed with a cruel and gloomy light. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the old woman. The old woman lightly snorted, slightly lifting the crutch in her hand, and gently pointing it forward, hitting it in the middle of the head, and then lifting its chin. The huge head seemed to have been hit by a great force, and was directly swept to the side. Before it landed, the whole head suddenly burst open, and a cloud of blood filled the air. The middle-aged woman's figure flickered, and with a shake of her delicate hand, a colorful ribbon flew out from her wrist, like a snake coming out of its hole, and rolled up a monster core in the blood mist, then quickly returned. Golden-eyed silverback python. A peak 5th order monster beast. Ling Tai Su whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on the ground, and sure enough, saw a headless python corpse on the ground. On its back, there was a silver pattern, looking very strange. Everything just happened too fast, and before he could see clearly, the python was already dead, and even its monster core was taken away by the middle-aged woman. Peak 5th order was the peak of the Yuan Qi boundary. It was killed by this old woman in a single confrontation, and the strength of this old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace was tyrannical, probably on the same level as Ling Tai Su. Maybe even higher. After all, 10,000 Flower Palace was a first-class sect. Its influence was much larger than High Heaven Pavilion. Be careful, this thing is a social monster beast. Ling Tai Su warned again. Before his voice fell, a rustling sound came from all directions, and vaguely, many pairs of golden triangular eyes were staring at them from the jungle. They were quickly approaching. The old woman didn't stop, and just shouted, "Hurry up, once the smell of blood spreads, it will attract more monster beast." The group of people moved faster and faster. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless golden-eyed silverback pythons leaped up high from all directions, and they opened their bloody mouths as they attacked the group of people. The old woman's walking stick contained incomparable killing power. Often, with just a light tap, a large python would die on the spot. Ghost Li and the beautiful woman were in the middle, each using their own methods to protect their disciples. Ghost Li was indeed an evil cultivator. He activated his cultivation technique, and his black aura exuded a violent and bloody aura. He held a spear-shaped secret treasure in his hand and stabbed left and right, killing all the enemies that came to attack. The beautiful woman's strength was slightly inferior, but it was still easy for her to deal with the level 5 monster beast. As Feng Yun's body moved, it brought with it an intoxicating fragrance. The golden-eyed silverback pythons that rushed towards her were often killed by some inexplicable method before they could even get close. Ling Tai Su didn't use any kind of artifact. The moves were simple and unadorned, but they contained boundless power. The speed at which he killed the monster beast was comparable to that of the old woman. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as one golden-eyed silverback python after another died. Wherever the group passed, it was as if the autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves, not meeting the slightest resistance. Ribbons flew out from the hands of the 4 girls from the myriad flower palace. They weren't going to fight the Yao beasts. Instead, they were going to use the ribbons to retrieve the Yao cores of the Yao beasts that had been killed. The 4 girls were senior sisters from the same sect, so they cooperated closely with each other. 3 of them worked together to blow up the monster beast's head, while the other girl swung her ribbon to collect the monster cores. The value of a level 5 Monster Beast's monster core was not low. The girls' actions made the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples envious, but they didn't have the same means as the girls, so they could only watch with envy. After the girls obtained the spoils of war, their delicate faces lit up with happy smiles, each of them more beautiful than a flower, and they all felt a little proud. Another golden-eyed silverback python attacked. Ghostly shook the long spear in his hand and pierced it 7 inches, pouring his fierce yuan qi into it and killing it directly. With a flick of his spear, this golden-eyed silverback python actually flew towards the crowd. Obviously, Ghostly wanted to let his disciples take advantage of this situation. However, whether it was intentional or not, this flick of his spear was a little too fierce, and the place where the golden-eyed silverback python fell was actually where Yang Kai was standing. Ling Taisu's eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't try to stop him. With a swish, a male Ghost King Valley disciple rushed out from behind, a grin on his face, yuan qi surging from his big white hands like a sharp blade, cutting into the golden-eyed silverback python's huge head. This blow seemed to be aimed at obtaining the monster core, but in fact, it contained a lot of strength, enough to hit Yang Kai, who was standing at the back of the group. Yang Kai's expression was cold, and in that split second he noticed the other party's sinister attack, so naturally he wouldn't just sit still and wait for his death. Not wanting to confront him head-on, he simply stretched out his hands, grabbed the dead golden-eyed silverback python, and then threw it to the side with all his strength. The Ghost King Valley disciple who had been grinning ferociously a moment ago suddenly paled. Yang Kai's counterattack was beyond his expectations, and with a strange cry, both he and the golden-eyed silverback python were thrown more than a dozen meters away. However, his reaction was also quite fast, and while in midair, he quickly pulled back his big hands from the python's head and stamped his feet on the python's body, finally coming to a stop. Before he even landed, 2 giant pythons, which had been waiting for a long time, opened their bloody mouths and pounced towards him, their stench making him feel a little dizzy. His face was filled with horror, and his hair stood on end. Don't underestimate the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who could kill these giant pythons as if they were chickens or dogs. After all, the strength of the other party was obvious. If a yuan qi cultivator were to encounter one of these giant pythons, they would only end up dead. With the arrival of a crisis, the Ghost King Valley disciple could almost feel the aura of death. He hadn't expected that not only would his plot against Yang Kai fail, but he would also be thrown into such a dangerous situation. This was really a case of not only not harming others, but also harming himself. At this critical moment, Ghostly finally arrived, his long spear sweeping through the air, sending the 2 giant pythons flying. He then grabbed the disciple's shoulder and threw him to the side before quickly returning. In this moment of delay, the 4 female 10,000 Flower Palace disciples had almost been attacked by the giant pythons. If it weren't for the middle-aged beauty's quick reaction, these 4 girls might have really been injured. After Ghostly returned, the middle-aged beauty glared at him fiercely, hating that he had left the group and allowed her 10,000 Flower Palace disciples to be injured. Ghostly also knew that he was in the wrong and didn't dare to complain, just coldly glancing towards Yang Kai and Ling Taisu. In this secret battle, the older generation consciously didn't intervene, but Yang Kai's quick response had caused the Ghost King Valley disciple to suffer a big loss, causing him to secretly bear a grudge and wait for an opportunity to wipe away this shame. Yang Kai didn't care. The other party's elders had clearly stated that they wanted to kill him, so why should he be polite to them? If he continued to be polite, it wouldn't be magnanimity, but weakness. After rushing forward for a long time, killing more than 20 golden-eyed silverback pythons, they finally left this dangerous place. This was only the outermost area of Netherworld Mountain, yet there was already such a crisis. It was obvious that the Forbidden Zone's name wasn't groundless. After a fierce battle, the older generation was somewhat exhausted. The old woman was still leading the way in front without saying a word. After running for about 100 miles, they found a relatively safe place to stop and rest. The older generation needed to maintain their vitality while the younger generation also needed to restore their physical strength. After stopping, the old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace snorted and coldly glared at Ghostly. "What happened just now will only happen once. This old woman doesn't want to see it happen a second time. Otherwise, the two of you should enter on your own. My 10,000 flower palace doesn't want to be associated with people with ill intentions and risk their lives. Ghostly grinned meaningfully. Palace Master Yen can rest assured, it was just this old master's fault. Disciples' actions were a bit too fierce, it was just a misunderstanding. That's for the best. The old woman nodded faintly, walking to the side to meditate. Between the three sects, there was a certain distance between each other, all of them silent. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and saw the Ghost King Valley disciple who had tried to plot against him earlier walking towards him step by step. When he was about 10 meters away, this person stared coldly at Yang Kai and grinned. My name is Jin Hao, you'd better scram as far away as you can now, otherwise I'll kill you without mercy. He spouted such arrogant words, completely ignoring Ling Tai Su who was sitting nearby. Ling Tai Su also didn't respond, simply closing his eyes and meditating. Yang Kai looked at him and suddenly chuckled. Brother Jin, a dog that bites generally doesn't bark. Poochie. A few chuckles came from the other side. It was the four girls from 10,000 Flower Palace who couldn't help but laugh. The middle-aged woman glared at them, causing the four girls to quickly purse their lips and pretend to meditate. Jin Hao coldly snorted, "Sharp tongue, you better pray you don't meet me inside." Saying so, he turned around and left. Looking at his back, Yang Kai's murderous intent filled his heart. These three from Ghost King Valley were destined to be enemies, but their strength was higher than his and they had the advantage in numbers. Once they encountered each other inside, it would likely be a fierce battle. After resting for a while, the old woman stood up and Ling Tai Su and Ghostly opened their eyes at the same time. With the same lineup as before, the group continued to move deeper into Netherworld Mountain. Along the way, they would often be attacked by monster beasts. Netherworld Mountain had a large number of monster beasts, and their ranks were irregular. Some were 3rd order, some were 4th order, and some were 5th order. They even encountered 2 6th order monster beasts. However, the 2 6th order monster beasts obviously knew that this group was not to be trifled with, so after following them for a while, they gave up. Compared to those who came to die, they were much more shrewd. After killing these monster beasts, the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace reaped the most bountiful harvest, throwing out ribbons and obtaining monster cores. The 3 from Ghost King Valley also worked together with Ghostly to obtain monster cores, obtaining a lot of good things. Only Yang Kai was relatively poor. Along the way, he only obtained 2 5th order monster beast cores, and this was after Ling Tai Su deliberately threw the monster beast's corpse to him. But Kai Yang didn't care. His strength was the lowest, so the more ordinary he appeared, the less likely it would be for him to be targeted. Only by patiently hiding his strength and biding his time would he be able to avoid all kinds of dangers and slowly grow. Chapter 217. Normally, with the speed of this group of people, they would only need 4 hours to cover the short distance of 500 miles. An immortal Ascension Boundary Master would not even need half an hour to fly. However, to travel 500 kilometers in Nether Mountain, it took them 2 full days to reach their destination. The dangers and attacks they encountered along the way were far beyond anyone's expectations. Palace Master Yen, your 10,000 Flower Palace sends people here every 10 years. Is it always this dangerous? During one of their breaks, Ling Tai Su asked. The last time he came here was 50 years ago, and although there were monster beasts blocking the way at that time, it was not as frequent as this time. The old woman pondered for a moment before replying, No, I don't know why this time is like this. I'm afraid something has happened in Nether Mountain, causing some of the weaker monster beasts to be driven to the outskirts. Hearing her say this, Ling Tai Su and Ghostly both paled slightly. It's not good to stay here for long, let's continue on our way. The old woman also noticed something was wrong and immediately suggested. The group once again set foot on the road, and after half a day, they finally arrived at their destination. In front of them was a huge lake, its water clear and sparkling, but the calm surface of the lake gave off a strange aura, causing Yang Kai to faintly feel a sense of unease. Gazing into the distance, he saw groups of people gathered at the edge of the lake. These people were the masters of the great Han Dynasty's various forces who had brought their disciples here to gain experience. There were many people, some were small, some were large, some were small, only 7 or 8 people, and some were small, only 3 or 4 people. These people were about 300 meters apart from each other, surrounding the edge of the lake. After seeing Ling Tai-su's group, all of them showed faint displeasure and vigilance. The old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace nodded slightly to Ling Tai-su, then led the beautiful woman and the 4 young girls towards the lake. The appearance of this group of women immediately attracted the gazes of countless young men. The young girls were used to this kind of scene, so they did not show much emotion, just obediently following behind the old woman, finding a place where no one was around to stop. Ghostly gave Ling Tai-su a sinister smile, then looked at Yang Kai meaningfully. Jin Hao coldly snorted and made a throat-slitting gesture at Yang Kai. Then, under Ghostly's lead, he walked in the opposite direction of the 10,000 Flower Palace people. Let's also find a place, Ling Tai-su said, leading Yang Kai towards the lake. Most of the spots around the lake had already been occupied by the forces that had arrived first. Ling Tai-su and Yang Kai walked for a long time but still couldn't find a place to stay. However, every time he passed by a group of people, Ling Tai-su would secretly transmit a message to him, telling him which force they belonged to, whether it was good or evil, the strength of the participating disciples, and what kind of sects he should be wary of. Yang Kai secretly remembered it in his heart, but his expression did not change. After circling around most of the lake, they finally found a place where no one had occupied it, causing Ling Tai-su to visibly breathe a sigh of relief. After stopping, the two sat down cross-legged and Ling Tai-su began to tell Yang Kai the details of the various forces around the lake. Yang Kai carefully memorized it all while secretly observing. The more he learned, the more Yang Kai became aware of the dangers of this life experience. These forces all belonged to the Great Han Dynasty. Most of them were first or second grade sects, but there were also some third grade sects. Each of them had at least 2 or 3 disciples, but Yang Kai was the only one who wanted to go in alone to experience the world. Ling Tai-su also wanted to bring 2 more people to accompany Yang Kai, but High Heaven Pavilion really did not have any good candidates. Su Yen was fine, but she cultivated Ice Heart's secret art, so killing too many people would not be beneficial to her. Xia Ningchang was also fine, but she was Meng Wuya's disciple. Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure, so how could he be willing to let her take such a risk? As for Xie Hongchen, Ling Tai-su did not consider him at all. Bringing him here would only cause trouble for Yang Kai. The strength of these young people who had come to the lake was all higher than Yang Kai, at least Separation and Reunion Boundary 7th or 8th stage masters, and Yuan Qi masters were everywhere. The central capital's 8 great families had not sent anyone, which was good news. Only Yuan Qi and Yuan Qi cultivators below can go in for life experience, so you don't have to worry about encountering an immortal Ascension Boundary Master. With your strength, if you encounter an enemy at the Yuan Qi 2nd or 3rd stage, you should be able to deal with them, but if you encounter someone stronger, Grandmaster will only give you one advice: run. A man should be able to pick up and let go, don't blindly try to win. Picking up is strength, letting go is wisdom. I understand. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Remember, there is only one task in this place, and that is to survive. If you want to become stronger, you don't necessarily have to fight others. Hunting monster beast is also a way to become stronger. I estimate that there are many people with this idea. If there is someone you can really trust, you may as well join forces with them. This is also a way to survive. Grandmaster, look over there. Which sect are they from? Their dressing is quite strange. Yang Kai suddenly gestured towards the distance. Ling Tai-su looked over and couldn't help but wrinkle his brow as he saw a group of people. Whether it was their dressing or appearance, they were all slightly different from the others. As if they were aware of Ling Tai-su and Yang Kai's gazes, the group of people also turned around, their expressions cold and fierce, a strong sense of warning. They're not from the Great Han Dynasty. Ling Tai-su whispered, they're from the Tianlang Dynasty. The Tianlang Dynasty's people also came here? Yang Kai was stunned. The Tianlang Dynasty was adjacent to the Great Han Dynasty, Why would a sect from that place come all the way to this forbidden area? The Tian Lang dynasty's martial arts are fierce. It is said that most of the cultivators' methods are cruel, and they are not from our race. You must be careful if you encounter them. The strength of this group is not something you can resist. Their clothes are quite revealing. Yang Kai watched with great interest. There were 2 women in the Tian Lang dynasty group. Their figures were enchanting, their clothes were very thin, their arms were exposed, and their tight clothes could not hide their proud twin peaks, as if they were about to burst out. The clothes were very small, and when the 2 women moved, their flat bellies and delicate navels were exposed. Their beautiful bodies were faintly discernible, and their clothes only reached their knees, revealing their snow-white calves. Ah! Ling Tai Su helplessly shook his head. He still could not understand, how could such a simple and honest person like Boss give birth to a brat like Yang Kai? As time passed, more and more people came to the lakeside, and according to some kind of rule, all the people were separated from each other by a certain distance, quietly waiting. In less than a day, the lakeside was actually surrounded by a circle of people. The latecomers did not have a place to sit, so naturally they turned their eyes to the weaker people, and after a few words of disagreement, they began to fight. In just a short hour, 4 or 5 battles broke out, and the people of a small faction, whether it was the older generation or the younger generation who came to gain experience, were all slaughtered. The bloody and cruel scene did not attract anyone's attention. Since they dared to come here, they had to be prepared for conflict. Their skills were not as good as others and they were killed. They could not blame anyone. Fortunately, although Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai were only 2 people, they were not targeted by anyone, thus avoiding a lot of trouble. But good times did not last long. As more and more forces arrived, Ling Tai Su and Yang Kai were still noticed by some people. An old man about the same age as Ling Tai Su walked over with 2 young disciples, 1 male and 1 female, and stopped 10 feet in front of Ling Tai Su. Ling Tai Su sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at him with an indifferent expression. Yang Kai was secretly vigilant, but surprisingly he did not feel any hostility or murderous intent from this person. The old man in front of him hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists towards Ling Tai Su. This old man is reflecting Moon Sex Zhuo Wen. May I ask for your excellency's name? High Heaven Pavilion, Ling Tai Su. So it is Brother Ling. Zhuo Wen had obviously heard of High Heaven Pavilion, and after exchanging some pleasantries, he went straight to the point. Brother Ling, please forgive this old man for bringing his disciple all the way here. I didn't expect that so many forces would come to gain experience in this isolated land, causing us to have no place to sit. Ling Tai Su had brought Yang Kai directly across 10,000 kilometers to come here, so although he had set out late, he had still arrived early. This reflecting moon sex Zhuo Wen had set out a month ago, but the journey was long, and coupled with the difficulties of entering Netherworld Mountain, he had arrived 2 days later than Ling Tai Su. What advice does Brother Zhuo have for me? Since the other party had no malicious intent, Ling Tai Su naturally did not need to give him any face. Although he had guessed the other party's intentions, he still asked. Zhuo Wen laughed dryly and said, "This Zhuo would like to discuss something with Brother Ling. The lake crossing duckweed can carry 4 people at a time. This Zhuo sees that Brother Ling only has 1 disciple with him, so is it possible for this old man's 2 disciples to take a ride? Otherwise, this Zhuo would have come here for nothing, and would likely become a laughingstock when he returns, disappointing his 2 disciples." Ling Tai Su cast his eyes to the 2 young disciples behind Zhuo Wen. The 2 hurriedly stepped forward and the young man said, "Disciple Chen Shui Shu greets Senior Ling." The young woman said, "Disciple Su Xiaoyu greets Senior Ling." Both of them bowed respectfully, not showing the slightest dissatisfaction or arrogance. Ling Tai Su took note of their performance and nodded to himself. Reflecting Moon Sect was the same as High Heaven Pavilion, both second-class sects, and none of their disciples were evil. Moreover, this young man and woman both had gentle looks and didn't seem to be people who liked to fight. When he saw Ling Tai Su pondering, Zhuo Wen hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Brother Ling, these 2 disciples of mine have kind natures. They're going out to gain experience this time, and they're only going to hunt demon beasts and look for fortuitous encounters. They'll absolutely not do anything that's detrimental to the disciples of your sect. After saying so, he added, "If this little brother does not mind, you can also accompany my 2 disciples after entering so they can look after each other." Ling Tai-su already had a plan in mind, but he still turned his eyes to Yang Kai and asked, "What do you think?" Yang Kai nodded indifferently. "You can go in together, but there's no need for companionship." None of them were familiar with each other, and although this Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu looked good, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. What's more, even if Yang Kai trusted these 2, whether they believed him or not was another matter. Zhuo Wen's words were just polite words. How could he take them seriously? Chapter 218. Since this boy has no objections, Brother Zhuo, please go ahead. Ling Tai-su said to Zhuo. Zhuo couldn't help but sigh in relief and cupped his fists with a smile. "Many thanks, Brother Ling. Brother Zhuo is too polite." Ling Tai-su nodded lightly. "In fact, the 2 of us should also thank Brother Zhuo for helping us out." In fact, the addition of the 3 from the Reflecting Moon sect was only beneficial to Ling Tai-su and Yang Kai. After all, only the 2 of them occupied this place. Now that more and more forces were coming, they might encounter some existences that they couldn't afford to provoke and snatch this place away. With the addition of Zhuo Wen, the situation was different. The 2 immediately became 5 people with 2 experts guarding them. Even if someone had ideas about this place, they would have to weigh their own limits. Zhuo Wen heard the implication and felt comfortable, laughing loudly as he called his 2 disciples to sit down cross-legged. Although this was the first time Ling Tai-su and Zhuo Wen had met, they were both old and experienced, so after a few words, they were already quite familiar with each other. Because Ling Tai-su had made things convenient, Zhuo Wen intended to return the favor, revealing a lot of information about this place. Ling Tai-su happened to lack these things. He had come here 50 years ago, and after 50 years, he didn't know if the place had changed, so he naturally wanted to inquire about it. Zhuo Wen also told him everything he knew. Yang Kai listened carefully. Through the conversation between the 2, Yang Kai learned that this place was first discovered by a few cultivators who came to Netherworld Mountain, and as time passed, more and more people knew about it. But generally speaking, those who knew about this place would guard it as a secret, not wantonly spreading it. So, after hundreds of years, even if more people knew about this place. But it wasn't to the point where the whole world knew about it. This was still the case even now. There were many sects in the Great Han Dynasty, and how many were there? However, the number of forces surrounding the lakeside was less than 1/10 of the total. If the situation escalated to the point where the entire world knew about it. If the whole world knew about this place, there would be a bloody battle every 10 years. Originally, this situation would continue and everyone wouldn't have to fight for a place. But since the opening of this place 30 years ago, more and more forces knew about its existence. Zhuo Wen sighed. What happened? Ling Tai-su asked thoughtfully. That's because some of the disciples who went into the isolated lands to train had obtained a great treasure. Zhuo Wen said in a low voice. With a solemn expression, he paused for a moment before continuing. Someone obtained a few drops of brilliant flame liquid from there. Ling Tai-su was slightly moved. Is it the supreme treasure used to refine Yuan Qi? Zhuo Wen nodded. That's right. As soon as the 3 words brilliant flame liquid came out, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu couldn't help breathing slightly faster. Obviously, they knew how precious this treasure was. On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression remained calm, without the slightest change. Zhuo Wen saw Yang Kai's expression. He thought to himself that this kid was probably a little ignorant and inexperienced. Otherwise, how could he not have any reaction? How could he have known that although Yang Kai had never heard of the brilliant flame liquid before, Ling Tai-su's words were enough to make him realize the preciousness of this thing? Yang Kai already had the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew sealed inside his unyielding golden skeleton. Once he broke through to the Yuan Qi boundary, he would be able to absorb it and help him transform his Yuan Qi into Yuan Qi, so he didn't care too much about this brilliant flame liquid. Good things were generally fought over by countless people. Since he already had the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew, there was no need for him to pay attention to this brilliant flame liquid. Zhuo Wen lightly coughed and continued, if it was just the brilliant flame liquid, then it would have been crazy. It wasn't enough to drive people crazy. However, when that isolated world opened, not only did someone obtain the precious brilliant flame liquid, but someone also obtained the soul-cleansing dew. Ling Tai Su was once again moved. Yang Kai was finally curious. What does the soul-cleansing dew do? Zhuowen smiled lightly. He carefully explained, the brilliant flame liquid can help a cultivator refine their yuan qi, making their yuan qi more pure, while the soul-cleansing dew can help a cultivator open their knowledge see and cultivate their divine sense. When a cultivator breaks through to the immortal ascension boundary from the yuan qi boundary, with the help of a single drop of the soul-cleansing dew, opening their knowledge see is easy. There is no obstruction. If a cultivator above the immortal ascension boundary uses the soul-cleansing dew, a single drop can expand their knowledge see. Their divine sense becomes tough, comparable to many years of bitter cultivation. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ling Tai Su said, so that's how it is, no wonder there are so many people. Even many separation and reunion boundary youngsters are willing to take the risk. 50 years ago, no separation and reunion boundary cultivator dared to enter. At first, Ling Tai Su thought that the world had changed, and that the young people of today were more daring, but he didn't expect there to be such a reason. A separation and reunion boundary cultivator only had two tasks. One was to increase their realm, and the second was to prepare for the transformation of yuan qi into yuan qi. The brilliant flame liquid naturally had a great attraction to a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Similarly, a yuan qi cultivator also had two tasks. One was to increase their realm, and the second was to open their knowledge see and cultivate their divine sense. Whether it was the brilliant flame liquid or the soul-cleansing dew, they both wanted it. This was why so many people had come. Yang Kai was also quite excited. He didn't care about the brilliant flame liquid, but the soul-cleansing dew really made him excited. The old demon had once said that his 5-colored soul-warming lotus needed to absorb a lot of soul-nourishing precious treasures in order to grow to 7 colors. This soul-cleansing dew was obviously one of them, and it was one of the most effective. If he could obtain some and consume it, it would be of great help to both his soul-warming lotus and himself. After talking about this, the two old men went back to chatting, leaving the 3 young people bored to death. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiao, you were much better off than Yang Kai. After all, the two of them came from the same place and seemed to be a couple, so their eyes were filled with deep affection as they secretly cast flirtatious glances at each other. As if he was aware of Yang Kai's embarrassment, Chen Shueshu smiled at him and cupped his fists. May I ask junior brother's name? Yang Kai smiled. This humble one's surname is Yang. Yang. Chen Shueshu's eyelids twitched, apparently thinking of the central capital's Yang family, but immediately feeling that it was unlikely. He didn't care much. Junior brother Yang, it seems you don't know much about this place. Chen Shueshu intended to draw the relationship between them closer, so naturally he had to find something to talk about. And I was brought here in a daze. Yang Kai nodded. Su Xiao, you couldn't help laughing. Your sect master is right next to you. Be careful he doesn't punish you. Chen Shueshu also smiled. If junior brother Yang doesn't mind, if there's anything you don't understand, this brother can help you. Listening to him say this, Yang Kai really did have a question he wanted to ask. Why are these forces all separated by a few dozen meters? Is there some kind of special pattern that allows them to choose their own positions? Chen Shueshu nodded. This brother just happens to know a thing or two. Saying so, he stood up and walked over to the lakeside, beckoning to Yang Kai and pointing down. Junior brother Yang, please take a look. Following the direction of his finger, Yang Kai suddenly saw a patch of green duckweed near the lakeside, but this patch of duckweed was not the same as ordinary duckweed. It was about the size of a palm, verdant, and had bright green veins. Where there is duckweed, that's the position they chose. Yang Kai looked up and found that in front of each of these forces there was indeed a patch of duckweed. Junior brother Yang, don't underestimate this patch of duckweed. It is the ship that will carry us to that isolated world. Chen Shueshu said, anyone who wants to enter must first set foot on this patch of duckweed. Without this patch of duckweed, no matter how strong one is, they will not be able to enter. Moreover, there is something strange about this lake. It is impossible to fly above it, and this patch of duckweed cannot carry masters above the immortal ascension boundary. Therefore, the highest cultivator who enters this place is only Yuan Qi boundary. Yang Kai felt relieved and nodded seriously, becoming more and more humble as he consulted Qin Shueshu. Su Xiaoyu also interjected from time to time, making the atmosphere very harmonious. When night fell, Zhou Wen's expression suddenly became dignified and he quickly said, "It's about to begin." As soon as his voice fell, all the cultivators around the lake began to move. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst out from the bottom of the lake, illuminating the entire lake in a brilliant glow, creating a magnificent scene. Immediately, a strange and heavy aura descended. Even immortal ascension boundary masters seemed to be unable to bear the pressure of this aura, all of them acting as if they were facing a great enemy, their faces heavy as they circulated their secret arts to resist. The duckweed on the lakeside began to spin and instantly grew larger, growing to more than 10 meters in length before slowly stopping. After the duckweed stabilized, Ling Tai Su and Zhou Wen both shouted at the same time, "Go up!" Yang Kai and the two reflecting moon sect disciples did not hesitate and jumped onto the duckweed one after another. No wonder Zhou Wen had said before that the duckweed could only carry 4 people, and this was indeed the case. Now that 3 people were standing on it, there was only a small space left. If one more person came up, it would be full. Zhou Wen solemnly exhorted Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu, telling them to be careful inside and not easily get into disputes with others. The two of them nodded repeatedly. Ling Tai Su also reminded Yang Kai, "If anyone provokes you, kill them, don't be soft-hearted, but don't take the initiative to provoke others." Yang Kai nodded. "Right, you don't have to worry about the things in your secluded home, this old master will take care of them for you. As for that little girl Su Yan, this old master will also help you look after her." Yang Kai's face turned bright red. He had not expected that the matter between him and Su Yan would not be hidden from Ling Tai Su. On top of the duckweed, Su Xiaoyu glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully and giggled. About the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the duckweed under their feet suddenly began to move, like a big ship sailing through the waves, carrying the 3 of them steadily towards the center of the lake, its speed increasing with each passing moment. Looking around in all directions, there were duckweed and many people standing on top of it. Many of these cultivators were sneering, looking around with malicious intent. Yang Kai also saw the Tianlang dynasty disciples, whether they were men or women, all of them had fierce looks in their eyes, like beasts ready to devour their prey. Yang Kai also saw the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples, Jin Hao once again making a throat-slitting gesture towards Yang Kai. As the duckweed continued to move forward, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake, and all the people who were riding on the duckweed fell into it without any mental preparation. A series of screams rang out, but they quickly disappeared. The surrounding scenery changed, and when Kai Yang came back to his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Chapter 219. Day and night were indistinguishable, yin and yang were chaotic, and the heavens and earth were chaotic. This was the most obvious feature of this place. "We're in," Su Xiaoyu said excitedly. Chen Shueshu and Yang Kai both hurriedly looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that there was no danger around, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. This isolated world occupied a very large area, and if one didn't come in on the same duckweed, they wouldn't appear together. Yang Kai had also learned about this before, and now that he had seen it, he found it to be true. Yang Kai quietly moved away from Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu, and although it wasn't too obvious, Qin Shueshu was still able to see through his intentions. Qin Shueshu didn't mind, simply smiling as he turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Junior brother Yang, would you like to act together with us? We can take care of each other." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your kindness, but I want to try alone." Chen Shueshu nodded lightly and didn't insist. "Then junior brother Yang, be careful. Until we meet again." Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and used his movement skill to quickly depart. Why did he run so fast? It's not like we're going to eat him. Su Xiaoyu pursed her thin red lips, somewhat dissatisfied with Yang Kai's vigilance. Chen Shueshu chuckled and patted Su Xiaoyu's head. "That's what he's afraid of." but we didn't intend to harm him. Su Xiaoyu said somewhat angrily, that person's strength is so low, I think he'll die quickly. Chen Shuishu shook his head seriously, not necessarily, that person is very cautious and careful, this kind of person generally lives a long time. Also, I always feel like there's something strange about him. What's strange about him? Su Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes in confusion. Only a separation and reunion boundary third-stage cultivator daring to come here. If he's not tired of living, then he must have some kind of backing. You mean, I'm afraid this person has some kind of extraordinary means, otherwise, his master wouldn't have let him come here for life experience. Hey, who can enter this place without some kind of means? We should also be careful and try not to get into conflict with others. After Yang Kai separated from the two people from the Reflecting Moon sect, he used his footwork to the fullest and ran for more than 10 miles in a row. Along the way, he changed directions several times before suddenly turning around and flying to a large tree. He vigilantly observed his surroundings. It wasn't that he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure, but there was nothing wrong with being a little more careful. Moreover, this was also a test to see if Chen Shuishu and Su Xiaoyu were the same on the surface, or if they were just hypocrites. After waiting in the tree for a long time, Yang Kai didn't find any traces of people following him. At that moment, he was sure that the two of them had no ill intentions towards him. All of them had the strength of Yuan Qi state. He was definitely a genius in the Reflecting Moon sect, so if he really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have waited until now. Ling Tai Su had said this before. If you meet someone you can really trust, you might as well join forces with them. Now, Chen Shuishu and Su Xiaoyu were on Yang Kai's trusted list. If we are fated to meet again next time. Yang Kai didn't mind acting with them. Hiding in the treetops, Yang Kai first tried to summon his 2 killing artifacts, but after some effort he found that he really couldn't summon them here, as if they were really sealed inside his body. Old demon! Yang Kai called out. Old servant is here. The old demon quickly replied. Can you use the soul breaker all? Sorry to disappoint, young master, I can't use it. Yang Kai secretly cursed this damned place. Even the soul breaker all, an artifact that didn't belong to him, was sealed. Without the soul breaker all, the old demon couldn't display any combat effectiveness, so this time it seemed he could only rely on his own strength. Fortunately, Ling Tai Su had given Yang Kai a universe bag before. There were a lot of good things inside. Before, Yang Kai hadn't had time to investigate, but now he finally had some free time. Taking out the small cloth bag from his chest, Yang Kai unsealed it and reached inside, immediately grabbing a lot of things. There were more than a dozen bottles of pills inside, most of which were used for healing, but there were also a few bottles of Yang attribute pills. This made Yang Kai very happy. Yang Kai secretly praised his grandmaster for treating him well. With these bottles of pills, he didn't need to worry about running out of Yang liquid. In addition to the pills, Yang Kai also found a dozen sets of clean clothes and a long sword. This long sword wasn't an artifact. It was just a weapon forged from fine steel, so it could be used in this place. However, Yang Kai hadn't learned any sword skills or martial skills. It was better to use it to fight with his bare hands. With his current strength, a long sword wouldn't be able to increase Yang Kai's combat effectiveness in the slightest. After carefully putting away all the things, Yang Kai jumped down from the tree, rubbed his palms together, and excitedly embarked on his training journey. After an hour, Yang Kai encountered a 4th-grade monster beast. After using some methods to kill it, he quietly stood in place and waited. Sure enough, as he heard, when the monster beast died, Yang Kai clearly felt that its energy and flesh essence were gathering in a certain place in the air. Almost visible to the naked eye, the monster beast's body slowly dried up and sunk in, but the red energy that came out of its body grew more and more. The red light flashed, and after waiting for a while, a bright red bead about the size of a pea condensed. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. The moment it formed, he grabbed it in his hand and felt it with his heart. He found that this blood bead contained a very strange energy. The energy wasn't too much, after all, it was only a 4th-grade monster beast, but it wasn't disappointing. He didn't know what kind of laws of heaven and earth were hidden in this world, But this kind of thing would happen after a living thing died. After putting away the blood bead, he lowered his head to look at the monster beast. He saw that the monster beast's body had completely turned into a pile of fine powder. Its essence was gone, and only dross was left. Yang Kai didn't know how much of an improvement this blood bead could bring to him. He was faintly looking forward to it, but it was obviously not a good time to refine and absorb it. With the harvest, Yang Kai's fighting spirit was high, and his footsteps became lighter and lighter. This world was indeed a good place for a separation and reunion Yuan Qi cultivator to train. Yang Kai had only been here for a day, but he had already killed 5 or 6 monster beasts that were alone. They were all 3rd or 4th grade. He didn't spend much Yuan Qi, but the harvest was quite rich. The blood bead given by a 3rd grade monster beast was much smaller than that of a 4th grade one. It was obvious that the energy was insufficient. He also encountered a 5th grade monster beast. Yang Kai hesitated for a long time before he stopped himself from killing it. A 5th grade monster beast was equivalent to a Yuan Qi cultivator. Even if Yang Kai was lucky enough to kill it, he would have to use all his strength and be prepared to be injured. So unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to fight with a 5th grade monster beast. For 3 days in a row, Yang Kai killed the monster beast without any worries. When he was tired, he would find a relatively safe place to rest, recover his strength, and then continue hunting. In these 3 days, he didn't encounter a single person. It was no wonder that so many separation and reunion cultivators dared to come here. If it continued like this, even a cultivator at the Qi transformation stage wouldn't have to worry about anything, except that he had to be careful of the monster beast. 3 days later, Yang Kai was hiding in a jungle like a cat, secretly observing the situation in front of him. There were 2 4th grade monster beast phantom lightning wolves in front of him. A 4th grade monster beast was equivalent to a cultivator at the separation and reunion stage, which was equivalent to Yang Kai's current stage. If the 2 of them attacked together, Yang Kai might have some trouble dealing with them. But after thinking carefully for a long time, Yang Kai decided to take action. The monster beast he could deal with now was at most 4th grade. If he encountered 2 at once, there was no reason to give up. After making up his mind, Yang Kai rushed out of his hiding place and quickly approached the 2 phantom lightning wolves. Originally, Yang Kai's whole mind was focused on the 2 monster beast, but who would have thought that halfway through he would suddenly see traces of a person's shadow flashing not far from him from the corner of his eyes. His heart sinking, Yang Kai quickly glanced around and sure enough, about 1,000 meters away, there was a man in dark red robes hurriedly hiding himself. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai understood everything that had happened. The other person was obviously observing the 2 phantom lightning wolves in secret, just like him, but didn't find any traces of the other person. But coincidentally, he and the person on the other side had chosen to attack at the same time. Maybe it was because his speed was faster, so when he ran out, the other person had just appeared. And at this time, the other person had also discovered him, so he quickly hid back, hiding his body. But that person's clothes were too conspicuous, revealing some flaws. Now that it was too late to retreat, the 2 phantom lightning wolves fixed their eyes on Yang Kai. They bared their fangs and rushed over without hesitation. Yang Kai complained in his heart. While thinking about how to deal with the situation of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, he also thought about the identity of the person on the other side. After a while, Yang Kai made up his mind and quickened his pace. He pretended not to know anything and charged toward the 2 phantom lightning wolves. The 2 4th grade monster beasts were as fast as the wind, and electric arcs flickered on their bodies. As they ran, they separated into 2 groups, one on the left and one on the right. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Yang Kai. The 2 monster beasts were obviously very experienced in hunting. They attacked from the left and right, and the gap between their attacks was perfect. Yang Kai hurriedly moved to the side, avoiding the bite of one of the phantom lightning wolves. However, the other one bit his shoulder. A current flowed through his body, and Yang Kai couldn't help but tremble a few times. He quickly circulated his Yuan Qi to dissolve the current. His muscles tightened, and he swept a punch at the phantom lightning wolf's cheek. Before it tore off his flesh, he sent it flying. The phantom lightning wolf let out a miserable cry and rolled a few times on the ground. Yang Kai didn't use his full strength in this attack, so he didn't hurt it much. After landing on the ground, the two phantom lightning wolves joined forces again, one on the top and one on the bottom. They roared and pounced toward him. Yang Kai rolled up his leg and kicked the stomach of the phantom lightning wolf below him, sending it flying. He pushed the other phantom lightning wolf with both of his palms, blocking its attack. While the two monster beasts were still in a daze, Yang Kai bravely pounced on them, and the two phantom lightning wolves were locked in a fierce battle. In fact, if Yang Kai had used all of his abilities, he wouldn't have had such a hard time. However, since he knew that someone was spying on him, he had to put on a show and take precautions. Chapter 220. The battle with the two illusion lightning wolves could be described as extremely difficult and dangerous. Relying only on his separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivation and not daring to reveal all of his means, Yang Kai repeatedly fell into danger during the battle, but every time he miraculously turned the situation around. It was as if he was walking on a tightrope, the slightest mistake and he would be torn to pieces by these two monster beasts. Little by little, the momentum of the two monster beasts was worn down. Again and again, it took nearly an hour for Yang Kai to kill them one by one. His body was covered in blood, some from the illusion lightning wolves, some from himself. There were at least 7 or 8 wounds on his body, all caused by the two monster beasts. There was even a wound where some flesh had been torn off. The pain was excruciating, making him look very distressed. These wounds were not fake, they were real injuries. A fourth-order monster beast was equivalent to a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Yang Kai was able to suppress 2 opponents to this extent. He should be proud of himself. However, the hidden person was quite patient. When Yang Kai was fighting with the illusion lightning wolves, he never showed up even until now. Yang Kai gasped for breath, quietly glanced over, then sat on the ground and assumed a posture of circulating his chi, waiting for the blood beads of the two illusion lightning wolves to condense. Perhaps Yang Kai's acting was too realistic. The hidden person finally made a move after confirming that there was no danger around. The rustling of footsteps approached, not hiding at all. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. Looking up, he saw not far in front of him, there were 3 figures arrogantly walking towards him. All 3 were men, wearing dark red robes, looking very ostentatious. The leading man laughed unscrupulously. His laughter was loud and harsh, looking at Yang Kai with a playful expression. Yang Kai timely showed a look of panic, his eyes filled with hatred and annoyance, slowly getting up. He was on guard. The 3 of them exchanged glances, then circled around and surrounded him. What is the meaning of this? Yang Kai licked his dry lips and asked in a deep voice. This small, unintentional action made him even more terrified. What an interesting question. The man who laughed before looked at Yang Kai contemptuously. Can't you see what we mean? Yang Kai frowned and said, 2 blood beads. A few of his friends wanted it. Just take it and don't make things difficult for me. The man laughed coldly. What are 2 blood beads? Don't you know that the blood beads formed after a cultivator's death? Was the quality and level much higher than that of monster beast? Blood beads, we want your life. We want it too. Yang Kai's face darkened. Friends, you've gone too far. I am a high heaven pavilion disciple. If you kill me, my master will not let this matter rest. Ha! When the man heard this, he couldn't help but laugh again. If we were outside, I'm afraid we would have some scruples. But what kind of place is this? If you die here, no one will know that it was us who killed you. As soon as the man's voice fell, the panic on Yang Kai's face suddenly disappeared. He became ruthless and murderous, his yuan qi fiercely gushing out. He suddenly turned around, and a thin blade appeared in his right hand. He aimed at the neck of one of the men who had sneaked up behind him and didn't have time to make a move. These 3 people could be considered cautious. When they surrounded Yang Kai, they didn't immediately make a move. After all, their strength wasn't very high, and they hadn't reached yuan qi. Instead, one of them spoke to attract Yang Kai's attention, while the other one sneaked up to attack. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai had already seen through their actions. He just pretended not to know and beat them at their own game. When the cultivator behind him was close enough, then he suddenly attacked. The sudden attack made the three people's faces change color. The man behind Yang Kai didn't even have time to react. The blood-red blade cut through his neck, and he felt a burning sensation. Immediately, a warm liquid rushed out uncontrollably. Yang Kai was as fast as the wind. After the blade made of yang liquid had cut through the man's neck, he crossed his feet and used his self-created footwork. Like a tiger hunting a leopard, he pounced in front of the second man. This person hurriedly counterattacked, and the sound of metal clashing rang out from his fist. His entire fist became golden and dazzling, and his momentum was heavy. Yang Kai directly threw the blade made of yang liquid at the man's fist. The man screamed as the blade stabbed into his fist. Blood flowed from his fist. While he was screaming in pain, Yang Kai bent down and fiercely punched him in the stomach. The yuan qi poured in like 3 waves. The man's face paled. Accompanied by 3 muffled bangs, he spat out blood and staggered back. Yang Kai's body was like a swallow, graceful and light. He jumped and flew to the man's shoulder. His legs clamped down on the man's head, and his body suddenly turned half a circle. With a crack, the second cultivator's neck was broken. In the battle that broke out in a flash, 2 of the 3 people were killed, and the remaining one was stunned. It wasn't until Yang Kai floated down from the air that he regained his senses. The cultivator's face was aghast. The sudden change shocked him, and Yang Kai's ruthless and cruel attack made him tremble in fear. Laughing loudly, Yang Kai said, "Friend, next time before you talk big, you should consider whether you have enough weight. Otherwise, you'll cut your own tongue." Looking at Yang Kai, who was covered in blood, and feeling the violent and ferocious fluctuation of yuan qi, the man's face instantly turned pale. By now, how could he not see that Yang Kai hadn't used his full strength in the battle with the 2 phantom lightning wolves? With his skills and surging yuan qi, if he really wanted to kill those 2 monster beasts, he wouldn't even need the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. However, he fought for about 2 hours. It was obvious that he was putting on a show for the 3 of them. "So you already knew that we were hiding?" The man's face suddenly turned cold. His 2 companions were killed in an instant. Although he was frightened, it also aroused his murderous intent and anger. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "You guys have a good plan, why can't I take advantage of it?" Yang Kai laughed coldly. "You deserve to die." The man roared again and again, fiercely activating his yuan qi. A large golden seal suddenly appeared in front of him. He should have used some kind of martial skill, and this martial skill was definitely not a low-level one. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He no longer held back and activated the unyielding will. The already violent yuan qi became even more violent. His aura was strange and unchanging, and his evil aura was awe-inspiring. His killing intent was limitless. The strength of peak separation and reunion boundary. The unyielding will had always been Yang Kai's trump card. Normally, he wouldn't use it unless necessary, so as to avoid being seen through and exposing his trump card. However, in this place, facing this kind of enemy, Yang Kai didn't want to hide anything. As long as he killed them all, there wouldn't be any worries in the future. Therefore, he could rest assured and boldly display his strongest strength to his heart's content. The opposite enemy's expression was once again aghast. Yang Kai's sudden increase in strength had caught him off guard, but there was no turning back. Holding the golden seal in one hand, he roared and attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't afraid, his hand forming a claw, he grabbed the seal. His body shook slightly. After all, this was a martial skill, so it wasn't easy to block it. His opponent's mouth curled into a grin as he pushed his yuan qi even more fiercely. The true yang yuan qi in Yang Kai's body also suddenly burst out. The hot yuan qi poured into the seal, and within a moment, a crackling sound could be heard. Cracks began to appear on the seal as a result of the heat. The purity and density of Yang Kai's true yang yuan qi was no worse than an ordinary yuan qi cultivator. His opponent was only at the separation and reunion boundary 8th stage. His yuan qi hadn't been transformed into yuan qi yet. How could he be a match for Yang Kai? The cracking sounds continued without end. The opponent's face was pale, and he felt that something was wrong. He quickly said, "Friend, please be merciful. I am a disciple of the Golden Light Palace. I had eyes but failed to see before, so I offended you. Friend, master, please forgive this lowly one." Yang Kai sneered, the madness and bloodthirst in his eyes becoming stronger. "I know you are a disciple of the Golden Light Palace." It was precisely because he knew this that Yang Kai had no qualms about putting on a show to lure the three of them out. If they weren't wearing dark red clothes that exposed their identity, Yang Kai would definitely not take such a risk. The Golden Light Palace was only a third-class force. 3 of their disciples came this time, and they were all only at the separation and reunion boundary. This was something Ling Tai Su had told Kai Yang when they were at the lake. The sky was filled with golden light, and the seal of the Golden Light Palace disciple completely exploded. At this moment he suddenly launched an attack. A sharp blade popped out of his sleeve, like a snake coming out of its hole, and went straight for Yang Kai's throat. His begging for mercy just now was just a pretense. His 2 junior brothers were killed, and the hatred between him and Yang Kai was irreconcilable. But this sharp blade didn't hurt Yang Kai. Halfway through, his movement stopped, and he looked down at his chest, only to see that Yang Kai's hand was inserted into his heart. His heart beat fiercely, and then there was no more movement. Yang Kai pulled out his hand, and blood spurted out. His expression was indifferent. He killed 3 people in one battle, all of whom were separation and reunion boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator, and he didn't feel any pressure at all. Defeating the strong with the weak, defeating the many with the few, Kai Yang had a new understanding of his true strength. After a while, the yuan qi and flesh essence of the 3 Golden Light Palace cultivator condensed into blood beads. Yang Kai stepped forward and collected them. He couldn't help but be surprised to find that these 3 blood beads were much bigger than the ones he had obtained before. They were the size of a thumbnail. The blood bead of a 4th stage monster beast was only the size of a pea, but the blood bead of a separation and reunion boundary cultivator was so many times bigger. Without time to investigate carefully, Yang Kai collected the blood beads of the 2 phantom lightning wolves, and then searched the 3 of them for valuables, and hurriedly left the place. After a stick of incense, many monster beasts had gathered in this place. The smell of blood in the air was the light that led them here. At this moment, Yang Kai was more than 10 miles away. Yang Kai had collected a lot of blood beads these days, so he wanted to find a safe place to refine and absorb them. Only in this way could his strength be improved, and he could deal with more powerful monster beasts and enemies. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.